Long Yu was a little surprised when he got the news from Hong Ying. He didn't expect that the wretched old man could refine war weapons, which saved them a lot of trouble. Well, I only need 1/3. After all, it was you who paid for him to recast the soldiers. Long Yu said modestly. Half is half. It's useless for me to have so many soldiers. They are all sold for money. If my own people can use them, of course they will be used by my own people. Hong Ying insisted. Oh well. Of course, Long Yu has no objection to this. He does have many friends in the Nine Nether Realm. If they are given endless level soldiers, their combat effectiveness will leap forward and they will become his right-hand man. Especially Shu Chan, Xiang Wu, and Feng Yusen, if their martial arts realm is slightly improved, they can almost catch up with Long Yu. If they are assisted by endless level warriors, their combat effectiveness will definitely be much higher than that of practitioners of the same realm. The key is to have soldiers that are more suitable for them, otherwise the actual improvement in combat effectiveness will be limited. The warriors will be distributed after he has been recast. I still have to cultivate myself. Although the physical body is no longer seriously injured, I still need to fully recover the innate magical power of the blood realm fantasy world in the small world. A long time. After Hong Ying finished speaking to Long Yu, she went to rest and heal herself. Long Yu did not bother her. After all, he himself had something to do now. At this moment, he had 2 world marks on his body. One of them was the Joyo mark. Within the mark was the Joyo realm, and the other was Hong Ying's. The blood-red pendant contains the little world of the red warbler. The body of Long Yu was surrounded by the sticky 9 nether divine inscriptions of the apocalypse level. In such an environment, Long Yu's comprehension of the 9 nether divine inscriptions of the apocalypse level became very fast. Originally, he had no way to do it. But now, he is gradually absorbing these apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions, and gradually realizing that it only takes about a month for Long Yu to be able to initially use the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions. Anyway, the whirlpool of divine texts, caused by the explosion of the 9 nether hell monument in the outside world will still exist for a long time. Long Yu is not in a hurry and is down to earth in comprehending the revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions. 3 days after the 9 nether hell monument exploded, there were already far fewer practitioners in the void. Many people had left the place because they found that waiting was a waste of their time and there was no need. Therefore, they only left about 100 people here to take turns monitoring, to prevent any accidents from happening. However, these hundreds of people were also bored. No matter how they observed, there was no change in the whirlpool of divine texts, let alone someone emerges from it. The goal of the 4 tribes to join forces is to deal with Long Yu, Hong Ying, as well as Shi Tianlei, Shi Qingfeng and others. But now, the 4 tribes feel that these guys have been buried in the divine whirlpool. Therefore, the top leaders of these 4 demon cultivator races are now discussing countermeasures, and how to tell them if the strong men of the blood demon clan come to them. Originally, the Golden Dragon Monster clan had the most say among the 4 clans, but now, after experiencing many blows, the overall strength of the Golden Dragon Monster clan has seriously declined, resulting in the Black Lin Monster clan and the Golden Moon Monster clan not giving any support. Too much face is given to the Golden Dragon Demon clan. Among the 4 major demon cultivator races, except for the White Feather Demon clan who has always been a grandson, most of the other 3 major races have begun to have a lot of opinions about each other, including the distribution of interests, etc., and the responsibilities that each of them should bear when facing the Blood Demon clan. And so on. And this day has finally arrived. Just 3 days after the 9 Nether Prison Monument exploded, Shui Luo finally came to White Feather Star with his anxious people. Just after the White Feather Demon clan and others confirmed that Long Yu, Hong Ying and others were dead, they reopened the time and space-marked teleportation array. After all, closing the time and space mark teleportation array would have a great impact on White Feather Star. Anyway, the people from the Blood Demon clan will come sooner or later, so there is no need to deliberately escape. Xuelua, Hongjun, an emperor commander of the alien battlefield legion, and a prince of the Blood Demon tribe, led thousands of strong Blood Demon tribesmen, arrived at the White Feather Star through the teleportation array, and came to greet them. It is the top leaders of the 4 demon cultivator races who are still united. Now they can only fight against the Blood Demon clan if they unite. I heard you are hunting my sister? Xueluo knew that he had arrived relatively late, and the other party had actually opened the spacetime marked teleportation array on his own initiative, so he had a very bad feeling in his heart. As soon as he appeared, he directly shouted at the leaders of the 4 clans. No. The chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon clan immediately spoke out. I just want to avenge the 3rd prince of our clan, so I am chasing that human kid named Xuanhuan, but we have never seen the princess of the Blood Demon clan. Yes, that human boy Xuanhuan joined forces with our traitors from the White Feather Monster clan, Shi Tianlei, and was besieged and self-destructed by our joint forces. However, we did not see the princess of the Blood Demon clan. Dear Blood Demon Clan Senior, please calm down and find out the matter before we talk. The leader of the White Feather Monster clan also said in a deep voice. Faced with Xueluo, who seemed to be very angry, he was under great pressure. He had long heard of Xueluo's horrific record on the alien battlefield. Really? My sister and the mountain ghost have always been together. I heard that when the tomb of the demon saint near Yaoyuxing was opened, there were many rumors saying that the great elder of your Golden Dragon Demon clan was leading people to encircle and suppress the mountain ghost. Ghost and my sister. How could Xuelua listen to the other party's words? His face was extremely ugly. You said that the human mountain ghost blew himself up under your pressure. Then my sister is probably in trouble. You 4 races are very brave, and you dare to force yourself like this. Kill my sister. Here, Lord Xuelua, we really don't know where your sister is. The elders of the Blacklin Demon clan also changed their expressions, but they always insisted that they did not know the whereabouts of Hongying. Lord Xuelua, there are some true spirit imprints here. You can take a look. After reading them, you will believe what we say. At this moment, Yunlioi from the White Feather Demon clan stood up and threw some true spirit imprints towards Xuelua. This was a means of recording images. It recorded that after Long Yu escaped outside the White Feather Star, he was killed by Yunlioi. Everything after the interception. Xuelua directly opened these true spirit imprints at the same time, and many scenes appeared in the scene. Indeed, only Long Yu and Shi Tianlei appeared in the image. As for Hongying, he did not appear. Judging from these true spirit imprints, it seems that they have never seen Hongying before, and have been hunting down the so-called traitors of the White Feather Monster clan such as Long Yu and Shi Tianlei. However, Xuelua was too lazy to pay attention to so much. The true spirit seal could record facts, but the other party did not record all the facts. What is shown here is just the situation after he escaped from White Feather Star. Xuelua played with these true spirit marks, then suddenly crushed them into pieces, his face darkening, but when we are on White Feather Star, who can provide me with true spirit marks? As soon as these words came out, all the 4 demon clan members were immediately stumped. In fact, they must have the battle spirit imprint on the White Feather Star, but it is impossible to show it to Xueluo. The battle on the White Feather Star clearly showed that Hongying was killed by the Golden Flood Dragon Monster clan. The Great Elder was seriously injured. What, can't you take it out? Then don't blame me for being rude. Xuelua took a step forward with an angry look on his face. Not to mention that these people had concealed Hongying's whereabouts from him. Even if Hongying did not exist, he had already regarded Long Yu as one of his own, and the other party would treat Long Yu as his own. Yu was so forced to self-destruct, how could he tolerate it? Therefore, the fury of Bloodfall broke out instantly. He raised his hand, and the blood-colored divine text fell from the sky, turning into a blood-colored arm, trying to pull out anyone from the opponent's team. As long as he pulls out anyone, Xuanhuan threatens the other with death. He is not afraid that the other will not tell the truth. Even if one doesn't tell, he can pull out the second one. If he continues to threaten each other, they will eventually tell the truth. However, the other party obviously also saw Xuanhuan's plan. When the top leaders of the 4 demon cultivator races saw this, they immediately took action at the same time. A total of more than 40 masters immediately used defensive methods to resist the bloody arm. Even though Xuanhuan is extremely powerful, at this moment, he is still unable to pull someone out of the opponent's team under the obstruction of more than 40 powerful masters. Are you determined to fight against my blood demon clan? Xuanhuan's movement was blocked and he laughed. Master Xuanhuan, don't be too arrogant. You must know that this is the Qiming Galaxy and the White Feather Star, not your blood demon galaxy. If you continue to be so messy, we don't mind letting the Monster Alliance intervene and let all the adults look how you, the Emperor and Commander of the foreign battlefield, use your power to bully others. An old man from the Jinhua demon clan used all his strength to resist Xuanhuan's bloody arm. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. He endured the greatest force and was immediately shocked. Although Xuanhuan's movements were blocked, the more than 40 masters among them were still uncomfortable. The same great masters are very different from each other. For example, if Master Baiyun is here, that being who is close to the godlike realm may be able to suppress these more than 40 great masters with just a raise of his hand. The reason why these 4 demon cultivator races dare not confront the blood demon clan head-on is because the top experts in their tribe are not as good as the top experts in the blood demon clan. Xuanhuan is not the strongest among the blood demon clan, but now he has restrained the 4 powerful demon clans with the power of one person, which shows how terrifying his strength is. You have to figure it out for me, who is causing trouble? Xuanhuan laughed loudly and yelled, the human mountain ghost just killed the 3rd prince of the Golden Dragon demon clan in a duel, and the Golden Dragon monster clan chased after him, even my sister. It's really impressive. In this way, if my sister dies at your hands, I, the blood demon clan, will probably have to exterminate all 4 of your races. Xuanhuan's arrogant words made all the 4 demon cultivators a little angry and a little frightened. They really didn't expect that Xuanhuan would go to such great lengths for a blood demon princess. However, the 4 major demon cultivator races united together are not easy to mess with. It is simply impossible to destroy the 4 major races. After all, in such a large-scale genocide, people from the Demon Clan Alliance will definitely come forward. Put ones or in. Although it is a personal grudge, the Blood Demon Clan wants to wipe out the 4 major demon cultivator races at the same time, which will cause extremely heavy losses to the entire demon clan. It is impossible for the Demon Cultivator Alliance to allow the Blood Demon Clan to do this. We have made it very clear, Lord Xuanhuan. The leader of the Black Lin Demon Clan turned livid at this time. We have not seen the princess of the Blood Demon Clan. Don't bully her too much. If you really want to force us 4 tribes like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to go back today. Are you threatening me? The corner of Xuanhuan's mouth curled up slightly. He glanced at the people of the 4 major demon cultivator races in the field, then withdrew the blood-colored arm and returned it to his body in the form of blood-colored divine inscriptions. Take out all the true spirit imprints you used to deal with that human mountain ghost. Don't just take out the ones after leaving White Feather Star. If I really don't see my sister after reading it, I will naturally leave. Xuanhuan said calmly. In fact, he was sure that Hongying and Long Yu were together, but the other party refused to admit it, and he had no evidence, so it was really inconvenient to take action against these people. Next, it depends on how the other party deals with it. Take out the true spirit seal? Totally impossible. Xuanhuan knew very well that it was impossible for the other party to produce the true spirit imprint, because the scene in the true spirit imprint could not be changed. Once it was produced, the evidence would be conclusive and they would not be able to quibble. But if they refuse to admit it and don't show the true spirit seal, what will happen to Xuanhuan? When the main forces of the 4 demon cultivator races on the White Feather Star were all held back by Xuanhuan, the situation slowly changed in the void 100,000 miles away from the White Feather Star. Look, the black divine vortex seems to have shrunk a bit. If it continues at this rate, it will probably completely subside in a month. Yes, it's true. I don't know what that black stone tablet is. One of my friends since childhood actually died in it. Alas. The last time was really terrible. More than 200 people died in total. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been annihilated by the divine whirlpool. It would be impossible for me to still be here talking to you. Near the divine vortex that erupted from the 9 Nether Prison Monument, there are still about 200 powerful masters of the 4 demon clans who are all standing guard here. When they are bored, they chat with each other and observe the state of the divine vortex. More than 200 people were scattered into 4 groups. The masters of the secret realm of the 4 demon cultivator races gathered together and observed the divine vortex in the 4 directions. These people are required to stay and pay attention to the situation of the divine whirlpool at all times. If there are any major changes, they must notify other senior officials in the clan. So there is nothing to do on weekdays, so we just get together to chat. Sometimes people from the 4 major races will also communicate with each other and discuss matters related to cultivation. A total of more than 220 people gathered around the whirlpool of divine texts, observing every change in the vortex of the 9 nether divine scriptures. They did not know at all that Long Yu inside the 9 nether prison monument was still alive and was still practicing happily. Comprehending the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions. And now, what these 200 people didn't even expect was that other uninvited guests would arrive in this place. We're right here, we finally arrived. A woman hidden in the void came to the vicinity of the 9 nether divine text vortex, seemed to observe the nearby environment, and then sighed. Are you still late? A man's voice, containing the emotion of regret, also came from the void space, but no one could see him. Probably, in this case, there is no need to keep these guys around who have driven Long Yu to death. Let's do it, and leave no one behind. The woman's voice came out, and then a dark stream of light flashed in the void without anyone noticing. Hey, there seemed to be something coming over there just now, did you feel it? There were more than 200 people near the 9 nether divine wind vortex, including a few with relatively strong spiritual awareness. They suddenly looked towards the place where the woman's voice came from, with doubts in their eyes. Are you dazzled? What's there over there? The people around also observed it, and they all said that they didn't feel anything, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Are you too sensitive? How could there be any powerful existence in such a place? But after all, some people are still wary. After all, they are all powerful men who dominate the secret realm. If they were not wary, they would not be alive today and have cultivated to this point. Therefore, many people are ready in the crowd at any time. If there is any danger, they can react immediately and choose to fight or escape. At this moment, in the dark void, a piece of blood suddenly exploded. Just where more than a dozen strong masters of the secret realm from the Golden Dragon Demon clan gathered, a dark sharp blade suddenly cut through all of their bodies. Even though some of them were already alert and prepared for an attack, at this moment there was no way to dodge or resist. With just one move, the being in the darkness killed all 11 high-ranking masters and chopped them into 2 pieces. What happened? The demon cultivators in the other 3 directions were all shocked. Some people believed that danger was coming and immediately became extremely vigilant. However, it was already too late. Die. A woman's cold voice sounded from the void, and then a burst of misty fairy energy spread from the void, like a sea of mist, covering the place where more than 50 people from the Black Lin Demon clan gathered. More than 50 powerful men from the Black Lin Demon clan who dominated the secret realm reacted immediately, using their own methods to dispel the fog of fairy energy, but to no avail. The opponent's martial arts realm in the sneak attack was much higher than theirs. Immediately afterwards, in this mist of fairy energy, countless invisible sharp blades condensed, killing more than 50 strong men who dominated the secret realm with absolute sharpness and destructive power, and none of them could escape. On the other side of the Jinhua Demon clan, they encountered a situation similar to that of the strong ones from the Golden Dragon Demon clan. The blade flashed past in the darkness, and with a few blows, more than 50 strong masters who dominated the secret realm were all laid to death on the spot. Some people immediately thought when I wanted to escape, I found that the nearby space had been cut off, and I couldn't use the Space Divine spell to leave. Compared to the neatness of the 3 demon cultivator races, the situation where more than 100 people from the White Feather Demon clan gathered was much more chaotic. Black blades continued to condense from the void, attacking the powerful people who dominated the secret realm such as the White Feather Demon clan. And these powerful people did not sit still and wait for death. When the opponent launched a sneak attack, they could feel the opponent's aura and immediately launched a counterattack. It's a pity that the other party had the advantage of a sneak attack. Before the people of the White Feather Demon clan could react, they killed a small half of them first. The remaining half were no match for the sneak attacker. The Black Lin Demon clan, the Golden Moon Demon clan, and the Golden Dragon Demon clan were all killed by a single person. But on the side of the White Feather Monster clan, there are many people who attack simultaneously. Although these people are not as strong as the other 3 strongest, they are not weak, and their figures are extremely concealed. Even after launching a sneak attack, it is difficult to attack them. Make their presence felt. Escape. Someone immediately had the idea of escape and put it into action. After all, there were hundreds of people in the Bayou Monster clan, and it was impossible for them all to be killed in an instant. Taking advantage of the chaos, someone directly moved their body towards Bayou, flying quickly in the direction of the star. Although the Space Divine text is blocked and cannot be used, it is still possible to fly out directly. Unfortunately, can they escape? The one who escaped the farthest had even flown hundreds of miles away. He didn't feel the breath of other people around him at all, and finally a look of relief appeared on his face. I finally escaped, please report what happened here quickly. But just as he was thinking this, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed out in front of him. This strong man from the White Feather Demon clan, who was in the Middle Dominator realm, felt excited in his heart, and immediately transformed into the White Feather Demon clan's true form, which was a white-feathered monster. The giant bird activated the divine words in its body and instantly condensed a snow-white storm to resist the lightning. The figure of a pretty girl appeared in front of the strong mid-level master. There was a thunder mark carved on her forehead. She turned out to be Yi Ziwei. Want to run? It's not that easy. Yi Ziwei's eyes now also contain anger. She just saw the dark whirlpool of 9 nether divines, and Long Yu was in it. I am afraid that she has been forced to death by these people, so she will never forgive anyone. When Yi Ziwei was in the Shenwu world, she was taken away by Concubine Yu. Concubine Yu left the Joyo clan and came to look for Long Yu. Of course, Yi Ziwei followed her, and now Yi Ziwei has entered the secret realm of domination and has become a master in his name. With the power of the Taichu Thunder Seal, it was almost easy for her to deal with a white-feathered demon cultivator who was in the middle domination realm. Yi Ziwei appeared, and the identity of the person who had just launched a sneak attack on the demon cultivators of the 4 demon tribes was revealed. The woman surrounded by fairy energy was naturally Concubine Yu, the original saint of the Jiuyou clan. The others, of course, are Xuanhuan, Diao Fei, and other powerful people who dominate the secret realm from the Jiuyou clan's Ghost Shadow department. There are 100 people in total. With the help of sneak attacks and super powerful people like Yu Fei, the 4 are defeated. It is not a strange thing to kill more than 200 people from the Great Demon Clan in an instant. Yi Ziwei stopped in front of the Middle Master. The power of Taichu Thunder Seal exploded instantly. Under the terrifying lightning, the defense of the Middle Master was destroyed. The whole person vaporized instantly, leaving nothing in this world. Trace. Only one of the endless level weapons on his body was mostly destroyed by the Taichu Divine Thunder, and the world mark also remained, but the small world was probably almost destroyed. It should be all done. Yi Ziwei had just killed several demon cultivators from the White Feather Demon clan. Breathing the scent, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the 9 nether divine weapon whirlpool, recalling the days when he was with Long Yu. She flashed, disappeared from the spot, and flew towards the direction of the 9 nether divine text vortex. When Yi Ziwei arrived, Concubine Yu, Xuanhuan, and Diao Fei were already waiting for her. The 4 of them stayed near the 9 nether divine text vortex and watched the 9 nether divine text vortex in front of them. This divine whirlpool is so powerful that even if I break in rashly, there will only be a dead end. Concubine Yu, who was surrounded by fairy aura, had a bit of sadness in her beautiful eyes. She looked at the whirlpool of Jiuyou divine words with a look of loss. However, that boy may not be dead yet. Xuanbai chuckled softly at the side, his clothes were flowing and as chic as the wind. Long Yu, he is the most cunning boy I have ever seen. Even if he is going to die, there is no way he will die like this. I'm afraid he is still alive. Indefinite. Although the possibility is not high, we should still look forward to it. It will probably take a month for this 9 nether divine text vortex to dissipate. Let's just wait here for a month. Concubine Yu nodded, and then there was a fierce light in her eyes. If there are people from the demon clan coming during this period, we will still kill them all. I'm afraid this will attract people from the Monster Alliance. Diao Fei said abruptly on the side, this person has a gloomy face and doesn't talk much, but he can always think of the key points. The people from the Demon Alliance are no match for me even if they come. It's okay for them to kill my human race, but it's not allowed for me to kill their demon race? The corners of Concubine Yu's lips slightly raised. Unless a godlike existence comes over, I will definitely not give up. However, the human race and the demon race have a contract. The existence of the godlike realm can only be consistent with the outside world, not internally. If the demon race is like, if God intervenes in this matter, it will break the contract between the human race and the demon race, and the matter will become even bigger. Yi Zi pursed her lips slightly, her eyebrows knitted together, and looked at the whirlpool of Jiuyou divine words with worry, praying in her heart, Long Yu must not die like this. When Concubine Yu and others rushed over from outside the White Feather Star and instantly killed more than 200 people from the 4 demon clans, on the White Feather Star, the strong men from the alliance of the 4 demon clans were still confronting Xuelua. Oops, the people guarding the divine whirlpool seem to be in trouble, and no one can be contacted. Suddenly, someone in the 4 demon clan alliance said something like this, and then everyone else tried their own way, and found that sure enough, none of them could be contacted. They have long-distance communication methods created through time and space marks, but now no matter what message they send, they can't get an answer. If nothing happens, the group of people guarding the Xuanhuan whirlpool should send a message every once in a while. No matter what it is, they must express that nothing happens. But suddenly, all the 4 demon clans lost contact. This caused their expressions to change instantly. They all looked at Xuelua and the other people from the Blood Demon clan in front of them. You actually did such a thing and took the opportunity to sneak attack the rest of us. Damn it, people from the Demon Clan Alliance is already on the way. I want to see how you are going to explain it to the people in the Monster Alliance. Sneak attack on others? Xuanhuan was originally scolding the other party for taking out the True Spirit imprint, but now it seemed that all the people the other party was guarding in another place had an accident, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, it seems that you four monsters are really making trouble for yourself. I have no interest in making sneak attacks. If I want to deal with you, do I need to make sneak attacks? Xuanhuan laughed loudly. It seems that you have offended a lot of people. Stop talking nonsense and quickly take out the True Spirit imprint of the human mountain ghost on the white feather star. Otherwise, I won't even know what I will do. What happened? Xuanhuan, what do you want to do? Do you really want to kill all 4 demon cultivator races? At this moment, the voice of an old man with a compassionate mood suddenly came out from the time and space mark transmission array, and then a group of 5 people walked out of the time and space mark transmission array. As soon as these words came out, Xuanhuan's expression suddenly changed. Everyone in the field looked towards the direction of the time and space mark teleportation array. Among the 5 people in the group, the leader was a bald old man. It was exactly what this bald old man said just now. Behind the bald old man, there were 4 middle-aged men in the same attire, each with their own clothes. It exudes a tyrannical aura of strength, at least reaching the level of Xuanhuan. The 5 people were all wearing the same white robes. The robes were engraved with patterns of various demon beasts, representing the major demon cultivator races. This was the symbol of the Demon Alliance. People from the Monster Alliance. Everyone was shocked. It finally came. The people from the 4 major demon clan alliances were immediately ecstatic. The people from the Demon Clan Alliance arrived faster than they imagined, and as soon as they arrived, there were 5 super strong men with bloodshed level. As a result, this Xuanhuan of the Blood Demon Clan must not dare to be so arrogant, right? But unfortunately, what happened next disappointed them. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the bald old man. Old monkey, why are you here meddling in your own business now? When my sister was being chased, I didn't see you come out to dissuade me. Stop talking nonsense, now I just want to find my sister. If my sister dies, I won't let any of these guys go. Old monkey. This title immediately shocked everyone present. How dare you be so rude to Master Hozun? A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows behind the bald old man suddenly shouted at Xuanhuan. It doesn't matter. But the bald old man chuckled, raised his hand, stopped the people behind him from continuing to yell, and then said to Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan, you can rest assured, today, we are here to uphold justice, and the result will definitely not be disappoint you. Old monkey, I want to see how you deliver justice. Xuanhuan snorted and smiled mockingly. The people of the 4 major demon cultivator races were speechless when they heard that Xuanhuan was still so arrogant. At the same time, they were also a little scared in their hearts. After all, the Blood Demon Clan is one of the few powerful races in the Demon Clan territory that can occupy a galaxy by itself. If they really get angry, even the Monster Alliance may not be able to suppress them. Just seeing that Xuanhuan called the strong man of the Monster Clan Alliance, Old Monkey, but the bald old man was not angry, we knew what kind of status the Blood Demon Clan had in the Monster Clan's territory. First hand over all the True Spirit seals from the battle on White Feather Star. The bald old man wearing a white robe with various patterns of monsters and animals on the white robe, also known as the Old Monkey Master Hozun, raised his head directly and looked in the direction of the 4 major monster cultivator races, said to them. The Monster Clan Alliance has always been an organization that regulates various demon cultivator racial disputes within the Monster Clan territory, so fairness can still be expected. Because of this, Xuanhuan did not make things too difficult for the other party, but let the other party do what they did. After hearing what Master Hozun said, all the 4 demon cultivator races became confused. Do they really want to hand over the true spirit imprint from that time? Once handed over, you will be able to see the scene of their Golden Dragon Demon Clan's Great Elder severely injuring Hong Ying. Okay, hand it over. The seniors from the Demon Clan Alliance are here and won't let that Xuelua have the chance to attack us. The people of the Black Lin Demon Clan had never participated in the fight against Hong Ying, so they felt at ease at this time. They knew that if they did not hand over the true spirit seal, Xuelua would not be able to give up, so he advised the leader of the White Feather Demon Clan to say. The leader of the White Feather Monster Clan feels regretful now. If he had known that he would cause trouble to the Monster Clan Alliance, he might as well just hand it over. However, it was also because there were people from the Monster Alliance that he dared to hand it over. Otherwise, Xueluo might have killed them as soon as he handed it over. Now that Master Hozun is here, it is impossible for Xueluo to take action. Even if he is really guilty, it is not Xueluo's turn to take action. The Golden Moon Demon Clan also had nothing to do with Hong Ying, so they also persuaded the chief stewards of the White Feather Demon Clan and the Golden Dragon Demon Clan to hand over the true spirit imprint. Seeing that the two tribes had no choice, they could only hand over the true spirit imprint recorded at that time. He took it out and handed it to Master Hozun of the Demon Clan Alliance. The bald old man Master Hozun took the true spirit imprints and activated them, directly displaying the scene where Long Yu and Hong Ying fought with the Golden Flood Dragon Monster Tribe and others on the White Feather Star. Golden Dragon Demon Clan. When Xueluo looked at it, his eyes suddenly burned. The cause of the incident was that the Great Elder of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan brought people over to attack Long Yu and Hong Ying. Of course, these true spirit imprints also recorded Hong Ying, including Hong Ying's time at that time. The scene of the battle with the Great Elder of the Golden Dragon Monster Clan was all displayed in front of everyone. Seeing Xueluo's eyes blazing with fire, the chief steward of the Golden Flood Dragon Clan was extremely worried. Now the Great Elder may have died along with the human boy and the Blood Demon Princess. He hoped that Xueluo would not transfer his anger to other Golden Flood Dragon Clan. Although we were the cause of the incident, it was the four of us who joined forces that ultimately forced the human boy and others to death, so. The chief steward of the Golden Dragon Monster Clan looked around, thinking in his heart, and was not too worried. Anyway, now that Master Hozun of the Monster Clan Alliance has arrived, it is impossible to tolerate the demise of the four of them, so there should be no need to worry about safety. At most, just pay some compensation to the Blood Demon Clan. Xueluo and others continued to read. In those true spirit imprints, all the battles about Long Yu on White Feather Star were recorded, as well as all the scenes of Hong Ying. When they saw that Long Yu actually killed the 3 middle masters and 7 lower masters of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan, they were all shocked. Even the Black Lin Demon Clan and the Golden Moon Demon Clan did not know this before. The powerful demon cultivators were all shocked by this incident. This kid has obviously just stepped into the level of a 5-star emperor, right? To be able to defeat 3 mid-level masters and 7 lower-level masters. This is really unbelievable. Everyone present, including Master Hozun and the 5 super strong men of the Monster Alliance, were stunned by Long Yu's combat power. No one thought that Long Yu could defeat 10 masters with the cultivation level of a 5-star emperor. Kill them at the same time. It would be great if there could be such a genius among our demon clan, but it's such a pity. Master Hozun squinted his eyes and thought to himself. Immediately afterwards, the scene turned to Hong Ying. Hong Ying, with the cultivation level of a superior master, was able to resist the powerful master, the elder of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan, in a short period of time. It was also extremely powerful, but in some cases after seeing Long Yu's terrifying performance of leapfrog combat ability, Hong Ying's combat prowess did not surprise others too much. After all, it was already known that the Blood Demon Princess was powerful, but no one had heard of Long Yu, the human mountain ghost. But soon, the red warbler in the picture was hit by the magical power of the elder of the Golden Dragon monster clan, and one of its long legs was directly exploded. This picture made blood fall, eyes split, and fists clenched instantly. Damn it, this guy. Xuanhuan glanced at the crowd, but found that the elder of the Golden Dragon Demon clan was not among them, so he restrained himself from getting angry immediately, but planned to continue reading, and then make plans after reading all these true spirit imprints. Soon, Feng Yin mobilized 12 bloody guards to protect Long Yu, while she continued to fight against the elder of the Golden Dragon Demon clan with her seriously injured body. Such a scene touched both Xuanhuan and Hong Jun. Their sister, Feng Yin, chose to protect Long Yu first in such a critical time. Does this mean something? No matter what, they can only continue to watch now, trying to figure out what happened at that time. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu sacrificed the 9 Nether prison monument and shocked the elder of the Golden Dragon Demon clan on the spot. Feng Yin took the opportunity to bring the elder of the Golden Dragon Demon clan into her small world. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan and Hong Jun suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Long Yu and Feng Yin will not be in danger, right? The people of the Golden Dragon Demon clan alone can no longer put Long Yu and Feng Yin in danger, so next. As expected, Xuanhuan, Hong Jun and others continued to look down and found that Feng Yin quickly returned to her little world, probably to deal with the elder of the Golden Dragon Demon clan, while Long Yu took her little the world mark fled directly towards the time and space mark teleportation array. Then, the door to the space-time mark teleportation array slammed shut, preventing them from leaving. White Feather Monster Clan. Xuanhuan, Hong Jun and other members of the Blood Demon clan knew the reason immediately. It must be the leader of the White Feather Demon clan and others who ordered the door to the space-time mark teleportation array to be closed. This undoubtedly showed that the White Feather Demon clan already standing together with the Golden Dragon Monster clan. In this way, Long Yu and Feng Yin can be said to be the turtles in the urn. But what happened immediately after was beyond the expectations of many people. Long Yu turned into nothingness and completely disappeared from everyone's eyes. Then the images of these true spirit imprints were released. Then there were those shown outside the White Feather Star. Long Yu and Shi Tianlei appeared outside the protective barrier of the White Feather Star and were intercepted by Yun Liui. Then thousands of strong men from the 4 demon cultivator races gathered around and captured Long Yu. Being surrounded and forced to death, the power of the 9 Nether Hell monument exploded, forming a whirlpool of 9 Nether divine inscriptions. That stone tablet should be something left for him by the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor in the 9 Nether realm. Xuanhuan and Hong Jun knew Long Yu's true identity, so they could of course guess it. However, no one else present, including Master Ho Zun of the Demon Clan Alliance, knew what the stone tablet was. However, in this matter, the stone tablet is not the key point. The key lies in the current lives of Long Yu and Feng Yin. Xuanhuan, now that you've finished reading it, how do you feel? Master Ho Zun said with a slight smile. After reading it, these guys are really lying to me. They also said that they have never seen my sister. They clearly want to kill her together. In this case, it is impossible for me to forgive these guys. My sister's life must be used at the cost of killing her. Repay with blood, these guys must pay the price. Xuanhuan snorted coldly and glanced at the many powerful men of the 4 demon cultivator races. Wait a minute, don't be impulsive. Master Ho Zun smiled, I'm afraid your sister and that human kid are not dead yet. I don't think that human kid died so willingly. So, we might as well go to the divine whirlpool outside the White Feather Star. Let's take a look around, what do you think? Master Ho Zun, it will take about a month for the divine whirlpool to dissipate. We can wait a month and see how it goes. The leader of the Black Lin Demon clan reminded him. In this way, the Black Lin Demon clan can use this month to make good preparations. Even if they really fight with the Blood Demon clan, they will not be completely defeated. I think so too, but during this month, the leaders of your 4 demon clans cannot leave. They must observe the situation with us here until it is determined whether the human mountain ghost and the Blood Demon clan princess are alive or dead, and then decide how to deal with this matter. How about that? Master Hozun nodded and said. I don't think so. The blood fell to the side and he snorted coldly. If my sister is dead, wouldn't these guys live an extra month in vain? I won't agree to it. What if the princess is not dead? Master Hozun smiled. Then if you kill these people in advance, wouldn't they die unjustly? What's the injustice? Xuelua laughed wildly. They took the initiative to trouble my sister, even seriously injured her, and eventually forced her to die. Shouldn't they be taught a lesson for such actions? No matter what, let's go take a look outside the White Feather Star. We can't contact any of the more than 200 people we left nearby. I'm afraid something happened. The clan leader of the Golden Moon Demon clan suffered minimal losses in this battle, and did not gain much. If all the 50 or so people staying near the Divine Whirlpool were to have an accident, the losses would be too great. It's big, so now they want to go over and see what's going on. Okay, let's go and take a look first. Xueluo, come with us. Don't act rashly for now. Master Hozun said this, and at the same time quietly said to Xuelua, boy, don't be impulsive. There is a high chance that your sister is still alive. Snort. Xueluo snorted coldly and agreed with Master Hozun's statement. First, Xueluo naturally does not want anything to happen to Hong Ying, so he also hopes that Hong Ying is not in an accident and is still alive. Second, even if he wants to take action now, he cannot break through Master Hozun's blockage. The strength of Xuelua and Master Hozun of the Monster Clan Alliance is actually between equals. In terms of status, Master Hozun is not much worse than Xuelua. However, Master Hozun did have a good temper, and Xueluo didn't want to hurt his face too much, so he didn't say anything more. In short, he really had to go to the place where the Divine Whirlpool broke out outside the White Feather Star to have a look. You all said that the people you stayed near the Divine Whirlpool couldn't be contacted. It would be best if they all died. That would be very satisfying. Xueluo laughed loudly, and then followed Master Hozun and flew towards the White Feather Star. The 4 members of the Demon Cultivator race were immediately furious after hearing this. However, considering that the strength of their own race was really inferior to that of the Blood Demon race where Xuelua belonged, they could only swallow their anger in the end. A group of thousands of people, led by Master Hozun and other 5 people from the Demon Clan Alliance, rushed towards the place beyond the White Feather Star where the 9 Nether Prison Monuments' divine inscriptions erupted. Without any hindrance, 100,000 miles away, the distance can be reached quickly. After only 1 stick of incense, everyone was already close to the Divine Whirlpool. When they arrived here, they really felt the smell of blood permeating the void, as if they had just experienced a battle, or it could be said to be a massacre. Where are the people? The people of the 4 demon cultivator races were all shocked. None of the more than 200 people they had left here were gone. Judging from the bloody aura remaining in the void, it seemed that they had all been killed. In other words, was he led to another place? But if they were led away, it would be impossible for all the more than 200 people to follow, right? There's someone hiding nearby. When Master Hozun came to this area, his face suddenly darkened. With his cultivation, he could detect that there was someone hiding around him, but he could not sense where the other person was. This made him feel a bad feeling. You know, with Master Hozun's martial arts cultivation, except for the peak powerhouses in the godlike realm, there are very few people in this world who can escape the existence he senses. TSK, I'm afraid all the more than 200 people you left behind are dead. I am a member of the Blood Demon clan. I can smell the bloody aura remaining in this void. It is so strong that a massacre must have occurred. Xuelua clicked his tongue as he felt the atmosphere around him. Of course he also felt that someone was hiding here, but he was not nervous. After all, the enemy of his enemy is his friend. Killing those 4 guys from the demon cultivator race was what Xuelua wanted to do the most right now. Now that someone else had done it for him, he certainly felt very happy. In the void, near the 9 nether divine weapon whirlpool, Concubine Yu was hiding alone. As for Si Yuanbai, Diao Fei, Yi Ziwei, and others, they were all in her small world, making it harder for others to discover her. I didn't expect that the people from the Demon Clan Alliance actually came, but it doesn't seem to be because of the deaths of more than 200 demon cultivators here. The place they are paying attention to seems to be the whirlpool around the 9 nether prison monument. Why is this? Concubine Yu is hiding, and it is impossible for the other party to find her traces for a while. Of course, she will not show up on her own initiative. It wasn't until she heard Xueluo's words that she surmised some things, which she had never thought of. From the conversations between those people, it sounds like Long Yu also met a girl in the demon clan's territory, and that girl's identity is the princess of the Blood Demon clan, and she has been with Long Yu. Concubine Yu speculated on these things, and she became more hopeful. Maybe Long Yu and the Blood Demon princess were indeed not dead yet. In this way, I have an ally, the Blood Demon clan. If it is confirmed that Long Yu and the Blood Demon clan princess are dead, I can form an alliance with the Blood Demon clan. I believe they will be very happy. Concubine Yu thought in her mind, but she did not appear in front of the Demon clan for the time being. After all, she was from the human clan. She had killed more than 200 demon cultivators who dominated the secret realm here. If she was discovered by the other party, it would still be very troublesome. So she is not in a hurry to show up. If Long Yu and the Blood Demon princess are really dead, she doesn't have to hide anymore. She will definitely come out to kill them. But if Long Yu is not dead, she doesn't have to show up. Waiting, suffering. Xueluo and other hundreds of people from the Blood Demon clan, as well as thousands of people from the 4 major demon cultivator races, plus 5 people including Master Ho Zun from the Demon Clan Alliance, are all waiting near the 9 nether divine text vortex. During this period, the 4 demon cultivator races continued to send people to search the area, but they were never able to get any news about the more than 200 people they stayed here. The 200 people seemed to have evaporated from the world, and suddenly disappeared completely. The Monster Alliance also attaches great importance to this matter. Master Ho Zun asked the other 4 people to search everywhere to see if they can find any clues. The strange thing is that Master Ho Zun can always feel the hidden aura of someone around him, but that person just doesn't come out, and he couldn't find the other party. This made Master Ho Zun and Xueluo, 2 strong men who felt it, constantly guessing what the other party's purpose was. Could it be that you want to snatch that black stone tablet? After all, it was left by the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, and it is rumored that the death of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor is related to the gods. Could this stone tablet be the legendary object of the gods? Xuelua couldn't help but think like this. He never thought that the true identity of the person hidden aside would be Concubine Yu. Of course, it would be impossible for anyone else to figure it out, so he could only continue to guess like this. Time flies. 1 month is a long time, but for Long Yu, it is not too long. I have finally mastered the method of cultivating the heart of demon dust to the 3rd level. However, for the time being, I do not have the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to practice with, and it is impossible for me to go to Hanying's small world to practice in such a rich environment of 9 nether divine culture. After a month of practice, Long Yu learned a lot from the 9 nether prison monument. The method of cultivating the heart of demonic dust is still secondary. The main thing is that now he has finally reached the enlightenment level of the 9 nether divine texts. 1%. 10% of the 9 nether divine inscriptions in his body have been transformed into the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions. Just the change in the nature of this 10% power has doubled Long Yu's overall strength. If all of them are transformed, he will definitely be able to increase Long Yu's strength tenfold. Unfortunately, there was not enough time left. Long Yu could feel that the divine vortex around the 9 nether prison monument had basically dissipated. He had to leave the inner space of the 9 nether prison monument to deal with matters outside. Now, I hope the people from the Blood Demon clan must be waiting outside. Long Yu could only think this way. If there were still only people from the 4 demon cultivator races standing guard together, then he wouldn't mind another outbreak. Although the opponent might not be able to succeed if he was prepared, Long Yu had many ways to seduce the opponent. Attack the 9 nether prison monument. Hong Ying, how is your injury? Long Yu conveyed the news to Hong Ying in the small world of the blood-red pendant. Of course, what he was asking about was the injury caused by the fruit of her innate magical power, not the leg injury. Hong Ying's leg injury healed within a few days. After taking a healing demon pill, she quickly returned to her long, snow-white legs, as beautiful as before. However, the fruit of her magical power in the Blood Realm Illusion Realm was exploded in half by the elder of the Golden Dragon Demon clan, but it was not so easy to recover. About 1/10 of it has been recovered. I'm afraid it will take a year of rest to fully recover. Fortunately, the damage is not very serious, otherwise it will never recover for the rest of my life. The red warbler was a little lucky. In addition, Wei Yuyan has recast 19 pieces of endless level warriors, including one of the top-grade endless grade soldiers. I want it, eldest sister. As for the others, 3 pieces of top-grade endless grade soldiers and 15 pieces of mid-grade endless grade soldiers are given to me. You're fine. Hong Ying continued to talk to Long Yu. Is it really possible to recast it? It seems that wretched old man really has some skills. Long Yu was quite pleasantly surprised. As a result, there were a total of 18 endless-level combat weapons. If assigned to Shu Quan and the others, they would definitely be able to take their combat effectiveness to a higher level. This made Long Yu think of himself. My only endless-level warriors are the Dragon Blood Sacred Picture and the Holy Spring of the Sky. Both of them are only high-grade endless-level warriors. They seem to be a little outdated. In comparison, if the Dragon Bone Ancient Tower can be completely, after repairing it, I will be able to own an endless-level top-quality warrior. Long Yu thought in his heart. Although the Dragon Blood Sacred Diagram and the Skybreaking Sacred Spring are both methods he often uses now, they are actually not particularly powerful and are just endless-level high-grade soldiers with limited power, at least comparable to those recast by Wei Yuyan. Compared with that endless-level supergrade combat weapon, it is far inferior. Of course, Long Yu will not compete with Hong Ying for the war weapon. Now he has nearly 70,000 first-class divine crystals on his body. As long as he collects more 30,000 first-class divine crystals, the ancient dragon skeleton tower has been completely restored and turned into an endless-level top-notch warrior. It's a pity that Hong Ying doesn't have first-class divine crystals on her body now. This kind of cultivation resource can be condensed by the powerful person who dominates the secret realm with the divine crystals in the body, but it takes time. Hong Ying has no need for this thing, so she is not prepared. If she wants to condense the divine crystals now, the speed will be very slow. If she wants to condense 30,000 first-class divine crystals, it will take at least a year, regardless of the time. Condensation day and night. Therefore, it is useless to expect Hong Ying, and Long Yu cannot let a beautiful and powerful person like Hong Ying condense the divine crystals for him for a year. You can buy things like divine crystals as long as you have money. 30,000 first-class divine crystals cost at most 300 million demon coins. You can buy them directly when you have time to find a place. Hong Ying said this, and Long Yu felt relieved. He had not thought of it before, but now Long Yu remembered that he still had the ancient dragon skeleton tower that could be repaired. Once repaired, his combat effectiveness would be greatly improved again. Long Yu is still very much looking forward to how powerful the ultimate endless level warrior can be. Those endless level soldiers will have to be distributed after they leave. Now inside the Nine Nether Prison Monument, it is inconvenient to go in and out of the small world. Long Yu thought in his mind, trying to connect to the Nine Nether Prison Monument. Soon after arriving at the inner space of the Nine Nether Prison Monument, Long Yu discovered that he could use his spiritual thoughts to connect to the Nine Nether Prison Monument, and then sense the general situation outside the Nine Nether Prison Monument. In the past month, Long Yu could only feel the existence of the whirlpool of Jiuyo divine power, no matter what. But now, when he sensed the outside world again, he found that those power whirlpools had finally dissipated. It's almost time to leave. Long Yu thought to himself, and finally stood up, ready to come out of the inner space of the Nine Nether Prison Monument. Within a month, Shuelua, Hongjun, Master Ho Zun, and the powerful men of the four demon cultivator races all waited impatiently. But fortunately, the dark divine whirlpool was gradually fading away, giving them some hope. After a month, most of the dark divine whirlpool finally dissipated, and the remaining small part could no longer pose any threat to them. It is indeed a black stone tablet. It is really eerie and terrifying. I don't know what kind of existence it is. Master Ho Zun glanced at the Nine Nether Prison Monument that gradually appeared in front of them in the middle of the whirlpool of divine texts. He couldn't help but sighed. Even a strong man of his status had never come into contact with the level of the Nine Nether Prison Monument. Things. It's almost time to reveal it. If the human mountain ghost and my sister are still alive, they should come out soon. From now on, no one is allowed to approach that stone tablet, otherwise don't blame me for turning your back immediately. At this time, Shueluo became extremely nervous. He stared in the direction of the Nine Nether Prison Monument, expecting to see Long Yu or Hong Ying appear from there. The only possibility for them to survive is that the stone tablet has an internal space, and they are hiding inside. If they are still alive, they will definitely come out. Hong Jun on the side also said solemnly, compared with Shuelua, the blood demon Prince Hong Jun is not as talented in martial arts, but his relationship with Hong Ying is better. After all, they are biological siblings, and we walk together on weekdays. Of course, it's not that Shuelua and Hong Ying have a bad relationship, it's just that after all, Shuelua has been fighting on the alien battlefield and has spent less time with Hong Ying. In his heart, as long as she is his sister, no one is qualified. Bully. The four strong men of the demon cultivator race are also extremely nervous now. If no one comes out of the stone tablet, they may really have to face the wrath of Shuelua. But if the mountain ghost and the red warbler are not dead, wouldn't it mean that thunder from the sky, Qing Feng and others are also dead? Then wouldn't it be that all the efforts they made a while ago were completely in vain? This kind of contradictory psychology is filled with people from the four demon cultivator races, making them extremely uneasy. As everyone waited, they saw a figure slowly walking out from the huge dark stone tablet. He was wearing black clothes, with delicate features and bright eyes. It was Long Yu. It's that little mountain ghost from the human race. There was an exclamation in the crowd. These four members of the Demon Cultivator Race Alliance were all shocked and gnashing their teeth at this moment. This human boy mountain ghost used the giant black stone tablet to resist their fatal blow, and erupted into a terrifying divine whirlpool, involving more than 200 people from their four demon clans, killing and annihilating them all. He himself is not dead. What on earth is that stone tablet? These people all suffered a heavy blow deep in their hearts, and they all stared at Long Yu, unable to look away. Sure enough, he's still alive. Shuelua and Blood Demon Prince Hong Jun from the Blood Demon clan also smiled. They knew before that Hong Ying had returned to her own little world. Now that Long Yu came out, Hong Ying must be fine. They have even felt the breath of the blood-red pendant on Long Yu's chest, which is the mark of Hong Ying's small world. Master Ho Zun of the Demon Clan Alliance also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As a member of the Demon Clan Alliance, he has seen many genocide wars caused by various conflicts. If this time is not handled well, there will definitely be genocide. It would be a matter of time before the Blood Demon clan was angered. If the human boy comes out, then the Blood Demon princess must be fine. When Long Yu's figure appeared, Concubine Yu, who was hiding in the dark, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Long Yu was okay. Otherwise, she would definitely have to join forces with the Blood Demon clan to deal with the 4 people from the Demon clan. Since he's fine, I don't need to step in for the time being, but I'm afraid this matter won't end so easily. There are still good things to watch, so wait. Concubine Yu was hiding in the dark and observing. With her hiding ability, no one present could detect her, unless there were 2 more Shuelua and Master Ho Zun who joined forces to use their magical detection powers. Concubine Yu is still curious about the relationship between Long Yu and the rumored Blood Demon Princess, so she wants to see how the situation will develop next. After all, she doesn't know much about Long Yu, so it would be good to observe it secretly now. Long Yu walked out of the 9 Nether prison monument and immediately saw the thousands of powerful demon cultivators in the distance. Among them were Shui Luo and Hong Jun of the Blood Demon clan. This made Long Yu relax. With people from the Blood Demon clan around, there would be no problem with his safety. I sense the presence of the mistress. At this moment, Long Yu suddenly received the spiritual consciousness Xiaoshu's thoughts from the Void Dragon Blade, and was suddenly a little surprised. Hostess? That's Concubine Yu. Xiaoshu explained. She is coming? Long Yu's heart froze, and he controlled the balance secretly to detect the surroundings, but failed to detect the presence of Concubine Yu. However, the Void Dragon Blade was created by Concubine Yu, so the perception should be correct. So, Concubine Yu must be hiding nearby. The corners of Long Yu's mouth raised slightly. With Shui Luo and Concubine Yu around, he didn't have to worry about his own safety. 9 Nether Prison Monument, please put it away first. Long Yu did not immediately go over to join Shui Luo and the others, and of course it was impossible to point out that Concubine Yu was nearby. Instead, he first took back the 9 Nether Prison Monument to the 9 Nether Realm. What is worthy of Long Yu's attention is that after this outbreak, the atmosphere of the entire 9 Nether Prison Monument seems to be deeper and more gloomy, making people feel more difficult to control. It seems that it is not appropriate to use the 9 Nether Prison Monument as a shield. If it is not necessary next time, you must not rely on the 9 Nether Prison Monument. If it happens again, no one knows what the consequences will be. Long Yu thought to himself and became wary of this. After the 9 Nether Prison Monument was returned to the 9 Nether Realm, the aura of darkness in the entire void dropped sharply, and the Blood Demon Princess Hong Ying finally came out of her own little world. The Blood Demon Princess who appeared in front of Long Yu this time made Long Yu's eyes light up. This girl was seriously injured before. Now, except for the innate magical power in her body, she has fully recovered. Her whole skin is white and rosy, and she has become more and more tempting. We're still alive, Brother Long, it's amazing. Hong Ying giggled, took Long Yu's hand, and flew directly in the direction of Shui Luo and others. Long Yu didn't stop him. He couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Hong Ying's martial arts realm was much higher than him. Seeing the 2 people acting like this, many demon cultivators in the group of demon cultivators not far away couldn't help but open their eyes wide. Is this Blood Demon Princess actually so close to that human boy mountain ghost? But it makes sense to think about it. The 2 have gone through such a life and death struggle. It would not be justified if the relationship between the two was not good. However, this made many people in the scene feel a little psychologically unbalanced. Mainly because the strong men from the Blood Demon clan who followed Shui Luo and Hong Jun were all filled with indignation. Their princess Hong Ying of the Blood Demon clan was so close to a human race. It was really infuriating. Hong Juan's eyes also lit up. It seems that the relationship between my sister and brother Long is better. That's natural. Her ability to survive this time is inseparable from Long Yu's methods. Without Long Yu, we might not be able to see her. Shui Luo was naturally very happy to see the live red warbler, and he admired Long Yu even more in his heart. Originally, Long Yu killed the third prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan on the King-Killing Star, which only showed that he was very powerful among his peers. Although Shui Luo admired it, he did not think that Long Yu was too powerful. After all, the level of both parties was high. Different. But now, Shui Luo's view of Long Yu has completely changed. Even though Long Yu is only at the martial arts level of a 5-star emperor, he still protected Hong Ying and survived when the 4 demon clans jointly attacked him. Even if it were replaced by his Shui Luo alone, he might not be able to do this. Although it relied on the giant black stone tablet, Long Yu owned that stone tablet, which was also his ability. Little brother, cousin. Hong Ying pulled Long Yu and came directly in front of Shui Luo and Hong Jun, and then said apologetically, "I have caused trouble to you again. I can't blame you." Shui Luo smiled fondly and touched Hong Ying's head. "It's just that there are too many bad people in this world. It seems that 12 bloody guards can't guarantee your safety. Next time you go out, remember to bring 20 big masters with you. The bloody guard of the realm. I'm joking again. 20 blood-colored guards in the realm of great masters, wouldn't that mean that our Blood Demon clan's inventory will be emptied out?" Hong Ying chuckled, and then held Long Yu's arm. "I am still alive this time because of him, and I have gained a lot from this trip. Overall, I have made a profit." Long Yu glanced at her, but did not break away from her arm. He just thought to himself that the innate magical power fruit in Princess Shui Yao's body was damaged. It seemed that she was not going to tell Shui Luo and Hong Jun. She was probably afraid that they would be too worried. Generally speaking, the Blood Demon Princess must be considered a loss, because the magical power of the Blood Realm illusion is damaged, and even the endless level soldiers cannot replace it. For Long Yu, this trip is certainly a profit. The only possible loss is to use the 9 Nether Hell Monument to block it again, which may result in some bad images. Of course, there is also the exposure of the 9 Nether Hell Monument. There is nothing that can be done about it. If you don't expose the 9 Nether Prison Monument, you will die. In comparison, whichever one you choose, a normal person would make the same decision as Long Yu. Okay. Can you come back to the Blood Demon Galaxy with us now? Shui Luo laughed and looked at Long Yu with admiration. He didn't care about Hong Ying holding Long Yu's arm. "If this continues, if you keep wandering around outside, I won't even be able to protect you. I just said we should wait." Master Ho Zun from the Monster Clan Alliance on the side also smiled at this time. "Since the Blood Demon Clan princess is fine, let's just end this matter like this. After all, we are all members of the Monster Clan, so there is no need to make too much trouble. Everyone can go their separate ways from now on." "Yes, what are the people of the Blood Demon Clan doing here in Qiming Galaxy?" A middle-aged man behind Master Ho Zun snorted and said, looking quite dissatisfied with Long Yu and Hong Ying for making them wait for a month. "Just leaving like this will leave a bad debt. Some things are better resolved as soon as possible." Shui Luo shook his head, with a murderous look in his eyes, and suddenly turned back to look at the people from the Black Lin Demon Clan, the White Feather Demon Clan, the Golden Moon Demon Clan and the Golden Dragon Demon Clan. The leaders of the 4 tribes were startled for a moment, but they quickly recovered and were not frightened by Shui Luo. because there were people from the Monster Clan Alliance present, and Master Hozun could not let Xuelua mess around. We also think so. If there is any debt, it would be better to settle it as soon as possible. The chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan had a gloomy face and nodded, actually agreeing with Xuelua's statement, but the score we want to settle has nothing to do with you Blood Demon Clan. Immediately afterwards, the chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan turned his head and looked at Long Yu. This son is from the human race, but he is going on a killing spree in the territory of our demon tribe. He is lawless. He killed the third prince of our tribe first and imprisoned the elder of our tribe. After that, I, the Golden Dragon Demon Clan, will definitely not let this person go. Master Hozun, please uphold justice today and let us take down this human kid. As soon as these words came out, Long Yu suddenly narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the Golden Dragon Demon Clan was still not convinced. Long Yu is not afraid now. After all, Concubine Yu is also nearby. Even if Master Hozun from the Monster Clan Alliance doesn't help him, Concubine Yu can't stand idly by. However, Hongying, who was holding his arm, was not happy anymore and glared at the chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan. Why are you imprisoning your elders? I tell you, your elders are dead. From now on, you will never be allowed to do anything again. I can't see you Great Elder anymore, but if you want to take revenge, you have to be mentally prepared. Hongying's words immediately shocked the remaining 8 people present from the Golden Dragon Demon tribe. The Great Elder is dead? How can this be? Even though he was accidentally brought into the small world by the Blood Demon Princess, with the Great Elder's methods, even if he couldn't escape, he wouldn't die, right? Of course the demon cultivators like the Golden Flood Dragon Clan would not know that there is also the existence of the wretched old man Wei Yuyan in Hongying's little world. After successive losses, only the last 8 members of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan are left. Among these 8 people, there are 4 great masters and 4 high-ranking masters, including the great steward of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan who is in the realm of great masters. From the beginning, the 3 middle masters and 7 lower masters of their Golden Dragon Demon tribe were killed by Long Yu using the 4-phase killing prison. Their spirits and souls died, and even their bodies were taken away by Long Yu, leaving nothing behind. Down. Immediately afterwards, the Great Elder was taken into the small world by Hongying. Now they know that the Great Elder is also dead. Secondly, 1,000 demon cultivators joined forces to attack Long Yu, triggering the 9 Nether Prison Monument to erupt, killing more than 10 Secret Realm demon cultivators who were the masters of the Golden Dragon Demon tribe. Finally, when Concubine Yu came over, she killed all the demon cultivators left behind. The Golden Dragon Demon Clan suffered extremely heavy losses. So now, there are only the last 8 demon cultivators from the Golden Dragon Demon Clan left in the field. The chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon tribe looked livid as he stared at Long Yu and Hongying. You guys will not die well. I know who is going to die a good death. Hongying smiled disdainfully. The third prince of your clan thought he was invincible in his own realm, and took the initiative to provoke the Mountain Ghost, only to be killed by the Mountain Ghost in an upright manner in the martial arts arena. Millions of people saw this, but you, the Great Elder, desperately wanted to hunt down the Mountain Ghost, and now you are dead. I would like to see how stupid you Golden Dragon Monster Clan people are, and how many people must die in this matter before you are willing to give up. Yes, my sister and this little brother from the human race have never thought of causing trouble. It's always been you, the Golden Dragon Monster Clan, who have come to find us. Now that we have suffered such heavy losses, who can blame us? Xueluo also said calmly at the side, if you continue to struggle, your losses will be even more severe. I would like to advise you, as a practitioner who dominates the secret realm, you should still be able to see the situation clearly, right? In fact, people like the Golden Dragon Demon Clan also know that the losses this time are too great. Not to mention that the human mountain ghost is not dead yet, even if they have really killed it, they will lose more than they gain. But the key question is that now that the matter has come to this, they have no way out. If they go back like this, how will they face other people in the clan? Of course, if you really want to seek revenge from me, I won't give you a chance. Long Yu waved his hand at this time and said directly to the chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan, with the seniors of the Demon Clan Alliance testifying here, you should not dare to cheat. Listen carefully. If you want to seek revenge from me, just send the younger members of your clan, no matter who it is, I will fight, one-on-one, no matter life or death. No matter what the outcome is, let this matter be settled like this, okay? The reason why Long Yu said this was because he had considered it. The third prince of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan was already considered the strongest being among the younger generation of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan. Even if he were 5 years older, he would at most be in the lower realm of domination. Now Long Yu has just comprehended the 4 phases of killing prison, and also comprehended 10% of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts. He is about to experiment and see what his current strength is. Long Yu's words immediately shocked everyone around him, including Hong Ying. Hong Ying didn't expect that Long Yu would actually take the initiative to ask for a fight. Could it be that this boy has made a breakthrough in his cultivation this month? The princess of the Blood Demon Clan had a pair of beautiful eyes, and her eyes looked at Long Yu with a different look, but she didn't say anything. Since Long Yu raised the challenge, she must be sure. Even when I was the 5-star emperor, it was not a problem for me to leapfrog the 7-star emperor. Even if I faced a lower-level master, I still had enough means to save my life. Brother Long will definitely not be inferior to me. Hong Ying thought in her heart, the corners of her lips raised slightly, but she was very confident in Long Yu. Brother, are you sure? Xuelua's face straightened up and he asked Long Yu quietly. Don't worry, as long as you don't reach the middle level, there should be no problem. Long Yu nodded and said with great certainty. I can rest assured that. Xuelua nodded, feeling relieved, then raised his head and looked at the chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan, snorted lightly, and said disdainfully, Did you hear that? You Golden Dragon Demon Clan can come over, as long as they are the younger generation, this little human brother will accept the challenge. The limit for this younger generation is 30 years old. Under 30 years old, you can send anyone over here. Xuelua still knows a little about the Golden Dragon Demon Clan. The strongest among the Golden Dragon Demon Clan's cultivators under the age of 30 is the second prince of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan, who is also the brother of the former third prince. He is at the level of a lower-ranking master. Although the second prince's martial arts talent is not as good as that of the third prince, he is still a lower-ranking master, and his overall strength is much stronger than that of the third prince. We can just ask the second prince to come over and avenge his brother. I believe the second prince will not refuse. The great master of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan whispered to the chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan. The chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan was also startled by Long Yu's provocation. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. He felt that Long Yu must be certain that he dared to issue such a challenge. Yes, but for such a challenge, someone must testify. Please ask Master Ho Zun from the Demon Clan Alliance to testify for us. During the challenge, no one else can help, even secretly, otherwise it will be regarded as if you fail, life and death will be decided by the other party. How about that? The chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan hugged his fists respectfully to Master Ho Zun, and then said to Long Yu. No problem, I won't let anyone help. Long Yu chuckled and agreed directly. If there is still power in the 4 ancient palaces, he will not be afraid of even the middle lord, let alone the lower lords. Unfortunately, the power of the 4 ancient palaces has been exhausted. Presumably, the other party was wary because Long Yu had used the power of the 4 ancient palaces to explode and kill all 3 middle masters and 7 lower masters, thinking that Long Yu was secretly relying on the power of others. Really? You can't call anyone out of your little world. The chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon clan said with a cold snort. He must have thought that Long Yu had called out some strong man from the small world before, so that he could kill the 10 masters of the secret realm in their demon clan. This was a benefit to Long Yu. This represented the 4 phases. No one has guessed the secrets and connections between Killing Prison and the 4 ancient palaces. Don't worry, instead of restricting me like this, you should think more about the consequences. If you lose, you are not allowed to trouble me anymore. Long Yu said calmly. As Senior Master Ho Zun testifies, we will definitely abide by our agreement. The chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon clan said solemnly. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you say when you were dueling with the third prince that he would not embarrass me no matter what the outcome was? But now he is hundreds of millions of miles away, chasing me to the Qiming galaxy. Long Yu said contemptuously. This sentence directly choked all the people of the Golden Dragon Demon clan, and they were unable to say a word, because they had no way to refute Long Yu's words. Fortunately, they were not embarrassed for long, because soon, the other 3 demon cultivators also joined forces and started to attack Long Yu. The leader of the Black Lin Demon clan jumped out first and said to Long Yu in a stern manner, "We, the Black Lin Demon clan, also have a great grudge against you and must avenge it. Please ask Master Ho Zun to testify. Our clan strong Yu Demon Ju, so people perished in the ancient ruins of the galaxy, and this son harbored the murderer Xiao Qingfeng, Xiao Tianlei and the White-Feathered Demon clan for rebellion. They are the accomplices of our enemies and must be eliminated. Actually, the demon-controlled Jew of your Black Lin Demon clan was too stupid. The cause of his death was exactly the same as that of the person in your clan who was swept to death by the divine whirlpool a month ago." Long Yu chuckled and said, "At that time, Umo Ju led people to besiege me, Shi Qingfeng, and all my colleagues from the Jin Yu monster clan. Ruo Kaiming of the Jin Yu monster clan was caught by Umo Ju and took Umo Ju directly. They surrounded me and Shi Qingfeng, and then, Umo Ju directly killed Ruo Kaiming, and then wanted to kill us. The situation after that was exactly the same. I sacrificed the stone tablet, and the power of the stone tablet exploded, and they were killed by their own, the power rebounds and dies." These words made the people of the Black Lin Demon clan turn pale. It is true that the Demon Master is the strongest among their tribe, but in comparison, the tribesmen who were killed by the explosion of the power of the stone tablets a month ago are more important. After all, a total of more than 50 people died in the divine whirlpool. Hit. Everything is caused by Long Yu. These people from the Black Lin Demon clan would not think that it was their initiative to attack Long Yu that led to the death of their own people. Anyway, for them, they must kill Long Yu, unless... Stop talking nonsense. We, the Black Lin Monster clan, have unanimously decided that unless you hand over the 100,000 White Feather Monster clan traitors like Qingfeng and Tianlei, we will also challenge you to fight. The younger generation of the clan, I have long thought that there will be geniuses from the human race territory. The leader of the Black Lin Demon clan said with a cold snort. In that case, let's come. The conditions are the same as those of the Golden Dragon Monster clan. It doesn't matter whether you live or die. And after it's over, each other is not allowed to cause trouble to the other party. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. To be honest, I'm not afraid of you causing trouble, but you are all like a swarm of flies, leaving me no time to practice. It's really abominable. As soon as these words came out, all the 4 demon clans in the field became angry. Fly? The 4 powerful monster clans were actually regarded as flies by this human boy? Is it tolerable or not? Immediately afterwards, the clan leader and elders of the Jinhua Demon clan also stood up and directly declared war on Long Yu. Stop using your words. If you don't hand over Shi Qingfeng, Shi Tianlei, and others today, we, the Jinhua Demon Clan, will also I want to challenge you. With Master Ho Zun from the Monster Alliance present, they didn't dare to mess around, so if they wanted to take revenge, they could only challenge them alone. The Golden Dragon Demon Clan, the Black Lin Demon Clan, and the Golden Moon Demon Clan successively challenged Long Yu. In the end, the White Feather Demon Clan was left, and they also did not fall behind. The leader of the White Feather Demon Clan can only stand on the side of the four tribes now, so since they want to challenge, the White Feather Demon Clan must also send someone to challenge, so that they can be considered in the same camp. Human Mountain Ghosts, as long as you hand over Shi Qingfeng and Shi Tianlei, the grudges between us can be forgotten, how about that? The leader of the White Feather Demon Clan tried to persuade Long Yu. If I don't hand them over, will you, the White Feather Demon Clan, also send people to challenge me? I will accompany you anytime and anywhere. You four demon cultivators will join forces and challenge me one after another. Okay. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, and then said to Master Ho Zun of the Monster Alliance, Master Ho Zun, in this case, I ask you to uphold justice in these four duels. Although I am a human being, the human race and the monster clan, we have been in alliance for a long time. In fact, it is not an exaggeration to say that we are a family, don't you think so? Well, don't worry. Although the Demon Clan Alliance only manages the internal affairs of the Demon Clan, it will not let our fellow humans suffer injustice in the Demon Clan's territory. Don't worry about this. The bald old man, Master Ho Zun, chuckled, the four duels will be held here. The place is relatively empty and will not affect other people. Moreover, everyone's time is precious, so it is better not to delay it any longer. Master Ho Zun, we are now notifying the second prince of our clan to come over. I'm afraid it will take 3 days. Hearing this, the chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan was a little anxious and said immediately, It doesn't matter, little human brothers can take a day off for every battle. In the first 3 battles, let the young geniuses from the Black Lin Demon Clan, White Feather Demon Clan and Golden Moon Demon Clan appear. Master Ho Zun waved his hand and came up with a good idea. In this regard, whether it was Long Yu, Hong Ying, Shui Luo, or the members of the 4 Demon Clan alliances, they all nodded in agreement. There was nothing wrong with this competition order. I'm afraid this kid won't last until the 4th day. In my opinion, he will be defeated on the first day of the duel. On the side of the White Feather Monster Clan, someone sneered and said that of course they couldn't see Long Yu winning. Before the duel even started, they began to do their best to ridicule and belittle Long Yu, trying to put psychological pressure on Long Yu. It's a pity that Long Yu was unmoved by this. No matter what those guys said, he didn't listen at all. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and glanced at the many demon cultivators from the Black Lin Demon Clan, the Golden Moon Demon Clan and the White Feather Demon Clan, and then suddenly said, Such a bet is meaningless. If you want to duel with me, you want to my life, I accept the challenge. If I don't get any benefits if I win, it's really unjustifiable. What do you think, Master Ho Zun? The bald old man, Master Ho Zun, had no objection to this. He just said, You can discuss this among yourselves. I will not participate in the discussion. I am just a witness. No matter what you want, I will get it for you after you win. But boy, if you lose, you will really lose your life. Are you going to stop thinking about whether to accept their challenge? It depends on whether they accept my bet conditions. If I win, you have to hand over 12,000 first-class divine crystals, of any attribute. Black Lin Monster Clan, White Feather Monster Clan, Jinhua Monster Clan, can you agree to this condition? Long Yu looked at the 3 clan leaders of the demon cultivator race and put forward his own conditions. 12,000 first-class divine crystals, no matter what their attributes are? This condition surprised them a little, not because it was difficult, but, this kid, what is the use of so many first-class divine crystals? For the three patriarchs of the demon cultivator race, it is simply a piece of cake to come up with 12,000 first-class divine crystals. After all, they are the patriarchs of a large demon cultivator race. However, they didn't know what the purpose of Long Yu's coming was, so they were very confused. I can promise you 12,000 first-class divine crystals as a bet. If you win, I can give them to you, but there is a condition. The leader of the Black Lin Demon clan curled his lips slightly. When you win only one game, we will hand over the divine crystals and put them in the hands of Master Hozun. Only after you finish all 4 games, these divine crystals can. How about giving it to you? It's not your turn to propose conditions now, is it? Long Yu laughed. Even if I don't want to accept your challenge now, you can't stop me. Brother Xuelua, are you right? Yes, if you want to duel with your little brother, then accept his request, or I will take him away directly. Although Xuelua didn't know what Long Yu wanted the first-class divine crystal to do, of course he wanted to speak for him now. He snorted coldly and glanced at the leader of the Black Lin Demon clan. Then you want to take away 12,000 first-class divine crystals every time you win a game? The face of the Black Lin Demon clan changed slightly. Do you want to use these divine crystals to enhance your own strength? So what? Long Yu chuckled. Of course, since you have put forward the conditions, I can also satisfy you a little. I don't need these divine crystals for the first 3 battles, but before the duel with the second prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan, I will take them. Take all these divine crystals. Can. Hearing this, the leader of the Black Lin Demon clan nodded solemnly. The chiefs of the White Feather Demon clan, the Golden Moon Demon clan, and the chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon clan, although they are also a little confused about this and feel that something is wrong, but as Long Yu said, if he does not accept this condition, he can just leave. Why accept their challenge? In order to get the challenge and the opportunity to kill Long Yu openly, the top leaders of the 4 demon clans all compromised with Long Yu. In fact, Long Yu wants these divine crystals, of course, because he wants to completely repair the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda before fighting against the second prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan. In that way, he will have an endless level masterpiece like the dragon skeleton ancient pagoda. War soldiers will be more confident in dealing with the second prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan, who is already in the lower realm of domination. As for the Black Lin Demon clan, the White Feather Demon clan, and the Golden Moon Demon clan, among the young generation under 30 years old, the strongest ones have not yet entered the Dominion Secret Realm. After all, if you want to step into the Dominion Secret Realm, you need resources. There are simply too many. Even with all the efforts of the entire clan, without sufficient talent, it will be difficult for a cultivator to enter the secret realm of domination before the age of 30. Among the White Feather Monster clan, Shi Qingfeng, who originally had a third-class bloodline, might still be able to become a master before the age of 30. However, now, Shi Qingfeng is considered a traitor by them. Strictly speaking, he is no longer a member of the White Feather Monster clan. Member. Among these 3 races, young demon cultivators under the age of 30 can at most find a few 7-star emperors. For Long Yu, there is no pressure at all to deal with them. Information about the strength of the young generation of these demon cultivators was all recorded in a jade slip that Xue Luo had just given to Long Yu. So Long Yu understood it after taking a glance at it. That was why he had such confidence and challenged the younger generation of powerful men from their 3 tribes. In the realm of humans and monsters, those who can step into the secret realm of domination at the age of 30 are considered elites of the clan, and are candidates for the peak power in the future. For example, when Long Yu was still in the Lushan clan, he met the Tianbubu, a disciple of Tian Xuanhe, the powerful Tsang Xiajijian of the Hidden Sword tribe, and Zhubanyan. These are the most talented young people among the top tribes of the Lushan clan. Rao is such a famous genius as Tian Xuanhe, but it was only at the age of 28 that he completely crossed that bottleneck and entered the secret realm of domination because of Long Yu. Therefore, among the Black Lin Demon Clan, the White Feather Demon Clan and the Golden Moon Demon Clan, it is completely normal that there is no one who dominates the secret realm in this generation. Of course, after all, these demon cultivator races are not too weak. Even if the younger generation of their clan has not entered the secret realm of domination, at the level of the 7-star Emperor, they can almost crush other ordinary martial arts cultivators of the same realm. Therefore, there will still be some pressure when dealing with Long Yu, but of course the pressure will not be too great. For the leader of the Black Lin Demon Clan and others, they are very confident in the geniuses in their own clan. After all, the 2 martial arts secrets inherited by their clan are very strong, and there are endless level warriors. A human boy in this realm shouldn't have any problems. We just need to pay attention to whether this kid asked other people to help him in the battle. Before he dealt with the 10 dominators of the Golden Dragon Monster clan alone, he must have relied on the help of others. This person should be from him. Small world. Don't worry. Master Hozun will testify for us this time. That kid will definitely not dare to use any tricks and can only rely on his own strength to fight. Hee, how can a mere 5-star emperor be compared with the powerful genius at the peak of our clan's 7-star emperor? Among the 3 races, including the Black Lin Demon Clan, the demon cultivators were talking a lot and were very confident in the geniuses within their own clans. As for Long Yu, they were leisurely waiting for them to send someone to challenge them. Have you figured it out? Who is going to play today? Come out quickly. You still need to rest after playing. Seeing them talking and discussing endlessly, Long Yu yawned and urged. Let us, the Black Lin Demon Clan, be the first to challenge. Yuemo Ju's niece, Yuemo Shui, now wants to avenge her uncle, so give her a chance. Among the Black Lin Demon Clan, someone quickly discussed the results and selected a 7-star emperor, a woman who was about 27 or 28 years old. This woman looked exactly like a girl. She was wearing black tights and had a curvy figure. However, when she stood up and looked at Long Yu, her eyes were full of hatred. This girl is the niece of Yuemo Ju, Yuemo Shui, who died in the ancient ruins of the galaxy. Oh, it's a girl, Brother Long, don't be soft when the time comes. As soon as she saw that the other party was a beautiful woman, Hong Ying, who was beside Long Yu, immediately pinched Long Yu and said with a giggle. Long Yu didn't pay attention to Hong Ying's movements. He focused on the girl who appeared on the other side. Yuemo Shui is an extremely outstanding figure among the younger generation of the Black Lin Demon Clan. Although he is only the 7-star emperor and has not stepped into the secret realm of the master, it is said that he has fought against the lower masters and even suppressed them. Long Yu got information about the girl named Yuemo Shui from the jade slip that had just been given to him. This girl was Yuemo Ju's niece, and she seemed to have a deep affection for Yuemo Ju. Mountain Ghost, get out. Yuemo Shui walked out of the team and stared at Long Yu with hatred. My third uncle treats me like his own daughter. He has been very good to me since I was a child. However, he died because of you. Today, I will do it for my third uncle. Uncle, take revenge. The third uncle she was talking about, of course, meant Yuemo Ju. Your third uncle came to kill me, can't I resist? Your logic is really strange, and the reason why he died was because he attacked me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to kill him. You know he is a strong man who dominates the secret realm. Long Yu said calmly and walked out of the field. Long Yu and the girl Yuemo Shui soon arrived in the void in front of everyone and faced each other, attracting the attention of thousands of cultivators present. Yuemo Shui is wearing a black tights, and her exquisite figure has attracted many young practitioners. They have already heard about Yuemo Shui. They usually treat Yuemo Shui as a goddess, and they wish they could carry her shoes. The cow becomes the horse. Now seeing that Yuemo Shui was going to have a life-and-death fight with a human boy, these young cultivators became excited. Sister Shui, kill him and let the boys know how powerful our Black Lin monster clan is. A human boy who is just a 5-star emperor dares to accept the challenge of our Sister Shui. He is really impatient. Sister Shui can kill him within 3 moves. Don't lose the face of our demon tribe. If you can kill this human kid, our Jinhua demon tribe will definitely not treat you badly. People from the 4 major demon cultivator races roared out one after another. Their momentum was very fierce, and they had the tendency to kill Long Yu with their eyes. However, Shuelua, Hongjun and Hongying are not worried about Long Yu. After all, this boy has inherited the small world of Jiuyo Dragon Emperor. He must have many incredible methods, some of which are even incomparable to Shuelua. Above, such as the huge black stone monument. This boy, I don't know if he is willing to do something to a beautiful woman. Hong Jun said with a smile, very interested in this duel. Although he knew that Long Yu was powerful, he had never seen Long Yu fight against a beautiful woman. He will take action, I'm sure. Shuai Luo narrowed his eyes. Although he had spent the shortest time with Long Yu, he had a very thorough understanding of Long Yu's character, because he saw some reflections of himself in Long Yu. If Shuai Luo plays on his own, he will never underestimate his opponent because he is a woman or his identity, because that would be irresponsible for his own life. Hong Ying didn't speak at the side, but it could be seen from her eyes that she was also very concerned about Long Yu's duel. What she cared about was obviously not who would lose between Umo Shui and Long Yu, but who would win. Will he kill that beautiful woman? There is no doubt that from this point, we can see some of Long Yu's character. Everyone in the field was waiting to see, including Concubine Yu, who was hiding in the dark. However, Concubine Yu now noticed that Master Ho Zun of the Demon Clan Alliance and Shuai Luo of the Blood Demon Clan began to intensify their exploration of the surrounding areas. You have to be more careful to ensure that you are not discovered. It seems that Master Ho Zun is quite fair. In this way, no one can ruin this duel. Concubine Yu thought in her mind that she still didn't want to come forward. At least she didn't want to have any head-on conflict with the people of the Monster Alliance. After all, she had just killed more than 200 monster masters here. Although it was thought that Long Yu was dead at the time, so he made the decision out of anger, but people cannot be resurrected, and if they are already killed, they will be killed. If it appears now, it will easily cause disputes. Therefore, Concubine Yu remained completely hidden and had no intention of coming forward now. In the field, Umo Shui, a beauty from the Black Lin Demon Clan, looked at Long Yu with hatred in her eyes. Her forehead and cheeks were covered with black patterns, making her whole style look even more sexy. Unfortunately, no matter what she looks like, she can't have any impression on Long Yu. There was only indifference in Long Yu's eyes, and he was always wary of the other party taking action. Thieves, die! Umo Shui Jiao screamed, her whole body moved as fast as the wind, like a black lightning. A burst of terrifying black divine words burst out from her eyes full of hatred, turned into a black tornado, and rolled towards Long Yu. The magical power of the Emperor, the Black Lin Whirlwind. This is a kind of magical power that is more commonly understood by cultivators in the Black Lin monster clan. Due to the blood relationship of these demon cultivators, many of the innate magical powers they have learned are the same, due to inheritance and inheritance. The Black Lin Whirlwind was obviously used by Umo Shui to test Long Yu's magical powers. Its power is not very great, but it is unleashed by the 7-star Emperor. If it were to deal with an ordinary 5-star Emperor cultivator, it would probably be able to crush the opponent in just one encounter. Of course, this move was nothing to Long Yu. He squinted his eyes and opened the Dragon Blood Sacred Diagram. Now he and the Dragon Blood Sacred Diagram, an endless level high-grade weapon, have reached a resonance level. Although it is the lowest level of compatibility, it can still exert its greater power. Dragon Blood Sky Shield Picture. Long Yu shouted sharply, and a blood-colored shield suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, floated out, and stopped in front of the opponent's Black Lin Whirlwind, instantly blocking the extremely destructive Black Lin Divine Whirlwind. Dragon Blood Sky Spear Picture. Long Yu then activated the Dragon Blood Sacred Diagram, and a blood-colored spear flew out from the Dragon Blood Sacred Diagram. This time, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Spear Diagram directly exploded with 3 times the power, exerting the powerful effect of the Endless Level Warrior. The blood-colored spear flew forward and instantly exploded in the whirlwind of Black Lin Divine Writings. The bloody and black lins burst out and intertwined together, forming a whirlpool of divine writings, sucking both Long Yu and Umo Shui into it. However, this level of divine vortex is undoubtedly far inferior to the divine vortex that erupted when the 9 Nether Prison Monument was attacked. It is not even a threat to Long Yu, let alone that the magic water. Although Umo Shui is a woman, she is a member of the demon clan. The physical strength of the demon clan is naturally much stronger than that of human monks, so at this moment, her delicate body in black tights is not afraid of that wave of gods at all. When Xuanhuan was involved in it along with Long Yu, the battlefield between the two was re-established in the divine whirlpool. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. Long Yu used the Dragon Blood Heavenly Spear with 3 times the power to smash the opponent's Black Lin Cyclone into pieces, then rushed into the divine whirlpool, condensed the Mad War Divine Vortex with 1 punch, and smashed hard at the delicate body of the demon controlling water. Go. Want to fight me head-on? Seeing this, the corners of Umo Shui's sexy lips raised slightly, and he chuckled disdainfully. His whole body was suddenly enveloped in black energy, and he transformed into a 4-legged beast covered in black scales, directly transforming into his true body. This black scaly beast roared towards Long Yu, and the black divine power continued to spread from her body, condensing into jet-black light pillars, and continuously bombarded towards Long Yu. Each light pillar was a move of the Emperor's divine power. However, Long Yu had no intention of backing down. He raised his fist and directly used his physical body to punch the opponent's jet-black light pillar. With just such a punch, he directly exploded the jet-black light pillar. One after another, jet-black light pillars bombarded towards Long Yu, but Long Yu punched again and again, blasting these jet-black light pillars, and then approached the female Umo Shui who had transformed into the Black Lin Demon Clan's body. Long Yu's entire body was almost on fire with the Mad War divine inscriptions. At this time, the Mad War celestial body was once again further improved. Although it had not yet broken through to the Deshang state, it had strengthened Long Yu's physical body even more than before. With such a tyrannical body, how is it possible for a human boy? Seeing Long Yu exploding her imperial magical power attack method with punch after punch, the eyes of the Black Lin beast transformed from the magic water were filled with shock, but it also made her more interested in Long Yu. Forget it, you can survive the joint attack of the 4 tribes, you must be extraordinary in your own way. I underestimate you, but you will be finished soon. A sinister look appeared in Umo Shui's eyes, and the dark divine inscriptions were once again shrouded all over her body. In the corner that no one could see with the naked eye, a black and white chessboard warrior appeared. This warrior turned out to be an endless level top-grade warrior, and she used it was extremely hidden, and not many people watching the battle noticed the appearance of the black and white chessboard. Give me death, the calamity of life and death. Umo Shui let out a sweet cry, and suddenly a burst of white light and black light intertwined from the endless high-grade chessboard soldiers, instantly forming 2 death scythes, one black and one white, and rolled towards Long Yu at the speed of lightning and flint. Come over. Almost at the moment when Umo Shui cast the calamity of life and death, the black and white sickle had already arrived before and after Long Yu. If it had been anyone else, even a 7-star Emperor cultivator who was in the same realm as Umo Shui, they might not have had the time. React and use any defensive measures. However, Umo Shui faced Long Yu. From the moment the opponent took out the black and white chessboard soldiers, Long Yu had already noticed it through balanced control, and had grasped the forward movement of the opponent's black and white sickle in advance. In this way, Long Yu wouldn't have much of a problem if he wanted to crack it in a targeted manner. He could see that the black and white sickle condensed by the opponent's recruitment of Death Calamity was the result of the opponent's compatibility with the endless level high-grade warrior. It was only unleashed at the level of psychics. The compatibility between the magic water and the black and white chessboard soldiers was actually one level higher than the compatibility between the dragon control and the dragon blood holy map. The black and white sides came to the front and rear of Long Yu in an instant, and launched a fierce double attack on him. The aura of death mixed with the two sides made Long Yu unable to help but tremble with fear. If he hadn't practiced balanced control, he would have been seriously injured even if the opponent used this move. Fortunately, he was now prepared in advance, and just as the two sickles were attacking Long Yu, two skeletal arms suddenly appeared from the void midway. Hand of Nine Netherworlds. Long Yu's first magical power, the Nine Nether Hands, has been brewing since just now. Now the two Nine Nether Hands have finally condensed, just in front of the black and white sickles. Snapped. Snapped. Two formidable Joyo white bone arms directly held the two sickles. The power of Joyo Divine Script and Highland Divine Script entwined with each other and collided fiercely. Although Long Yu's Joyo Divine Inscriptions and Yu Demon Water's Black Lin Divine Inscriptions are both black, their auras are completely different. The Nine Nether Divine Inscriptions are strange and sinister, while the Black Lin Divine Inscriptions are ferocious and violent. The two sides are entangled in each other. Together, a fierce battle began instantly. Two strange white bone arms held the black and white sides, respectively. The forces of both sides collided and dissipated quickly in the entanglement, and the lethality of the black and white sides was gradually destroyed by Joyo's hand. Long Yu casually used a move of the Emperor's magical power, and destroyed the opponent's use of endless high-grade warriors that were compatible with psychics. Of course, the most important thing was the martial arts secrets practiced by Long Yu. The balanced control had made great achievements. If it weren't for relying on balanced control senses the opponent's attack in advance, and Long Yu may not have time to use Joyo's hand to block the attack of the black and white sickle. What? The calamity of life and death, this move has never been seen through by an opponent of the same level, let alone this kid is only a 5-star emperor. Yuemo Shui's eyes were filled with shock. She watched helplessly as she was about to kill Long Yu with her black and white scythe, her favorite weapon, when she was suddenly caught by a bone-white arm that stretched out from the void, and then completely blocked its offensive. How could this human kid react so quickly? Or is it that this kid has practiced some powerful martial arts secrets that allow him to use magical powers faster? Yuemo Shui kept making guesses in her mind. Fortunately, this life and death move was not her last trump card. It was just a temptation, but a slightly more powerful one. If this was her strongest trump card, but it was if Long Yu blocked it, she wouldn't have to fight anymore. The calamity of life and death, the black and white sickle, was easily blocked by Long Yu, and then Long Yu directly launched a counterattack without giving Yuemo Shui any time to react. God Formation Zhou. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, 9 dark space cracks quietly appeared from the surrounding void, and then spread towards the demon-controlling water from 9 different directions. During this period, Long Yu used the method of balanced control to control the 9. The breadth of the crack in the dark space was completely covered up. Compared with just now, when Long Yu could clearly feel the direction of the opponent's attack, now Yuemo Shui probably has no idea that he is facing the terrifying 9 abyss of the divine formation. However, Long Yu still imagined that the demon-controlling water was too simple. He also wanted to rely on the divine formation Zhou Yuan to kill the opponent, but it was a pity that the demon-controlling water was not an ordinary demon cultivator. After all, she came from Hylan, the super genius of the demon clan, the next-generation successor to the Black Demon clan. Although she did not feel the approach of the divine array Zhuoyuan, a sense of danger arose in her heart, which made her instantly vigilant, and her whole body suddenly glowed with black light. This layer of black light actually condensed into smooth black stones on the surface of her black beast body, and even constructed a stone prison to cover her. This is the secret method of martial arts. When Long Yu saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately saw that the defensive method used by the opponent turned out to be a secret martial arts move. This martial arts secret technique is probably a powerful secret technique treasured by the Black Demon clan. It can actually construct a layer of black smooth stones on the surface of one's body to defend against attacks from all directions. The response is pretty quick. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, and then he saw the 9 dark space cracks in the Zhuoyuan of the divine formation, finally spreading from all around and landing on Umo Shui, who was curled up in the black stone prison. The tyrannical destructive power exploded instantly, but to Long Yu's expectation, even his third-grade divine formation Zhuoyuan was not able to smash the black stone prison. Instead, the power of the divine formation Zhuoyuan slid aside. Opened, it exploded completely in the void around the demon control water, but it was not able to harm the demon control water at all. What happened? When Long Yu saw this, his face suddenly condensed. It is the martial arts secret method of the Black Demon clan, the Wuji Stone Prison. Using the power of the Black divine inscriptions, it can construct a smooth and solid stone cage. Because the surface of this cage is extremely smooth, it can be removed in the face of any attack force. With over 90% of the power, it can be said to be an invincible secret defense method at the same level. Shui Luo, a member of the Blood Demon clan who was watching the battle, narrowed his eyes and explained aloud that he was afraid that Long Yu would be at a disadvantage if he didn't know about this secret martial arts method, so he spoke directly, which actually did Long Yu a favor. Of course, it was just a small favor. Even if the blood fell, Long Yu could quickly deduce the function of the mysterious black stone prison. Obviously, in addition to being used for defense, this martial arts secret method called the Wuji Stone Prison can also be used for defense. Used to imprison others. Because its surface is extremely smooth, any force that hits it will be deflected by at least 90%, or even 99%, leaving less than 1/10, or even only 1%, of the force that can hit it. The higher you practice the infinite stone prison, the more attack power you can deflect. If you practice to the peak, you can deflect 999/1000 of the power, and you can only withstand 1/1000 of the attack power. Power can be said to be an extremely terrifying means of defense and confinement. At present, Umo Shui, a beautiful woman, has not cultivated the infinite stone prison to a very high level, but the infinite stone prison she used can deflect 95% of Long Yu's attack power. In other words, in the end, only the lower half of the force bombarded the Wuji Stone Prison, and of course it couldn't cause much damage to the solid Wuji Stone Prison. So smart. Long Yu's heart stirred. Faced with this turtle-like existence, it was not difficult for him to deal with it. After all, he possessed the endless-level high-grade combat weapon, the Duankong Holy Spring, and had practiced the ancient-level martial arts, the Duankong Ultimate Kill. Although this was a bit too forced to deal with the demon cultivator of the 7-star Emperor, at least it was able to seriously injure the demon controlling water by surprise. But before using this killer move, Long Yu still wanted to have a good time with this magic water control. Since the opponent used such a powerful defense method, he had to be a turtle, and what Long Yu had to do next was to try to or break the opponent's turtle shell. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. Long Yu's whole body was shrouded in crazy war divine inscriptions, and he punched out suddenly. His whole body moved instantly, and he arrived at the edge of the Wuji Stone Prison, and punched the Wuji Stone Prison hard. Sure enough, he felt a strange force coming from the surface of the Wuji Stone Prison. Unloading the force, he blasted away to the side. No matter what kind of force it is, it has a direction after all, but the function of the Wuji stone prison is to offload the power directed at the Wuji stone prison to one side, thereby reducing the force that the Wuji stone prison bears head-on. Long Yu's wild fighting fist and cannon carried infinite destructive power, but when it hit the Wuji stone prison, it did not cause any damage to it. Long Yu was amazed. This martial arts secret method is really powerful. It can possess such powerful defense. However, this is exactly what Long Yu meant. You must know that the endless level body-refining martial arts technique of Mad War Celestial Body can only be improved in battle. Now there is a life and death crisis, but the opponent is still within the range that can be dealt with, most suitable for Dragon Queen to practice the mad battle against the Celestial Body. This martial skill is an ancient martial skill that Long Yu obtained from the remains of the Bone Clan. It is an endless high-grade martial skill. In today's territory of the Demon Clan and the human race, it is definitely considered a first-class martial skill. If this martial skill can be cultivated to a relatively high level, then the dragon's combat effectiveness will be improved very, very much, even beyond imagination, because this is an endless level body-refining martial skill, which means that it can be practiced without limit. Going on, the physical strength will continue to increase in battle after battle, there is no limit. Of course, it becomes more difficult to improve in the later stages, but this characteristic of having no limit has already determined its extraordinary. Therefore, whenever Long Yu gets a chance, he will activate the crazy battle celestial body in battle, so that he can improve this martial skill as quickly as possible and increase his physical strength as quickly as possible. Long Yu raised his fist, and punched the Wuji stone prison with his fist after punch. Waves of ripples of mad battle divine words radiated from the vicinity of his fist, spreading around like water waves, but he was still unable to deal with that. What damage does the Wuji stone prison cause? The Wuji stone prison, this martial arts secret technique, is indeed powerful. Long Yu threw hundreds of punches up and down, but the Wuji stone prison was not damaged at all. At this time, Long Yu's attack rhythm slowed down, and the demon-controlling water suddenly found an opportunity. The Wuji stone prison suddenly turned over and changed. The smooth, dark stone prison instantly enveloped Long Yu, and unexpectedly rolled over and rolled over. Long Yu's entire body was covered inside the stone prison. This change did not surprise Long Yu. The infinite stone prison can be used for protection or to trap opponents. I didn't expect that the transition from defense to confinement would be so simple and quick. A solemn look appeared on Long Yu's face. Now he was trapped in the Wuji stone prison. Judging from the more than 100 punches he had just received, it was almost impossible for him to break through the Wuji stone prison. It is not easy to escape from this infinite stone prison and defeat the talented woman of the Black Lin Demon Clan who controls the magic water. But soon Long Yu thought that if he wanted to defeat the demonic water, he did not have to escape from the Wuji stone prison. He had the holy spring of Duankong and practiced the ultimate killing martial art of Duankong. He could also defeat the demonic water through the Wuji stone prison. The key to killing the opponent is to look at the opportunity. After all, the advantage of the Duan Kongju Kung Fu skill is its surprise. If the opponent is on guard and wants to kill him, the chances are slim. But if you use the Wuji stone prison to imprison me, it will be impossible for the demon controlling water to kill me, unless she removes the Wuji stone prison. I am afraid that the demon controlling water is now preparing a big move to cover the Wuji stone prison, then remove the Wuji stone prison. Long Yu felt awe-inspiring in his heart, knowing that time was very precious now. He had to find the opponent's position before he was ready to make a big move, and then kill him. Breaking Sky Holy Spring. Long Yu took out the endless level high-grade soldier, Duankong Holy Spring. 2 streams of light blue water entangled his hands. They could be turned into sharp blades at any time and penetrate the space to assassinate the opponent. But now, Long Yu did not act rashly, because he had to grasp the opponent's position first, and if he wanted to use the Duankong ultimate blow, there would definitely be space divine fluctuations, allowing Umo Shui to feel prepared in advance. From the fact that she didn't notice the divine formation Zhou Yuan just now, but she used the Wuji stone prison to defend herself in advance, it can be seen that the demon controlling water is quite sensitive to crises, and Long Yu must not act rashly. Now, I have reached resonance with the holy spring of Duankong. If I can reach the psychic level, the assassination speed will be at least doubled, and the success rate will be greatly increased. However, I want to improve my compatibility with this warrior. However, it's not that easy. Long Yu thought in his heart, and began to try his best to understand the endless high-grade weapon of Duankong Holy Spring. It has been a long time since he resonated with Duankong Holy Spring. For such a long time, Long Yu and Duankong Holy Spring have been together. The relationship between Quan and Quan is getting closer and closer, but there is still one final bottleneck to break through to the level of being a psychic. Outside world. Everyone was nervously watching the battle between Long Yu and Umo Shui. At this moment, Long Yu was trapped by Umo Shui with the Wuji stone prison, and Umo Shui was performing a third-grade divine formation move outside. This move, the divine formation, can actually cooperate with her endless-level high-grade soldiers, the black and white chessboard. It is conceivable that Umo Shui's next move is the real killing move. If Long Yu cannot resist it, he will definitely die here without any way to survive. At least the endless-level high-grade warriors who are suitable for psychics, combined with the third-grade divine formation, the power of this move cannot be ignored. Even if I want to resist it, it will take a lot of effort. In the crowd, the blood demon prince Hongjuan's face darkened, and he became a little worried about the situation in the field. Now that Long Yu is trapped in the Wuji stone prison, it is basically impossible to escape. This Wuji stone prison is not only impregnable, but also blocks all space divine power. How can he counterattack the demon water? Hong Ying frowned slightly and began to think deeply. She didn't think Long Yu would lose, but the current situation on the court was obviously very unfavorable to Long Yu, so she couldn't help but worry. After all, everything was possible. Keep watching, I'm afraid the next battle will surprise us. Xue Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Among the people watching the battle, there were not many people who saw that Long Yu was practicing martial arts in the Wuji stone prison just now, and Xue Luo was one of them. Since Long Yu can use the infinite stone prison to practice martial arts, he is probably sure of winning this battle. Otherwise he might not be so leisurely. What he didn't know was that the martial art of crazy fighting celestial body can only be improved in battle. At other times, it is impossible to achieve any results by practicing it on your own. In the Monster Alliance, Master Ho Zun said nothing, staring at the battle situation on the field, not knowing what he was thinking, but in fact, his mind was not focused too much on the battle between Long Yu and Umo Shui. Superior. It's not that he is not interested in the battle between the two, but what Master Ho Zun is more concerned about is who is hiding next to him. The other party never makes any move, so Master Ho Zun always maintains the utmost vigilance. Master Ho Zun can't find the other party now, but he has secretly called for support. He should be here in 3 days. Calculating the time, he should be almost the same as the second prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan and his party. Almost arrived. I'll let you hide here for a while. I hope you won't run away. It would be better if you show up during this period. I want to see who is carrying out the massacre in the territory of our demon clan. Master Ho Zun's eyes flashed with murderous intent. As a member of the Monster Clan Alliance, he certainly hated the massacres in the Monster Clan's territory. Therefore, once he found the other party, he would never show mercy. The 4 demon cultivating races, Black Lin Demon Clan, White Feather Demon Clan, Golden Moon Demon Clan and Golden Dragon Demon Clan, suffered heavy losses this time, which was difficult for the entire demon clan to accept. After all, in just 1 or 2 months, within the 4 demon cultivator races, more than 500 powerful men who dominated the secret realm died together. You must know that it takes at least 50 years to cultivate a strong master who dominates the secret realm. If it is a mid-level master or a high-level master, it will take even longer and consume a lot of training resources. 500 people will die in one go. With multiple master secret realms, the losses were too heavy. No matter what, we must give an explanation to the 4 tribes. As the top leader of the Monster Alliance, Master Ho Zun is of course measured and selective in everything he does. This means that even if Long Yu survives in the end, he will not let Long Yu leave easily. That's almost it. The 3rd grade divine formation is swallowed by the dome and will take your life. In the field, Yuemo Shui finally prepared his own killing method. At this moment, he trapped Long Yu tightly with the Wuji stone prison, unable to escape. As long as he used powerful means, he would take away the Wuji stone prison at the moment by killing Long Yu. She will be able to win with the demonic water and bring all this matter to a glorious end. The swallowing of the sky is a move of the 3rd level divine formation that she has practiced. It is extremely powerful. It uses the power of the divine script to turn into the vault of the sky, and then swallows the opponent into it, and uses the divine script that turns into the vault of the sky to completely tear the opponent apart. Devour. Moreover, with her unremitting efforts, she finally integrated the divine formation method of devouring the dome into the black and white chessboard of endless level soldiers, and with this, she realized the compatibility with the black and white chessboard soldiers, Apocalypse. Compatibility with Tianqi is the 3rd level of compatibility, and the black and white chessboard is still an endless level high-grade soldier. It can originally explode with strong power. Now it is integrated with the 3rd grade divine formation of the dome devouring technique, and its destructive power is absolutely outrageous. Even if the lower master is involved and unleashes all the power of the small world, he may not be able to withstand it. Therefore, this move is the ultimate skill of controlling the magic water. She wants to use this to defeat Long Yu in one fell swoop. Kill. The black and white chessboard gradually expanded under her urging, and the entire chessboard turned into a dome, completely covering the Wuji stone prison where Long Yu was located like the sky. From the sky dome, composed of this black and white chessboard, endless devouring power erupted, and the dark divine vortex completely surrounded the Wuji stone prison. Then, under the movement of Yuma Shui's white little hand, the impregnable Wuji stone the prison finally decomposed suddenly and disappeared. As a result, Long Yu was directly shrouded in the terrifying 3rd grade divine formation, under the devouring power of the sky, and the infinite power of the black and white chessboard stirred the void. At this moment, it exploded with 5 times the power. 5 times the power burst out, which Long Yu has never displayed before. That is to say, it is only possible to burst out after reaching the level of Apocalypse with the endless level warriors. In this way, the power of Yuemo Shui's dome-devouring move was simply enhanced to the extreme. It instantly enveloped Long Yu's entire body, and the terrifying force tore his body apart. In the eyes of everyone in the outside world, Long Yu's figure can no longer be seen. They can only see the giant sky and vault turned into a black and white chessboard, rolling in the field, stirring the void, and the demon controlling water has returned to its human form, standing in front of the sky and vault. Her delicate body looked extremely small, but everyone could see the proud smile in her eyes. I didn't expect that this time it would explode with 5 times the power, and I feel that I have further integrated with the black and white chessboard. I am afraid that it will not be long before I can reach the level of divine harmony with the black and white chessboard. By then, I should have already stepping into the secret realm of domination. We can truly launch an impact towards the peak. Yuemo Shui thought in her mind that in her opinion, human mountain ghosts who were not involved in the devouring of the dome that exploded with 5 times the power would definitely have no chance of survival, but she was not careless because she knew that Long Yu there is a trump card. If this move really kills this human kid, then this kid will definitely let the strong men in his small world come out to help. In that case, although he will not die, he will also lose the duel. According to the rules, and life will be decided by her. With Master Hozun of the Monster Clan Alliance by her side, Umo Shui, this beauty, is not worried at all about being unable to control Long Yu. Under the previously established rules, her Umo Shui is now a sure winner. But now, Long Yu, who is shrouded in the sky formed by a black and white chessboard, is facing a huge crisis, because the movement of Umo Shui is so fast that he has no chance to reach a higher level with the Duankong Holy Spring level, let alone the bottleneck of breaking through Duankong's ultimate martial arts. The dome swallowed up almost instantly, enveloping his entire body. In the black and white chessboard, the terrifying and surging divine power began to tear his strong body with majestic force. This level of power. My current physical body alone cannot resist it. I must find a way. Long Yu gritted his teeth and thought quickly. Death haunted. Death armor. Crazy battle barrier. Long Yu used 3 defensive methods in succession, and also took out the Dragon Blood Sacred Diagram, directly urging it to release the Dragon Blood Heavenly Shield Diagram, for layers of defense, erupting at the same time. However, compared to the dome engulfment performed by the genius girl Umo Shui of the Black Lin Demon Clan, Long Yu could not withstand it even with 4 levels of defense. If it were only a 3rd-grade divine formation, Long Yu might be able to barely resist it with his physical body and these 4 levels of defense. However, the opponent's move of swallowing up the dome was not only a 3rd-grade divine formation, but also a demon controlling water and an endless level high-grade warrior. The black and white chessboard fits the moves incorporated when reaching the apocalypse. With the endless level warriors, the 3rd-grade divine formation, and the 5 times the power of this move at this moment, Long Yu's 4-layer defense was completely destroyed, and then the devouring power of the sky exploded. It fell on Long Yu and tore him apart. Although I can't resist it with my physical body, I still won't die for a while. If I want to turn defeat into victory, there is only one way, which is to kill the demon-controlling water before I die. Long Yu gritted his teeth. The Mad War Divine Inscriptions and the 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions continued to flow all over his body, and the aura of death continued to wrap around his body, weakening the power of the opponent's dome to engulf him. At the same time, 2 streams of light blue water in Long Yu's hands quietly appeared and then disappeared quietly. Now he couldn't care about anything else. No matter what, he had to launch an attack on the demon-controlling water, even if it meant disrupting the opponent's ability to devour the dome. Whether it's to control the 3rd-grade divine formation, something must be done. The skybreaking Holy Spring, an endless-level high-grade combat weapon, turned into 2 invisible skybreaking blades at this moment, and rolled out in an instant, leaving the range of the dome. At this moment, Long Yu suddenly felt that the degree of compatibility between himself and the Duankong Holy Spring had increased. At this critical moment of life and death, Long Yu was facing a life-and-death crisis, and finally broke through the shackles and bottlenecks, and reached the level with the Duankong Holy Spring. A higher level of compatibility, reaching the level of channeling. As a result, the Duankong Divine Inscriptions mastered by Long Yu also skyrocketed instantly, and even the ancient-level martial arts Duankong Ultimate Kill suddenly achieved a breakthrough. The Duankong Ultimate Kill is only an ancient-level martial skill, but when combined with the endless-level high-grade combat soldier Duankong Holy Spring, it can exert a terrifying power. A bright light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. At this moment, he deeply felt his breakthrough. Although his martial arts realm had not changed, his understanding of the series of Duankong Holy Spring, Duankong Juesha, and Duankong Divine Wind had completely changed. Reborn. His thoughts seemed to have left his body along with the Holy Spring of Duankong, and even went into the body of Umo Shui. The peak-level Duan Kong Ju kill automatically looks for the place in the opponent's body where the power is most concentrated and assassinates it. Even if you don't know where the opponent's weakness is, you can still kill him with one blow. Long Yu has reached the peak of his understanding of the Duan Kong Ju Kung Fu skill. The change that has occurred is that the Duan Kong Holy Spring will directly assassinate the place where the opponent's power is concentrated, which is much more convenient than before. In the past, if Long Yu had to deal with unfamiliar species, such as the Black Lin Demon Clan, he might not know where their key points and weaknesses were, but now that Duan Kong Juesha has reached the peak level of cultivation, he no longer needs to consider this issue. The place in the opponent's body where the power is most concentrated is obviously similar to the dantian of human martial arts cultivators. For demon cultivators, it is naturally the demon dantian. Duan Kong's ultimate attack directly assassinates the opponent's demon core. If it succeeds, it will definitely kill him with one blow. And Long Yu and Duan Kong Holy Spring reached the state of divine union, and at this moment, they reached the level of fingerarm control over Duan Kong Holy Spring, easily attaching the power of balanced control to Duan Kong Holy Spring, quietly. The sound sneaked into the body of Yuma Shui. The next moment, it explodes. Although Long Yu himself was undergoing the terrifying attack swallowed by the dome, his body was extremely strong and he could not die for a while. However, at this time, he quietly launched an assassination and directly attacked the Duankong Holy Spring with his endless level warriors. Entered the body of the demon controlling water. Triple explosion. This time, Long Yu used the Duan Kong Holy Spring to assassinate, which exploded with 3 times the penetrating power. As a demon cultivator, Yuemo Shui's physical strength was not weak, but under the 3 times the penetrating power of the Duan Kong Holy Spring, the protection around the demon core in her body was useless. 2 light blue water-flowing sharp blades penetrated directly through the demon core in her body, completely shattering it. What? The demon controlling water suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and there was a look of disbelief in her eyes. She felt that her demon core was torn apart by a sharp weapon in an instant. How could this be possible? Although she had a sense of danger for a moment, she did not detect any danger coming. The next moment, the demon core shattered, allowing her to reach the martial arts realm of the 7-star emperor in an instant, which became a thing of the past. The demon pill shattered and the path of martial arts collapsed. At this moment, the demon controlling water was unable to control the devouring power of the dome, so Long Yu broke out of the manic devouring power, and then charged directly towards the demon controlling water. Wait! The demon taming water demon pill was broken, which was equivalent to being a disabled person. Now facing Long Yu's attack, she would definitely die. So seeing Long Yu rushing towards her, she quickly raised her hands, as if she wanted to a look of surrender. Die. Long Yu showed no mercy at all. For him, this battle was a battle of survival. If he and the other party changed sides, the other party would not show any mercy. This is Long Yu's way of survival. He will never let go of any enemy he can kill. Stop. The people on the Black Lin Demon clan also saw that something was wrong. They all felt that the aura of the demon control water became extremely weak in an instant, and then spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then Long Yu rushed out to kill the demon control water. Water. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Black Lin Demon clan's eyes suddenly burst into tears, and they shouted out, trying to stop Long Yu from taking action. But Long Yu ignored them and spurted out a mouthful of 9 nether dragon breath. The endless 9 nether divine power instantly engulfed Yu Demon Shui's entire delicate body, and then eroded it completely annihilating it and turning it into nothingness. I won this battle. Black Lin Demon Clan, 12,000 first-class divine crystals, please give them to Master Hozun. Long Yu stood in the void, looking at the Black Lin Demon Clan. At this moment, almost all the black clothes on his body became tattered. Under the destructive power swallowed by the dome, his tyrannical body suffered a certain amount of damage. The level of damage, if it were a little later to kill the magic water, Long Yu might not be able to hold on. Therefore, it is impossible for Long Yu to be merciful at this time. What if the opponent has any other means to maintain combat effectiveness after the demon pill is gone? Long Yu will never take risks. After all, there are too many magical secrets of martial arts in the world. Long Yu, how dare you kill my fellow members of the Black Lin Demon clan again? You deserve to die, you deserve to die. Sister Shui obviously has no ability to resist, and she has given up, but this guy actually kills her. He is really cruel and is a great harm to the world. Everyone in the Black Lin Demon clan roared out, and there was a lot of curses in an instant. Quiet. At this time, a shocking voice suddenly came from Master Hozun's mouth. The sound wave spread throughout the entire audience, directly covering up everyone else's voices. In this battle, Yuemo Shui will fight against the Mountain Ghost. The Mountain Ghost will win. The Black Lin Demon clan will hand over 12,000 first-class divine crystals. This was agreed upon before the duel. Master Hozun's voice was extremely calm, and he did not favor the Black Lin monster clan at all, just because Long Yu was a human race. Master Hozun, this guy is from the human race. He killed so many people from our demon race. Shouldn't he be punished? That's right, Master Hozun, you are from the Monster Alliance. It's really unbelievable that the top leaders of the Monster Alliance are siding with a brat from the human race at this time. As soon as Yuemo Shui died, many people in the field lost control of their emotions. Especially the younger generation of the Black Lin Demon clan, they could not accept this reality at all. They usually admired Yuemo Shui the most, but now Yuemo Shui died. Into the hands of a human boy. The key is that they are still unable to avenge the demon controlling water. Master Hozun is naturally one of the obstacles, causing the younger generation of these Black Lin Demon clan to become emotional towards Master Hozun. Shut up, everyone. The leader of the Black Lin Demon clan had a dark face at this moment. I said before the duel that this battle does not matter life or death. Master Hozun just made a fair decision. Don't mess around. The leader of the Black Lin Demon clan has such hatred in his heart. Of course he wants to avenge Yuemo Shui right away, but if he takes the initiative to destroy the fairness of the duel now, Master Hozun will definitely stand on the side of the Blood Demon clan and the human kid and treat the four of them. The alliance is very unfavorable. Since we have already agreed on a duel, let the human boy die in the duel. There is no need to anger Master Hozun for this. The leader of the Black Lin monster clan glanced at Long Yu, with endless murderous intent flashing in his eyes. However, he did not dare to make any move, otherwise it would be disrespectful to the Monster Clan Alliance and Master Hozun. You must know that now the Monster Clan Alliance strongly advocates the friendly union between humans and monsters. This is the fundamental reason for Master Hozun's current attitude. He had no choice but to take out 12,000 first-class divine crystals. These many divine crystals were a large amount of training resources for the Black Lin monster clan, which was enough to enhance the understanding of divine texts among many martial arts youths. Introduction to enhance their strength. But now, the leader of the Black Lin Demon clan can only hand over these 12,000 first-class divine crystals to Master Hozun. As long as that kid dies in the next two duels, these divine crystals will of course be returned to us. However, the White Feather Demon clan and the Golden Moon Demon clan have young people who can control the magic water of our clan. One generation? After the leader of the Black Lin Demon clan handed over the divine crystal, he kept scanning in the direction of the White Feather Demon clan and the Golden Moon Demon clan. After being glanced at by the leader of the Black Lin Demon clan, a handsome young man from the White Feather Demon clan walked out of the crowd. Let me do it. This person said lightly, with a fierce aura in his eyes. He was wearing a white robe, with a long sword hanging on his waist. His eyebrows were like swords, and his whole person looked like a spirit waiting to leave the body. The sword gives people a strong sense of oppression. It's Shimin Duantian. Suddenly, many people around him screamed in surprise. Shimin Duantian is the number one among the younger generation of the White Feather Monster clan, and his bloodline level is the same as Shi Qingfeng's, which is the third level. Of course, Shimin Duantian's bloodline is still inferior to that of Shi Qingfeng, but Shimin Duantian is older, now 27, 4 or 5 years older than Shi Qingfeng. By the time Shi Qingfeng passes 4 or 5 years later, he will probably already be a strong man who dominates the secret realm, while Shimin Duantian is now the same as Yuemo Shui, only having the cultivation level of a 7-star emperor. Of course, at the same level as the 7-star emperor, Shimin Duantian's reputation in the Qiming galaxy is much louder than that of the Black Lin demon clan's demonic water, because there are so many legends about Shimin Duantian. This person owns an ancient long sword and has practiced ancient swordsmanship. It is extremely powerful. To deal with practitioners of the same realm, he can end the battle with just one sword, so there is such a thing as Shimin breaks the sky with one sword to praise him. He only needs one sword to deal with most opponents. Even when Shimin Duantian was a 6-star emperor, he killed a strong man in the lower-level master realm with one sword, so he became famous. Now that he has been promoted to a 7-star emperor, let him face an ordinary lower-level master. If so, he can definitely be killed instantly with one sword. Therefore, Shimin Duantian's strength is probably much stronger than that of Demon Control Water, but the two have never competed, so it is not certain who is stronger and who is weaker. The move that Yuemo Shui used just now to deal with Long Yu, Dome Devour, combines the power of the third-grade divine formation, the endless grade high-grade soldiers and the apocalypse, and its destructive power is extremely terrifying. Just because Long Yu is now far superior to ordinary practitioners, his powerful body could only last no more than 5 breaths. Fortunately, in the third breath, Long Yu performed the ultimate breakthrough to the peak realm of Duan Kong, and cooperated with the Duan Kong Holy Spring soldiers to reach the psychic level, directly killing the demon-controlling water in an instant, otherwise this battle would have been impossible. It's not necessarily who died. This is also the case when Long Yu doesn't use any trump card. If he really wants to use his trump card, Yuemo Shui may not have the chance to use the dome-swallowing move. Next, Long Yu's opponent is Shimin Duantian, who is rumored to be a super strong man who can defeat any opponent in the same realm with just one sword. In terms of talent, Shimin Duantian is not as good as Qingfeng, but after all, Shimin Duantian is older and has richer martial arts and combat experience, so it may not be easy to deal with him. Shimin Duantian, ancient swordsmanship, ancient warriors, not bad. Long Yu squinted his eyes slightly and looked up and down at Shimin Duantian, who was walking out of the crowd. He was dressed elegantly in white clothes, with a long sword hanging on his waist as white as snow, and eyebrows like sword blades. He was particularly handsome. Just like how many young people in the 4 major demon clan alliances cheered when Yuemo Shui appeared, when Shimin Duantian stood up, a large group of demon cultivator girls all became excited. In their eyes, Shimin Duantian was idle takes action and finally kills the great villain of the human race. Kill him with one sword. Promote the power of my demon clan. Let this kid know the strength of our monster genius. Many young demon cultivators roared like this. They were very excited because Yuemo Shui had just been killed by Long Yu's hands. They saw the death of their goddess Xiang Xiaoyu with their own eyes. They were all furious in their hearts. If they had that ability, they would definitely come up to deal with Long Yu. Unfortunately, they also have self-awareness. They know that even demon water control is not Dragon Yu's opponent, and these guys are even less likely to be Dragon Yu's opponent. They just come to the scene to die. That's all. Fortunately, Shimin Duantian appeared. As a result, those young demon cultivators all had high hopes for Shimon Duantian. Long Yu, however, ignored Shimon Duantian for the time being. He moved some distance towards the void, then reached out and grabbed a black and white chessboard and a piece of black scale armor from the void. He used the imperial power of 9 nether dragon breath to destroy the body of the demonic water. Only these two things remained at the scene. The black and white chessboard was an endless level high-grade soldier, and the black scales were the demonic water that had not yet been fully formed. The imprint of the small world. Although Yuemo Shui is only the 7-star emperor and has not stepped into the Dominion secret realm, she is already in the middle of sprinting to the Dominion secret realm, so she has tried to transform her inner world into a small world and use the power of creation to transform a scale on her body. It turned into a small world mark, but it was a pity that it was not successful yet, and now it was lost in the hands of Long Yu. The demonic pill of the demonic water was destroyed by Duan Kong's ultimate move, which made her unable to defend against Long Yu's killing move, and her body was completely destroyed. However, the strength of these two things was not affected by the strength of the demonic water. With Long Yu's 9 nether dragon breath now, it is still difficult to destroy the small world mark and the endless level high-grade soldiers. Leave these two things to the Black Lin demon clan. Shangui, it's not of much use if you come. After all, these are the things left by the genius of the Black Lin demon clan. Let them commemorate and pass them on. At this time, Master Hozun spoke. He glanced at the two things in Long Yu's hands, and said lightly, "It seems that I really can't refuse this request." Long Yu narrowed his eyes, glanced at Master Hozun, and nodded, without objecting to Master Hozun's proposal. First, the black and white chessboard is really not something too valuable to him. He also has many endless level high-grade soldiers on his body, including the Dragon Blood Sacred Picture and the Skybreaking Sacred Spring, as well as 3 items made by a wretched old man. There is no need to offend Master Hozun because of this black and white chessboard, the endless level high-grade warrior that Wei Yuyan reforged. Second, the small world mark of Yuemo Shui is still an unfinished small world mark. It has basically no effect on Long Yu, so there is no need to hide it. What's more, Long Yu now has many small world marks on his body, including more than 30 incomplete small world marks obtained in the tomb of the Thunder Fire Demon Saint, plus the ones he killed when he used the 4-phase killing prison before. The small world imprints of 10 powerful men from the Golden Dragon Demon clan who dominate the secret realm. So many small world marks are now in the hands of Long Yu. The unformed small world marks of Yuemo Shui have no attraction to Long Yu at all. Okay, let's return these two things to the Black Lin Demon clan, but not now. After the 3 days of duels are over, I will return these things, and then they will be on par with the more than 30,000 pieces. Let's exchange the divine crystals. Long Yu did not hand it over directly, but said this. Now it seems that Master Hozun is very fair and equitable, but Long Yu cannot guarantee whether the bald old man will hand over the divine crystal to Long Yu as promised. Therefore, it can be said to be a fair thing to have these things in exchange now. It doesn't matter, then the next duel will start at this time tomorrow. Now you can rest first. No one is allowed to mess around before the next duel starts. After Master Hozun gave the order, he took the other 4 people from the Monster Alliance and retreated to the side, closing their eyes to rest. Of course, others did not dare to go against Master Hozun's words and do anything to Long Yu, but Shimon Duantian extended his middle finger towards Long Yu, with a provocative look in his eyes. The corners of the handsome young man's mouth slightly raised, and he said loudly, "Shan Goe, your ability to kill the demonic water is really beyond my expectation. However, against me, your chance of winning is 0. How about this? When the time comes, there is only one sword thrown. If you can take this sword, you will win this duel. How about it?" When Long Yu heard this, he immediately laughed. "Why are you so shameless?" Long Yu sneered directly, "It's better than this." In the duel tomorrow, I will only make one move. If you can follow it, you will win. How about it? Shimin Duantian was thinking of using a move against Long Yu. If Long Yu died, that would be the best. If Long Yu didn't die, then even if Shimin Duantian lost, he would not lose his life. It was really good. Calculate. That's why Long Yu said that he was shameless, and that what he was doing was a business that did not lose any money. There was no risk for Shimin Duantian. However, it was naturally impossible for Long Yu to agree to such conditions, so he mocked him in turn. A gloomy look flashed in Shimin Duantian's eyes. He was obviously very annoyed that Long Yu rejected his proposal. Since you don't want to, forget it. When you really fight, you will know what terror is. After saying these words, Shimin Duantian turned around and left, returning to the group of demon cultivators of the White Feather Demon clan. It seemed that he was preparing for tomorrow's duel. Long Yu didn't need to prepare anything, but his body had just been devoured by the dome of the demonic water and was damaged a lot, so it would take some time to recover. Brother Long, how are you? Is there no problem? Hong Ying immediately rushed towards Long Yu, hugged his arm, and said with a sweet smile, I didn't expect you to be able to do this, to deal with a beautiful woman, and kill her without any bones left. As long as we are enemies, what difference does it make between men and women? If I don't kill her, she will kill me. I don't want to die so early. Long Yu smiled, glanced at Hong Ying, and noticed that she seemed to be a little too affectionate towards him. But even if Long Yu wants to refuse, there is nothing he can do, because Hong Ying's martial arts realm is much beyond him. If he wants to break free, Hong Ying will never let him break free. Anyway, it was quite comfortable to be held by such a beautiful woman, so Long Yu didn't bother to think about anything else. The next day, Long Yu was under the protection of Hong Ying and others, peacefully healing his injuries. Although he directly defeated Mo Shui, his physical injuries were not minor. Fortunately, he had practiced the secret martial art of demonic heart, and his physical body recovered very quickly. In less than an hour, the scars on his whole body from the dome-devouring move had been completely recovered. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu began to summarize the progress and feelings gained while fighting Mo Shui. First of all, the degree of compatibility with the Holy Spring of Duan Kong has reached the level of channeling, which is the second level of compatibility. The practice of the martial arts of Duan Kong's ultimate attack has also reached its peak. You can find the weaknesses in your opponent's body and use their energy to destroy them in one fell swoop where they gather the most. Secondly, Long Yu used the crazy fighting fist and cannon to continuously bombard the infinite stone prison. During this period, he also gained a lot of insights into the endless level high-grade body-refining martial arts of crazy fighting celestial body. Although it hasn't reached the realm of Desheng yet, but it's not far off. The improvement in these two aspects is relatively critical for Long Yu. When fighting against Mo Shui, Long Yu did not use the 4 phases of killing prison, nor did he use powerful innate magical powers such as the Book of Shadows, so he still is somewhat hidden. Although Long Yu is very confident in his own strength, he never fights an unprepared battle, so he must make a lot of preparations before starting the war. The first thing is to find Shi Qingfeng and Shi Tianlei and ask them about Shimin Duantian. Matter. Shi Tianlei and Shi Qingfeng, father and son, were once considered nobles in the White Feather Monster clan, so of course they were very familiar with Shimin Duantian, not to mention that there were always people comparing Shi Qingfeng and Shimin Duantian, making them it is impossible not to understand Shimin Duantian. Shimin Duantian of the White Feather Demon clan, I have seen him fight several times, but I can tell you about his characteristics in fighting. Shi Qingfeng and Shi Tianlei explained Shimin Duantian's fighting method to Long Yu. In general, Shimin Duantian's battles in the past have always been clean and tidy. He holds an endless grade long sword weapon in his hand. Of course, this long sword weapon has been inherited from ancient times and is now damaged. Its power is at best, it is equivalent to an endless-level high-grade combat weapon, and has about the same power as Long Yu's Dragon Blood Sacred Picture and Skybreaking Sacred Spring. Accompanying this ancient heritage weapon is an endless-level swordsmanship. Only one move of this martial skill remains, but just this move made Shimen Duantian become the leader of the younger generation of the White Feather Monster clan. Outstanding. The top-grade swordsmanship at the endless level is the Skybreaking Sword, for which he is famous. Every time he uses the Skybreaking Sword, his opponent has no power to stop him. After all, it is an endless-level martial skill. Shi Qingfeng smiled and said, "Of course he only has this move worth mentioning. If Brother Long can withstand his Skybreaking Sword, then there will be no problem in dealing with this person." However, the top-grade wushu skills at the endless level are it can explode 4 to 5 times the power, and if you are lucky, Shimen Duantian may be able to explode 10 times the sword power in one go. Furthermore, most of our White Feather Demon clan practice martial arts secrets that enhance sword skills, mainly the 2 moves of Zhonghua Secret Sword and Qing Luo Secret Sword. The former can increase the power of swordsmanship, and the latter can increase the speed of swordsmanship and martial arts. The 2 martial arts secrets, if you practice to a relatively high weight, you can indeed destroy any opponent with one sword. Shi Tianlei also said with a somewhat solemn expression, "Brother Long, you can't be careless. As far as I know, Shimen Duantian's Hidden Flower Secret Sword has been cultivated to the 4th level, and Qing Luo Secret Sword has been cultivated to the 4th level. By the 5th level, the 2 martial arts secrets have already entered the room, and the speed and power of his sword and martial arts skills are probably comparable to those of ordinary mid-level masters." "Well, okay, I understand." Long Yu nodded and narrowed his eyes. His physical body is strong and powerful, but no matter how powerful his physical body is, he is still afraid of piercing attacks. For example, Shimen Duantian's Skybreaking Sword has too strong penetrating power. If you want to resist it with your physical body alone, you need an extremely strong physical body. In terms of strength, the current Long Yu definitely cannot reach that level. Therefore, if Long Yu wants to resist the opponent's Skybreaking Sword, he must come up with some other better ways. This Shimen Duantian is too dangerous. We cannot deal with it as easily as the demon control water. We must deal with it as quickly as possible. Long Yu quickly drew up a battle plan in his mind. Of course, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Long Yu could only make a preliminary estimate of what the other party might do. Then, the next day arrived. Master Ho Zun and everyone continued to step forward, giving Long Yu and Shimen Duantian a large void as a fighting venue. Long Yu and Shimen Duantian, who was elegant and unrestrained in white clothes, each walked into the void. "I have been looking forward to this moment for a long time. You will die by my sword." Shimen Duantian hung a simple ancient longsword war weapon on his waist and said calmly to Long Yu, "You still can't decide my life or death." Long Yu narrowed his eyes and said easily, "The duel begins, no matter life or death. No one else is allowed to interfere, start now." Master Ho Zun was watching the scene from the side. His detection power has been activated to the strongest level, preventing anyone from having the opportunity to participate in the duel between the 2 in the scene. The moment Master Ho Zun spoke like this, Shimen Duantian's expression suddenly turned cold. Before he could see any movement, a snow-white sword light suddenly shattered the void and struck the Long Yemian gate. So fast. Long Yu was shocked. This guy was really powerful. Apart from anything else, Shimen Duantian's attack speed was definitely the fastest among the opponents he had ever encountered. As soon as Master Ho Zun finished speaking, Long Yu immediately used the magical power of the Book of Shadows, turning himself into nothingness in an instant. Long Yu, who is turned into nothingness, will not be harmed. At this moment, he is equivalent to nothing. Not to mention Shimen Duantian's sword, even if it is a being in the godlike realm, the ordinary attack it performs will not hurt. It is impossible to hurt a single hair of Long Yu, because in fact, the current Long Yu does not exist in this world, he is nothingness. The sword light passed by quickly. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu's form appeared again, unscathed. What? Seeing this, Shimin Duantian's face changed slightly. He did not notice the moment when Long Yu turned into nothingness. He only felt that Long Yu's figure seemed to flicker for a moment, and then his white sword light penetrated Long Yu's body. Attacked into the distance, but Long Yu was not harmed at all. Is it unbelievable? Your swordsmanship is of no use to me, haha. Long Yu doesn't think that his magical power that transforms into nothingness is invincible, so he is extremely cautious when using it. If the opponent sees the clues and detects any weaknesses in this move, it will be very difficult for Long Yu. It's a very fatal blow. Therefore, he didn't give Shimin Duantian any chance, and flew directly towards Shimin Duantian. When he raised his hand, he already held the Dragon Blood Holy Diagram in his hand, and then activated the Dragon Blood Heavenly Spear Diagram. A blood-colored spear condensed from the void and shot at Shimin Duantian in an instant. At this time a blood-colored mist that was almost imperceptible gradually enveloped Shimin Duantian. Third-grade Divine Formation, Scarlet Blood. This move of the third-grade Divine Formation is not offensive, but it can mobilize the killing thoughts in the opponent's body, and even make the opponent filled with killing thoughts, causing the opponent to lose his normal fighting thinking. The effect of this divine formation is vague and difficult to determine, but Long Yu knows that this move is definitely very effective. White Feather Sword and Shield. Shimin Duantian only saw a bloody spear coming towards him. As for the Scarlet Blood Formation, he subconsciously ignored it. He thought that the bloody mist came with the bloody spear, but he didn't know that the Dragon Blood Sky Spear diagram was completely used by Long Yu to cover up the Scarlet Blood God formation. The next moment, Shimin Duantian's eyes seemed to be filled with blood-red color. Long Yu's figure was reflected in his eyes, and his killing intent was several times stronger than before. It worked. Long Yu's heart moved, and then his expression suddenly changed. Just now, a sword light appeared suddenly in front of him, leaving him unable to even dodge or use the Book of Shadows. He could only subconsciously reach out to block it, and his head tilted. Shimin Duantian's sword light came so fast that he didn't even need to make any moves. A sword light filled with killing intent had already appeared in front of Long Yu. Moreover, if Long Yu hadn't practiced the secret method of balance control, he might not have known that the opponent's sword light was so close until his death. Shimin Duantian, the Duantian sword is indeed extraordinary, but after all, it is still too young. From now on, the outcome is already in my hands. Long Yu subconsciously raised his hand and tilted his head to the left to avoid the opponent's sword light, which directly cut off one of his arms, causing blood to drip instantly. When this scene appeared, everyone else immediately let out a cry of exclamation. Well done, brother Shimin, chop off his arm with one sword, and chop off his head with the next sword. That's great. One arm is missing. I want to see what else this human kid can do. That's right, this Shimin Duantian is really quite capable. I didn't notice that he used any tricks at all. That human boy's arm was broken. It's so powerful. The White Feather Monster clan applauded and cheered endlessly, and the cheers were deafening, as if Long Yu could be completely defeated by such cheers. On the Blood Demon clan's side, Xuanhuan looked worried. This kid still seems to be unable to resist Shimin Duantian's skybreaking sword. If this continues, the situation will not be good. Hong Ying and Hong Jun were not worried at all. What does it matter if this kid's arm is broken? It's not like he never broke it. After listening to Hong Ying and Hong Jun's words, Xuanhuan suddenly couldn't understand his two brothers and sisters. What does a broken arm mean? After all, I have a broken arm, so my fighting ability will definitely be affected, right? However, Xuanhuan didn't say anything more, but immediately looked towards the field. The battle in the field was fierce now, and I'm afraid the situation would change drastically in the blink of an eye. Therefore, no matter who it is, Xuelua or whoever it is, they are all staring intently at the battle between Long Yu and Shimin Duantian. There were endless cheers in the field, but Long Yu completely ignored those guys. He even became more and more calm. Even though there were waves of pain from the broken arm, it was completely within the tolerance range for Long Yu. Now, there is no need to regenerate the broken arm. The most important thing is to completely kill Shimin Duantian. The speed of his sword is too fast. It seems that the two martial arts secrets of the White Feather Monster clan are really suitable for people who practice swordsmanship. The Hidden Flower secret sword, the Qing Luo secret sword. If I practice swordsmanship, you can also practice these two martial arts secrets, but unfortunately they are of no use to me. Such thoughts passed through Long Yu's mind, but soon he thought of Gui Xian, who was still in the world of divine martial arts in Jiuyou realm. Wasn't this person specialized in swordsmanship? Instead, you can ask Si Tianlei and Shi Qingfeng to learn the two martial arts secrets of Zhonghua secret sword and Qing Luo secret sword. If you train Gui Xian, it can at least double his strength. Of course, now is not the time to think about this. Long Yu only briefly thought about it and quickly returned his attention to Shimin Duantian in front of him. Now Shimin Duantian is in a very dangerous state. Although he has been hit by Long Yu's scarlet blood, the intensity and frequency of Shimin Duantian's attacks in this state are obviously more and faster than normal. Sword light shot towards Long Yu one after another, but after Long Yu broke an arm, he became extremely cautious. Every time the opponent's sword light came, Long Yu could turn into nothingness in advance to avoid it. Since he was hit by Long Yu's scarlet blood divine formation, Shimin Duantian now only knows how to continuously launch offensives towards Long Yu, but does not think deeply. Therefore, Long Yu can now avoid the opponent's skybreaking sword every time. Although the opponent's sword light comes extremely fast, Long Yu still cannot grasp its trajectory and speed, but he has mastered the rhythm of the opponent's sword. Long Yu only needs to follow the rhythm and turn into nothingness one by one, and he can successfully dodge every sword light of the opponent with ease. This is the terrifying thing about the scarlet blood formation. It will be able to mobilize the killing thoughts in the opponent's body, and while the opponent's combat consciousness is weakened and reduced to the lowest state. To put it simply, it is to turn the opponent into a brainless person. Of course, there is no telling when the opponent will be able to break away from the influence of the scarlet blood move. By then, Long Yu will still be very dangerous, because the opponent's sword light is too fast, and Long Yu cannot grasp it. Can completely kill the opponent before then. Long Yu kept turning into nothingness, and after 3 breaths, he easily approached less than 10 feet in front of Shimin Duantian. In this short period of 3 breaths, Shimin Duantian has used Duantian's sword at least 10 times in succession, but all of them were dodged by Long Yu turning into nothingness. But now, Long Yu finally decided to take action. The power of the original source, the true spirit, is shocking. Long Yu's whole body exuded the tyrannical pressure from the Dragon of 9 Netherworlds, and it instantly descended on Shimin Duantian, causing a trace of confusion to appear in Shimin Duantian's blood-red eyes. Taking advantage of this moment, Long Yu directly took out the Duan Kong Holy Spring, activated the Duan Kong Holy Spring that had reached the psychic realm, and unleashed a powerful killing move, the Duan Kong Ultimate Kill. The Holy Spring of Duan Kong turned into 2 light blue sharp blades of Duan Tian, which directly broke through the void and swept into Shimin Duantian's body. When the opponent was completely unable to resist, he directly wanted to break and destroy his demon core. But just at this moment, it seemed that Long Yu's Duankong Holy Spring invaded the opponent's body, triggering some kind of defense mechanism in the opponent's body, causing Shimin Duantian to explode and retreat, and then turned into a snowflake. A huge white bird. When he was hurt, Shimin Duantian automatically turned into his own body and fled away quickly. However, Long Yu's Holy Spring of Duan Kong was still in his body. Under Long Yu's prompting, it instantly started destruction in his body. However, because the opponent transformed from a human form into a bird demon cultivator, the holy spring of Duan Kong was still in his body. The transformed skybreaking blade was not able to damage its vitals, but only caused some damage in its body, but was unable to break its demon core and severely injure it. Can't give him any chance. Long Yu's heart moved, and then he activated the 9 nether divine inscriptions all over his body, and a thick black fog burst out. It turned out to be the 9 nether sky light that he had not used for a long time. The 9 nether sky light instantly completely covered the bodies of Long Yu and Shimen Duantian in the field, and at the same time restricted the use of any other divine symbols in this area. In the Jiuyou Tianguang, which Long Yu has already cultivated to the transformation state, only the divine power of the shadow attribute can be used. And in this area, only Long Yu can sense the position of Shimen Duantian, but Shimen Duantian's perception is restricted by the 9 nether sky light, and he cannot find Long Yu's position at all. Kill. Without any hesitation, Long Yu secretly used the divine formation Jiuyuan, and 9 dark space cracks instantly spread towards Shimen Duantian. However, at this moment, Shimen Duantian turned into the body of a giant white bird and quickly flapped his wings. White divine whirlwinds were born from his wings, which gradually blew away the 9 nether sky light. Sword intent volleys in the air. It is obvious that Shimen Duantian has been injured by Duankong Holy Spring in his body and has woken up from the negative state of Jiuyou's shock and scarlet blood. However, he is already at a disadvantage. If he wants to make a comeback, it depends on Long Yutong. Disagree. The sword intention was volleying in the air. This was another move of the 3rd grade divine formation. It was used by Shimen Duantian. The momentum of the sword intention exploded instantly, completely driving away the 9 nether sky light, and then cut it off instantly at an extremely terrifying speed. 9 space cracks rushed towards him. The divine formation Jiuyuan and Jiuyou Tianguang were actually broken by the opponent's sword in the air. After all, the martial arts realm of Long Yu and his opponent are quite different. If they are 2 realms apart, their basic strength will be about 10 times worse. Even if Long Yu and the shadow attribute divine text have reached the 11th level, the recovery in this aspect is 3 to 4 times. But when competing with Shimen Duantian in the divine formation, Jiuyuan, who is also a 3rd grade divine formation, will not be a match for the opponent's sword intent Lingkong at all. It seems that we can only use our trump card. When Long Yu saw this situation, he knew that he could not hesitate any longer. Even if his trump card was revealed, he could not continue to fight with Shimen Duantian. 4 phases of killing prison, lines of death, kill for me. Long Yu had just comprehended a little bit of the 4-phase killing prison, and this ancient God-forbidden technique was used again, and Long Yu finally used it and integrated 10% of the Revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions into it. This move of 4 phases killing prison is the strongest move that Long Yu has ever performed relying on his own strength. The lines of death formed by countless Revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions instantly entangled Shimen Duantian, and he was locked in it, and the lines of death that contained 10% of the Revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions were constantly eroding into Shimen Duantian's body. Want to kill me? Die. At this time, veins popped out on Shimen Duantian's forehead, and his whole body was suffering from unimaginable pain, but he also knew that he had to fight hard now, otherwise he would only die. He endured the pain of being eroded by the line of death and quickly used his terrifying trump card towards Long Yu. Twin Sword Chi. Shimen Duantian laughed wildly, and a terrifying sword energy suddenly swept towards the area where Long Yu was. This sword energy was extremely fast and wrapped around Long Yu's entire body in an instant. Another sword energy bursts out from the inside of this sword energy. The so-called twin sword energy is twin sword energy. From one sword energy, another sword energy can appear, which is hard to guard against. This move was the second move he learned from the ancient swordsmanship inheritance. He had always hidden it and not used it. Now that he used it, he naturally wanted to kill Long Yu completely. Sharp. Long Yu felt that he was instantly entangled by the opponent's sword energy, and all the divine power in his body was imprisoned at this moment. Even the pure body was unable to resist the opponent's power imprisonment. Another sword energy that appeared from the entwining sword energy, that is, the twin sword energy, also took this opportunity to penetrate Long Yu's head. Then the sword energy exploded, and Long Yu's head also exploded. Explode. Ha 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 ha. Shimin Duantian suddenly laughed wildly. He watched Long Yu's head being blown open and took it for granted that Long Yu was dead. Of course, he won the duel and became the hero of the four-demon clan alliance. Long Yu is dead, so these death lines on his body should all lose their power and be lifted automatically, right? Shimin Duantian thought in his heart, listening to the louder and louder cheers from around him. He couldn't contain his excitement. Originally, he thought he was going to die, but he didn't expect that there would be a chance to fight back. Fortunately, he had hidden the twin sword energy. This move has been a killer move for so long, and as soon as it was used, the human boy was killed. Did it? My head has exploded. That human boy must be dead. Don't think about it. Brother Shimin has already won. That's right, I knew from the beginning that that human boy could never be Shimin Duantian's opponent. Now I can avenge Sister Shui. In the alliance of the four major demon clans, everyone cheered and talked about the battle. The top leaders of the four demon cultivator races also smiled. This human boy is finally dead. Shimin Duantian wiped it out for them. A serious problem. Compared to the cheers of these four demon cultivator races, the atmosphere on the blood demon clan's side was not very good. Although for the other blood demon cultivators brought by Xuelua, Long Yu's death made them very happy. After all, this human boy actually got the favor of the blood demon princess Hongying, which is really hateful. But Xuelua, Hongjun and Hongying have a very good relationship with Long Yu. Now seeing Long Yu's head explode, the three people's eyes suddenly widened, a little unbelievable that such a thing happened in front of them. Long Yu, how could he die like this? Do we believe him too much? Xueluo couldn't help but murmur to himself, and Hongjun opened his mouth wide at the side, not knowing what to say. Impossible, he can't die like this, I believe it. Only Hongying quickly calmed down after the initial shock. Because she had practiced balanced control, she could feel that there was still life in the place where Long Yu was. Even because Long Yu's head exploded, Long Yu's body, the vitality is more vigorous. Moreover, when Long Yu discovered something strange in Shimin Duantian's twin sword energy, he didn't look scared, but was just a little surprised. If he wasn't particularly confident in himself, how could Long Yu not be afraid? Various signs gave Hongying a kind of confidence in Long Yu, which can almost be said to be a blind confidence. But for Hongying, as long as she believes in Long Yu, and Long Yu is worthy of her trust, this is enough. My head has exploded, what else is impossible? The clan leader of the White Feather Monster clan next to him chuckled, Lord Xuelua, this duel seems to have come to an end like this. I just didn't expect that Shimin Duantian in our clan is so powerful and can completely kill the mountain ghost. Yang, the power of my demon clan. Don't be happy too early. Hongying glanced at the leader of the White Feather Demon clan. Previously, the leader of the White Feather Demon clan was very respectful to her, but later he sided with the Golden Dragon Demon clan and directly killed her and Long Yu. Hongying didn't have the slightest fondness for this guy who changed his face so quickly. At this moment, Hongying suddenly felt that Shimin Duantian's aura was getting weaker and weaker, and she suddenly felt happy. She raised her head and looked directly at where Shimin Duantian was. What she saw was that Shimin Duantian was entangled in countless death lines, and the strange divine power contained in those death lines continued to erode Shimin Duantian. Tian's body gradually sucked away Shimin Duantian's life force. If Long Yu is dead, these death lines must have lost their power. The current phenomenon undoubtedly shows that Long Yu is not dead yet, and is still activating these death lines, pushing Shimin Duantian kills. Save me. Save me quickly. I've won the duel. Shimin Duantian felt that the aura of death was constantly eroding into his body, and he suddenly became hysterical. His free and elegant temperament suddenly disappeared. He originally thought that once Long Yu died, these death lines would definitely lose all their power, but he did not expect that these death lines would bind him tighter and tighter, and soon erode his entire body. In fear, he directly appealed to the crowd outside for help. Although no other people were allowed to participate in this duel, but now that the duel was over, it didn't matter if others came to help, right? Save him quickly. Those divine lines seem a bit weird. Now that Shimin has won the duel, don't let him die at this time. Go quickly. The leader of the White Feather Demon clan immediately spoke out and asked several of the clan's great masters who were proficient in healing to rush towards Shimin Duantian. Wait a minute, the duel is not over yet, no one else can interfere. At this moment, Shui Luo also roughly saw some clues, and immediately flew out, and stopped in front of the great masters of the White Feather Monster clan in an instant, and said with an extremely calm expression. The duel is clearly over, and the human mountain ghost's head has been exploded. Doesn't it count as our Shimin Duantian's victory? One of the great masters of the White Feather Monster clan snorted coldly and turned his attention directly to Master Ho Zun. Master Ho Zun, please take action to save our clan's Shimin Duantian. You have also seen his talent. If this is the case, it's such a pity to die. If it's too late, it's too late. Master Ho Zun heard this, but made no move. He waved his hand and said, the duel is not over yet, others should not interfere. As soon as these words came out, the group of people from the White Feather Demon clan were shocked. What does Master Ho Zun mean? If the human boy is already dead, there will definitely be no benefit in letting Shimin Duantian die again. Just for the sake of fairness, it is impossible for Master Ho Zun to ignore him. The only explanation is that the human kid is not dead yet. However, how is this possible? The human boy's head was blown to pieces, how is it possible that he is still alive? At this moment, many people suddenly remembered that there was a tribe in the human territory, called the Zifan tribe. The people of this tribe seemed to practice a secret martial art of immortal purple blood. Even if their heads were exploded, they would not die and could be reborn. Could it be that this human boy has practiced this secret martial art called immortal purple blood? No, this human boy's blood is still red. It cannot be immortal purple blood. I can only guess that he has practiced some kind of martial arts secret method similar to immortal purple blood. Many people were thinking this in their minds and turned their attention to where Long Yu was. At this moment, Long Yu is urging Mo Chen's heart to regenerate his head and arms. Anyway, if you want to be reborn, just do it together. It doesn't take much time anyway. However, before rebirth, Long Yu raised his hand and once again displayed the 9 nether sky light, and activated the secret method of balance control to completely cover up his aura. As a result, no one knows what kind of state Long Yu is in now. The 9 nether sky light completely obscured Long Yu. People present could not see him or feel his aura. They could only cast their gaze on Shimin Duantian. However, Long Yu's display of such a skill allowed others to see that this human boy was indeed not dead yet. Otherwise, how could he possibly use these magical powers again? On the other hand, Shimin Duantian's current situation seems to be even worse than that of Long Yu. Shimin Duantian's top-grade endless-level longsword warrior was held in his hand. The longsword was seriously damaged, but it could still exert the power of the top-grade endless-level sword. It was quite powerful, but at this time it had been killed by Xi Xiang. The line of death was tightly entangled, unable to move at all. He used this long sword and used the twin sword chi on Long Yu. The line of death tightened even more, directly binding him together with the long sword, making him unable to move at all. Shimon Duantian's originally confident and unrestrained face turned into fear and fear. His whole body was trembling under the influence of the revelation, level 9 nether divine inscriptions, and he kept running towards the White Feather Monster clan and the others. He thought he must return to his own tribe and be rescued. Such a scene made the powerful men of the White Feather Monster clan present extremely worried. They all wanted to go up and rescue Shimon Duantian, but Xuelua stood in front of them, and Master Ho Zun also spoke out about this duel. "It's not over yet. No, we must save him. You hold the Blood Demon clan people back while we organize a group of people to rescue Shimon." Such a voice soon sounded inside the White Feather Monster clan. Immediately, several powerful masters came forward and surrounded Xuelua. There were also several strong masters in the realm of great masters who rushed directly. He turned towards Shimon Duantian in the field, trying to save him. Seeing this situation, Xuelua certainly wanted to stop them, but the other 4 or 5 great masters did not want to kill Xuelua, but only wanted to hold Xuelua back. For a while, Xuelua was unable to break away from the opponent's siege. Several other great masters of the White Feather Demon clan quickly moved towards Shimon Duantian. Hong Ying also wanted to take action at this time, but in the blink of an eye she saw a very majestic figure appearing in front of those great masters. It turned out to be a bald old man, Master Ho Zun, from the Monster Alliance. Master Ho Zun personally came to the realm of the great masters of the White Feather Demon clan who wanted to take action. He was completely different from his usual self. At this time, his whole body was actually emitting golden light. The famous master forced him to retreat instantly. "Do you think what I said fell on deaf ears?" Master Ho Zun's emotionless voice came out, "The duel is not over yet. No one can interfere in this duel. Otherwise, they will disregard the majesty of the Monster Alliance." As soon as these words came out, many great masters of the White Feather Demon clan gritted their teeth and backed away. They did not dare to have any wrong thoughts. They thought that Master Ho Zun would see that Shimon Duantian was also from the Demon clan. For their own sake, they would not stop them from taking action to save Shimon Duantian, but they did not expect that Master Ho Zun would still take action to stop them. This made them feel very unhappy. As a member of the demon race, Master Ho Zun was now siding with the human race. "It's better to calm down. The challenge was originally proposed by you. It doesn't matter life or death. If you can't afford to lose, don't come out and embarrass yourself earlier. If you want to break the rules now, you really think that Master Ho Zun said that the duel is fair? It's a joke." Xuelua was relieved when he saw Master Ho Zun appear, and he immediately lightly taught those guys from the White Feather Monster clan. With his strength and position, it was only natural for him to teach the great masters of the White Feather Monster clan. The guys who were taught a lesson did not dare to say a word and retreated one after another. In order to save Shimon Duantian, it was possible for them to confront Xuelua, but for them to confront Master Ho Zun, they simply didn't have the courage. Now we can take a good look at who will win this duel. When Hong Ying saw Master Ho Zun on the stage, she was immediately relieved and looked at the field with anticipation. She was certain that Shimon Duantian would die. But what she is more worried about now is whether Long Yu will be seriously injured and unable to recover in a day. In that case, tomorrow's duel with the Jinhua Monster clan will not be easy. Everyone in the venue became very excited. Hong Ying's beautiful eyes were fixed on the dark sky. What she was most concerned about was what Long Yu would look like when he appeared. Just now, the scene of Long Yu's head being exploded by Shimon Duantian's twin sword energy still appeared in Hong Ying's mind, leaving her a little frightened. Fortunately, she could now be sure that Long Yu was not dead, otherwise she wouldn't even know she was alive. What will happen? As for the people of the White Feather Demon clan, they were all staring at xuanhuan, who was bound by the lines of death. This person still wanted to return to the White Feather Demon clan, but the power of the revelation-level divine text contained in the death lines continued to erode his body, making his whole aura weaker and weaker, and finally, after about a stick of incense, he completely lost his life. At this moment, everyone in the White Feather Demon clan was extremely angry. They felt that Master Hozun was so unkind. He did not allow them to save xuanhuan under such circumstances. It was simply a waste of his death. You must know that xuanhuan was considered a leader among the younger generation not only in the White Feather Monster clan, but also in the entire Monster Clan alliance. His death like this was definitely a big blow to the Monster Clan. However, they did not dare to say anything dissatisfied with Master Hozun. After all, Master Hozun's prestige was too high. However, at this moment, many demon cultivators from the White Feather Demon clan had bad feelings toward Master Hozun. View. Of course, the final result of this duel came out quickly, and the dark sky where Long Yu was located quickly dissipated quietly. When the dark fog dissipated, what appeared in front of everyone was an intact Long Yu. At this time, Long Yu did not look as embarrassed as before with his head exploded. Instead, he was full of energy, and even more powerful than before. As soon as such Long Yu appeared, there was an uproar in the field. This kid is not dead. There was a feeling of extreme shock in the hearts of countless people. They couldn't believe that Long Yu appeared intact. Didn't this kid even have his head exploded just now? How could it appear intact? Could it be that what was just exploded was just this kid's illusion? Or does this kid really have the terrifying ability to regenerate his head? Everyone stared at Long Yu's figure in disbelief. Ha ha ha, as expected, this boy did not disappoint me. Shueluo from the Blood Demon tribe laughed loudly. He was very happy to see Long Yu come out alive. The main reason was that Hong Ying had a good relationship with Long Yu now, so he naturally cared more about Long Yu. Good boy, it seems that even we have misjudged him. With such strength, it can be said that he has surpassed most of the so-called younger generation geniuses today. When the Blood Demon Prince Hongjun saw this, he also sighed with emotion. You must know that even if he has now reached the lower realm of domination, if he wants to fight against a strong man of xuanhuan's level, it will not be smooth sailing, and he will also suffer some injuries. Yes, it won't be easier than Long Yu. In other words, the current Long Yu probably already has a combat power similar to that of the Blood Demon Prince, and this is only Long Yu's superficial combat power. Of course, if there is a real fight, Hongjun also has his own trump card. It is hard to say who will win and who will lose, but the key is that the current Long Yu has the cultivation level of a 5-star emperor. If Long Yu's martial arts realm were raised to the level of the 7-star emperor, or even to the level of dominating the secret realm, wouldn't this kid be going against the will of heaven? Fortunately, if you want to break through the bottleneck from the 7-star emperor and step into the realm of a lower ruler, you need to understand the power of creation. From this point of view, Brother Long is probably still far behind. Although he has his own small world, that small world was only created by others. Strictly speaking, you can only use the power of that small world, but cannot master the real power of creation. Hongjun thought to himself. However, if he were to know that Long Yu had already understood the power of creation, and because he had mastered 80% of the 9 nether marks, it would be totally inappropriate for him to turn his inner world into a small world. Will there be any bottlenecks? As long as he absorbs enough aura of heaven and earth and the power of creation, Long Yu can easily step into the secret realm of dominance. Hongjun naturally didn't know this, but this did not affect the relationship between him and Long Yu. The duel is over, and the result is already obvious. Long Yu defeats xuanhuan. Such a result made all the guys from the White Feather Monster clan stunned. They all thought that Long Yu was dead, so they were very angry at Master Ho Zun for not saving Shimon Duantian. But now it seems that Master Ho Zun is really ensuring that the duel is fair and will not let anyone ruin the duel. If they have just rescued Shimon Duantian, then both Long Yu and Shimon Duantian are still alive. Who wins? Burden? That's hard to say. Master Ho Zun stood up to stop the other party from rescuing Shimon Duantian. It is precisely because of this that, as a being closer to the godlike realm, Master Ho Zun can certainly sense the vitality of Long Yu. Even if his head is exploded, he still has it. Strong vitality. Master Ho Zun has seen many such things before. He's not dead, he's not dead. This young man from the human race called Mountain Ghost is really too strong. Yes, yesterday I killed the leader of the younger generation of the Black Lin Demon clan, Umo Shui, and today I killed Shimon Duantian of the White Feather Demon clan. He is really too strong. It's unbelievable. From this point of view, there will probably be no one stronger than Shimon Duantian in the Jinhua Demon clan tomorrow, right? There aren't many talents in this generation of the Jinhua Demon clan, let alone competing with Shimon Duantian. This level exists. People from the 4 major demon cultivator races find it difficult to accept this fact, but they have to accept it and then think about the next questions. Next, it is the turn of the Jinhua Demon clan to send out their younger generation of geniuses to duel with Long Yu. The rules are still the same as the past 2 days. No matter life or death, if Long Yu wins, the 2 tribes will give out 12,000 coins. First class divine crystal. Of course, before that, we still had to clean up the mess. As usual, Long Yu stepped forward and took out the damaged endless grade long sword warrior from Shimon Duantian, and threw it into the 9 nether realm for storage. This is a trophy that belongs to Long Yu. It is under his control for the time being. After the 3-day duel is over, Long Yu will use these things to exchange with Master Ho Zun for the 36,000 first-class divine crystals to prevent the other party from talking. Doesn't count. As for the body of Shimon Duantian, Long Yu was no longer interested and directly asked the people from the White Feather Monster clan to carry it back. At this moment, the hearts of the demon cultivators from the White Feather Monster clan were probably broken. They originally thought about Shimon Duantian. They were able to kill Long Yu, but the end result was like this, which made them feel extremely sad. At the same time, the hatred of the White Feather Monster clan against Long Yu became even more profound. Seeing the hatred towards him from the White Feather Monster clan, Long Yu smiled faintly and didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he deliberately said, "Actually, Yu Shi Qingfeng from the White Feather Monster clan and I are good friends. It's a pity that you just cut him off so hard. It seems that Qingfeng has driven out the White Feather Demon clan, and is really making a fool of himself." These words further stimulated the mood of the White Feather Monster clan, causing the leader of the White Feather Monster clan to snort coldly, "Shi Qingfeng is a traitor to my White Feather Monster clan, don't mention this person in front of me." Are you really a traitor? You know the truth best in your heart. After Long Yu said these words, he returned to the Blood Demon clan regardless of the face of the leader of the White Feather Demon clan turning dark. Hong Ying and Hong Jun came forward immediately. "Brother Long, how are you feeling?" "It's nothing serious." "Can you make it to the duel tomorrow?" Hong Jun asked quickly. "It's okay, all the injuries I suffered have recovered now." Long Yu smiled and said, "It's so miraculous. What kind of secret martial art have you practiced?" "I heard that there is a secret martial art method of immortality and purple blood in the human territory, but your blood is not purple." Hong Ying was extremely curious and ran over to stare at Long Yu. She couldn't help but look at her. Not only did she look, but she also moved her hands and feet, looking here and there, until she could soon be sure that Long Yu had really fully recovered now, let alone the severed arm was gone, and even the head that was supposed to be exploded had no abnormalities and was intact as before. This is a secret and cannot be told to outsiders. Long Yu glanced at Hong Ying and said something deliberately. Hong Ying raised her head and glanced at him. How do you count yourself as an outsider? Do you regard those friends in your small world as your own? I did see that 3 of the people who came out to take charge of the 4 ancient palaces last time, they are all good little girls. Are they your lovers? No. Of course Long Yu rejected it outright. Shu Chan, Sunset Wu, and Yan Huanma were indeed good-looking and had great figures, but Long Yu had never thought about having any relationship with them, especially Sunset Wu. In Long Yu's eyes, she is still just a little girl. Really? Why don't I believe it? Hong Ying giggled and held Long Yu's arm again. Perform well in the duel tomorrow, but don't die. Do you think I'm going to die here? Long Yu chuckled. Ahem, you guys are flirting, but you don't care about other people's feelings at all. The Blood Demon Prince Hong Jun coughed and reminded the 2 of them. Someone from the Golden Moon Demon clan over there has stepped forward. He must be the guy who will duel with you tomorrow, but why does that guy look so cowardly? Woolen cloth? Long Yu followed Hong Jun's gaze and saw a short man wearing a golden robe slowly walking out from the Jinhua Demon clan. This man's eyes were so small that he could hardly see them. It reaches the eyes, but he also possesses the martial arts realm of the 7-star Emperor. Long Yu didn't look down on the other person because he looked weak. On the contrary, he squinted his eyes and felt a dangerous aura from this person. Seeing someone from the Jinhua Demon clan coming out, Long Yu also stood up, looked over from a distance, and asked loudly, "Are you the one who wants to duel with me tomorrow? Tell me your name." Long Yu has no interest in what the other party is called, but if he knows what the other party is called, he can find out what methods the other party is good at and get some useful information for him. I'm not here to challenge you to a duel, I'm here to admit defeat. What Long Yu didn't expect was that the short man in the golden robe squinted his eyes and said to Long Yu with a smile, "We, the Jinhua Demon clan, admit that at the level of the younger generation, we have not been able to break up with Shiman. He is a person who can compete with the sky and the demonic water. Therefore, we Jinhua Demon clan will directly admit defeat this time. We will hand over the 12,000 divine crystals, so don't worry." These words not only surprised Long Yu, Shui Luo, and others, but also the 2 major demon cultivation races, the White Feather Demon clan and the Black Lin Demon clan, suddenly became angry. The Black Lin Monster clan sent Yu Mo Shui to fight first, and the White Feather Monster clan sent Shiman Duantian to fight behind. Both of them died in the hands of Long Yu. For these 2 monster clans, it was definitely a very serious blow. This blow, of course, is nothing compared to the 400 masters of the secret realm who died here not long ago, but it is also extremely heartbreaking for them. You must know that at the level of Yu Mo Shui and Shiman Duantian, they will almost certainly suffer in the future. It will step into the realm of the Great Master. But now, after both of their clans had sacrificed their lives, the people from the Golden Moon Demon clan actually jumped out and said that they would admit defeat and would not duel with this mountain ghost from the human race. Is this ridiculous? Golden Moon Monster clan, are you kidding me? We are working hard, but you just admit defeat. How unbecoming is this? The leader of the Black Lin Demon clan was the first to attack. He had always been very fond of Yu Mo Shui, and even thought about accepting Yu Mo Shui as his disciple. Now that Yu Mo Shui is dead, he is of course extremely sad. That's right, you actually admitted defeat directly. You really brought shame to our demon clan. The leader of the White Feather Demon clan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His face turned red and he shouted at the leader of the Golden Moon Demon clan in the crowd. I can understand your mentality, but what my son just said is the truth. The leader of the Jinhua Demon clan said coldly, among the younger generation of our Jinhua Demon clan, the strongest one now is my son, but he has competed with Yuemo Shui before and is not Yuemo Shui's opponent. Now the demon controlling water has died in the hands of that human boy. Are you trying to force my son to die?" His son, the short man in gold robe, slightly fat and looking a little funny, stood up to talk to Long Yu. Long Yu listened to the other party arguing, but secretly narrowed his eyes. Although the leader of the Golden Moon Demon clan said that this guy is not as good as the demon control water, I smell a dangerous aura from this guy. This kind of aura has not been given to me even by Shimand Wantian. This made Long Yu cautious, but he didn't say anything for the time being. Whether the other party wanted to admit defeat, and whether they decided to fight him in the end, all depended on the other party's decision, and Long Yu couldn't interfere. It's possible that the other party just wants to put on a show for Long Yu to let him relax his vigilance. Everything is possible, Long Yu just needs to keep his utmost vigilance. Brother Long, look at them actually admitting defeat, which makes me a little surprised. Hong Ying held Long Yu's arm and giggled at the sight. Don't you feel that there is a special dangerous aura in the son of the clan leader of the Golden Moon Demon clan? Long Yu asked, with narrowed eyes. I feel it, but it's very strange. This kid obviously didn't have any characteristics before. He has indeed competed with demon control water before, and he is no match for demon control water. Hong Ying nodded and said, then glanced at the jade slip in her hand and saw some information from the jade slip. These information are about the Jinyu monster clan. Shuelua carries a lot of similar information with him. If you want to know what information you want, just look through it. Of course, the information in Shuelua's hand may not be complete, but it is enough for them to duel. Normally needed. For example, now, all the information about the son of the leader of the Golden Moon Demon clan has appeared in front of Long Yu and Hong Ying. The son of the clan leader of the Jinyu Demon clan is only in his early 20s and is already a powerful 7-star emperor. It is almost certain that he will definitely be able to enter the secret realm of dominance before he is 30 years old. In terms of martial arts talent, this person is even stronger than Yuemo Shui and Shimand Wantian. However, he is relatively young and his combat experience is definitely not as good as Yuemo Shui and Shimand Wantian. In addition, he has entered the realm of the 7-star emperor. It has only been a short time, so logically speaking, its strength is not as good as Yuemo Shui and Shimand Wantian. Let's watch it first and see what they decide. Long Yu nodded after reading the information. He showed no expression for the time being, but continued to observe the disputes between the other demon clan. The clan leaders of the Black Lin Demon clan and the White Feather Demon clan kept yelling and scolding at the Jinyu Demon clan's clan leader. The Jinyu Demon clan's clan leader refused to let his son appear in the duel with Long Yu on the grounds that he was reluctant to part with his son. During these repeated quarrels, the Golden Dragon Demon clan also participated. For the Golden Dragon Demon clan, the duels in the past 3 days were just trivial fights. Even if Long Yu defeated the 3 major demon clans, he would definitely not be able to escape the killing of the second prince of their Golden Dragon Demon clan in the end. Therefore, all they need to do is to try to make Long Yu's combat status as bad as possible when the second prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan arrives. Because of this, for the Golden Dragon Demon clan, it is obviously better for the Golden Moon Demon clan to send people to fight now than to directly admit defeat to Long Yu. No matter what, they can dig out some of Long Yu's trump cards like Shimand Wantian, such as the martial arts secret method that can continue to regenerate even if the head is exploded. Although they don't know what martial arts secrets Long Yu has practiced, at least they now know that Long Yu's key point is not in his head. This is an understanding and an experience. If they can learn more about Long Yu, they can information, when the second prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan arrives, the chance of winning against Long Yu will be even greater. Of course, the people of the Golden Dragon Demon clan felt that it would be easy for the second prince to deal with such a human boy. There was a 99% chance of winning. However, based on this chance of winning, they did not allow any possibility of failure. They had to eliminate all factors that may lead to the failure of the second prince. Now, the fact that the Jinhua Demon clan is admitting defeat obviously gives Long Yu enough time to deal with the second prince, which is not a good thing for the Golden Dragon Demon clan. The four major demon clans suddenly began to quarrel due to their own interests. Of course, the one being targeted was the Jinhua Monster clan. The other three demon clans were all forcing people from the Jinhua Monster clan to appear and compete with Long Royal Duel. In the end, the leader of the Jinhua Demon clan was forced by the leaders of the three major demon cultivator races. As a last resort, he could only shake his head and sigh, "Oh, forget it, in that case, Cheener, go up and try 2 moves with that human boy." Well, remember, if it doesn't work, retreat and admit defeat, don't force yourself. Okay, Dad. The skinny young man in golden robe, Rua Tianqin, the son of the clan leader of the Golden Moon Demon clan, suddenly looked sad. He looked at his father and then at Long Yu in the distance, and seemed to be extremely embarrassed. But when Long Yu looked at Rua Tianqin's appearance, he did not let down his guard at all. This kid is pretty good at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Long Yu chuckled lightly. He could see now that the four demon clans were acting out a show. This show was entirely for him, Long Yu. Through such a play, if you are an ordinary person, you will definitely relax your vigilance to the son of the patriarch of the Golden Moon Demon clan, which will lead to an unexpected failure in the battle. It's a pity that they are facing Long Yu. Long Yu will not underestimate his opponent under any circumstances, not to mention that he has seen through the tricks played by the four demon cultivator races on the opponent's side. This kind of show of weakness to the enemy, but in the end it seems that he has to fight with Long Yu. The method of dueling can be seen by anyone who is a little more careful. These days, if you can't act well, you really can't do it. If the people from these four demon tribes had better acting skills, maybe I would be fooled. Long Yu thought in his heart and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but did not say this out loud. Hey, Brother Long, don't be careless. The son of the clan leader of the Golden Moon Demon clan is named Rua Tianqin. There wasn't much information about him before. We only know that his fighting power is invincible in his realm. Hong Ying reminded Long Yu, don't look at him looking cowardly now, he is probably just pretending to show you to let you relax your vigilance. Well, don't worry, I have my own sense of discretion. Long Yu nodded. He heard the deep concern in Hong Ying's words and couldn't help but feel some warmth. This was something he hadn't felt in a long time. Then, Long Yu raised his head and said to Rua Tianqin, the son of the leader of the Golden Dragon Demon tribe, since you have decided to duel with me, then get ready and start at this time tomorrow. After the words fell, Long Yu turned around and returned to Xuelua, preparing to digest the battle with Shimen Duantian within this day. By the way, Shimen Duantian's trophy is the broken long sword warrior of the endless grade. It is said that an ancient swordsmanship is recorded in it. Long Yu's heart moved, and he suddenly thought of this, which made his mind become more active. He wondered if he could get something from it. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate much and returned directly to the Jiuyou realm and handed the Jiuyou mark to Hong Ying for safekeeping. With so many people present, the one Long Yu trusted the most was Hong Ying. Concubine Yu, who was hiding aside, couldn't help but feel a strange feeling when she saw that Long Yu and Hong Ying seemed to be quite intimate. Is this little brat falling in love with this blood demon princess? Concubine Yu smiled softly, but her face was quite solemn, because she also felt the danger of Rua Tianqin. Even she could feel the danger. It is conceivable that Rua Tianqin must have extremely special abilities. Place. If Long Yu is careless, the boat may capsize in the gutter. The day passed quickly. Long Yu is about to fight Rua Tianqin, the son of the patriarch from the Golden Moon Demon clan. This guy looks very thin and unattractive. His eyes are only the size of mung beans. He is very ugly. This made Long Yu even more wary of this person, because when the demon clan transformed into a human form for the first time, he could control his own appearance. This guy deliberately made himself so ugly. I'm afraid there is something special about him. Every one of the other strong men of the demon race is handsome and charming, but this person is like a speck of green among thousands of flowers, making it impossible not to notice him. Brother Long, you have to be careful. This kid doesn't look like much, but we know too little about him. When he was about to go on stage, Hong Ying said to Long Yu with some worry. Well, I'll be careful. Long Yu nodded and said calmly. Hong Ying looked at Long Yu's expression and admired it quite a lot. This kid had rarely won 2 victories in succession, and he had no pride at all. This kind of mentality is indeed rare among young people. Even if it were her younger brother, Hong Jun, the prince of the Blood Demon clan, his mentality would probably be a little impetuous after winning consecutive battles like this. At this point, Long Yu did a pretty good job. And this also made Hong Ying appreciate Long Yu more and more. Long Yu calmly went to the void. After a day of rest, he had adjusted his body to the best condition. In the Jiuyou realm, he also recovered from Shimen Duantian's broken endless level long sword. Got some interesting stuff. It is difficult to find out where that long sword was inherited from, but Long Yu got the 3 sword skills training methods from it. The first 2 moves were the so-called Tian Tian Yi sword used by Shimen Duantian, and the sword against Long Yu. In fact, the twin sword energy that caused serious damage to the sword should be called 1 Yuan sword energy, which corresponds to the twin sword energy. From 1 to 2, it becomes stronger and stronger. The name of the third sword technique is threefold sword chi, but Long Yu has not been able to see the cultivation method of threefold sword chi from it. It should be because the previous Shimen Duantian did not understand it to this extent. 1 Yuan sword chi and twin sword chi, these 2 sword techniques are very powerful, especially the twin sword chi, which has both control and killing effects. Even the pure body is not immune to it, it is extremely powerful. These 2 sword skills are both endless level martial arts, but they are not complete. If you want to obtain complete sword skills, you may have to continue to understand this long sword. Shimen Duantian's previous martial arts talent was not strong enough after all. Otherwise, if he had better understood the threefold sword energy move, Long Yu might really have died in his hands. These 2 sword skills can be taught to everyone in the 9 Nether realm who practice sword skills. It will at least double their actual combat effectiveness. Long Yu was a little reluctant to exchange this long sword to the White Feather Demon clan, but anyway, the long sword was still in Long Yu's hands. When it was time to return it, he could think about whether there was any way to keep it with him. In the void, Long Yu and Ruotian Qin stood facing each other. The demon cultivators from the 4 major demon cultivating races, Black Lin Demon Clan, White Feather Demon Clan, Golden Moon Demon Clan and Golden Dragon Demon Clan, all surrounded the 2 of them, leaving an area of 100 miles around for them. Let the 2 duel. Tianqin, pay attention to your own safety. If you feel that you can't do it, you must take the initiative to admit defeat. The leader of the Jinhua Demon clan shouted to his son from a distance. Don't worry, Dad, I'm so young and I don't want to die yet. Naruo Tianqin shook his head as he spoke, looking a little dazed, with his eyes slightly flinching, as if he was a little afraid of this duel. But now how could Long Yu be deceived by the other party's superficial performance? His acting skills are pretty good, but it's a pity that he can't fool me. This guy is a bit too young to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Long Yu thought in his heart, and when he arrived at the venue, he was not careless at all. Then, Brother Shangue, how about you let me take a move first? Anyway, you see, we, the Jinhua Demon clan, don't have any deep grudge against you. There is no need to fight to the death. Rua Tianqin weakly said to Long Yu, if I find out that I am really no match, I will definitely admit defeat directly. Then don't hit me again. Stop talking nonsense and come on. Long Yu said lightly, without responding to what the other party said. Instead, he raised his hand and directly displayed his first magical power, the Hand of Nine Nethers. 5 weird white bone arms emerged from the void at the same time, instantly covering Naruo Tianqin. The Hand of Jiuyo has the power to corrode the opponent's body. Currently, none of the Jiuyo divine texts used by Long Yu contain the apocalyptic level, because it is just a test now, and there is no need to use all his strength. The skinny boy Rua Tianqin was a little chubby. Facing the magical power of the 9 nether hands that Long Yu directly displayed, a look of panic appeared on his face. The light of the golden divine inscriptions all over his body burst out instantly, forming a golden light barrier. This golden light barrier didn't look strong. It only lasted for a moment before it was penetrated by 5 skeletal arms. The golden light defense barrier was completely shattered. Of course, the 5 formidable white bone arms have also been weakened a lot, but they still have enough power to continue to cover Rua Tianqin. One of the white bone arms directly grasped Rua Tianqin's divine body in his hand. The endless 9 nether divine inscriptions began to erode into Rua Tianqin's body. Hey! This kid seems really weak. If he is still pretending now, then his acting skills are too good. Long Yu frowned slightly. He could feel that his 9 nether divine inscriptions were already eroding into the opponent's body. If this continued, within 1 stick of incense, this kid would definitely die without a burial place. But at this moment, a warning sign suddenly arose in Long Yu's heart, making all the hairs on his body stand up. Dangerous! Long Yu subconsciously felt that danger was coming, and without thinking, he directly activated the magical power of the Book of Shadows, completely turning himself into nothingness. At the next moment, a golden light suddenly exploded where Long Yu was, and the terrifying destructive power exploded instantly, forming a violent divine whirlpool. With such a powerful divine explosion, if Long Yu hadn't turned into nothingness, even his physical body would have been blasted to at least serious injury. What made Long Yu most aware of the danger was that the opponent's golden divine light exploded. He had no perception at all before. Even if he controlled the secret method with balance, he did not feel any power in the place where he was. In other words, the opponent sent the power to Long Yu at this moment, and then exploded suddenly. This method is simply unbelievable. You must know that even if something is transmitted to Long Yu through the power of space divine words, Long Yu can still feel the fluctuations of space through balanced control. But now, he didn't feel anything. Without any warning, the opponent's fierce offensive came. If Long Yu hadn't had a keen sense of danger, he might have been seriously injured right now. It's awesome. Is it some kind of martial arts secret? Could this be the source of danger in this kid? Long Yu thought in his heart. The body that turned into nothingness had quietly arrived near Rua Tianqin, preparing to launch a sneak attack on him. Logically speaking, if this method alone would not make Long Yu feel in danger, what is so special and mysterious about Rua Tianqin? Long Yu thought in his heart, and directly activated the original level of the 9 nether divine inscriptions in his body, using the 9 nether divine inscriptions to condense 5 9 nether hunters, and then turned into nothingness again. If Tianqin's ability was too weird, Long Yu had to act cautiously, so he planned to let Jiuyo Hunter explore the way first. The 9 nether hunters held 2 swords in their hands, and a total of 5 dark hunters flew towards Rua Tianqin, each launching a fierce attack on him. Whether it is a mental sword or a real sword, there is no doubt about the strength of Jiuyo Hunter. Its 3 central sword slashes can make the opponent fall into a triple illusion and be unable to extricate themselves. Now 5 Jiuyo Hunters attack at the same time, which is undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Even if Long Yu faces it himself, I am afraid that he can only resist it with the help of his pure body. I want to see how Rua Tianqin can deal with these 5 Jiuyo Hunters. Long Yu turned into nothingness and hid aside. Now that he activated the magical power of the Book of Shadows, he could turn into nothingness for a long time. He was not worried about losing, so he planned to find out what the opponent's strength was first. But the next moment, something that surprised Long Yu happened again. Before the 5-9 nether hunters could get close to Rua Tianqin, golden light suddenly erupted under his feet. The terrifying destructive force directly involved all 5-9 nether hunters into the divine whirlpool, and they were annihilated in an instant. This method of erupting golden light is nothing. The key is the method of hiding the aura, which is so powerful. Long Yu's heart became more and more solemn. The opponent was still in front of him for the time being, but Long Yu was completely unable to sense in advance what kind of offensive he would launch. It was too dangerous to fight Rua Tianqin. At this time, Long Yu discovered that there was a kind of golden color in Rua Tianqin's eyes, which made his whole aura become a little evil. This kid, what's going on? Long Yu thought in his mind, gritted his teeth, and appeared directly behind Rua Tianqin. The dragon blood saint diagram started his hand, and a blood-colored spear flew out, and instantly shot in front of Rua Tianqin. At this time, Rua Tianqin's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked completely different from before. He just raised his hand slightly, and the golden light condensed into a golden light barrier again, directly blocking the dragon blood heavenly spear picture. Similarly, for the golden light barrier cast by the opponent, Long Yu still did not feel any power fluctuations. Everything was visible but not felt, as if it was an illusion, but Long Yu was sure that this was not an illusion. It's just that the other party has special means to hide the breath of any divine power it displays. Such a secret martial art is really too powerful. I finally forced it out, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Just when Long Yu was confused, the leader of the Jinhua demon clan in the crowd also had a very solemn face at this moment. I am afraid that only one person among so many people present knew what happened to his son Rua Tianqin. Such a state. However, the leader of the Jinhua demon clan will certainly not announce these things. Otherwise, if everyone knows about it, it may be detrimental to his son Rua Tianqin. But now in the field, Rua Tianqin seems to be a different person. No matter what method he uses, there is no aura that can be felt, as if everything is just an image in the true spirit imprint, but Long Yu knows very well, if he were touched by those golden divine words, with his current physical strength, he would definitely suffer heavy damage. I don't know what kind of secret martial art it is, but it can actually cover up the aura of any of my methods. It's amazing, but if you want to use it to deal with me, Long Yu, I'm afraid it's not enough. Long Yu is also very interested in this. If he can obtain the opponent's method of concealing his power, then he will be more confident in future assassinations, and there will be almost no possibility of failure. In that case, let's attack by force. Long Yu decided to hide and launch a strong attack at the same time. He had the Book of Shadows. If he was hidden, the opponent could not do anything to him. As long as he could kill the opponent before his power was exhausted, it would be fine. Long Yu uses the magical power of the Book of Shadows to turn it into nothingness, which consumes a lot of power. If nothing unexpected happens, Long Yu can now hold on for a stick of incense. If all the siphon totems stored in the body are exploded, the power will be restored. But I was able to hold on for half an hour. In this half hour, there is no way the other party can do anything to him. Try this trick first. Long Yu secretly activated the Duan Kong Holy Spring, an endless level high-grade soldier. He had already matched the Duan Kong Holy Spring to the psychic level. He only needed a thought to activate the Duan Kong Holy Spring without spending too much money. Thought. The light blue skybreaking blade condensed silently, and then appeared in Rua Tianqin's body without any warning. Duan Kong Ju, kill. When Long Yu performed this move, it was naturally impossible to turn into nothingness, so when he performed this move, he immediately changed his position and turned into nothingness again. Sure enough, as soon as he used this move to show his figure, a golden divine script exploded where he was originally. The terrifying power almost cut off the void, and even the power of the spatial divine script could not penetrate the vortex where the divine script exploded. Fortunately, Long Yu moved his position directly. At this moment, the Duan Kong sharp blade transformed from the Duan Kong Holy Spring finally struck, finding the location of the demon pill in Ruo Tianqin's body, and instantly assassinated him. But suddenly, Ruo Tianqin quickly turned into a phantom. After being assassinated by Duankong Holy Spring, he dissipated directly. This Ruo Tianqin figure turned out to be just an illusion. Really? Long Yu's heart trembled. The opponent has the means to cover up all the divine power, and of course he can use illusions to deceive Long Yu. Even if he has practiced the secret martial arts of balanced control, he cannot tell whether the opponent is real or fake. So now, if you want to defeat the opponent, the first thing you have to do is find the opponent. Long Yu has a very clear view of the current battle situation and knows what the key is for him to achieve now. However, for other people watching the battle, they were all in a fog, because neither Long Yu nor Ruo Tianqin had disappeared from the field. This is nothing. The most important thing is that even Master Ho Zun and Shui Luo, the masters of this level, have some changes in their expressions. Because even the powerful ones at their level cannot detect where Long Yu and Ruo Tianqin are at this moment. The divine power in the field continued to intersect and explode, but Long Yu and Ruo Tianqin did not show up at all, making it impossible to understand what was going on. The battles yesterday and the day before, whether it was Yuemo Shui or Shimen Duantian, and the battle with Long Yu, could be said to be quite exciting. Everyone could see the excitement in it, but today, they all watched it. I don't understand, I can't guess what the situation is at the scene. Jia, you boy from the human race, you are lucky enough to be able to fight against me, the Jinyu demon ancestor, for so long without losing. It's interesting, it's interesting. At this time an old thought spread throughout the audience, surprising everyone in the audience. Jinyu demon ancestor? What is this? Yes, I am the Jinyu demon ancestor. I am the peak existence of the great master of the Jinyu demon clan 20,000 years ago. Since the soul and spirit have not been destroyed, it now remains in the body of this junior Ruo Tianqin. I am him, he is me. The thought said this, making everyone in the field finally understand what was going on. The demon ancestor Yuanling turns out to be the demon ancestor Yuanling of the Jinyu demon clan. It turns out that it is possessing the clan leader's son. I see, that's it. No wonder Ruo Tianqin now has such strength that our great master cannot sense its location. However, the demon ancestor Yuanling is parasitic in Ruo Tianqin's body, why would he announce it to everyone now? Needless to say, he must want to move from behind the scenes to the front. The powerful Yuanling, from 20,000 years ago, still exists today. I'm afraid he wants to lead the entire Jinyu monster clan again. At this moment, the face of the leader of the Golden Moon Demon clan also changed somewhat. The demon ancestor Yuanling was finally made public in front of everyone, which means that this ancestor is really going to return and show his face. With the momentum of killing that human boy today, it is logical for demon ancestor Yuanling to become the leader of our Golden Moon Demon clan. However, if this happens, my son's chances of showing up will be much less than before. Already. The leader of the Jinyu demon clan thought in his mind. His son's martial arts talent has not always been very good, but he is the son of the clan leader, so he has enough training resources, and he still cultivated to the secret realm of the king at the age of 20. But from that time on, when his son was worshipping his clan ancestors, he was accidentally invaded by the demon ancestor Yuanling. From then on, his martial arts talent suddenly became extremely good, and he could use many terrifying methods. These are all the demon ancestor Yuan Ling's accumulation of 20,000 years ago is definitely considered an extremely powerful secret skill for the now declined Jinhua demon clan. Including the martial arts secrets that hide the divine aura, it is one of the magical methods mastered by demon ancestor Yuan Ling. Forget it, if your son is gone, then he will be gone. The key is that if the demon ancestor Yuan Ling is willing to return and show his face, he will naturally bring us many powerful methods of the Jinhua demon clan, such as martial arts secrets, etc. By killing this human kid Shan with the momentum of ghosts, we, the Golden Moon demon clan, will soon establish our leadership position in Qiming Galaxy. When the leader of the Golden Moon demon clan thought of this, a look of fanaticism gradually appeared in his eyes. He knew very well how much benefit it would bring to him if the Golden Moon demon clan became stronger. If nothing else, look at the Blood demon clan now. Everything can be understood based on his position within the territory of the demon clan. With the return of the demon ancestor Yuan Ling, it is not impossible for the Golden Moon demon clan to unify the entire Qiming Galaxy. Because of this, when the thoughts of the demon ancestor Yuan Ling reached the ears of the people around him, a huge commotion immediately arose between the two races, the Black Lin demon clan and the White Feather demon clan, and the Golden Moon demon clan. Of course, we in Qiming Galaxy do not want to see the rise of the Golden Moon demon clan. So for them, the appearance of demon ancestor Yuan Ling is definitely not a good thing. Since he is possessed by the demon ancestor Yuan Ling, it will be easy to defeat the human boy. What we have to consider now is not the human boy, but how to get along with the Jinhua monster clan in the future. The clan leaders of the Black Lin demon clan and the White Feather demon clan thought so in their hearts. Most of the demon cultivators in the audience were thinking about the future and making plans for the future, because the appearance of the demon ancestor Yuan Ling possessed by the Jinhua demon clan could definitely change the current overall situation of the Qiming Galaxy. Qiming Xinghe will face a drastic change. But these people seem to have overlooked one thing. That is, the changes that will happen to Qiming Xinghe are all based on one premise, that is, the demon ancestor Yuan Ling possessed by Rua Tianqing can defeat Long Yu in the current battle, and Long Yu will be defeated. Behead. Everyone felt that if demon ancestor Yuan Ling took action, he would definitely be able to kill Long Yu, but no one could know what the actual situation would be. What's too bad now, it's actually the demon ancestor Yuan Ling of the Golden Moon demon clan. Xuelua also heard the thoughts of the demon ancestor Yuan Ling that spread all over the place, and said in a deep voice, "No wonder even I can't feel Rua Tianqing's presence. Now Long Yu is in danger. Even if it's the demon ancestor Yuan Ling, I believe Long Yu can deal with it." Hong Ying's face has become quite solemn now. Although she has confidence in Long Yu, the other party is the demon ancestor Yuan Ling. It is the remnant soul of a powerful existence that lived more than 20,000 years ago. It possesses much ancient knowledge and is proficient. How many weird martial arts secrets are there? Magical moves? It's unimaginable. Having to fight such an opponent makes Hong Ying feel terrible just thinking about it. But now she is not facing such an opponent, but Long Yu. You know, now Long Yu doesn't even dominate the secret realm. In terms of means and combat experience, how could Long Yu be comparable to the old monster from 20,000 years ago? But even so, Hong Ying still chooses to believe in Long Yu and believe that Long Yu can defeat his opponents, because she has seen Long Yu defeat many opponents that are almost impossible to defeat. From what she heard from Hong Jun at the beginning, Long Yu fought against the Yuan clan, then Long Yu fought against the Soul clan, and then Long Yu faced off against the 10 strong men who dominated the secret realm of the Golden Dragon Demon clan, and then 2 days ago, he defeated the 2 geniuses Yuemo Shui and Shimen Duantian. Along the way, Hong Ying has developed great confidence in Long Yu. Now even if Long Yu is facing the demon ancestor Yuan Ling of the Jinhua demon clan, Hong Ying still has confidence in Long Yu. It turned out to be the demon ancestor Yuan Ling. At this time even Master Ho Zun from the Monster Clan Alliance had a solemn look on his face. The appearance of the demon ancestor Yuan Ling could be considered a big event for the entire Monster Clan territory. If it is handled properly, it will definitely improve the strength of the entire demon clan, but if it is not handled well, it may also be a disaster for the demon clan's territory. It seems like this human boy will definitely lose this duel. Someone behind Master Ho Zun said with a smile. For those in the Demon Clan Alliance, they would naturally like to see the Demon Clan defeat a human genius. Only Master Ho Zun slowly shook his head. Although he didn't say anything, it was obvious that even he couldn't figure out the final outcome of this battle. In the field, the thoughts of the demon ancestor Yuan Ling of the Jinhua Demon Clan were naturally heard by Long Yu. Those two words immediately dispelled the suspicion in Long Yu's mind. So that's it, Rua Tianqin actually has a 20,000-year-old demon ancestor Yuan Ling in his body. No wonder the change in temperament is so obvious. Interestingly, the existence of 20,000 years ago is definitely not as old as the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. How does its method compare with Jiuyo Dragon Emperor? Long Yu thought in his heart. After learning the truth, he knew that it would be impossible for him to defeat the demon ancestor Yuan Ling with his own strength alone, so he had to use the methods of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. Today, he must live. If the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda has been repaired and completely restored to become an endless level top-notch warrior, then Long Yu may win a little easier, but it is a pity that the dragon skeleton ancient tower has not been fully restored yet, and it is still only an ancient level top-notch soldier. War soldiers. In this situation, if ancient level soldiers were used, Long Yu could predict that the ancient dragon skeleton tower might not be able to withstand it, and Long Yu would not use it until it was completely repaired. Therefore, the only means he has left that can be used to deal with the opponent are the trump cards that he usually hides. It is impossible to deal with demon ancestor Yuan Ling with ordinary means. Anyway, Hongying has promised me that I can transfer all the creatures in the Shenwu world to her small world. Since this is the case, when it is a matter of life and death, there is no way to take into account the stability of the 9 Nether realm. Long Yu thought in his heart, it seems that today, he must test how strong the Jiuyo Dragon Emperor's innate magical powers are. It's not that Long Yu is looking at the opponent, it's because he can't detect the location of Rua Tianqin at all now. The martial arts secrets performed by the demon ancestor Yuan Ling are really too powerful, and they are no less than the martial arts secrets of balanced control at this level. The opponent is so good at hiding, Long Yu must be prepared for the opponent's extraordinary strength. So the safest way is to use the innate magical powers of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor to kill the opponent in one fell swoop. First, we have to find where the other party is. Long Yu made a battle plan in his mind. Of course, he first used the combination of Eye of Shadow and balanced control, but he still couldn't find the opponent's traces, so he could only use the last resort. If he can't find the other party, no matter how strong he is, it will be in vain, so the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's innate magical power must be used, the Sea of Death. The innate magical power of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, the Sea of Death, has naturally already been the existence of the Emperor's magical power. I have mastered 80% of the 9 Nether marks and can use this move. Long Yu's heart trembled, and his figure appeared in the void. He just raised his hand. An endless translucent aura of death instantly emerged from the 9 Nether realm. This death energy comes entirely from the Sea of Death energy around the Shenwu world. This is one of the innate magical powers of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. Now that Long Yu has used it, it directly causes the Sea of Death energy near the Shenwu world and the 9 Nether world to roll unsteadily. However, Long Yu didn't care about this. He only knew that the churning of the Sea of Death energy would not affect the current living creatures in the Shenwu world. This was enough. As for other impacts, he had no way of predicting them and had no time to consider them. Endless death aura emerged from the 9 Nether realm and instantly spread around Long Yu. In this death aura, Long Yu's perception was directly amplified 100 times. It's amazing. In the sea of death energy, you can actually enhance your perception 100 times. With balanced control, any existence hiding near you will be invisible. Long Yu thought like this, and the next moment he found traces of Narrow Tianqin. The thin young man was flying quietly around Long Yu at this moment, trying to use some means to attack Long Yu, who had just appeared. At this time, Long Yu could easily see clearly the opponent's methods. After Narrow Tianqin raised his hand, a ray of golden ray shot directly towards Long Yu. It is conceivable that when this golden ray touches Long Yu or reaches the predetermined position, it will suddenly burst out. The breath of this golden ray is extremely weak. Even if Long Yu relies on the sea of death energy to increase his perception 100 times, he can only barely feel it, but this is enough. Now that I have your traces, it won't be that easy to deal with me. The corner of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. This difficult battle with the demon ancestor Yuanling had finally begun. Feeling the opponent's ray of golden rays coming, Long Yu's body moved quickly. Relying on the unparalleled fit with the Void Dragon Blade, the spiritual consciousness Xiaoshu directly used void travel, teleporting Long Yu to another nearby place, avoiding defeated the opponent's attack. Huh? This situation actually surprised the demon ancestor Yuanling, who was possessing Rua Tianqin. This mist with the breath of death can actually allow you to find my traces? In this case, I will dispel it. Demon ancestor Yuanling originally thought that Long Yu, a human boy, was vulnerable. Although he defeated Mo Shui and Shimen Duantian, in his opinion, he was still too young after all. You must know that he was at his peak 20,000 years ago. A strong person can almost reach the godlike realm. Now possessing Rua Tianqin, he wants to complete the goal he set 20,000 years ago, which is to step into the realm of gods. Under this goal, he will definitely encounter countless scum like Long Yu. However, when Long Yu used the Sea of Death Qi and discovered his traces, the demon ancestor Yuanling also felt a different aura from Long Yu than ordinary human cultivators. This method is not like the magical power of the human race, but rather like the method of the dragon race that has disappeared for a long time. As expected of its existence from 20,000 years ago to the present, the demon ancestor Yuanling suddenly felt the aura of the dragon clan, but he was not sure. After all, 20,000 years ago, the dragon clan rarely appeared, let alone now, there is not even a single dragon in sight. So he didn't worry about anything, but his eyes suddenly released two golden lights. These two golden lights contained powerful dispersing power, trying to drive away the endless death energy nearby. However, he soon discovered that his dispersal method was unable to dispel these dead energy. Hey, it seems that this boy from the human race is indeed extraordinary. My dispelling magical power is just Rua Tianqin's innate magical power. Although it is an imperial magical power, its effect is still limited. In this way, this mist may also, it's not this kid's own method. Demon ancestor Yuanling guessed this, and was too lazy to pay attention to the death aura. There was a fierce light in his eyes, and he was ready to kill Long Yu directly. Let me give you a taste of the Jinhua demon clan's now lost martial arts secrets, the Jinhua statue. Demon ancestor Yuanling relied on Rua Tianqin's body, golden light spread all over his body, and instantly turned him into a golden statue-like existence. This statue actually had 6 arms, each of which held different weapons. There are 6 weapons in total. The 3 weapons on the left and the 3 weapons on the right seem to contain 2 different powers. This kind of power is definitely not an ordinary divine inscription, but the 5 elements of Tai Chu, the power of the 5 elements. Long Yu's face suddenly became solemn as he watched the opponent transform into a golden moon statue, with 2 completely different auras exuding from the 6 weapons in his hands. This scene was directly seen by the demon cultivators outside, and they were all shocked. It turned out to be the golden moon statue. Sure enough, when the demon ancestor Yuanling appeared, the secret method of the Golden Moon statue also appeared. The super martial arts secrets of the Golden Moon demon clan were said to have been lost more than 10,000 years ago. I never thought we could see it now. It seems that the outcome of this duel has been decided. It is said that the secret martial arts move of the Golden Moon statue is both offensive and defensive, and its power is extremely terrifying. It would be great if I could also practice this secret martial arts move. This is not impossible. Once Master Yuanling, the demon ancestor, takes charge of our Golden Moon demon clan, the Golden Moon statue will definitely impart the martial arts secrets. For a moment, everyone in the Golden Moon demon clan became jealous. Looking at the golden statue, their breathing and heartbeat almost stopped. This is a powerful martial arts secret that has been lost for more than 10,000 years from the Golden Moon demon clan. As for the people of the Black Lin demon clan and the White Feather demon clan, their hearts sank when they saw this. Sure enough, even the Golden Moon statue appeared. Is the demon ancestor Yuanling demonstrating to them? It seems that starting from today, Qi Ming Xinghe will indeed change. Many people thought. As for Long Yu, the Golden Moon statue indeed put great pressure on him, but he could not retreat now, nor could he admit defeat to the opponent. All he could do was to move forward bravely. Let's test it first. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the divine formation Zhou Yuan was deployed, and 9 dark space cracks spread towards the opponent instantly. Hijikata Ryu. The body of Rua Tianqin, who had turned into the statue of the Golden Moon god, raised his left hand directly at this moment. Suddenly, a huge burst of power surged out, condensing into a square shape, and instantly wiped out all the 9 abyss of the divine formation used by Long Yu. Resist it and absorb it. This is the power of the 5 elements of Taichu, earth. Everyone in the audience exclaimed. The 5 elements of Taichu are powers beyond the level of divine texts. In the great world outside the world, only a few people can master them. Generally speaking, only geniuses who are born with the divine grade of Taichu can comprehend the power of the 5 elements of Taichu during their lifetime. Of course, now Long Yu knows that all the power of divine writings is actually transformed from the power of the 5 elements of Taichu. Even if it is the original level of divine writing, its power level is not as good as the original power of the 5 elements of Taichu. Only revelation-level divine texts can improve and optimize the power of the 5 elements of Taichu, and are even more powerful than the 5 elements of Taichu. In other words, in fact, the power that most people in the outer world have comprehended is the inferior power of the 5 elements of Taichu. Including Long Yu, he has only comprehended less than 10% of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions. In the great world outside the world, only those who truly stand at the pinnacle can understand the power of the 5 elements of Taichu. They must at least reach the realm of the Great Master. Moreover, the realm of the Great Master is just a threshold. 99% of the realm of the Great Master exceeds the realm of the Great Master. Strong people still cannot comprehend the power of Taichu's 5 elements. It is precisely because of this that the emergence of the 5 elements of Taichu power surprised the practitioners in the field. It is also because of this that once a descendant of a certain race appears with the innate Taichu divine grade, they will definitely regard it as a treasure. After all, in the future, they will at least he can also become a great master and a pillar of the clan. This was the case for the 3rd prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan. Unfortunately, the 3rd prince was killed by Long Yu, and all his divine items were taken away by Long Yu. This made the elder and others of the Golden Dragon Demon clan so angry. Hijikata Ryu. Long Yu watched helplessly as the 9 abyss of his divine formation rolled towards the opponent's Golden Moon statue, but was completely absorbed by the cube formed by the opponent's power. This was the power of the 5 elements of Taichu, earth. Among the 5 elements of Taichu, earth represents thickness and is also the most powerful defensive force. At this moment, the power of the 5 elements of Taichu's soil condenses into a square, directly resisting and absorbing Long Yu's third-grade divine formation Jiuyuan. Turned into nothingness. It's really amazing. Long Yu's heart trembled. He felt the golden moon statue transformed by the opponent. The 3 arms on the left contained the power of earth and the 5 elements of Taichu, while the 3 arms on the right seemed to contain the power of fire. There are 6 arms in total. The 3 arms on the left carry 3 shields of different shapes, while the 3 arms on the right hold 3 long swords of different shapes. Each long sword is attached with a fiery red color. Let me show you what a truly powerful martial arts secret is. Naruo Tianqin laughed loudly, and the golden moon statue moved instantly, waving its 3 arms on the right, and the fiery red color on the 3 long swords suddenly fluttered, turning into a sea of fire and spreading to where Long Yu was. This sea of fire came, and the terrifying high temperature almost made Long Yu's whole body explode. His current physical strength alone could never withstand it. Jiuyou Palace. Long Yu could only continue to use the innate magical power of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. As soon as he gritted his teeth, the apocalyptic 9 Nether divine inscriptions instantly erupted, turning into a strange and eerie translucent palace, protecting Long Yu's entire body. In the Jiuyou Palace in the Jiuyou realm, the body of this magical fruit directly casts the shadow of a palace to the outside world, but this shadow really has extremely strong defensive capabilities. Jiuyou Palace is where Long Yu and Tian Xuanhuan entered the innermost level and realized the power of creation. It was here that Long Yu was possessed by the remnant soul of Jiuyou Dragon Emperor. In that case, he became now Rua Tianqin exists. This innate magical power can be used for defense or to control the opponent, trapping the opponent in the 9 Nether Palace. It is similar to the 2nd grade divine formation and the 12-star prison, but it is much more tyrannical than the 12-star prison. Now Long Yu was using it for defense, and then he saw the sea of fire spurting out from the 3 long swords, which instantly fell on the translucent shadow of Jiuyou Palace, engulfing the palace in the sea of fire. However, this sea of fire was composed of the power of fire from the 5 elements of Taichu. It was unable to destroy the phantom of the 9 Nether Palace built by Long Yu. The protected Long Yu was completely lifeless. Danger. Kong Kong Holy Spring, kill me. Long Yu felt that there was already some turmoil in the Jiuyou realm, so he restrained himself a little, and once again used the deadly explosive methods of Duan Kong Holy Spring and Duan Kong Ju Kill. But this time, this method finally didn't work anymore, because Naruo Tianqin's divine body had completely turned into a golden moon statue, and this golden moon statue was covered with the power of the 5 elements of Taichu, earth and fire. Even with the help of the Duankong divine inscriptions from the Duankong Holy Spring, it cannot penetrate into his body. It seems that the power of the Duankong divine text can only be used against powers that have not reached the level of the 5 elements of absolute beginning. Now it seems that there is no way to deal with the golden moon statue. Long Yu frowned slightly and could only take back the holy spring of Duankong and think of other ways. To deal with this golden moon statue, it seems that we have to either suppress it in terms of strength, or we can only make breakthroughs in terms of strength. In terms of absolute strength, after all, I am 2 martial arts realms below him, and I must not be able to compare with him, so if you want to defeat him, you can only rely on revelation-level divine writings. Long Yu saw this very clearly, but it was a pity that the revelation-level divine texts he had comprehended now were too few. With just the few revelation-level 9 nether divine texts he had comprehended, it was certainly impossible to break through the opponent's defense. In this way, the last remaining way is to use the innate magical power of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. Although this would make the Jiuyou realm more unstable, Long Yu had no choice. For a moment, this kind of power. Rua Tianqin, who transformed into the statue of the golden moon, used the fire method of the 5 elements of Taichu. The sea of fire came and burned everything, but it failed to break through the defense of Long Yu's 9 nether palace, which surprised him. Only then did he feel that the power used by this human boy seemed a bit strange, no less than the power of his Taichu 5 elements. The power of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions used by Long Yu made the demon ancestor Yuanling seem to recall things a long time ago, but he couldn't believe it. After all, 20,000 years have passed, and the human race and demon race, if they all decline, how can anyone still comprehend the apocalyptic divine text? It would be fine if he was a god or some tyrannical master, but the guy in front of him was just a human kid who was a mere 5-star emperor. How could such a guy master the revelation-level divine text? After all, demon ancestor Yuanling was an immortal from 20,000 years ago. He still knows a lot of things. He knows very well that the basis of power in this world is the 5 elements of Taichu, and the source of divine texts in the world is derived from the 5 elements of Taichu. As for the power derived from the 5 elements of Taichu, there are lower-level ones, including the original-level divine texts and other divine texts understood by the public, and there are also higher-level ones, and the revelation-level divine texts are one of them. In other words, the revelation-level divine text is a power at a higher level than the 5 elements of Taichu. It is the optimized power of the 5 elements of Taichu. As for who performed the optimization, no one can know, and they can only be counted on the head of the legendary god. After feeling that Long Yu's power was a revelation-level divine text, demon ancestor Yuanling did not say anything, but was secretly overjoyed. He was sure that the kid in front of him was probably just a piece of shit who had learned the revelation-level divine text from him. From that small world. If he could suppress this human boy, wouldn't it be possible for him to comprehend the revelation-level divine text? This is an excellent opportunity for demon ancestor Yuanling. Once he can control Long Yu, he will become stronger than he was 20,000 years ago, and his breakthrough to the godlike realm will be just around the corner. Under such circumstances, even if demon ancestor Yuanling felt that Long Yu had comprehended the revelation-level divine text, it was impossible for him to announce it. As for those who were watching the battle, their perceptions were simultaneously shielded by the sea of death energy and the power of demon ancestor Yuanling. Completely, I can't feel the news that is too real. God help me. Demon ancestor Yuanling was overjoyed, and the golden moon statue he transformed into danced its arms again. A total of 6 arms, each gathering the violent and turbulent power of the 5 elements of Taichu, rushed toward the translucent Jiuyou Xian palace that protected Long Yu. Heavenly fire purifies the world. Endless flames covered the translucent Jiuyou Xian palace, and each wave in the sea of fire gradually destroyed and melted the Jiuyou Xian palace. We can't wait any longer, we must solve it quickly. The 9 Nether Dragon Emperor has several kinds of attacking magical powers. Which one should he use? At least, he must first destroy the Golden Moon statue. The most destructive magical power, it seems to be the 9 Nether Dark Moon. Long Yu thought in his heart, once again controlling the Jiuyou mark, stimulating the fruit of the innate magical power in the Jiuyou realm, the 9 Nether Dark Moon. The 9 Nether Dark Moon is also one of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's innate magical powers. Every once in a while, it will pass near the Shenwu world, triggering the Dark Moon catastrophe, which is a disaster for the entire Shenwu world. Now, Long Yu took the initiative to use the innate magical power of the 9 Nether Dark Moon. Suddenly, a dark red dark moon flew out of Long Yu's body, passed straight through the 9 Nether mysterious palace and the opponent's condensed sea of fire offensive, and instantly moved towards the Golden Moon statue. And here it comes. The 9 Nether Dark Moon takes on the shape of a crescent moon, spinning forward at an extremely terrifying speed, condensing an extremely fierce penetrating power. In addition, this round of the 9 Nether Dark Moon is completely made up of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions. In just the next moment, all 3 arms of the Golden Moon statue were cut off. Long Yu used the magical power of the 9 dark moons and severely damaged the golden moon statue in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu ignored the exclamations of the spectators around him, and once again used the 9 nether dark moon, and the bloody crescent moon will cut through it one after another. After 3 times, all 6 arms and heads of the golden moon statue were chopped off. The entire golden divine body was in pieces. Sharp. Long Yu's eyes lit up, and even he was shocked by the destructive power of the 9 nether dark moon. Facing the 9 nether dark moon magical power used by Long Yu, the demon ancestor Yuanling did not defend himself. He also wanted to use the Hijikata spirit control he had just used to absorb the power of Long Yu's move, the 9 nether dark moon. But there wasn't enough time for him. The speed of Joyo dark moon is really too fast. Moreover, the speed at which this magical power attacks is absolute speed and does not involve the space divine inscriptions, so it is impossible for the opponent to sense it in advance, just like the Yuan clan's fighting method. The Yuan clan's speed is absolute speed and has nothing to do with space attributes. In this case, spiritual perception is basically useless. Therefore, Joyo dark moon exploded instantly, taking 3 shots in succession, hitting the target with every move, cutting off the 6 arms of the golden moon statue and the golden statue's head, severely damaging it. It's a pity that the golden moon statue is just the incarnation of Rua Tianqin. Cutting off its head will not cause its death. However, in this way, it will also completely destroy the martial arts secrets of the golden moon statue and it will no longer be able to be used. The 5 elements of Taichu, earth and fire. This demon ancestor Yuanling was not only shocked, but now he didn't even have time to be shocked. Long Yu didn't give him any time to struggle, and the next moment he attacked along with Joyo Xian Palace, and the revelation-level Joyo divine inscriptions rolled out earth-shakingly. The Bone Dragon Burial Ground, Bone Dragon, kill it for me. Under the endless cover of the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions, bone dragons condensed out of the void one by one, and then sprayed the terrifying and destructive dragon breath towards the golden moon statue. A series of jet-black beams of light struck at the golden moon statue, which had suffered heavy damage. At this moment, what demon ancestor Yuanling wanted to do was of course avoid these attacks. Unfortunately, at this moment, Long Yu finally used his trump card, the original power, 9 nether shock. The aura of the 9 nether dragon suddenly descended, instantly shocking the demon ancestor Yuanling on the spot, and then the 5-headed bone dragon condensed by the innate magical power of the bone burial dragon field exploded at the same time, spraying out a jet-black beam of dragon breath, blowing away Jin Yu. The statue was swallowed whole. The destructive force that destroyed the heaven and earth destroyed the golden moon statue at once and tore it into pieces. The golden light scattered in all directions and quickly turned into ashes in the dark void. Not dead yet. At this moment, Long Yu used balanced control and relied on the 100-fold perception bonus of the Sea of Death to easily find the opponent's location. It turned into a total of 8 invisible streams of light and fled in all directions. These 8 streams of light were undoubtedly the remnant soul of the demon ancestor Yuanling. As for Rua Tianqin's physical body, it had been completely destroyed by the explosion of the innate magical bone dragon in the bone burial dragon field. If only the remnant soul is left, it will be easy to handle. The next moment, Long Yu directly displayed the Death Star Whirlpool. This was the most powerful magical power of the 9 nether dragon emperor. Immediately, a whirlpool of revelation-level 9 nether divine texts spread towards the 8 invisible streams of light he sensed, instantly wiping out those. The remaining soul of the demon ancestor Yuanling was completely annihilated. The Death Star Swirl was originally a magical power specifically used to kill souls. However, at the beginning, the remnant soul of the demon ancestor Yuanling was hidden deep in Rua Tianqin's body. If Long Yu directly used the Death Star Swirl, it would destroy it. It will be Rua Tianqin's soul, not the soul of demon ancestor Yuanling. At this point, it can be said that the opponent has no way to escape or avoid. After Long Yu displayed the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's most powerful magical power, the Death Star Whirlpool, his remaining souls scattered into 8 paths were completely killed. From then on, the remnant soul of the demon ancestor Yuanling completely disappeared from this world. From the moment the demon ancestor Yuanling transformed into the Golden Moon statue, the series of duels were so fast that few of the surrounding spectators could see clearly. Especially at the end, Long Yu used the Death Star Whirlpool, which completely only a few people noticed the remnant soul of the demon ancestor Yuanling who was killed. Most people's thoughts were focused on Long Yu's magical power at the Bone Burial Dragon field to condense the Bone Dragon, and then the 5-headed Bone Dragon instantly destroyed Rua Tianqin's body with a volley. This moment was the scene that most people finally paid attention to. Did you see that? That Rua Tianqin was killed by that human boy is simply unbelievable. Where is the demon ancestor Yuanling? That is the rumored secret martial art of the Golden Moon statue. It is both offensive and defensive, extremely powerful, and uses the power of the 5 elements of Tai Chu. How could it be destroyed like this? That human kid is so terrifying. Who is this person? Such a terrifying talent can never be unknown in the human race. A large group of people started talking in shock, pointing at Long Yu in the field, with extremely shocked and confused eyes. Just as they thought, how many of the younger generation of the entire human race can completely kill the demon ancestor Yuanling and the son of the leader of the Jinhua demon clan? Now, this human boy has actually done it. What is his identity? Of course, no matter how they guessed, it was impossible to guess Long Yu's identity. After all, there were still many geniuses in the human race, and the only incident related to Long Yu was the escape of the saint of the Jiuyou clan. The departure of the holy maiden of the Jiuyou clan will certainly not make people think that Long Yu is very powerful, but they just know that this person has a small world in advance. Therefore, with so many people present, it is almost impossible for anyone to guess Long Yu's identity. Of course, it doesn't matter whether he can or not. Anyway, there is blood on the scene now. What do these people dare to do to Long Yu? Even if there are people who are envious of the 9 Nether Realm on Long Yu, it is impossible for them to dare to do anything in front of Master Xuelua and Hozun. This. Tianqin. Outside the duel area, the leader of the Jinhua demon clan was already stunned. He stared wide-eyed at the place where Long Yu and his son Rua Tianqin were completely annihilated. He couldn't accept it in his heart. Such fact. Originally, in his opinion, the son possessed by the demon ancestor Yuanling would definitely win in the end. No matter how strong this human boy was, he could never be his opponent. However, now the facts are before his eyes. That human boy, he actually killed all the demon ancestor Yuanling. At least, his son is dead. As for whether the remnant soul of the demon ancestor Yuanling has also been eliminated, the leader of the Jinhua demon clan is still unknown for the time being, but the chief of the Jinhua demon clan is of course concerned about his son. Rua Tianqin's death made the leader of the Golden Moon demon clan feel a little uncontrollable. The golden divine symbols spread all over his body and flickered, as if he wanted to rush into the field and kill Long Yu. However, several powerful masters of the Golden Moon demon clan next to him stopped in front of him and gestured towards Master Hozun, reminding him that Master Hozun was present on this occasion and he wanted to avenge his son. It's impossible. At this time, Master Hozun was also extremely surprised. He did not expect that such a powerful existence as demon ancestor Yuanling would be completely killed by a human boy. After all, Master Hozun is very powerful. He felt that in the end the remaining soul of the demon ancestor Yuanling was completely killed by Long Yu, so he was even more surprised by Long Yu's strength. If this boy doesn't die, he will definitely be a pillar of our alliance between the demon race and the human race in the future. Even I will be surpassed by him sooner or later. Master Hozun sighed deep in his heart. He raised his head and glanced in the direction of the Jinhua monster clan. This was a warning to the Jinhua monster clan and told them not to mess around. Otherwise, Master Hozun would definitely take some measures. Action. Originally, these 3 consecutive duels were initiated by the Black Lin Demon Clan, the White Feather Demon Clan, and the Golden Moon Demon Clan. Now they should accept defeat. If they turn against them, Master Hozun will look down on them. On the other side, the Blood Demon Clan. For the Blood Demon Clan, Shuelua, Hongying and Hongjun were all dumbfounded by Long Yu's performance. Even Hongying, who had been with Long Yu for so long, never expected that Long Yu could be like this. He killed the demon ancestor Yuanling quickly and swiftly. The Golden Moon Idol is indeed a very powerful martial arts secret technique of the Golden Moon Demon Clan. It has been recorded in the history of our Blood Demon Clan that under the same realm, as long as the Golden Moon Idol is cultivated to the 5th level or above, we Blood Demon it is almost impossible for any clan to be its opponent. Shuelua's tone contained solemnity. Brother Long was able to destroy the Golden Moon statue and completely kill the remnant soul of the demon ancestor Yuanling. This shows that his strength is far beyond our expectations. Of course, it is also possible that the demon ancestor is the Golden Moon statue cultivated by Yuanling has not yet reached the 5th level. This is impossible. You must know that the boy possessed by the demon ancestor Yuanling is the son of the patriarch of the Jinhua demon clan. There is no way he lacks training resources. Hongying shook her head and said, before the 7th level of martial arts secrets, only the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is needed, and then relying on his own breakthrough in understanding the martial arts secrets, he can increase the level. But at the 5th level, the demon ancestor, Yuan, the spirit must have arrived. That means Brother Long is so powerful that he can't even compare to the geniuses of our Blood Demon clan? Blood Demon Prince Hongjun narrowed his eyes. I have had a premonition of this for a long time. After all, he has defeated the Yuan clan and Soul clan elites who are 2 realms higher than himself, which already explains everything. However, looking at this battle, Long Yu must have used all his trump cards. Hongying smiled and said, in dealing with Mo Shui and Shimen Duantian before, he didn't even use his trump card. It shows that he is very confident in his own strength. If he hadn't met someone as special as demon ancestor Yuanling, existence, I'm afraid it's still too early to force out his full strength. But fortunately, he won. In this way, there will be a second prince from the Golden Dragon Demon clan. Shuelua breathed a sigh of relief. It's the second prince. Look at the face of the chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon clan over there. Hongying chuckled and pointed to the group of demon cultivators from the Golden Dragon Demon clan in the distance. The chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon clan was stunned as he watched Long Yu kill Rua Tianqin, who was possessed by the demon ancestor Yuanling. Stayed in place. Even the demon ancestor Yuanling was killed by this human boy. If their second prince comes over, is it really possible that he can be this boy's opponent? Now the mood of the chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon clan has indeed become very bad. He originally thought that if the human boy was lucky enough to win 3 battles, then when the second prince of the Golden Dragon Monster clan came over and killed that boy, the reputation of the Golden Dragon Monster clan would greatly increase. But since the demon ancestor Yuanling of the Jinhua Demon clan appeared, the chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon clan changed his view. He felt that no matter what, Long Yu would not be able to defeat such a being possessed by the demon ancestor Yuanling. But in fact, Long Yu suddenly used extremely terrifying methods and completely killed the demon ancestor Yuanling. This was something that was far beyond the expectations of the chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon clan, and he couldn't help but wonder if there was an old and immortal remnant soul in this human boy's body. Otherwise, how could it be possible to have such terrifying strength? All in all, the chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon clan is now very guilty. He seriously doubts that even if the second prince of their Golden Dragon Demon clan comes over, he will not be able to be a match for this human boy. It is basically impossible to seek revenge against this guy this time. If the second prince continues to come here, I am afraid that he will also die in the hands of this guy in the end. Of course, the chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon clan still felt that it was necessary to give it a try, otherwise wouldn't the entire Golden Dragon Demon clan's face be lost this time? After all, the second prince is a powerful man at the lower level of domination. It is really impossible to explode all the power of the small world. Even if it will cause great damage to the small world, it will not be a problem to deal with this human boy, right? The chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon tribe was thinking in his heart, but he didn't say much. He looked around and saw that almost everyone had the same shocked expressions as him. As for the Black Lin Demon clan, the White Feather Demon clan and the Golden Moon Demon clan, each of the three major demon cultivator races that had failed to challenge Long Yu. The faces of the members were all deathly gray at the moment, and they were extremely ugly. Especially the leader of the Jinhua Demon clan, while he is shocked now, he is also filled with regret. Originally, they were just around the corner to rise from the Qiming galaxy with the demon ancestor Yuanling possessed by his son, but now, because of everything was shattered by just a human kid. The key point is that in the final analysis, this matter has nothing to do with their Golden Moon Demon clan. Now, the Jinhua Demon clan somewhat believes what Shi Qingfeng and this human boy have been saying all along, that is, the girl Rua Kaiming of their Jinhua Demon clan was not killed by Shi Qingfeng, but by the Black Lin Demon clan. Killed by Umoju. If this is the case, then the Golden Moon Demon clan really recognized the thief as their father, formed an alliance with the enemy, helped the enemy do so many things, and even ended up ruining the hope of their own race. This makes the leader of the Jinhua Demon clan particularly regretful. 12,000 divine crystals, here, Master Ho Zun, we Jinhua monster clan will leave now. We really caused trouble to Master. The leader of the Jinhua Demon clan, after looking uncertain for a long time, finally sighed and made the decision to leave. Although it was Long Yu who killed his son, got rid of the demon ancestor Yuanling, and caused them to lose the lost martial arts secret of the Golden Moon statue, he also knew that they initiated this challenge on their own initiative and could not blame others. What's more, even if he really kills Long Yu now, so what? Can it make up for the losses of their Golden Moon Demon clan? It's simply impossible. So there is no use in staying here anymore. It is just a waste of time. Even if he wants to kill Long Yu and avenge his son, is it possible for him to succeed with Master Ho Zun here? Even if you want revenge, that will happen later. After handing over 12,000 first-class divine crystals, the leader of the Golden Moon Demon clan left directly with many demon cultivators from the Golden Moon Demon clan. As a result, the venue suddenly became much emptier. Long Yu has now returned to the Blood Demon tribe's camp. Originally, the demon cultivators from the Blood Demon tribe brought by Shuelua still looked at Long Yu with envy, jealousy, and hatred. They were very unhappy with the favor that the Blood Demon princess Hong Ying showed towards Long Yu. But now, after Long Yu defeated Rua Tianqin, who was possessed by the demon ancestor Yuanling, these Blood Demon cultivators completely admired Long Yu. Not to mention anything else, the various methods used by Long Yu and the demon ancestor Yuanling just now are more than enough to deal with them. It is not like a battle at the emperor level at all, but equivalent to the level of dominating the secret realm. Battle. Moreover, this human kid is clearly only a 5-star emperor. In other words, when this kid steps into the Overlord's secret realm, or even the Great Overlord's secret realm, his strength will truly reach the pinnacle of this world, and he will be almost unbeatable. Even if he wants to, it is not impossible to step into the godlike realm. Only such a being can be worthy of our princess. These people all think so in their hearts. Haha, Brother Long, you're so powerful, you even killed the demon ancestor Yuan Ling. The blood demon Prince Hongjun greeted Long Yu, but found that Long Yu's face was not very good, and couldn't help but ask, Brother Long, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? Long Yu said in a deep voice, my 9 nether realm feels like it can no longer hold on, and I'm afraid it will completely collapse soon. Although I won this battle, I also suffered a great loss. I used the 9 nether dragon emperor to his innate magical power, caused the Jiuyo realm to be overwhelmed. What? Hongjuan's expression suddenly changed. The red warbler next to me came over, frowned slightly when she heard this, and suggested, if it really doesn't work, put the creatures in your 9 nether realm into my little world temporarily. I should be able to hold on for a while. When I really can't hold on any longer, I will have no choice but to trouble you. Long Yu sighed. But he was thinking in his heart, if the Jiuyo realm really collapsed, other things would be easy to handle. The key is what to do with the 300,000 Bone Clan survivors? Long Yu didn't want even Han Ying to know about the Bone Clan survivors. After all, the two sides were not familiar with each other yet. The most important thing was that the Bone Clan survivors were the enemies of the human race and the monster clan thousands of years ago. Now Long Yu doesn't know what choice Han Ying will make when facing this kind of problem. Originally, the Jiuyo realm could probably hold on for 3 or 4 months, but because Long Yu used a lot of the Jiuyo Dragon Emperor's innate magical powers, the aura in the Jiuyo realm became chaotic, causing the Death Star vortex to explode. The spread of that half has accelerated a lot. Next, I am afraid that I can only hold on for a month at most, and the 9 nether realm will be filled with the power of the Death Star vortex, and any living thing will be corroded in it, and it will be impossible to survive in it. And within a month, Long Yu might not have much hope if he wants to step into the secret realm of domination. If it really doesn't work, he can only borrow the small world of Han Ying. As for the remaining members of the Bone Clan, we will find a way then. Well, although they can be allowed to stay in Long Yu's inner world temporarily, there is no aura of heaven and earth and the power of creation. For some of the younger generations of the Bone Clan survivors, the living conditions are too harsh. No, it can even be said that they are not even able to survive. Survival is a problem. The matter of the Bone Clan survivors can only be discussed later. Anyway, there is still a month until the 9 netherworld completely collapses. The signs of the collapse of the 9 nether realm made Long Yu not in a good mood. Although he defeated a demon ancestor Yuanling level existence, which proved his absolute strength, he really couldn't be happy. Okay, human mountain ghost, here are 36,000 first-class divine crystals. According to the agreement, you should return the spoils of the previous 2 duels to their respective races. Master Ho Zun came over at this time and said to Long Yu with a smile. Long Yu nodded and directly took out the combat weapon and the small world mark obtained from the demonic water. However, when he took out Shimin Duantian's infinite-level longsword combat weapon, he paused for a moment. This weapon is the property of the White Feather Monster clan. In this case, I will hand it over to Shi Qingfeng of the White Feather Monster clan. In my eyes, Brother Qingfeng is the true successor of the White Feather Monster clan. Long Yu said calmly, those White Feather Demon clan over there, in order not to be jointly attacked by the Black Lin Demon clan and the Golden Moon Demon clan, actually regarded Brother Qingfeng and his father as traitors and expelled the White Feather Demon clan. Such treacherous people, I really don't want to return the things to them. Master Ho Zun, what do you think of this? Immediately afterwards, Long Yu let Shi Qingfeng come out of the Jiuyo realm and took over the long sword that he had received from Shimin Duantian. There are still some secrets in this long sword that Long Yu has not understood. The main reason is that it is an endless level top-notch combat weapon. If there is a way to repair it, it will be a very powerful existence. Master Ho Zun glanced at Long Yu and Shi Qingfeng, and smiled lightly, this is a household matter within the White Feather Demon clan. As for who you give it to, I have no right to interfere, so let's leave it like that. After saying this, Master Ho Zun handed over 36,000 first-class divine crystals to Long Yu, then took away the small world mark and combat soldiers of the Black Lin Demon clan Jumo Shui, and returned them to He Lin. Lin Yao clan. Seeing this situation, the leader of the White Feather Demon clan over there was so angry that he vomited blood. Master Ho Zun, this Xiang Qingfeng was expelled from the clan by our White Feather Monster clan. The leader of the White Feather Demon clan suddenly felt unbalanced and wanted to take the Long Sword Warrior back. Well, although it is an internal matter within your White Feather Demon clan, you did not do it properly this time. Since you are a fellow member of the same clan, how can you abandon them because of resistance from external enemies? Master Ho Zun sighed and directly interrupted the leader of the White Feather Demon clan. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with the move of the leader of the White Feather Demon clan to expel Shi Qingfeng and Shi Tianlei from the White Feather Demon clan. When these words came out, the leader of the White Feather Demon clan was immediately speechless. He wanted to refute, but the one who spoke was Master Ho Zun. Of course, Long Yu didn't bother to pay attention to the situation with the leader of the White Feather Demon clan. What he is more excited about now is that he has finally collected a total of 100,000 first-class divine crystals. These first-class divine crystals can be used to repair the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower, which was originally an endless-level top-quality weapon. I have now reached the level of divine integration with the Dragon Bone Ancient Pagoda, which is the 4th level of integration. As long as it is completely repaired and turned into an endless-level top-notch warrior, this will be my strongest combat power. Long Yu thought in his heart. How powerful can the ultimate infinite-level warrior be? Long Yu can't imagine it, at least he hasn't seen it until now. He has only seen the Taichu Divine Product, but it is said that if the Taichu Divine Product does not awaken to the 5th level, its power will not even be as powerful as the Endless Super Product. Soldiers. In other words, the power of the top-grade endless-level warriors is definitely more powerful than the ordinary Taichu Divine Products. Of course, this also depends on who is using it and whether it has exploded with a higher multiple of power. If it matches the warriors, the higher the number of layers, the more powerful it can be. The specific power is still difficult to compare. As for the endless-level warriors and the Taichu Divine Products, generally speaking, the Taichu Divine Products are more powerful. After all, they have greater potential and can be awakened to the 12th level. By that time, they will definitely be able to destroy any weapon. Endless-level warriors, even the best endless-level warriors. But at low levels, the endless-level soldiers still have a slight advantage, let alone the best endless-level soldiers. A rough estimate shows that if Long Yu completely repairs the ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower and then uses the Dragon Skeleton Breaking move, the power will definitely be comparable to using the 9 Nether Dark Moon of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. In other words, by then, Long Yu would be able to defeat an opponent on the same level as Rua Tianqin, who was possessed by the demon ancestor Yuan Ling, without using the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's innate magical powers. The overall strength of Rua Tianqin, who is possessed by the demon ancestor Yuan Ling, is probably close to that of an ordinary mid-level master. In other words, he is probably similar to the upcoming second prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan. As long as the ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower is completely by repairing it, I don't have to be afraid of him, and I don't need to use the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's innate magical powers. This is exactly what Long Yu had thought about before agreeing to this series of challenging duels. With 36,000 first-class divine crystals in hand, Long Yu went directly to Hanying's small world to repair the ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower, plus more than 60,000 first-class divine crystals left by the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. Wind crystals, exactly 100,000 divine wind crystals, this was all calculated by Long Yu. After just 3 duels, he exploited the 3 demon cultivating races of the Black Lin demon clan. Good boy, now he has escaped to your little world no matter what he does. Hongjun looked at Long Yu and ran into Hongying's little world again, and suddenly felt a little puzzled. It's pity that I, my biological brother, want to enter your little world but you won't, alas. If you want to go in, then go in. Just don't regret it after you go in. Hongying said to Hongjun with a hum. Hongjun suddenly stopped talking. Usually in the outside world, he was dealt with miserably by his sister, let alone in Hongying's small world, she would do whatever she wanted. That's all Hongjun said, but now he has discovered that the relationship between Long Yu and his sister is really good. It seems that after a series of events at the Demon Saint Tomb and here, the relationship has become very close. So Hongjun quietly came to Xuelua's ear and said via voice transmission, "Cousin, I think my sister is about to fall in love." "Well, I think so, as long as she continues to be with Long Yu." Xueluoshan nodded in agreement, "But even if we want to break them up now, I'm afraid it's impossible. Ying probably wants to stay with him for a while. If they really get along, do you think my father would agree?" Hongjun expressed deep concern about this. "Ahem, how do I know?" Xuelua immediately raised his head and looked into the void, asking him to guess what the leader of the Blood Demon clan was thinking. That was really a compliment to him. Although he was doing well in the foreign battlefield legions, he was only good. For the Blood Demon clan, for a powerful person at the level of the clan leader, it really is nothing. However, Brother Long has such talent in martial arts, my father shouldn't embarrass him too much, but, well, otherwise, cousin, we. Hongjun and Xueluo were whispering together, slowly planning something, but Hongying and Long Yu were completely unaware of this. One day later, Long Yu finally came out of Hongying's little world. Repairing the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was already something Long Yu was familiar with, so it didn't take him too much time to completely restore the dragon skeleton ancient pagoda this time. When he came out of the small world of Hongying, the ancient dragon skeleton tower had finally been completely repaired and became an endless-level top-notch warrior. As a result, Long Yu's confidence in himself has greatly increased. Even if the second prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan comes, he is confident that he will completely kill him. But when he came out of Hongying's little world, he found that the situation was very different from what he had imagined. The chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon clan has actually left this place with the few remaining masters of the secret realm of the Golden Dragon Monster clan. They ran away? What about the second prince, who said he wanted to duel with me? Long Yu was suddenly puzzled and asked Hongying. It is said that the second prince is temporarily unavailable because of something unexpected. The chief steward of the Golden Dragon Demon clan asked you to wait. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with you next time. Hongying clicked her tongue and said, but in my opinion, when the second prince learned that you had killed all the demon ancestor Yuan Ling, of course he didn't dare to come, otherwise he would really be looking for death. Are they so cowardly? Long Yu couldn't believe it. Could it be that this Golden Dragon Demon tribe was already scared by him and Hongying? There is no way. In order to hunt down you, the Golden Dragon Monster tribe lost too much. First the third prince, then the 3 middle masters, and the 7 lower masters were killed by you. Then the Great Elder was dragged into my little world. After self-destruction, when we got here, more than 10 people were killed by the explosion of your stone tablet, and the last 10 people who stayed here were also suddenly cleared out by someone unknown. Hongying laughed as she spoke. They came here in a fierce manner under the leadership of the Great Elder. When they went back, only the last 7 of them were left. Do you think they still dare to come up against you randomly now? If they fail, another second prince will die. Then they really don't have to hang out with the Golden Dragon Monster clan anymore. Among the 4 major cultivation planets in the Iron Wall Galaxy, the Golden Dragon planet will probably be removed from the list. After hearing what Long Yu said, Long Yu could only be speechless. If he were the leader of the Golden Dragon Demon clan, he would not bring so many people to deal with his opponents in a big way. If he wants to get rid of someone from a powerful demon cultivator race, he only needs to do it secretly and send a tyrannical leader. When the master comes out, he can eliminate his opponent without anyone noticing. It was extremely stupid to make such a big fanfare and make it known to everyone, but in the end he still failed to succeed and became the laughingstock of the demon clan. But in this case, we have to be careful all the time in the future. They are retreating now, which shows that they are too cautious. Long Yu was not proud, but said calmly, "From now on, we may be assassinated by strong men at any time. It may be impossible to live peacefully, even in the Blood Demon Galaxy. There will be absolute safety. Well, after all, we have offended the 4 demon clans." Hong Ying nodded and looked at Long Yu with admiration. If anyone else is afraid that it is too late for them to retreat and be happy, it is normal to even be a little complacent. Even Hong Ying was a little proud of Long Yu just now, actually scaring away such a big clan as the Golden Dragon Monster clan. But after listening to Long Yu's words, she realized that after the other party retreated, the real danger for them had just begun. Be prepared for danger in times of peace, never be arrogant in victory or discouraged in defeat. This is Long Yu. He will maintain maximum calmness no matter when and where he is, ensuring that he can face possible dangers in the best condition. The people from the Golden Dragon Demon clan have retreated, and the second prince no longer duels with Long Yu, so it is useless for the Black Lin Demon clan, White Feather Demon clan and others to stay. After all, it is impossible to send anyone to duel with Long Yu. It is basically impossible to kill Long Yu on this occasion. With the protection of Xuelua and the notarization by Master Ho Zun of the Demon Clan Alliance, plus Long Yu knows that Concubine Yu is secretly there, his own safety absolutely worry-free. But when Long Yu looked around, he saw 2 groups of demon cultivators, the Black Lin Demon Clan and the White Feather Demon Clan, still gathering in the void in the distance. Most of them were closing their eyes to rest, as if waiting for something to arrive. What are they waiting for? Long Yu asked, feeling a slight sense of ominous premonition and frowning slightly. Hearing this, Hong Ying said with a smile, "A total of more than 200 people who stayed here before disappeared inexplicably. They suspected that the murderer was hiding nearby, so they stayed to wait for Master Ho Zun's investigation results. If there is really a murderer hiding around, I'm afraid Master Ho Zun would have discovered it long ago. Will he wait until now?" Long Yu couldn't help but be a little doubtful, but at the same time he was also a little worried. It seemed that the other party had indeed not given up on finding Concubine Yu. Now Long Yu can be sure that the one who came here and killed the more than 200 demon cultivators who stayed behind was definitely Concubine Yu. Otherwise, others had no motive and no such strength to instantly kill the more than 200 demon cultivators who dominated the secret realm. Kill all the strong ones. So now, Long Yu looked at the 5 members of the Demon Alliance headed by Master Ho Zun in the distance, and his expression suddenly became serious. If they could really find Concubine Yu, would they wait until now? Or is it that they have already called other helpers and will be arriving soon? If the other party really finds Concubine Yu, what should I do? A series of questions emerged in Long Yu's mind, but before he could finish thinking about them, the situation on the field had already changed. I only saw 2 other strong masters in the realm of great masters, wearing the same clothes as Master Ho Zun and others, appearing from the void in 2 different directions. The strength of these 2 people was actually equivalent to Master Ho Zun, and they were definitely the same as Ho Zun. A super strong person on the master level. Sure enough, there is help from the Monster Alliance. Long Yu's expression changed. When Long Yu's expression changed, the 2 powerful masters who were also wearing white robes had already arrived at the field and formed a formation with Master Ho Zun who was already there. When this formation appeared, three kinds of divine power with different attributes instantly covered the entire void around it, and the entire area with a radius of 1,000,000 miles was covered. In this area, even the white feather star is included. The white feather star only occupies 1,000th of it. These three powerful masters join forces, and are actually able to display such a detection array, covering a radius of millions of people. All the details in the area are clearly perceived. Before long you could react, in the void not far away from them, a burst of ice divine symbols suddenly exploded. Its power far exceeded the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's innate magical power that Long Yu had used before. The entire area tens of thousands of miles in radius was frozen. If Rua Tianqin, who was possessed by Long Yu or the demon ancestor Yuan Ling, was in that area, it would be impossible to escape and he would be frozen to death by the ice in an instant. This is the difference between the martial arts realm. Compared with the level of Dragon Yu, the Great Overlord realm is still much stronger, and the opponent is also a strong one among the Great Overlords, even more powerful than ordinary Great Overlords. This large-scale explosion of ice divine symbols was probably to force Concubine Yu to appear. Sure enough, after this burst of ice divine symbols, a beautiful figure that Long Yu had seen several times emerged from the ice. Appearing, Su raised his hand, and the black and white divine power staggered out, instantly completely shattering the piece of ice divine text. It's really her. When Long Yu saw that beautiful figure, he was relieved, but at the same time he was a little worried for her, because he knew that Concubine Yu might have seen the 9 Nether prison monument erupting when she came before, and she should have thought that he was dead. That's why she killed all the 4 demon cultivators who stayed here, wanting to avenge him, but she didn't expect that Long Yu was not dead at all. Now, Concubine Yu and the Yaozu must have become enemies. In this case, what should Long Yu do? Even if Xuelua is willing to help him, he may not be willing to help Concubine Yu. Although Concubine Yu is powerful, after all, this is the territory of the demon clan, and she still ran away from the Joyo clan. Without backup, it may be difficult to get a good deal. However, no matter what Long Yu wants, it is difficult for him to say anything in such an occasion. At this stage, he can only wait and see what happens. If it is really necessary, he will not hesitate to release the 9 Nether prison monument again to protect Concubine Yu. Yes, it is impossible to watch the other party besieging Concubine Yu. How could it be you, saint of the Joyo clan? Didn't you run away from the Joyo clan? What's the point of coming to the territory of our demon clan, to kill innocent people indiscriminately? One of the powerful masters was a man with long hair. His whole body exuded the aura of ice, and his pupils were ice purple. He looked extremely cold. He recognized Concubine Yu's identity at a glance and shouted. The Demon Clan Alliance, the 3 patrol envoys, this battle seems to be a bit flattering to me. Concubine Yu smiled faintly, but did not answer the other party's question directly. Instead, she calmly walked out of the ice and appeared in the sight of everyone present. In the Monster Alliance, only the strong among the great masters are qualified to hold the position of inspector, and they must be at least on the same level as Master Hozun. Therefore, the 2 great masters who just appeared are also inspectors, and the same status as Master Hozun. Is it Concubine Yu? Hong Ying, who was beside Long Yu, suddenly brightened up. She didn't recognize Concubine Yu at first, but only after listening to the words of the long-haired man with purple eyes from the Demon Clan Alliance did she realize that the beautiful beauty was Concubine Yu. It's indeed Concubine Yu, haha. Xuelua breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He had long noticed that there was someone nearby, and he should be the murderer who massacred the remaining members of the 4 demon tribes. He had already guessed, but now his guess was confirmed. Because Xuelua knew that Long Yu owned the Joyo realm, and knew that the Joyo clan's saint, Concubine Yu, ran away because of the Joyo realm, he had long known that Long Yu and Concubine Yu were related, and now someone has brought the 4 demons who stayed here. All the cultivators of the clan were slaughtered, and Concubine Yu was one of the most likely candidates. Now it seems that his guess was indeed correct. Hey, sister, it seems that your premonition is indeed right. As long as you follow Brother Long, you will one day meet Concubine Yu, the saint of the Joyo clan. This Concubine Yu is even more beautiful than I imagined. When Hong Jun saw Concubine Yu, his eyes widened. The ethereal figure contained the sinister evil energy of the 9 nether divine inscriptions. The 2 completely different auras were concentrated on Concubine Yu, but there was no trace of them. There is no sense of violation, but it gives her a unique charm. You are quite charming. Cousin, you have to be careful that your lover is robbed. Shuelua clicked his tongue and smiled. But Hong Ying hummed, I don't have any lover, but you guys, don't be charmed by others. What she said made her brother Hong Jun couldn't help but cough, and finally looked away. Ahem, I already have someone I like. Sister, please don't talk nonsense. Hong Ying's move took just seconds. The finger was originally pointed at her, but she easily changed the topic to Hong Jun. Compared to the calmness of the people on the Blood Demon clan, everyone on the Black Lin Demon clan, the White Feather Demon clan, and the Monster Clan Alliance were all in a state of shock. Because they had guessed the identity of many murderers, but they never thought that the murderer would be the runaway saint of the Joyo clan of the human race. In this way, Master Ho Zun glanced at Long Yu and already had a guess in his heart. No wonder this son is so great. It turns out to be the Dragon Emperor who was rumored to have been inherited by the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, and Concubine Yu ran away because of this. I should have thought of it before, what a mistake. Master Ho Zun thought in his heart. He is the inspector of the Monster Clan Alliance, and he has too many things to manage. He has seen a lot of shadow attribute divine inscriptions similar to the 9 Nether divine inscriptions, so he really has not connected them to the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. But now, with the appearance of Concubine Yu, Long Yu's identity is about to be revealed. She is definitely a saint from the Joyo clan. Why did she appear here? She also slaughtered dozens of the powerful masters of our clan who dominate the secret realm. We must not let her go today. When the leader of the White Feather Demon clan saw this, his eyes were splitting. The biggest loss in this operation came from 2 things. One of them was that the Black Stone Tablet erupted during the siege of Long Yu, killing 5 or 6 members of their clan. Among the 10 powerful men who dominate the secret realm, one more thing is the mysterious disappearance of the people left behind. Now it seems that all those who stayed behind were killed by Concubine Yu of the Joyo clan. The human saint actually came to the territory of our demon clan to massacre. How can it be unreasonable? She really thinks that everyone in our demon clan is incapable of success. The leader of the Black Lin Demon clan was also extremely angry. This anger was even stronger than when Long Yu killed Mo Shui, because Long Yu only killed one of their rising stars, but Concubine Yu killed 40 or 50 of them. The strong man who dominates the secret realm. Watch your words, I am no longer a saint of the Joyo clan. When Concubine Yu heard these words, she emphasized them lightly, and then asked everyone around her, however, I would like to ask you, you people from the demon clan can hunt down and kill my human genius, why can't I kill you people from the demon clan? I'm just avenging my friend. Of course, he didn't die because he had some methods of his own, which were beyond all of your expectations. These words made the people of the Black Lin Demon clan and the White Feather Demon clan filled with indignation. They wanted to speak to refute, but they couldn't say anything. This is indeed the case. Why can they hunt down Long Yu, but Concubine Yu can't help Long Yu kill them? Everyone knows this truth. Therefore, it is definitely inappropriate for people from the Black Lin Demon clan and the White Feather Demon clan to handle this matter. The Demon Clan Alliance will not allow such a large-scale conflict between humans and demons to break out. At this time, the role of the Monster Alliance is revealed. Concubine Yu, even so, you should take some responsibility for killing so many of our demon clan, right? The long-haired man with purple eyes smiled faintly. Master Zi Lei, what responsibility do you want me to take? Concubine Yu obviously didn't know anything about the Monster Clan Alliance. She immediately recognized the identity of the long-haired copper man and revealed it at once. You have 3 choices. The long-haired man with purple eyes, Master Zi Lei, had not yet spoken, but a newly arrived powerful master spoke up. This person was very fat, with a round face and a big mouth. It was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman, but he was still chewing something in his mouth when he spoke at this moment. He was obviously a foodie. However, no one present looked down upon this person because of this. You must know that this person is one of the inspectors of the Monster Alliance, Master Gluttony. Master Hozun, Master Gluttony, and Master Purple Tears, 3 inspectors from the Monster Alliance, surrounded Concubine Yu, hoping that Concubine Yu would give an explanation for the matter. The first option is for us to break down the negotiation and start a fight. Believe me, this option will not do you any good. Even if the 3 of us combined are no match for you, it is still very easy to trap you. What do you think you will do when the rest of the Monster Alliance arrives? The second option is to come with us to the Monster Alliance headquarters. When it comes to the relationship between our monsters and the human race, it is better to go to the Monster Alliance headquarters to resolve it. The compensation plan can also be discussed slowly. As for the third option. At this point, the gluttonous master finally stopped chewing the food in his mouth, stared at Concubine Yu for a long time, and then said, "Marry me." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was suddenly covered in cold sweat. As for Concubine Yu herself, her pretty face suddenly darkened. After Master Gluttony said these words, he stared at Concubine Yu with suspicion, but Concubine Yu did not take what he said seriously at all. You have a beautiful idea, but unfortunately here, you only have 2 choices, either get out or die. Choose one while you still have a chance. Concubine Yu said coldly. In the territory of my demon clan, you can say such words, and your tone is not small. Hozun, Zi Lei, no matter whether you can bear it or not, I am the first one who can't bear it anymore. This woman will eventually be given to you. Show her some colors and let her know whose territory this is. Master Gluttony's face darkened and he said to Master Hozun and Master Zi Lei. As soon as these words came out, Master Hozun and Master Zi Lei didn't say anything more. They just took action and completely trapped Concubine Yu in the void. It seemed that they really wanted to take action. After all, this is the territory of the demon clan, and Concubine Yu had previously massacred more than 200 strong demon clan masters who dominated the secret realm. She was definitely an enemy to their demon clan alliance. Long Yu looked at the tense atmosphere in the field and became a little nervous. He thought that if he really wanted to take action, he would never stand idly by. But just before they started fighting, a cool voice came from the side. "Haha, masters, why are you angry? Now the human race and the demon race have formed an alliance on the alien battlefield, supporting each other and complementing each other. Neither one can survive without it. Why is there such a fuss?" It turned out to be Xuanhuan from the Blood Demon clan who appeared on the stage and said straightforwardly, "Dear senior masters of the Demon Clan Alliance, I am too lazy to say more. Since this concubine Yu has made mistakes in the Demon Clan territory, let her join our alien battlefield legion. Just go to the alien battlefield and kill the aliens, am I right?" These words were obviously meant to relieve concubine Yu from the siege, causing everyone in the audience to have different expressions. People from the Black Lin Monster Clan and the White Feather Monster Clan immediately attacked Xuanhuan. Which side are you on? Do you belong to the Monster Clan or the Human Clan? This woman massacred more than 200 elites of our Monster Clan. Could it be that? Is this the case? There was a lot of curses among the Black Lin Demon Clan and the White Feather Demon Clan. Apparently, they all felt that it would be too cheap for Concubine Yu to directly go to the foreign battlefield. After the words of the two demon cultivator races came out, Xuelua immediately became unhappy and snorted coldly, "I have already said that now the human race and the demon race coexist, and neither one can survive without the human race. The demon clan will surely perish within 100 years. If we, the demon clan, are missing, the human race will be the same. Therefore, if you look at the human race and the demon clan separately, your vision will be too short-sighted. What's more, why were those more than 200 demon clan elites killed? It was all because of this genius who besieged the demon clan. Excuse me, who is causing whom trouble in this whole matter?" Xueluo's words were directly attached to the aura of being the emperor, commander of the alien battlefield, which instantly shocked the entire audience. His strength was not weaker than Master Hozun's 3 Demon Alliance members. In addition, the murderous aura accumulated over many years in foreign battlefields made his aura surpass Master Hozun and the others once his aura exploded. The people of the Black Lin Demon Clan and the White Feather Demon Clan were noisy and chattering just now, but now they suddenly became quiet. They did not dare to say a word, for fear of really angering Xueluo, the alien warrior on the battlefield. God. 3 Masters, think about it, even if Concubine Yu follows you to the Monster Alliance headquarters, won't the Monster Alliance punish her? Xuelua then said calmly, "At most, we can just let her plead guilty and perform meritorious service, and kill some aliens. In that case, why not just let her come with us now? Anyway, we are going to the alien battlefield next. You guys go back to the Monster Alliance headquarters. It won't be difficult to deal with each other, after all. In the final analysis, it's all the people from the Black Lin Demon Clan and the White Feather Demon Clan who are asking for trouble." Xueluo's words made Master Hozun, Master Gluttony, and Master Zilei suddenly stunned. They were not because of what Xueluo said, but because when Xueluo said these words, he was obviously on Concubine Yu's side. If they were to forcefully attack Concubine Yu, Xueluo would probably he will also help Concubine Yu. In this case, the 3 of them really can't stop Xueluo and Yu Fei from joining forces. After all, Yu Fei can deal with the 2 of them alone. For Master Hozun and the other 3, things have become quite difficult. If Concubine Yu is let go, it would not be justified according to the rules. However, if Concubine Yu is not let go, the current situation will not be easy to handle. Unless, wait for other helpers from the Monster Alliance to come over, but will Xueluo and Yu Fei give them time? I am afraid that as long as Master Hozun and the 3 of them have just expressed that they will not let Concubine Yu go, Xueluo and Concubine Yu will take action immediately. At least it will be easy to escape from this place, and it is impossible for the 3 of them to catch up with them. Master Hozun, Master Zilei, and Master Gluttony looked at each other. They are the patrol envoys of several galaxies in this area in the Monster Alliance, so they have cooperated with each other many times. Now one look has told, what should the other party do next? Soon, Master Hozun nodded and basically completed the discussion with Master Gluttony and Master Zilei. "Okay, then you can take her to the alien battlefield. However, our Monster Alliance will not attack the alien battlefield Legion. Submit the information, and the Battlefield Legion will issue strict tasks to Concubine Yu. She must kill a designated number of aliens to offset the sin committed this time. Isn't that no problem?" A smile appeared on Xuelua's face. As long as he went to the foreign battlefield, it would be managed by the Battlefield Legions, and the Monster Alliance would not be able to interfere at all. Of course, the Monster Alliance can ask the Battlefield Legion to assign tasks to Concubine Yu, but Xuelua is the Emperor Commander of the Alien Battlefield Legion and is very aware of the current policies of the alien battlefield on the Demon Clan's side. Because the death rate on alien battlefields is particularly high, fewer and fewer demon young people are willing to go to alien battlefields. Therefore, a policy has been issued for a long time, that is, as long as they are willing to go to alien battlefields, all their previous sins will be fine. He will be dealt with lightly, and as long as he is willing to obey the foreign battlefield commands and arrangements, all the past matters can be written off. Although Concubine Yu is from the human race, there are still many strong human race warriors on the alien battlefields in the Monster Clan territory, and there are even many strong human race warriors who serve as commanders of the foreign race battlefield legions. Therefore, Master Hozun's words are just words. If you really want to go to the alien battlefield to account for Concubine Yu's sins, it is simply impossible. But if you say it now, let the Black Lin Monster Clan and White Feather Monster Clan, it's just a little bit easier on people's faces. Concubine Yu was a little surprised that Xueluo stood up and spoke to her, but she also recognized Xueluo's identity. She had also been to the alien battlefield before, but from the human race. At that time, there was a large-scale invasion by a powerful alien race, so the human race asked the monster race for support, sent many strong men over, and recruited more than half of the masters of the secret realm in the human race's territory, and finally repelled the alien race. It was at that time that Concubine Yu saw Xueluo once. Although she didn't have a deep impression, based on her memory, she could still recall Xueluo's identity at once. This person is willing to help me, I'm afraid it's because of Long Yu. Now Long Yu seems to have a close relationship with the Blood Demon Princess. This Xueluo is the cousin of the Blood Demon Princess. So, it seems like we are in-laws? Concubine Yu has a strange feeling now. It can be said that Long Yu was trained by her. Although at first she just wanted to use him to seize the Jiuyou realm, as Long Yu grew up in the world of Shenwu, Concubine Yu also appreciated Long Yu more and more. She could see that Long Yu's achievements may not be lower than his own in the future. Recalling the strange phenomena that appeared on Long Yu at the beginning, Concubine Yu was still a little confused. It was the strange phenomena that appeared on Long Yu that attracted her attention to Long Yu and left a mark on her. 9 Nether Dragon Seal. Shaking her head, Concubine Yu did not think too much about what happened back then, but stood up and walked in the direction of Xueluo. This time, Master Hozun and the 3 masters of the Monster Clan Alliance did not stop her. They could only watch as she walked into the Blood Demon Clan's camp and met Xueluo. Thanks for your words of help. Concubine Yu smiled slightly and said to Xueluo. It's not really a help. After all, you can handle this situation by yourself even without me. Xueluo laughed, but my next action plan requires you to go to the foreign battlefield with us. Don't worry, there will definitely be a lot of benefits. Action plan? When Xueluo said this, Long Yu, Hongjun, Hong Ying and Concubine Yu were all a little confused. Well, cousin, and little brother Long, you all come with me to visit the foreign battlefield. Xueluo nodded, his expression becoming slightly serious. Anyway, if you stay in the Monster Clan territory, you may face assassinations from the 4 powerful races of the Golden Dragon Monster Clan at any time, and they may even send some assassins. The organization's ace comes to assassinate you, so you can't guard against it. Now, the most important thing for you is to improve your martial arts realm as soon as possible. In this environment, where you may be assassinated anytime and anywhere, you can't practice quietly. That's right. Hong Ying heard the words and nodded first, then hugged Long Yu's arm and asked, Brother Long, what do you think? You also need time now, at least step into the secret realm of domination, in order to truly be on your own. When the time comes, no one will dare to bully you casually. Long Yu thought about the same truth. For the time being, there would be no stable cultivation environment in the territory of the Demon Clan. If he wanted to practice more stably, he could only follow Xueluo and go to the alien battlefield first. As the Emperor's commander, Xueluo still has a foothold near the alien battlefield, and that place is tightly defended by the alien battlefield Legion, and there is no possibility for ordinary restless elements to assassinate them. The alien battlefield has become Long Yu's next stop, but at this stop, he is destined not to be alone. By his side, there were friends from the Blood Demon clan such as Shuelua, Hongjun, and Hanying, as well as Baiyu Demon clan members such as Shi Qingfeng and Si Tianlei, and even Concubine Yu came together with them. The most important thing is that Concubine Yu pulled Long Yu aside and told him with a chuckle, "By the way, I have good news for you. Your master and two senior brothers in the Shenwu world, Chidi and Xing Punishment, Dao Jing Tian, I brought them here from the Lushang clan. Now in my little world, there is also Yiziwei. You haven't seen each other for a long time, right? That girl has been talking about you. I'm afraid she will see it. Now that you are with the Blood Demon Princess, you will become very sad. She and I are just friends, she just has a more cheerful personality." Long Yu couldn't laugh or cry. "Senior Concubine Yu, speaking of which, what happened after you all left the Nine Nether Realm?" "I came out of the Nine Nether Realm and found that I was in the ancient ruins of the galaxy." Long Yu knew a little about the general process from Hanying. After all, this matter was widely spread and made a fuss. Many people knew the general idea, but Long Yu wanted to know some details. After Long Yu asked this question, Concubine Yu finally told them all about Jiyu and Daoi's self-destruction, the birth of the ruins of the world, and the outbreak of space turbulence after they left the Nine Nether Realm. As for why I left the Joyo clan and gave up the title of saint, the situation is much more complicated. We don't have much time now, so let's talk about it later. Concubine Yu still hasn't said why she left the Joyo clan. However, Long Yu wouldn't dwell on this. Time was really tight now. Even if they wanted to talk, they couldn't stay in this void to talk. However, I feel that Senior Concubine Yu, you look a little different now than before. Long Yu looked at Concubine Yu with some doubts. When he saw Concubine Yu before, she was always bathed in a fairy atmosphere. Her temperament was elegant but also a bit cold, giving people a feeling that she could only be seen from a distance, but not close. But now, although Concubine Yu still carries the ethereal fairy aura, this fairy aura is much thinner, and the cold aura of the Nine Nether divine inscriptions on her body is even stronger than before. Speaking of this, Concubine Yu's expression suddenly darkened. "My supreme beginning divine art had cracks when I fought against the ruins of the world, so the snow immortal aura on my body is much weaker than before." When Long Yu heard this, he saw a snow-white necklace on Concubine Yu's fair neck among the misty fairy aura. There were many small cracks on this necklace. It turned out to be a divine item from the beginning. Unexpectedly, in order to help Long Yu take away the Joyo realm from the Lushang clan, Concubine Yu actually made such a big sacrifice, even cracks appeared in the Taichu divine product. "But you don't have to worry about me. Now I feel relaxed. And it's a blessing in disguise. After being thrown out by the turbulent flow of space, I got something unexpectedly. As for what I got, you will know later." Concubine Yu looked at Long Yu's regretful expression and suddenly smiled. She seemed to be in a really good mood. What was a blessing in disguise? Of course, Long Yu was confused and very curious about this, but Concubine Yu refused to tell, so he couldn't ask more questions. At this time, Blood Demon Princess Hanying suddenly ran over, hugged Long Yu's arm, and asked with a smile, "You are still whispering, it's time for us to set off." "Well, let's go first." Concubine Yu nodded when she heard this, glanced at Long Yu and Hanying, and a meaningful smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. Regarding this, Long Yu didn't want to explain any more. Each of the two beauties in front of him was much stronger than him. If he really wanted to say anything, he would definitely be bullied, so Long Yu's best way was just keep quiet. However, Long Yu felt the seductive body holding his arms, which was really a pleasure. Looking at the blood demon cultivators behind Shui Luo, the eyes of the group of blood demon cultivators looked as if they wanted to kill someone. Blood Demon Princess Feng Yin is the goddess in their hearts, but now she is really in love with a human boy, which breaks their hearts. Although Long Yu had just shown extremely powerful martial arts talent and fighting power, these blood demon cultivators were still a little unbalanced deep down in their hearts. Of course, they were just unbalanced for a moment. We really wanted them to, they didn't dare to put forward any opinions from Long Yu. It's not that they don't dare, but they won't, because they know that Long Yu is Xuelua's friend, and Xuelua is their leader. After the three Demon Alliance inspectors, Master Ho Zun, Master Gluttony, and Master Zi Lei, agreed, no one dared to stop Xueluo and Long Yu. The people of the Black Lin Demon Clan and the White Feather Demon Clan could only watch as they left the field, headed back towards the White Feather Star, and prepared to rush to the alien battlefield through the space-marked teleportation formation. This will be a particularly dangerous journey. On the alien battlefield, death accompanies everyone, and even if you are not careful, you may encounter a large-scale attack by aliens. By then, even Xuelua cannot guarantee that you will survive. Come down. Danger, but also comes with opportunities. In the alien battlefield, there are too many people who die without burial. Whether they are human race, demon race, or alien race, it is very likely that they have left behind some treasures. These things are cultivation resources. If you are lucky, you can get something very precious. Moreover, as long as you can kill any alien race on the alien battlefield, you will be rewarded by the alien battlefield legion of the monster race, and you will get the corresponding meritorious service. With enough meritorious service, you can even exchange for the Taichu divine item that matches your own attributes. Of course, if you want to exchange your merits for the divine item of the beginning, the number of aliens that need to be killed is definitely enough to make people despair. Even an emperor like Xueluo is still 180,000 short of redeeming the divine item of the beginning. Here. On the alien battlefield, the opponents we need to face are different every year. However, in recent years, the Ice God Clan and the Vulcan God Clan have been more active and are fiercely attacking our Monster Clan territory. While heading towards the alien battlefield, Xuelua explained to everyone the current situation on the alien battlefield. The Ice God Clan and the Vulcan God Clan are not too difficult to deal with, but there are also strong men in these two tribes who also possess the Taichu divine grade. The fighting power is very terrifying, and sometimes it even requires a strong person in the god-like realm to resist the opponent's attack. Need someone from the godlike realm to take action? When Long Yu heard this, he was suddenly a little surprised. Among the demon clan and the human clan, the existences in the godlike realm were already the strongest, and they would definitely not be easily sent out to die. Unexpectedly, the Ice God Clan and the Fire God Clan would actually send powerful existences at the godlike level to come. Attack the Demon Clan. Do not misunderstand. Xueluo looked at the expressions of Long Yu, Hong Jun and others, and knew what they were thinking. He immediately smiled and said, "A strong man in the godlike realm can only repel the opponent's godlike realm. It is too difficult to kill the opponent. Every strong person in the godlike realm is the pillar of the race. The death of anyone will cause the overall strength of the race to be seriously weakened." I see. Only then did Long Yu and others understand, and then nodded. Beyond the monster clan's territory, we actually haven't reached the alien battlefield immediately. Instead, there are 3 outer realm galaxies. These 3 outer realm galaxies separate the monster clan's territory from the real alien battlefield. Xuelua explained, "What we are going to is the 3rd outer galaxy where I belong. There I have a training planet as my own territory. We can take a rest on that training planet. Now, can you tell me what your plan is?" Concubine, you had been following Long Yu. Now that everyone had left Bai Yuxing and were halfway through the journey, she took advantage of the situation and asked this question. You can say it. When this question was brought up, Xuelua looked a little solemn. Actually, my adjutant reported to me the news that a spacetime mark passage was found near the cultivation planet under my jurisdiction, and an advance team was sent to check it out. I took a quick look and found that there was an alien monument on the opposite side. Alien monuments. Hearing these 4 words, Concubine Yu suddenly became interested. It turns out to be a foreign monument. Do you know its specific location? Especially if it is in foreign territory, then we will simply die if we run over there. It has been found out clearly that the foreign ancient ruins are in the void of the foreign battlefield. In terms of distance, they are the closest to our monster territory. Xueluo said with a smile, the key is that the alien monument is in a closed state of time and space. There is no other way to enter except through the time and space mark passage. My adjutant has already found out that the time and space mark passage can lead to the alien ruins. It's the only one we found. In other words, safety can still be guaranteed to the maximum extent. Concubine Yu narrowed her eyes, but, do you want to explore an alien heritage just because of us? Of course not. I have assembled an exploration team. I wasn't very sure at first, but now that you are included, Concubine Yu, I am much more sure. Xueluo laughed. So you think of me as a thug, but I'm really interested in this alien heritage. Concubine Yu nodded and said. Can I go? The red warbler on the side asked aloud. If you can set foot on the Great Master within a month, you can go. Xueluo chuckled. Without the realm of the Great Overlord, it would be too dangerous to explore the foreign monuments. It would be better to practice peacefully on my training planet. Upon hearing this, Hongying was a little disappointed, but she also knew that her strength was indeed far behind compared to top powerhouses like Xueluo and Yufei. As for the foreign monuments, Long Yu and Hongying have no way to participate. What they need most now is a stable training environment. Especially for Dragon Yu, many things are backlogged now, and there is little time to complete them, such as seriously practicing and understanding the 4 phases of killing prison, such as finding ways to improve the quality level of the Void Nether Dragon Blade, such as relocating all the creatures in the Shenwu world. A series of other things need to be stabilized before they can be handled. Fortunately, I soon followed Xuelua to the 3rd outer galaxy, and I was able to have a relatively safe cultivation environment. Of course, it was only relatively safe. As long as I was a cultivator in the outer galaxy, I would be assigned to a place every month. This mission requires participating in the battle on the alien battlefield. Whether it is to kill alien enemies, transport supplies, or deliver news, etc., cultivators can choose on their own. Only by completing this monthly task can they be qualified to continue to stay in the outer galaxy. Otherwise, you will definitely be kicked out of the outer galaxy. Based on the current situation where Long Yu has offended the 4 major demon clans, Black Lin Demon Clan, White Feather Demon Clan, Golden Dragon Demon Clan, and Golden Moon Demon Clan, if he is driven out of the outer galaxy, he will probably die soon. It is far from possible for the current Long Yu to confront a large race of demon cultivators. That would definitely be an act seeking death. Long Yu, when we get to the outer galaxy, Xuelua and I will have to prepare for a month before going to the foreign monuments. During this month, can we borrow the 9 Nether Prison Monument? Concubine Yu came to Long Yu and asked quietly, in a soliciting tone. Senior Concubine Yu, you don't have to be polite. If you want to understand it, just come. I also need to understand the 9 Nether Prison Monument for a while when I get there. Long Yu nodded and said. Now he knows that if he wants to comprehend the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, he only needs to enter the interior of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, so as long as he has time, it is better for him to comprehend the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions in the inner space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. When Long Yu was trapped inside the 9 Nether Prison Monument, it took him a month to comprehend 10% of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts. However, the speed became slower as he went to the back. Long Yu estimated that he wanted to comprehend 20%. It will take at least 3 months to understand the Enlightenment Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, and it will take at least half a year to understand 30% of it. After all, the Revelation level divine text is an improved derivative of the power of the 5 elements of Tai Chu, so it is very difficult to comprehend. This is because Long Yu has already comprehended the original level 9 Nether divine text for a long time. Otherwise, the comprehension speed would be at least 10 times slower. Thank you very much. Concubine Yu smiled. Although she was Long Yu's senior and her martial arts level was much higher than Long Yu's, she did not use her power to overwhelm others, but regarded Long Yu as a friend. This made the strong men of the Blood Demon clan who followed Xue Luo admire them a little, and at the same time they also had more appreciation for Concubine Yu. This feeling was just like Xue Luo, who never spoke as a leader when dealing with their subordinates, but as a leader. Treat them as friends, very cordial. Now that Long Yu is in the outer world, the only one he can rely on is Xue Luo and Concubine Yu. Among them, Xue Luo is not particularly reliable because of Hong Ying's relationship. So of course Long Yu is very good to Concubine Yu, and the Jiuyou prison monument originally promised to give her enlightenment. Although she has left the Jiuyou clan now, her words still have to be kept. Originally, Long Yu was looking for Concubine Yu instead of the Jiuyou clan. Since Concubine Yu was no longer a saint of the Jiuyou clan, Long Yu would of course still follow Concubine Yu. The third outer domain galaxy is located outside the boundary of the Monster clan. This galaxy blocks several alien races, including the Ice God clan, the Vulcan God clan, and the most feared Soul clan. Of course, there are also some other races that often appear. However, most of Xuelua's tasks are only to deal with the Ice God clan, Vulcan God clan, and other races that are more active during certain periods. As for the Soul clan, they are all assigned to a special race in the alien battlefield legions. That race is relatively mysterious. Xuelua doesn't know much about them. He only knows that they have a great advantage in dealing with the Soul clan, and they are almost born to be the Soul clan's nemesis. Because of this side is impregnable. No matter the Ice God clan, the Vulcan God clan, or the Soul clan, they are unable to break through the obstruction of the third outer domain galaxy and invade the territory of the Demon clan. Outside of the Monster clan's territory, there are a total of 3 outerland galaxies, which protect 3 different directions of the Monster clan's territory. The defense line is very wide, covering almost all gaps, ensuring that no alien race sneaks into the Monster clan's territory. As for the other hemisphere of the Monster clan's territory, it is adjacent to the human race's territory, and there is basically no need to send too many people to defend it. In this way, the Monster clan can concentrate all its forces on this hemisphere, and the combat effectiveness is very terrifying. Of course, this has also led to the relative peace within the Monster clan territory now, and has caused many people to almost forget the terror from the alien races, allowing them to start fighting for power within the Monster clan territory. This phenomenon is what the Monster clan alliance wants to stop with all its strength. Therefore, in the case of the Black Lin Monster clan and the Golden Dragon Monster clan, Master Ho Zun and others who represent the Monster clan alliance will be more inclined to the Long Yu side. Because they take the overall situation into consideration, unlike the 4 small demon cultivator races, they basically have not felt any threats and terror from alien races. In the third outer galaxy, one general is mainly in charge of the alien battlefield legions, and Xuelua only follows this general. That general is a super powerful demon race in the godlike realm. Every outer galaxy has a super strong person in the godlike realm who is stationed there. Otherwise, it is easy to have some emergencies that cannot be dealt with. For example, a foreign race suddenly sends a godlike strong person to attack the demon clan, temporarily leaving people it is simply impossible to come and defend. In the third outer galaxy, no matter where a situation arises, the godlike general can arrive as soon as possible and solve the situation quickly. Under this godlike general, there are 7 or 8 lieutenants. Each lieutenant is stronger than Xuelua, and Xuelua is the emperor, commander, under one of the lieutenants. Calculated in this way, Xueluo's level in this third outer domain galaxy is also ranked at the 3rd level. It is not a very powerful existence. However, when he returns to the territory of the demon clan, his identity is enough to make most people are afraid. For 7 days, Long Yu, Yu Fei, and others followed Xuelua and continuously teleported from the time and space marked teleportation array, almost passing through the entire monster clan territory, from one end to the other. This is because Xuelua used his position as the commander of the Emperor to activate the space-time marked teleportation array instantly. If an ordinary practitioner wanted to make such a leap, he would have to wait for the time space marked teleportation array to open, not to mention 7 days, even a month. It may take at least 3 or 4 months to cross the true territory of the demon clan. When they finally arrived at the 3rd outer domain galaxy, everyone was a little dizzy. Even Long Yu, who had a good understanding of space attribute divine texts, couldn't bear it anymore. In a short period of time, he had experienced too many time and space marked transmissions, which was simply unbearable for ordinary practitioners. Fortunately, Long Yu's physical body was also relatively strong, so he persisted in the end. Everyone went straight to Bloodfall in the 3rd outer galaxy. The cultivation planet they owned was called Bloodfall Star. The cultivation planets in the 3rd outer galaxy could change their names anytime and anywhere, as long as the cultivation planet changed. After losing the owner, the name also changed. Bloodfall Star is located in the center of the entire 3rd outer domain galaxy, and is considered a relatively fertile place. After arriving on Bloodfall Star, everyone has a relatively stable cultivation environment. On the Bloodfall Star, you can practice and rest with peace of mind. There will definitely be no danger, unless of course there is an invasion by a foreign race. Xuelua said with a smile, but everyone has to pay attention. If you want to stay here, you must complete a task assigned by the Alien Battlefield Legion once a month. The task content can be viewed in Tianya City on Xuelua Star. I usually practice in Tianya City. Tianya City is the largest city on Bloodfall Star. In addition to Tianya City, there are many other cities on Bloodfall Star. After Long Yu and others arrived at Xuelua Star, Xuelua would no longer restrict their freedom. They could go wherever they wanted, but it was a pity that this outer galaxy was not a place where people could thrive after all. Because what is implemented here is military management. If you want to stay here, you must complete the Legion tasks every month, without exception. In this way, people from the White Feather Demon clan could not come out here, so Long Yu had no choice but to call out Shi Qingfeng and Shi Tianlei and his son, and discuss it with them. Now in your little world, our tribe can't practice, and we are all agitated. However, the people in my faction are still more sensible. They know that this is a moment of life and death for the race, and they will not act recklessly. Since it is inconvenient to come out, then let them all stay in your little world. Shi Tianlei said with a smile. I am now a 5-star emperor, and I am still 2 realms away from being able to step into the lower-level master. When that time comes, I wonder if Senior is willing to lead the tribe to live in my little world. Long Yu asked tentatively, what I mean is that if you live here permanently, if there are more talented juniors, you can select them and train them. If I live in a small world forever, I'm afraid my tribe will have some opinions, but I can still fight for it. Personally, I think it's okay. Anyway, now that we are out of the White Feather Monster clan, it doesn't matter where we live, and Dragon Little Brother, your martial arts talent is so high, maybe you can sprint to the godlike realm. By then, we will just live in the small world of a strong godlike realm, and no one else can ask for it, haha. Shi Tianlei laughed and said. Long Yu smiled slightly. Since this was the case, he was relieved. The next task was to improve his martial arts realm as soon as possible. No matter what, after all, your own strength is the most important. In this way, Long Yu and others temporarily settled down on the Bloodfall Star. In order to facilitate communication, everyone is temporarily living in Tianya City. Tianya City is a large city built between mountains. In the center is the city lord's palace, where Xuelua lives. There are many large facilities around it, such as a martial arts arena, trading street, training ground, etc. The most important thing is the Legion Station. The Legion Station is the alien battlefield Legion. In the station on Bloodfall Star, there are many managers who only belong to the Battlefield Legion. They are responsible for reviewing the residents' qualifications of cultivators on Bloodfall Star. That is, they issue tasks once a month. Place. The first person to come to Bloodfall Star must report to the Legion Station and obtain a Legion order representing their identity. The Legion order is a voucher for passage and stay in Bloodfall Star, and even the entire outer galaxy, and can only be maintained only by completing a battlefield mission every month. Can you maintain the Legion order? This kind of management method directly leads to the fact that most of the cultivators in the outer galaxy are powerful cultivators who have experienced the bloody storms. At least they are those who have been to the battlefields of alien races. They will not be as arrogant as those in the Demon Clan territory. Arrogant guy. Because on the alien battlefield, arrogance will lead to death. Therefore, the atmosphere of the entire blood-falling star is completely different from that of King-killing star, White Feather Star, etc. that Long Yu had visited before. On the streets of Tianya City, no one was chatting, only figures hurriedly passing by doing business. Everyone is rushing for time here, because time represents life. If you have time to chat and gossip, it is better to seize the time to practice and comprehend stronger moves and martial arts, and to get a higher level of integration with the soldiers. Only by spending most of their time on training can they survive as much as possible on the alien battlefield. Even for a relatively simple monthly Legion transportation mission, the death toll is unimaginable. Just from the blood-falling star, at least 1/10 of the people who go to the foreign battlefield every month will die on the battlefield and will not be able to come back. Therefore, in the outer galaxy, without special survival skills, it would be difficult for ordinary people to survive for more than a year. There are many demon cultivator races in the Demon Clan territory, and they will send some of the more talented young people to the outer galaxy for training, but most of them only let them stay for 3 months, because if they stay any longer, the mortality rate will be greatly increased, making those demon cultivators unbearable. However, even these 3 months of experience can make the surviving young people almost completely reborn, and their temperament, strength, and combat experience have been improved in all aspects. Hong Jun had come to the foreign battlefield to experience, so when Long Yu was choosing foreign opponents in the bloody battlefield, he put forward many very pertinent opinions. I think of the third prince of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan. Hong Ying and Long Yu were walking on the streets of Tianya City together, and suddenly smiled. You said that if the Golden Dragon Demon Clan had sent their third prince to the outer galaxy for training, I'm afraid this wouldn't have happened, right? Well, it's a pity that they treat the third prince like a treasure, so naturally they are reluctant to let him venture to the alien battlefield. Long Yu nodded and smiled, then suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, regarding the long sword warrior, did Wei Yuyan say whether it can be repaired? Originally, when things on Bai Yuxing's side were over, Wei Yuyan asked Hong Ying to release him, but Long Yu gave him the infinite-level top-quality long-sword combat weapon obtained from Shiman Duantian and asked him to repair it. This made Wei Yuyan particularly interested, and he didn't want to come out of Hong Ying's small world for a while, because Wei Yuyan had been forging warriors all his life, but he had never refined an infinite-level top-grade warrior. At most, he could refine endless-level super-grade soldiers are already very lucky. Not only that, the ultimate endless-level combat weapon is really not something you can expect to see, let alone a damaged endless-level elite combat weapon. If Wei Yuyan can develop some methods to repair this longsword combat weapon, then it is very likely that his level in refining combat weapons will be greatly improved. This is an excellent promotion opportunity for Wei Yuyan, so he does not plan to leave for the time being, and plans to follow Long Yu and Han Ying to study the long sword for a while. Of course, Han Ying was too lazy to bring the old man into the small world, so she asked Xuelua to apply for a legion order for Wei Yuyan, so that Wei Yuyan could live directly in Tianya City and be under the jurisdiction of the legion. Of course, then the legion order was held by Han Ying. Without the legion order, it would be impossible for Wei Yuyan to leave Xuelua Xing, or even Tianya City, and there would be no need to worry about him causing any trouble. On the way here, he studied in my little world for 7 days, but made no progress. Now I'm afraid there is no way. How can the endless-level top-notch warriors be so easy to repair? If it were so easy, Shiman Duantian would have found him long ago. People restored it. Red Warbler shook her head and replied. 2. Long Yu nodded, thinking that waiting for Wei Yuyan to repair the longsword warrior would definitely not happen overnight. On the first day after arriving in Tianya City, Long Yu went to help Guixian, Feng Yusin, Xu Chan, Yan Huanma and other friends to get their legion orders. Since the environment is now stable, there is no need for them to stay in the unstable small world. Moreover, Feng Yusin, Xu Chan, and Xiang Wu are all now at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and even have the cultivation level of a 1-star Emperor. In the Joyo realm, there is no way to improve. They also need experience. I believe they will find their place on the alien battlefield. Of course, dangers also exist, but Long Yu cannot protect them all the time. Only by experiencing danger can you truly grow. This is the law that Long Yu has always believed in. Therefore, he sent out all Long Yu's more trustworthy friends in the Joyo realm, including the Saint Emperor, the Demon Emperor, the Flame Emperor, and the Thunder Emperor. They were all sent out by Long Yu, and they were dealt with. Respective legionary orders. Only the newly appointed Yun Emperor can only aggrieve her and let her temporarily stabilize the whole situation in the 9 Nether realm. Of course, as compensation, Long Yu will also provide her with creative objects to allow her to stay in the 9 Nether realm. You can also practice and improve your martial arts realm. Soon, Long Yu and Han Ying walked hand in hand to the door of a vast courtyard in Tianya City. As soon as they opened the door, they heard the bustle of people inside. "Ah, Brother Long, you are back, come in quickly." A sweet voice came out immediately, and then a charming figure appeared in front of the two of them. It was Liao Lele, who had just come out of the world of Shenwu. This girl is now Long Yu's royal alchemist. She has been studying the refining method of rainbow stone eggs in recent days, and has gained a lot of experience. As long as her martial arts realm reaches a higher level, she should be able to try it. As for the other auxiliary materials for refining the magic sky-defying elixirs, Long Yu and Han Ying have gone out to buy them together. In Tianya City, some alchemy materials are relatively easy to buy, and the prices are relatively cheap. Of course, it is only relatively cheap. Long Yu and Han Ying went on a trip and bought most of the auxiliary materials for refining the demonic sky walking pill, void walking pill, Baji blood pill, and Holy Soul heavenly pill. They also spent a total of 80 million demon coins. It was all paid by Han Ying. Long Yu doesn't have any demon coins on him. If he really wants to take them out, he can only take out the colorful crystal powder and sell some. However, if materials like colorful crystal powder are sold in Tianya City, they will definitely suffer a big loss and cannot be sold. It deserves the price, so Han Ying will pay it first for the time being. But now, everyone from the previous Shenwu world has gathered in this spacious courtyard. There are hundreds of people together, including Liao Lele, celebrating the reunion of old friends. The so-called old friends are naturally Xing Xing, Dao Jing Tian, and Qi Di who came out of Concubine Yu's little world. When the Dark Moon catastrophe happened in Xuanhu world, Xing Punishment and Dao Jing Tian were suddenly taken away, causing everyone to lose the news about the two of them. They have been struggling until now. They finally saw the two again, and naturally they wanted to get together to celebrate. Long Yu also hadn't seen his senior and second senior brothers for a long time, including his master Chidi when he was in the world of Xuanhu. Although the level is different now, they were still very helpful to Long Yu when they were in the Five Emperors' holy city of Xuanhu world, so Long Yu will naturally not forget this. Now, Long Yu's strength is of course far beyond that of Dao Jing Tian and Xing Feng, and even much more than Red Emperor. But no matter what, he will never forget how the other party helped him in the beginning. When he faced a powerful enemy at this time, Dao Jing Tian and Xuanhuan stepped forward and helped him a lot. Master Long, you are back, come in quickly. Not far behind Liao Lei, there were two women whose eyes lit up. Seeing Long Yu, they hurriedly came up to meet them. They were Qin Yashuang and Zi Su. Now they are both at the peak of the Emperor realm. In the world of Xuanhu, it was already difficult to make a breakthrough, so naturally I followed everyone out. After everyone's explanation, everyone now knows where they are now and what kind of dangerous life they will face. However, this does not scare them away, but instead stimulates their desire to climb to a higher level of martial arts. If anyone is afraid of dying on the alien battlefield, Long Yu will simply not let him out and let him stay in the world of divine martial arts and be a coward. Well, how are you preparing for the dinner? Long Yu asked with a smile. It's almost done. Everyone is inside. After this dinner, many people are planning to accept battlefield missions tomorrow. Qin Yashuang smiled cutely. Now she has no regrets at all about leaving the piano player in the Five Emperors' holy city. Recently, she has been on good terms with Feng Yusin and Xiang Wu, and the girls have become good sisters. As for the former piano player, no matter what, I didn't pay attention to it at all. Soon, Long Yu and Hong Ying stepped into the courtyard together and saw hundreds of old friends together. These people were all friends Long Yu had met in the world of Xuanhu. Among them, they mainly include the original five emperors of the Xuanhu world: the Red Emperor, the Demon Emperor, the Flame Emperor, the Thunder Emperor, and the Holy Emperor, as well as their respective direct disciples. The direct disciples of the Red Emperor were naturally Xing Feng, Dao Jing Tian, Yu Shaoyin and Yu Lin Feng, plus a short swordsman Nalin Jun, and finally Long Yu and Yu Hanqin. There is only one direct disciple of the Demon Emperor, and that is Heidao. He is a powerful genius who also has strong martial arts talent, like Yi Ziwei. He has now cultivated to the level of a one-star emperor through the 9 nether ladder constructed by Long Yu. The direct disciple of Emperor Yin is Si Konghui. This strong man is now a one-star emperor like Demon Sword. After all, he has been practicing for a long time and his martial arts talent is already very good. There are also 2 direct disciples of the Holy Emperor. One of them is Qi Tianming, the chief direct disciple. He has a good personal relationship with Xing Xing. At this time, he is having a drink with Xing Xing, whom he has not seen for a long time. The other one is Qi Qingxi, who is her favorite among the direct disciples of the Holy Emperor and the one she has put the most effort into cultivating. Previously, she and Si Konghui participated in the competition of the strongest imperial realm with Long Yu. However, now he has become a powerful one-star emperor. Among Lei Emperor's direct disciples, Yi Ziwei had followed concubine Yu for a long time, and now she came back to pay homage to her master, whom she had not seen for a long time. Of course, the most important thing was to meet Long Yu Jian. There is also Su Choubai, who is the second direct disciple of Lei Emperor and a member of Su's medicine shop. Now Su's medicine shop has a pretty good relationship with Long Yu, mainly because of his ancestor, the spiritual formation master Su Chen, together with Long Yu, dealt with the War Emperor and formed some friendships. Therefore, Su Choubai, Su Jianbai, Su Ning'an, Su Chen and other powerful people from Su's medicine shop have now left the world of Shenwu and are preparing to venture into the outer galaxy. Following the Thunder Emperor, in addition to the two direct disciples, there was also Tong Zai, who was nominally the maid of the Thunder Emperor, but was actually married to the Thunder Emperor. Originally, the Thunder Emperor wanted Tong Zai to stay in the Nine Nether Realm and live a stable life, but she was unwilling. Instead, she chose to come out and accompany the Thunder Emperor, even if she had to go to the outer galaxy to perform dangerous Legion missions. No matter what. In her own words, we must die together. These are the 5 emperors and their direct disciples. Others who came out of the 5 emperors' holy city include Lin Ruizai, the great steward of Lin's trading company, as well as the original elders of the 5 emperors' alliance, Tianxiang Emperor, Jutian, Tan Shoya and others. These are all old people from the 5 emperors' alliance. Now they are either 1-star emperors or 2-star emperors. They are very powerful. Among them, Emperor Tianxiang has helped Long Yu a long time ago. As for Jutian and Tan Shoya, they are with the Spirit Formation. Master Su Chen, who cooperated with Long Yu to deal with the War Emperor, is now out. They finally have the opportunity to leave the world of Shenwu. Of course, they all want to see the big world beyond the sky. As for Su Chen, Ju Tian and Tan Shoya, they already yearned for the great world outside the world. Now that they have the opportunity, they will not let it go easily. Apart from these people, the rest are all friends that Long Yu has known a long time ago. There are Feng family members such as Feng Yusen, Feng Xiaofei, Feng Haofeng, Feng Changge, etc., whom they met on Tianyu Island. There are also Hongyue, Xiling, Qiyun, etc., who followed Long Yu after the rebellion in Shura County. The women from Liuliu Palace include Princess Shuchan, Yu Qingsha, Sihanshan and other senior brothers and sisters of Shu Chan whom she met in Shura County, as well as Shu Chan's private friends Xing Wu, Du Guijian, Jia Banxian, Xiao Zhu and Shui Yan and so on. There are also General Hui Yuanbai, the talented Mo Zhaitian, Fu Zubing and others, as well as Sunset Wu, Yan Huanma, Mo Fengming, Xing Xing, Qi Hua, Hua Meyer, Man Xian, etc. These friends who are close to Long Yu are now at least at the peak of the imperial realm. All because of the 9 nether ladder built by Long Yu, their cultivation speed has been greatly improved. It can be said that almost everyone in this courtyard now stands at the same starting point after arriving in the outer galaxy. They are either at the peak of the imperial realm or 1-star emperor or 2-star emperor, and will not have higher cultivation levels. No one knows what kind of experience everyone will have in the future. Anyway, with their current martial arts realm and cultivation level, the monthly battlefield Legion missions can only pick up some supplies transportation. They go to the foreign battlefield to fight with the strong foreigners, which is simply to die. On the alien battlefield, at least the aliens at the Emperor level appear, and if they are the aliens at the Emperor level, they must be in groups and rarely appear alone. In the foreign battlefield, dominating the secret realm can be considered as having the power to fight. Therefore, in the recent stage, the first goal of everyone who came out of the world of Shenwu, including Long Yu, is of course to sprint to the secret realm of dominance. For Long Yu, this goal is relatively close, but for others, it's relatively remote. First, Long Yu is now a 5-star emperor, and there are only 2 realms left to improve before he can reach the Dominion secret realm. Second, there is no bottleneck between Long Yu and the Dominion secret realm, and others who want to set foot in the Dominion secret realm still need to overcoming a big bottleneck is the understanding of the power of creativity, which cannot be accomplished overnight. Brother Long, didn't you say that your little world is about to collapse? There are probably hundreds of billions of living beings in it. Why don't you disperse them into my little world earlier? Hong Ying asked Long Yu with a smile. Let's wait for a while. It's too troublesome for you. After all, the small world of Joyo Dragon Emperor is too vast, and the world of Shenwu is also too big. There are indeed at least 100 billion creatures on it, and I'm afraid there are more. Long Yu said with some embarrassment. Anyway, Joyo Realm can still hold on for a while, so let's hold on for now. If Long Yu is unable to enter the secret realm of domination in a month, then consider Hong Ying's side. All right. Hong Ying nodded, but there was a hint of meaning in her beautiful eyes. When Long Yu saw it, he suddenly felt uneasy. Did the red warbler have some weird ideas? Such meaningful eyes are really a bit unpredictable. But if Long Yu asked her what was going on now, she would definitely not answer truthfully, so Long Yu gave up. The dinner party on this day could be said to be the first time that Long Yu was relatively relaxed after a series of tensions after coming to the outer world. Previously at the Xinghe ancient ruins, the Killing King planet, the Demon Saint tomb, and the White Feather Star, Long Yu spent every moment in a thrilling way. Even during the few months on the way from the Xinghe ancient ruins to the Killing King planet, Long Yu Yudu must always be careful to see if a crisis may suddenly arise. But now, on the Xuelua Star, in this Tianya city, Long Yu can be 100% sure that there will not be any sudden danger. Even if a strong alien invades the Xuelua Star, he will still have a certain degree of certainty. Reaction time, you won't die suddenly. Therefore, Long Yu is in a relatively comfortable mood now, and he is too lazy to think about what Hong Ying's meaningful eyes mean. Dragon Royal. Long Yu walked into the courtyard, and a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. It was Yi Ziwei who had followed Concubine Yu here. Yi Ziwei followed Concubine Yu, and now she has reached the cultivation level of a lower master, which surprised Long Yu. She must have just visited Lei Emperor, Tong Zai, and Su Choubai, the second senior sister, and happened to meet Long Yu. Royal. Miss Yi, long time no see. Long Yu said with a slight smile. Yes. Yi Zi walked up to Long Yu slightly, with some longing appearing in her beautiful eyes. I heard about your recent deeds in the Demon Clan territory. It is really much more exciting than mine. I haven't seen you for such a long time, but you are still following me. It's just as powerful as before. No, it's already much more powerful than before. From today on, we are all in the outer galaxy, standing at the same starting point. We just need to work together. Long Yu nodded and said nothing else. He did think clearly. In the future, on the alien battlefield, everyone really needs to work together to practice better and survive. A lot of information can be exchanged with each other to improve their own survival. Chance. Yeah. Yi Ziwei nodded cutely, then suddenly her face turned red, and she changed the subject and asked, I also heard that you said you were a disciple of Senior Concubine Yu, and that you were Zhubanyan's fiancé. Ahem, must that guy Qingfeng tell you this? When Long Yu heard this, he coughed immediately, shook his head and said, These are all nonsense, I said. The situation was urgent at the time, so I could only say some nonsense to divert the other party's attention. Well, Zhubanyan is indeed a beauty, and her master Chang Xia's sword can definitely be ranked among the top 3 in the Lushan sword hidden sword department. Yi Zi covered her mouth slightly and smiled softly. It would be really good if I could get married to her. Don't make fun of me. Zhubanyan and I have only met once or twice, and now that we're in the outer galaxy, I'm afraid we won't have any interactions with her in the future. Long Yu shook his head and smiled, then squinted his eyes and asked, You, on the other hand, have you fallen in love with any handsome guy? If you fall in love with someone, he will be quite lucky. Nonsense, now it's serious to practice hard in the outer galaxy, how can you think about anything else? Yi Zi smiled slightly and directly pushed away the topic of Long Yu. Yes. Long Yu also nodded. It was rare for him to relax now, but right now during the dinner, and tomorrow morning, he would have to start immersing himself in intense training again. Let alone the outer galaxy, even anywhere in the outer world, strength is the most important factor for survival. The third outer domain galaxy, Blood Falling Star, Skycliff City. After the dinner, everyone dispersed and returned to their arranged residences. Everyone had a vision for their future life, including Long Yu. Long Yu was alone in a room in the courtyard, ready to rest for a while and make a plan for his next practice. Now that Long Yu's strength wants to be improved, there are mainly the following points. First, refine the rainbow stone egg and colorful crystal powder into heaven-defying pills, and taking the 3 pills of Baji blood pill, void walking pill, and motionxing pill will give birth to octopus blood in his body, and the degree of compatibility with the space divine script and the shadow divine script has been greatly improved. Second, continue to enter the interior of the Joyo prison steel to comprehend more enlightenment level Joyo divine inscriptions, but this will take a long time, and it cannot be done in a short while. Third, find a way to get enough creations and heaven and earth aura, so that Long Yu can quickly improve the several martial arts secrets he has practiced, as well as enhance his basic cultivation. In this regard, the balance control has reached the 8th level, and the cultivation of the body of the world has reached the 6th level. If these 2 items are to be improved, a lot of creations are needed. To cultivate to the 1st level, a lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy is needed to be able to improve it. As for the 3rd level of thunder and fire secret art, it is not very important to Long Yu, because it improves the power of thunder and fire attribute divine script. However, Long Yu basically does not rely on these 2 attributes of divine script to fight. The 4th is to improve from the aspect of soldiers. Among them, you can be more familiar with the endless level best soldiers and the power of the ancient dragon skeleton tower. In addition, you can also try to improve the 2 items of the Holy Spring of Duankong and the Holy Picture of Dragon Blood. The degree of fit of the endless level high-grade warriors, and finding a way to improve the quality level of the Nether Dragon Blade. The Nether Dragon Blade is just an ancient top-quality warrior. Although it is a top-quality warrior, it has some special functions, such as void travel, etc., which are very useful, but its quality is too low after all. If possible, Long Yu would of course want to improve it. After all, this is his first soldier who has reached the unparalleled level, and he has already borne a spiritual consciousness. And the 5th is to comprehend more ancient divine forbidden techniques, for phase-killing prison, but this is also very difficult, and it is not something that Long Yu can comprehend if he wants to comprehend it. It depends on the chance and timing. The top priority is to upgrade to the secret realm of domination first. This is the most important thing. Everything else can be put aside. Only by stepping into the secret realm of domination can my inner world be transformed into a small world, where the power of creation is born, and the world is continuously created. The spiritual energy comes, so that people in the 9 nether realm have a place to live. Long Yu has made a decision, so there is no need to think about the next action. It must first go to the alien battlefield to complete the monthly mission of the Battlefield Legion. After getting the reward, you can exchange some creations to let he raise the realm of martial arts. By the way, if Long Yu encounters a foreign race while completing the mission on the battlefield, then he can have a good fight and improve the realm level of the endless level martial skill of the Mad Battle Celestial Body. It is worth mentioning that Long Yu brought out all the people at the peak of the Emperor realm in the 9 nether realm, and by the way taught them the endless level top-grade body refining martial art of Quangzhan Celestial Body. At least they can cultivate to the same level as Long Yu. Level, that is, the realm of small success. This martial skill is a martial skill obtained by Long Yu from the Bone Clan survivors. Among the Bone Clan survivors, there are still many ancient human or monster martial arts arrays, etc., which are very precious. If there is no accident in the future, you can get a copy every year, which will have a huge effect on the strength of Long Yu and the people around him. Staying in Tianya City, it is impossible to get promoted, so the only way to continue to improve is to actively seek battles. Once a month is not enough. Long Yu was thinking in his heart, planning for the future. Not everyone can only accept the missions of the Alien Battlefield Legion once a month. Once a month is the minimum. If you don't do it once a month, you will be kicked out of the Outland Galaxy. The Alien Battlefield Legion is sure to be very welcome. The more Battlefield Legion missions you complete, the more battlefield merits you will have. To be able to exchange more and better things in the Legion, for Long Yu, it can be regarded as a source of cultivation resources. Based on the current methods of Long Yu, the most suitable one is the detection mission. Just like when he was in the Holy City of the Five Emperors, he has the supernatural power of the Book of Shadows. If he wants to escape, unless it is Master Hozun, Shui Luo, Yue concubine is a master and super strong at this level, otherwise others would never be able to catch him. Since this is the case, I have to go and see what tasks are acceptable tomorrow. If there are any tasks, I will continue directly and prepare to complete them. Long Yu thought in his heart, wondering if he was a little too hasty, but time was too tight for him, and haste was inevitable. If the task is simple, before Long Yu leaves, he can lend the 9 nether prison steel to concubine Yu, and let her observe it for a month, and maybe she will gain something. Long Yu observed the Joyo prison steel, because he controlled the Joyo imprint of Joyo Dragon Emperor, so he was able to gradually copy Joyo Dragon Emperor's understanding and comprehension of Joyo prison steel. If it was concubine Yu, she might be able to comprehend something else from it, no one can say for sure. If Long Yu went to the alien battlefield to complete the mission of the Legion, it would be useless to bring the 9 nether prison monument. Anyway, it is impossible to use it as a shield like before, because the situation on the alien battlefield is changing rapidly. Once the 9 nether prison monument explodes, even if Long Yu hides inside the 9 nether prison steel, when he comes out of the 9 nether prison steel, no one knows what the situation will be like outside. It is very likely that a large group of strong alien races will surround him. Therefore, if you are in danger, just use the Book of Shadows and leave. There is no need to take out the 9 nether prison steel. Because of this, it doesn't matter if you lend it to concubine Yu for a month. Concubine Yu will go to a foreign ancient site with Shuelua in a month's time, and there are many dangers. If she can learn something from the Joyo prison steel during this period of time, it will increase her confidence. After Long Yu made these decisions, he was ready to rest. To be honest, he hadn't had a good rest for a long time. Although with his current level of martial arts, it doesn't matter if he doesn't sleep for a year, but if he sleeps, his energy will be improved later. Qi and spirit will be much better, which is still good for practitioners. Some time ago, Long Yu didn't have a stable environment to rest, but now that he came here, he finally had a chance to rest. In Tianya City, the night is filled with the passing of time. Suddenly Long Yu woke up from his deep sleep, because he felt as if someone had entered his room. Who? Long Yu subconsciously asked a question, and at the same time made preparations to display supernatural powers. However, he didn't get any answer from the other party. He just felt a fiery and warm body slipping into his bed all of a sudden, which made him stunned for a moment. Redbird? Long Yu sensed the familiar aura from the other party, and recognized it immediately, but at this moment, Long Yu's heart was broken. The princess of the Blood Demon clan came to sneak into her bed in the middle of the night. Long Yu is not a 3-year-old child, so he naturally knows what the other party thinks of getting into his bed at this time, but he finds it unbelievable that this Blood Demon princess really likes him. I heard Hong Jun said that his sister has a lot of tricks. This Blood Demon princess, is she here to punish him now? Hush. Hong Ying made a soft sound, and then pressed her body tightly against Long Yu under the quilt. Don't think too much at this time. Long Yu was speechless. Under such circumstances, how could he not think too much? But Hong Ying didn't give him any chance to justify or resist at all. Even if Long Yu wanted to resist, how could he resist? The other party is a strong person at the level of a high-ranking master, and he is still able to fight with ordinary practitioners in the realm of masters. Even if Long Yu wants to resist, he has no such ability. I'm afraid no one would have imagined that at such a time, this princess of the Blood Demon clan would suddenly get into Long Yu's bed and do some weird things. Anyone else would be overjoyed at this kind of good deed delivered to their door, and only Long Yu is still hesitating at this time, because he really doesn't know if Han Ying is really treating him or not. Interesting, or do you want to punish him for a while? If it is the latter, wouldn't it be embarrassing for him to compromise like this? Hey, what are you thinking? Han Ying turned over, pressed on Long Yu, and asked bitterly. She couldn't see her appearance and expression in the dark, but Long Yu could smell the faint fragrance wafting from her body, conveying bursts of orders. Incredibly fragrant. I was thinking, what if you play with me? Long Yu said puzzledly. I just want to play with you, but can you resist? Han Ying giggled coquettishly. If I didn't play you earlier, I'm afraid you will be played by others. Didn't you see the way those girls looked at you at the dinner just now? What she said was true, and Long Yu himself knew very well that many of the girls who came out of the Shenwu world liked him, but he never accepted them. Of course he didn't want to accept Han Ying now, but to borrow Han Ying's words, could he still resist? Moreover, this princess of the Blood Demon clan is indeed delicate and lovely. If Long Yu didn't react when she took the initiative to get under the covers, then she would be too much of a man. Long Yu never expected that on the first night when he came to Tianya City, he encountered such an accident. Although it was an accident that everyone longed for, but for Long Yu, it was very disturbing. A plan. Early morning. Not far from the blood-falling star is one of the 6 sources of divine texts in the galaxy of the third outer domain, emitting brilliance and shining on hundreds of cultivation planets around it. With the rotation of the blood-falling stars, the night in Tianya City finally passed, and another morning was ushered in. This morning was a normal morning for ordinary people, but for Long Yu, it was a special moment in his life. Turning point. Because just last night, he encountered a completely unexpected accident. In the middle of the night, a blood demon princess came to sneak into his bed and stayed with him all night. As for what the two of them did, there is no need to explain it clearly. According to Han Ying, it was preemptively attacking, and Han Ying's character is like this. She never hesitates when she likes something, just grab it and talk about it. Now, Long Yu finally fell into her hands. It wasn't until the radiance of the source of divine writing penetrated into the room from the window that Han Ying slowly got up, got dressed, and lazily prepared to leave the room first. Although she was very bold in front of Long Yu, she still didn't dare to expose her relationship with Long Yu openly after all, so she still wanted to leave Long Yu's room quietly. By the way, Han Ying, since this is the case, then I will transfer the creatures in the 9 nether realm to your small world first, lest the small world suddenly collapse and cause all the creatures in it to lose their lives. Long Yu thought for a while, and then said to Han Ying. Weren't you unwilling before? Han Ying gave him a blank look. Before was before, now is now, and I have a secret to tell you. Long Yu smiled, got up and put on his clothes, and said at the same time, in my small world, besides the 100,000 tribes of the White Feather Monster clan, there are also 300,000 survivors of the Bone clan. You must not reveal this secret to others. Anyone know? Now that Han Ying has taken the initiative to get into Long Yu's bed, there is no need for Long Yu to hide some things from her. Anyway, she will know sooner or later. It is better to be open and honest earlier, so as to avoid any problems in time. Bone race remnants. Upon hearing Long Yu's words, there was a slight change on Han Yingqia's face. Unexpectedly, the rumors that the survivors of the bone race still exist are actually true, and they are still in your small world. I met at the ancient ruins of the galaxy. Long Yu roughly narrated what happened at that time. During the period, he kept observing Han Ying's face, and found that she didn't seem to have much aversion to the survivors of the bone race, so he was relieved. Since that's the case, let them come to my small world. It's the same for them anyway. Brother Long, don't worry, I will definitely not tell anyone else this secret. Hong Ying leaned over and kissed Long Yu's face, then turned around and left with a giggly smile. Then you take the initiative to find me tonight, and then transfer all the creatures in the 9 Nether Realm over. Okay. Long Yu nodded. The room where Hong Ying lives is not far from Long Yu, so it's the same for anyone looking for it, and Long Yu doesn't plan to leave today, but wants to find Concubine Yu first, and lend her the 9 Nether Prison Steel to Concubine Yu. What happened last night seemed to be known only to Long Yu and Hong Ying, but soon Long Yu knew that this was not the case. After Hong Ying left, Long Yu took a short rest, then got up and went to Concubine Yu's residence. For Concubine Yu, Long Yu has always been respectful, but when he saw Concubine Yu this morning, Concubine Yu looked at him with a meaningful smile in her eyes. Seeing this smile made Long Yu a little nervous, and couldn't help asking, "Senior Concubine Yu, what's wrong with you? Is there anything strange about me?" "That's not true, but last night, I wanted to go to the princess of the Blood Demon clan, and I wanted to thank her for being with you these days and protecting you. But now, it seems that I don't need it anymore." Concubine Yu smiled mysteriously. When Long Yu heard this, he immediately felt puzzled. Obviously, Concubine Yu went to Hong Ying yesterday, but she must have failed to find it. She was in vain, and then Hong Ying and Long Yu's residence was not far away, so then Concubine Yu's martial arts cultivation base. It is really too simple to find out something. I'm afraid Concubine Yu already knew all about the deals between Long Yu and Hong Ying last night. Of course, Long Yu regards Concubine Yu as a senior, so it doesn't matter if the other party knows this kind of thing. A little embarrassing. Well, I brought the 9 Nether Prison Steel. If Senior Concubine Yu wants to comprehend it, you can do it within this month. Next month, I will improve it with this 9 Nether Prison Steel. Long Yu immediately changed the subject and said, "It's really troublesome for you, but if it's convenient, why don't you tell me what you have learned from the 9 Nether Prison Steel?" Concubine Yu has always been very curious about this. She has heard the legend that the Joyo Dragon Emperor was almost invincible a long time ago, and there is no doubt that most of the powerful methods of the Joyo Dragon Emperor must come from the Joyo prison, obtained from the monument. Regarding Concubine Yu's request, Long Yu had nothing to hide. After all, if Concubine Yu really wanted it, she would have already started to snatch the Joyo Prison Steel, and Long Yu had no way to resist it. And what can be comprehended from the Joyo Prison Steel is not a secret to Concubine Yu. Anyway, she will soon comprehend the Joyo Prison Steel herself. If she knows something in advance, she will also be able to comprehend it some promotion. There are mainly 2 martial arts secrets. The first is the body of the world, the second is the heart of the devil dust, and then the Enlightenment level 9 Nether Divine Runes. Long Yu told Concubine Yu all these things, and then prepared to enter Concubine Yu's small world. The body of the Joyo Prison Steel is a very huge pitch-black steel. Its size may be comparable to the entire Tianya city, so it is naturally impossible for Long Yu to take it out and give it to Concubine Yu directly, and can only enter Concubine Yu's room first. Small world, and then took the Joyo Prison Steel out of Joyo realm, and it naturally appeared in Concubine Yu's small world. Well, sorry to trouble you. Concubine Yu smiled and nodded. Concubine Yu, who just woke up in the morning, was dressed in snow-white tulle, full of charm, enough to tempt people to commit crimes, but Long Yu didn't look sideways. For him, one partner is enough. No thoughts about anyone else. What's more, he respected Concubine Yu as a senior. Immediately afterwards, Concubine Yu took Long Yu into her own small world. Long Yu's eyes lit up, and he appeared in a void surrounded by immortal energy. This void felt completely different from most of the pitch-black voids in the 9 Serenity realm. This is Concubine Yu's small world. Long Yu thought in his heart, feeling the immortal energy lingering around here. He felt quite enjoyable. These immortal energy made people intoxicated. If he practiced in this environment, his cultivation speed might not be improved, but the mood will definitely become very good, and there may be some unexpected effects. Long Yu didn't know much about these fairy qi, he only knew that it was because concubine Yu had a divine product of the early days, that is, the snow-white necklace. As a result, there are some cracks in this divine product of absolute beginning. Most of the divine items in the early days were born with by practitioners, but I don't know if concubine Yu's snow-white necklace was also present at birth. If so, as a member of the Jiuyou clan, how could concubine Yu have such a fairy tale divine product? Long Yu couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. In the void surrounded by immortal energy, he took out the 9 nether prison tablet from the 9 nether realm, and placed it directly in the void, but when he saw the dark aura of the 9 nether prison tablet, he directly gave the immortal energy to it. Drive away. Soon, near the 9 nether prison monument, there was no longer any trace of lingering immortal energy, only the pitch-black void remained. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, it became pitch-black and nothingness. The lingering immortal energy that originally existed in the void here was driven away by the Jiuyou prison steel, but the two sides did not have any conflicts, which surprised Long Yu. Jiuyou divine writing and light attribute divine writing are generally in conflict. I am afraid that only the divine writing and immortality of concubine Yu will not conflict with Jiuyou divine writing. Long Yu thought to himself, then took a last look at the Jiuyou prison steel, raised his hand and waved it twice, signaling concubine Yu to take him away from her small world. But Long Yu didn't wait for concubine Yu to send him out, but saw concubine Yu gracefully appearing in front of him, and she followed into her own small world, and came to Long Yu's side. 9 Nether Prison Monument, I finally saw it again. Speaking of which, what happened last time outside the White Feather Star? I heard that thousands of demon cultivators who ruled the secret realm attacked you at the same time. When concubine Yu mentioned this, a trace of anger flickered in her beautiful eyes. No matter what, she still couldn't forgive those guys who dared to treat Long Yu like this. Fortunately, Long Yu was fine, otherwise she would never let the 4 big monsters treat Long Yu like this. It is easier to cultivate the race, and even try every means to make them exterminate the race. Once the 9 nether prison steel is attacked by an external force, it will protect itself and explode the Enlightenment level 9 nether divine runes within it, forming a vortex of the 9 nether divine runes. The destructive power is terrifying, and even the Great Lord cannot escape from it. Long Yu explained in a deep voice, it was at that time that I discovered that I could enter the inner space of the 9 nether prison steel, and in its inner space, there were all revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions, and the speed of comprehension was not too slow. I see. Concubine Yu nodded, looking at the 9 nether prison steel, her eyes were full of yearning. This 9 nether prison steel, I am afraid it is really the rumored thing passed down by the gods. I firmly believe that there are gods in this world, but not I know where the gods are usually, why we can't see them, we can only hear their legends. After hearing these words, Long Yu didn't know what to say. Concubine Yu had not yet stepped into the godlike realm, but she had almost reached the pinnacle in the outer world, so she naturally yearned for a higher level of martial arts realm. Above the godlike is the real god. Where is the real god now? If it exists, why hasn't even one appeared in tens of thousands of years? In concubine Yu's little world, the immortal energy was shrouded in mist. However, in one place, all the immortal energy was dispersed aside. In the center was a giant black stone tablet, which was the 9 nether prison monument. Long Yu planned to lend it to concubine Yu for a month, and then take it back before she left for the foreign monuments. After all, when going to the foreign monuments, even concubine Yu herself did not know whether she would encounter any danger, so she did not. You may bring something that does not belong to you, but it is of no use anyway. If something happens, the 9 nether hell monument will be easier for others. Long Yu, since you lent me the 9 nether prison monument, I can't be too stingy. There is still a lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy in my little world. You can practice here for a while, at least enough for you to use a new trick. My martial arts secrets have reached the 5th level. Concubine Yu said to Long Yu with a smile. Oh? Thank you so much, Senior Concubine Yu. When Long Yu heard this, his eyes lit up. He now needs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to improve the level of demonic heart. However, the Joyo realm is about to collapse, and there is not much spiritual energy left, which is not enough for Long Yu. Even in other people's small worlds, if you want to provide enough for one person to practice a martial arts secret to reach the 5th level, you need to consume a lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy. For example, in Yufei's small world, so much heaven and earth spiritual energy is born. I'm afraid it will take a month. Therefore, Long Yu was embarrassed to ask for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from other strong men who dominated the secret realm. After all, the small world and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were the private property of each other. Now that Concubine Yu is willing to give Long Yu so much aura of heaven and earth, it can be said to be an extremely generous benefit for Long Yu, but it will take a long time to absorb so much aura of heaven and earth. So, I still have to stay here for a while, before I leave to accept the mission of the Battlefield Legion. Long Yu thought in his heart, but since there is an opportunity to improve the secret martial arts technique of demonic heart, he cannot give up this opportunity. If he can upgrade demonic heart to the 5th level before setting off, then his survivability will be further enhanced to an unprecedented level. If you cultivate the heart of demonic dust to the 5th level, the speed of physical rebirth will be 5 to 10 times faster than before. Long Yu has entered the interior of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, so he has some understanding of the level-raising effect of the demonic heart. However, it is a pity that now Long Yu only has the first 3 levels of cultivation methods of the demonic heart. The cultivation method has not yet been understood from the 9 Nether Prison Monument. You don't need to thank me. Logically speaking, the 9 Nether Hell Monument belongs to you. If you are willing to lend me such a treasure for my enlightenment, then I must give you something you need in return. Concubine Yu waved her hand, signaling to Long Yu that there was no need to be polite. Yeah, but I only have one martial arts secret technique that needs to be practiced, which is the heart of demonic dust that I learned from the 9 Nether Prison Monument. For the time being, I only have the 3rd level of cultivation method, so I shouldn't need much spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Long Yu nodded and said, Well, let's go then. I'll study the 9 Nether Prison Monument first. Concubine Yu smiled sweetly, raised her hand to gather the power of the world, and sent Long Yu to other directions in the small world. This place was already occupied by the 9 Nether Hell Monument, and there was no aura of heaven and earth, so Long Yu wanted to absorb the heaven and earth. Reiki can only be found elsewhere. In the blink of an eye, Long Yu came to a place with extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This was a void in Concubine Yu's small world. It contained extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which was probably comparable to what Long Yu had built in the world of Shenwu. The top of the 9 Nether ladder. Sharp. Long Yu couldn't help feeling a little emotional. The Joyo realm may have lost its master because the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor had fallen. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth did not recover very quickly. Long Yu built a Joyo heavenly ladder. Just 1 year later, all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire Joyo realm has been consumed. But now in Concubine Yu's little world, there has always been a place similar to the top of the 9 Nether ladder, which is always filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If you want to practice any martial arts secrets, you can come here directly. This is really very convenient, but it requires the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Concubine Yu's little world to recover quickly enough, otherwise the whole little world will soon collapse. Long Yu didn't waste time. After arriving here, he immediately began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and gathered all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on his second heart, the heart of demonic dust. He still remembered that he had to go to Han Ying's room tonight to transfer all the creatures in the 9 Nether realm to Han Ying's small world, so he would not spend a long time practicing at Concubine Yu's place today. Of course, no time can be wasted. Anyway, he has nothing to do during the day, so he can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. However, what Long Yu didn't expect was that when the heart of demonic dust began to absorb the spiritual energy of the surrounding world, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. The heart of demonic dust is constantly devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth absorbed by Long Yu, but its own strength has not increased. Something's wrong. Devouring spiritual energy like this doesn't seem like you're improving the level of this martial arts secret. Could it be that you encountered some accident? Long Yu frowned. The heart of magic dust in his body was constantly devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but there was no change. This situation made Long Yu very puzzled. It stands to reason that after absorbing so much spiritual energy from heaven and earth, this demon dust heart should have changed a little bit, but now it has not changed at all. It's strange. Long Yu's brows were always furrowed, and he found that the heart of Demon Chen absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth faster than he actively absorbed it. In other words, even if he did not actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him, the heart of Demon Chen would automatically devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This kind of situation has never been seen by Long Yu Shua, but it has not found any disadvantages yet. Could it be said that if the demonic heart wants to improve its realm, it must absorb more spiritual energy from heaven and earth? If that's the case, it's okay. I'm afraid there are some other reasons that cause the demonic heart to swallow up the spiritual energy. Accident. What Long Yu is more worried about now is that the demonic heart is now part of his body. If something goes wrong with the demonic heart, he himself may also be unlucky. In this state, a day passed quickly. The heart of the demon dust kept devouring the spiritual energy of the world, but there was still no change. Let's wait for 3 days. In 3 days, under such a strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the ordinary martial arts secrets will definitely be directly upgraded to the 2nd level. If the heart of demonic dust has not been upgraded to the 2nd level by then, we will study it carefully. Research and see what the reason is. Long Yu thought to himself that this was all he could do now, but in just 1 day, he had absorbed an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, which was definitely comparable to the amount of 100 endless level high-grade elixirs. Not bad. Concubine Yu's aura of heaven and earth is very rich, so she doesn't have to worry about being swallowed up. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu had no choice but to leave Concubine Yu's little world and go to find Hongying. In Tianya City, night gradually fell. Due to the rotation of the Bloodfall star, this hemisphere quickly reached the backside of the nearby source of divine text, and no more light shone. Long Yu came out of Concubine Yu's residence and went straight to Hongying's room, preparing to go to the appointment and transfer all the creatures in the 9 nether realm to Hongying's small world. This is a huge project, and the main difficulty lies with Hongying. After all, the world of Shenwu has a radius of trillions of miles. If he wants to accommodate so many creatures, Hongying must first create peace and harmony in his own small world. It comes from a continent as big as the Shenwu world. This requires a lot of world power. Hongying asked Long Yu to find her tonight. She must have created this continent in 1 day. Even if Long Yu just thought about it, he knew that she must be very tired. Hard. Long Yu came to the door of Hongying's room and found that the room was now surrounded by a barrier, and outsiders could not enter the room. Looks like it's not done yet. Long Yu thought to himself, so he could only wait outside her room door. While waiting, Long Yu had nothing to do, so he remembered what happened at yesterday's dinner. The overall atmosphere was very good, especially when Hongying took out those endless level soldiers. Wei Yuyan, a master of weaponry from the human race, reforged 1 endless level supergrade combat weapon, 3 endless level high-grade combat soldiers, and 15 endless level mid-grade combat soldiers for Hongying. These endless level combat soldiers, it can be said to be priceless, but at yesterday's dinner, Hanying took out a total of 18 pieces of high-grade and medium-grade endless-level weapons and distributed them to Long Yu's friends. The distribution of soldiers is also very particular. It mainly depends on whether their respective attributes and the attributes of the soldiers are consistent. Although the attribute matching is mainly a problem that only occurs in the Taichu divine products, at the level of endless-level soldiers, if the attributes are consistent, obviously, it can bring out the stronger power of the soldiers. Although the number of this batch of endless-level warriors is very large, there are even more Dragon Yu friends. After all, many people have not gotten them, so Hanying also took out some of the ancient-level and ancient-level warriors that she had collected. Soldiers, try your best to ensure that everyone can get an improvement in strength. All those who have left the world of Shenwu and come to Bloodfall Star Tianya City will have to face the cruel life in the outer galaxy in the future. They will often face danger. With such a powerful soldier, their lives will be at risk. Got greater protection. It is very likely that because of such an endless-level warrior, they can survive on the dangerous alien battlefield and have the opportunity to climb to a higher martial arts realm. In this way, almost everyone is very grateful to Hanying. Even though Hanying said that she and Long Yu got these endless-level soldiers together, everyone still has a lot of favorable impressions of her. This girl seems to be well prepared. Long Yu thought of how the Blood Demon Princess came to get under his quilt last night, and it was a bit funny. First, he distributed endless-level combat soldiers to so many people, and then even if he was with Long Yu, others would take it for granted, right? After waiting for a while, night fell completely, and the barrier outside Hanying's room still existed. It seemed that she had spent a lot of effort to create a new continent in her own little world. To Long Yu, it didn't matter if he waited a little longer, and he calculated that the time was almost there, so he kept waiting outside Hanying's room. Around midnight, the barrier outside Hanying's room finally gradually dissipated, and then a beautiful figure appeared at the door, pulling Long Yu directly into the room. "Sister, I'm exhausted. I finally got it done. Come into the small world and see the new continent I just created for you." Hanying giggled and pulled Long Yu into her own little world. Since Long Yu and her had a very close relationship last night, Long Yu did not resist, but directly followed her into the other person's small world. Originally, the places he had been were all blood red, but now he appeared in front of him was a place with melodious scenery. "This is the new continent you just created." Long Yu's eyes lit up, and he looked around and saw that this was a place similar to the previous Shenwu world. Since he and Hanying were already on this continent, they could not see the edge at a glance. In this new continent, there is not even a living being, not even flowers, grass or trees. There is only an empty shell, waiting for Long Yu to send all the living beings in the Shenwu world to this continent. Let's call this continent the new martial world. It's a commemoration of the original Shenwu world in your little world. Hanying said with some emotion. It must have taken a lot to build this continent. Long Yu said with a smile, holding Hanying's delicate body in his arms. Since they have reached the most intimate level with each other, there is no need to be secretive. She is his woman anyway. Fortunately, the 100,000 tribe members, including the White Feather Demon clan, can also live here. Hanying nodded, and snuggled into Long Yu's arms obediently. She seemed to have become much gentler, but there are still 300,000 Bone Clan survivors in your small world, so you can't stay here. This secret cannot be revealed. Anyone knows. Well, do you have any other free space in your little world? Long Yu asked. Of course there is, I have prepared it deliberately, otherwise it wouldn't have taken so long to get it done. Hanying smiled and raised her hand, and the power of the world gathered around the two of them, taking them to another location in her little world. In this corner, there is a void with nothing. Of course, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is still quite sufficient. Around it, Hanying has built a layer of space barrier, reinforced with the power of the world, to ensure that the remaining members of the bone race cannot leave this area. Anyway, according to what Long Yu said, what Long Yu promised to the Bone Clan survivors was to give them a stable living environment. As for freedom, there was no guarantee. Long Yu and Han Ying could not let the Bone Clan survivors run around. If the Bone Clan survivors are moved here, I will keep a close eye on them. Han Ying is quite looking forward to this. Didn't they say that every year they will hand over an endless level martial arts? It is up to them to choose. If it is an endless level martial arts practiced by the human race, it will be handed over to you. If it is an endless level martial arts practiced by the demon race, it will be handed over to you. Super martial arts, then I'll take it myself. Well, it's still more than half a year before the next appointment. I hope we can all live until then. Long Yu said with a smile. What are you talking about? As long as I'm here, there's no way you could die so quickly. Han Ying rolled her eyes at him and said bitterly, stop talking nonsense and quickly transfer the people from Shenwu world. This is a big project. Well, listen to me, if you build these buildings in this new world, they are iconic buildings. Long Yu then explained many of the original layouts of the Shenwu world, mainly the two buildings, the Five Emperors' Holy City and the Holy Tower, which still needed to be built. After all, after moving here, the 9 nether ladder and parallel barrier will definitely no longer be built, so the original Five Emperors' Holy City and Holy Tower should still exist, otherwise the entire Shenwu world will have no center and will not be easy to manage. The Five Emperors Alliance still needs to continue to exist, and order must be maintained in the entire Shenwu world. Long Yu can only try his best to return everything to the original state, so that the creatures in the Shenwu world will not be affected too much when they come here. Having said that, if these creatures come to the new world of martial arts, the power of the small world that I can burst out at critical moments will become stronger. I just need to bear more spiritual energy of heaven and earth for them to practice. Han Ying said with a smile, anyway, I still have a lot of spiritual energy in the world, so I can barely afford to support so many people. Well, I'm sorry to bother you, when are you going to complete the Battlefield Legion mission? Long Yu asked. I have to step into the realm of the Great Master as soon as possible, so I want to set off as soon as possible. How about you come with me? Han Ying asked with some expectation, you are not weak in strength, and you can protect me in times of crisis. If we go together to accept the mission of the Battlefield Legion, you can try the mission of the Great Master level. How about you wait for me for 2 more days, and I will go with you after 2 days. In these 2 days, I will try to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the small world of Senior Concubine Yu, and improve the martial arts secrets of Demonic Heart. Long Yu suggested. It's better to practice here. If you go to Concubine Yu's place, I will be jealous. Han Ying raised her eyebrows and hummed twice. This made Long Yu dumbfounded. Trillions of creatures will soon pour into this small world of yours. By then, are you sure that the aura of heaven and earth will still be enough for me to practice martial arts secrets? That's true, just go ahead, I'm just kidding. Han Ying chuckled, you little guy, you actually take it seriously. Don't talk nonsense, am I young? Long Yu glanced at her. Roll. Han Ying raised her hand and pushed Long Yu away. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu began to transfer the people from the Shenwu world to Han Ying's small world and the Shenwu world. This process was still relatively long, but compared to Han Ying creating the entire Shenwu world continent, it was still more convenient. Much. In the small world of Han Ying, Long Yu only needs to activate the mark of Jiuyo to mobilize the power of the world in the world of Jiuyo, and send the creatures in the world of Shenwu directly to the outside of Jiuyo, that is, to the small world of Han Ying. Of course, Long Yu would not teleport people one by one, as that would be too slow, so he would just teleport area by area, basically country by country. The Northern Snow Empire was first teleported by Long Yu. The entire territory is still floating around the Holy Tower in the center of the Xingwu world. The Holy Tower was built by Hongyin and is similar to the previous Holy Tower. As the territory of the Northern Snow Empire was teleported over, all the creatures in the Northern Snow Empire, including human martial cultivators and demon cultivators, as well as those flowers, plants, and trees, all appeared in this new martial arts world. Then came other countries, such as the 5 Emperors' Holy City, such as the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms surrounding the 5 Emperors' Holy City. These were all transferred intact from the 9 Nether Realm by Long Yu and placed in the Xingwu world. It will take a lot of time for Long Yu to transfer all the creatures from the Jiuya world to the Xingwu world. Fortunately, he has mastered 80% of the Jiuya marks, so the transfer speed is relatively fast. It can be completed in about one night. At this time, father and son Shi Tianlei and Shi Qingfeng were both in the 9 Nether Realm, accompanying their tribe of 100,000 white-feathered monsters. The father and son were also teleported out of the 9 Nether Realm by Long Yu first. 2 of you, find a place on this Xingwu continent. That will be the living place for the 100,000 members of your white feather monster clan from now on. Long Yu said to them. Shi Tianlei and Shi Qingfeng nodded and left to search. They had long known that Long Yu wanted to transfer all the creatures in the 9 Nether Realm, so they had been prepared for this. As Long Yu continued to be busy, the entire new martial arts world became lively, but most people didn't know that they had changed their living environment, because Long Yu teleported the entire new martial arts world out and did not alarm everyone. Most living things. Only those creatures who happen to be on the edge of each country can feel some of the power of the world and the fluctuations of space divine inscriptions, but they do not know what happened. Soon everything is restored to its original state. For most of the world of Xingwu, physically speaking, life has not changed much. It didn't take long for Shi Tianlei and Shi Qingfeng to find a place they liked. It was a giant canyon in the Xingwu world. The training environment and conditions in the canyon were pretty good. They planned to let 100,000 white-feathered demons, all tribes went to live in that place. Of course Long Yu had no objection to this, and soon he teleported all the 100,000 white-feathered demon tribes out and placed them in the canyon. By the way, little brother Long, does your friend have the blood of a white-feather immortal demon clan? Shi Tianlei breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked Long Yu, if you are free, you can let her come to our place to play. After all, even I have never seen the bloodline of the white feather fairy monster clan. I only heard that it was a long time ago. There was once a time when everyone in our tribe wanted to meet. Well, no problem, I'll talk to her later. Long Yu smiled and nodded. The White Feather Monster clan that was still on White Feather Star were already absolute enemies to Long Yu, but the tribes like Tianlei and Qingfeng were his firm allies. Haha, I heard that those guys on White Feather Star gave the secret method of xuanhuan feather martial arts to the Holy Emperor. They are really making a lot of money. Shi Tianlei laughed when he thought about this. For him, now that he can see the losses of the White Feather Monster clan on the White Feather Star, he feels very happy. Long Yu felt very good when he thought of this. The White Feather Monster clan on White Feather Star really asked for trouble. The 4 major monster clan alliances all suffered heavy losses this time, entirely because they brought it upon themselves. Soon Long Yu transferred all the creatures on the entire Xingwu world continent to the Xingwu world. It took only half a night, but then he finally ran into trouble. When he transferred other creatures, he always transferred them with some of the land under their feet and covered it with the land of Xingwu world. But when at the end there were still some creatures on the floating islands that had not been teleported, Long Yu felt something was wrong, because he could not mobilize the power of the world to teleport these floating islands away. Originally, Long Yu wanted to directly teleport these floating islands to the Xingwu world, but unexpectedly, he understood 80% of the Jiuyo mark, but could not teleport even one floating island. These 18,000 floating islands, including Tianyu Island where I came out, are rumored to be sealing something. Long Yu frowned slightly, remembering a legend he heard a long time ago. These floating islands formed a formation, and together they sealed a very terrifying existence. As for what it is, no one knows. After all, it is just a legend circulating in the world of Shenwu. The level of cultivation of creatures in the world of Shenwu is still too low after all. There is no other way. It seems that we have to ask Hongyin to help us build hundreds of thousands of floating islands. Otherwise, I am afraid there will be no place for the creatures on these islands. Long Yu thought helplessly. Most of the floating islands are shielded by thousands of layers of heaven. People on the floating islands rarely communicate with the outside world. Therefore, if the creatures on these floating islands are rashly teleported to the mainland of Shenwu world, if it comes up, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble and cause unnecessary trouble to the red warbler. So immediately after, Long Yu found Hongyin again and asked her to help build 18,000 floating islands above Shenwu world to house the creatures on those floating islands. You mean, those 18,000 floating islands seem to be sealed with something that cannot be moved? Hongyin frowned a little after hearing what Long Yu said. The Shenwu world is the small world of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor. The Nine Nether Dragon Emperor was definitely a strong man in the godlike realm, right? Even he must be sealed, it must be something terrible. I don't know either. Even if I control 80% of the 9 nether marks, I still can't feel any information about it. I'm afraid I have to wait until I step into the Dominion secret realm and try to master 100% of the 9 nether marks. You can feel some clues by using the nether mark. Long Yu shook his head and said. Well, anyway, don't touch this seal for the time being, otherwise it might cause some big trouble. After all, it existed so many years ago. In your 9 nether world, the 9 nether hell monument alone is mysterious enough. Yes, if we don't do it right, it will definitely bring huge disaster to us, and even the entire demon race and human race. Hongyin said in a serious tone. Don't worry, do I still know this? Long Yu smiled and patted her on the shoulder. Hurry up and get things done here. Hongyin didn't waste any time and immediately started to activate the power of the world to build 18,000 floating islands above Shenwu world. These floating islands, according to Long Yu's requirements, she added outside the islands. 1,000 layers of Tiangong-like barriers are built to simulate the environment of those floating islands. The 1,000-layered Tiangang on the floating island in the 9 nether realm is probably the key to the seal. If there is a seal, you can get a glimpse of it by destroying all those Tiangang. However, don't touch it for the time being. That's great. Long Yu thought in his heart, seeing one floating island after another being built by Hongyin, and felt quite relieved. This girl is not sloppy at all when it comes to business. Although she usually seems a bit fierce, she is actually very communicative. As one floating island after another was created by Hongyin with the power of the world, Long Yu began to teleport the creatures on the floating islands before she had finished creating them all. These creatures can feel the changes in the surrounding environment. After all, the floating island created by Hongyin must be very different from the original floating island environment. However, there is no way. Long Yu cannot bring the floating island together. By teleporting here, you can only feel sorry for the creatures on these floating islands and experience the strange space transformation. Suddenly coming to a strange place will definitely frighten them. However, there are barriers outside the floating island anyway, and the chaos will not spread to other parts of the Shenwu world. After a while, they will become familiar with the new environment, and there will be no that's a problem, but today's space conversion incident may cast a great shadow on those creatures. But these have nothing to do with Long Yu. Anyway, Long Yu transferred them to Shenwu world and saved them. Otherwise, when the power of the Death Star's vortex spreads to the entire Joyo realm, none of these creatures will be able to survive. That would be the end of all life in the Nine Nether Realm. The rest of the Nine Nether Realm will not change much. However, even if Long Yu wants to return to the Nine Nether Realm, it will become quite difficult. He must gather the power of the world to resist the power of the out-of-control Death Star vortex. Of course, there are no living creatures in the Shenwu world, and there is no need for Long Yu to return to the Nine Netherworld. What he has to consider next is to use the remains of the small world he obtained before to try to repair the loopholes in the Nine Netherworld. If there are small world wreckage with relatively similar attributes, it is still possible to get it done. This does not improve Long Yu's strength, so there is no rush and we will study it when we have time. As time passed, the sky outside Tianya City gradually became brighter, and the radiance of the distant source of divine texts once again shone on the majestic Tianya City. In Long Yu's small world, the construction of the new martial arts world is finally coming to an end. At dawn, Long Yu finally teleports all the creatures in the Jiuyo world to the new martial arts world. In this way, Long Yu felt that if he wanted to explode the power of the small world in times of crisis, he would suddenly be much weaker than before. If he had exploded the power of all the creatures in the Nine Nether Realm before, after absorbing part of the power of those creatures, he would definitely be able to exert a power 5 or even 10 times stronger than himself. But now, there are no living beings in the Nine Nether Realm, and the power of the small world he exploded in the Nine Nether Realm is not of much use. Now the only way that the Nine Nether Realm can improve his combat power is the innate talent of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperors. The body of supernatural power. Anyway, I have almost never used the power of the creatures in the small world before. They have been transferred away and have little impact on my combat effectiveness. Don't worry too much about it. Moreover, since it was transferred to Hongying's small world, it is not considered a weakening of my strength. Long Yu was very open to this. Now that Hongying is his woman's increased strength means the same thing to him. At this stage, if they want to accept the mission of a battlefield legion at the level of a great master, then their main combat power must rely on Hongying. Long Yu at most, they can do some tasks such as reconnaissance, detection and escape, and fight head-on. It is impossible for Long Yu to fight against the aliens at the level of the Great Master. Thanks a lot. After everything was done, Long Yu found Hongying and expressed his gratitude to her. Then do you want to express your gratitude? I have worked so hard, so you should work hard too. The red warbler smiled slyly. Well, what do you want me to do for you? As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Long Yu did not doubt that he was there and said directly with a smile. It's simple, just come closer. Hongying waved to Long Yu with a snicker in her eyes. This made Long Yu feel quite worried. Did this girl think of another way to punish people? I told you to come over, just come over. Seeing Long Yu's hesitation, Hongying immediately hummed and mobilized the power of the world with one hand to push Long Yu into her arms. Long Yu was caught off guard and pressed directly on her. 10,000 words are omitted below. At noon, Long Yu finally came out of Hongying's residence. Looking at the bright source of divine text in the sky, he felt quite emotional. In such a short time, the whole morning had passed. Time flies really fast. It's time to find Senior Concubine Yu. By the way, let's call the Holy Emperor over first and let her communicate with Shi Tianlei, Shi Qingfeng and other people from the White Feather Monster tribe. Long Yu was thinking in his heart, and at the same time wanted to know whether the Holy Emperor had successfully practiced the secret martial art, Feather of Immortal Cloud. The Feather of Immortal Cloud is a secret martial art that can only be practiced by the bloodline of the White Feather Immortal Monster clan. The Holy Emperor has been practicing it since he obtained it, but he has not succeeded in practicing it, and its cultivation is still relatively difficult. Since she obtained the secret martial art of Xianyun Jiyu, she followed Long Yu and stayed inside the Jiuyo prison monument for a month in the Jiuyo realm. In addition to the time spent on the road, she was still practicing, but it was not until she arrived at Tianya City, she still failed to fully cultivate it. The key is that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Jiuyou realm has become increasingly rare. Many creatures in the Xuanhuan world can no longer get much spiritual energy of heaven and earth even on the Jiuyou ladder. Therefore, after the Holy Emperor left the Jiuyou realm, he also wanted to find a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was relatively sufficient to practice. In Hongying's small world, in Xinwu world, although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is not as rich as that on the highest level of the original Jiuyou ladder, it is still normal. Before officially setting off to do the mission of the Battlefield Legion, the Holy Emperor still wants to first he has mastered the secret martial arts technique of Fairy Cloud Feather. Long Yu went to the Holy Emperor's residence and told her about the white-feathered demon clans such as Tianlei and Qingfeng in Hongying's small world, and then went straight to find concubine Yu. After absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for 2 more days, Long Yu will be able to know what is going on in the heart of demonic dust. Hongying is not in a hurry to do the Battlefield Legion mission now, because she also wants to fight with that endless supergrade item. The soldiers should be familiar with them as much as possible, so that they can exert their maximum combat effectiveness. Of course, Hongying told Long Yu that she also possesses the divine art of absolute beginning, but she will not use the divine art of absolute beginning unless absolutely necessary. After all, this is her last and strongest reliance. In addition, in her small world, the innate magical power of the Blood Realm illusion world was destroyed, and she could not recover in a short time, and her combat effectiveness was weakened a lot. If she is not familiar with the endless level supergrade warriors, their combat effectiveness is not as good as before, and it is definitely dangerous to go out to complete Battlefield Legion missions. In the little world of concubine Yu, Long Yu came here again and continued to absorb the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, letting the heart of the devil dust devour it. After a day, Long Yu absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth again, but still did not feel the changes in the heart of the devil dust. This second heart of Long Yu, while constantly devouring the spiritual energy of the surrounding world, showed no reaction at all, as if it was a bottomless pit that devoured the spiritual energy of the world. Continue to swallow it and try. It's possible that the heart of the demon dust is just unresponsive on the surface, but in fact it is in the process of continuous improvement. Long Yu was a little puzzled, but now he had no other choice but to continue to let the heart of magic dust swallow up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After 3 days in total, if there is still no response, then think of other solutions. As the heart of demonic dust continues to devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth previously stored in concubine Yu's small world is being continuously consumed, and there is no time to even regenerate it. The heart of demonic dust is devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth too fast. If the amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy absorbed by the ordinary martial arts secret method from the first level to the second level in 3 days is 1, then the amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy swallowed by the heart of demonic dust is at least 10 more than that. Times. In other words, the amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy absorbed by the heart of demonic dust every day is enough for a martial artist to practice ordinary martial arts secrets from the first level to the second level 3 times. In other words, the secret martial arts technique of demonic heart is at least 10 times more difficult to practice than the ordinary martial arts secrets. And if there is still no change in demonic heart after 3 days, then the situation may be worse than Long Yu imagined. Is more complex. Even concubine Yu was shocked by the speed at which Long Yu absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now concubine Yu knew that Long Yu had practiced the 2 martial arts secrets of purifying body and demonic heart, both of which were powerful martial arts secrets learned from the 9 Nether Prison Monument, but she did not expect that demonic heart with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth required to practice martial arts secrets is so terrifying. I don't know what special secrets are hidden in this 9 Nether Prison Monument. Unfortunately, after observing it for the past 2 days, I have no clue at all. I can't feel any special atmosphere in it at all. Only the apocalyptic 9 Netherworld monument contains the aura of Xuanhuan made me feel a little bit. Concubine Yu has been in her own little world near the 9 Nether prison monument for 2 days. She has been trying to understand the things in the 9 Nether prison monument, but she has found nothing. She remembered what Long Yu said. The inside of the 9 Nether prison monument seemed to be filled with the apocalyptic 9 Nether divine inscriptions. It was very rich. It would be good to understand the apocalyptic 9 Nether divine inscriptions in it. Unfortunately, Long Yu was not present. Concubine Yu, he did not dare to enter the interior of the 9 Nether Hell monument rashly. When the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor obtained the 9 Nether prison monument, he didn't know how long it took to comprehend the 2 martial arts secrets. Therefore, even a person as talented as Concubine Yu would not be able to comprehend anything from it in a short period of time. Even with Long Yu's guidance and explanations, it would be very difficult and almost impossible for her to understand anything within a month. Concubine Yu was in trouble here, but on the 3rd day, Long Yu finally made some progress. 3 days have passed, and the heart of Long Yu Machen has swallowed up almost all the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in that area, which makes Concubine Yu heartache to death. With so much spiritual energy of heaven and earth, even in her small world, it took a month to condense it, but Long Yu used it up in 3 days. If this continues, her little world will soon become dry, so even if Long Yu wants to continue absorbing it, it will be impossible. 3 days later, the second heart in Long Yu's body, the heart of demonic dust, finally experienced sudden changes. Originally, the heart of demonic dust was like a bottomless pit swallowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without any change. However, 3 days later, after absorbing 10 times the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was upgraded to the 2nd level of other martial arts secrets, its aura finally changed suddenly, giving it a strange feeling. Suddenly it enveloped Long Yu's entire body. A burst of infinite aura surrounded Long Yu's entire body from the inside out, as if it was detecting and searching his body, but Long Yu did not feel any discomfort during this period. After a full 2 hours, the dark aura in Long Yu's body finally slowly dissipated, letting him breathe a sigh of relief. This is considered to be upgraded to the 2nd level. It doesn't seem to have changed much, but I believe that the speed of my physical body's rebirth will be many times faster than before. Even if my physical body is completely destroyed, I can still regenerate it in 1 day. Completely reborn within time. Long Yu thought to himself. Of course he was quite excited about his change. In the past, it took him 3 days to regenerate his physical body with the heart of demonic dust. Of course, if it was only a partial physical body, it would not take that long. But now, the time required for his physical body to regenerate has been directly reduced by 3 times. It used to be 3 days, now it's 1 day. He had also used the heart of demonic dust before when he was dueling with the 3rd prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan, but at that time the 3rd prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan had not completely destroyed his body, so it only took him a little time to completely reborn. If he were reborn now, his rebirth would be 3 times faster. In that case, the 3rd prince would have no chance, and Long Yu would be able to fight more skillfully. That's enough. In this state, and with the complete restoration of the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower, it's safe to go to the Battlefield Legion to accept the mission. Long Yu is quite confident in his current strength. The next thing he has to do is to prepare to set off to complete the mission of the Battlefield Legion, and then obtain battlefield merits and exchange for some training resources. However, before Long Yu left Concubine Yu's small world, she was entrusted by Concubine Yu to take her into the interior of the 9 Nether prison monument. Long Yu was a little hesitant about this, because he was not sure whether others could enter the 9 Nether prison monument and be fine, but Concubine Yu insisted on him taking her in, so he had no way to refuse. Inside the 9 Nether prison monument, the Revelation level 9 Nether divine inscriptions are very rich. If you don't understand the original level of the 9 nether divine inscriptions, entering it rashly will definitely lead to a dead end, and you will be eroded to the point of destruction of body and soul. Long Yu said to Concubine Yu, Senior Concubine Yu has naturally understood the original level of the 9 nether divine inscriptions, but this is only the basic condition for entering the inner space of the 9 nether prison monument. As for whether there are other conditions, I don't know. No. I just have to give it a try. It should be fine. Concubine Yu said in a deep voice. She knew that it was very dangerous to enter it rashly, but for the sake of visiting the alien monuments in half a month, she had to give it a try. Because exploring the ancient ruins of foreign races can be said to be the second most dangerous thing after intruding into the territory of other foreign races. If you are not careful, you will fall into it. Even if it can be enhanced a little, it can sometimes improve her survival probability a lot in the foreign monuments, not to mention, if she can comprehend 10% of the Revelation level 9 nether divine texts in a month like Long Yu did, then her overall strength will be at least doubled. For a strong person at Concubine Yu's level, it is really difficult to improve her strength. Her innate magical powers have long been unable to be improved, and the martial arts she has mastered have also been cultivated to the realm of transformation. The soldiers are all in harmony with each other, to at least the level of divine harmony. It's really difficult to improve. Only in terms of divine comprehension, if she could transform the original 9 nether divine inscriptions she had comprehended into the Revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions, her strength would increase as quickly as a rocket. At the level of the Great Master, Concubine Yu is now close to invincible, and may only lose to a superpower like Master Baiyun who is half a foot in the godlike realm. It is conceivable that if Concubine Yu really comprehends the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions, her overall strength will increase to a terrifying level. Then, you should come to the 9 nether realm first. The 9 nether realm has not been completely occupied by the Death Star's vortex power, so you can stay in it for a while. Now that Concubine Yu has made her decision, Long Yu cannot persuade her. He can only say in a deep voice, I will first enter the inner space of the 9 nether prison monument alone, and then slowly release you from the 9 nether realm. If there is danger, Senior, you should go back immediately. If there is no problem, then you can practice and comprehend the Revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions. Concubine Yu nodded and agreed with Long Yu's arrangement. The expressions on the two people's faces became extremely solemn, because they knew too little about the 9 nether prison monument, and if they were not careful, it might lead to a catastrophe. After letting Concubine Yu enter the 9 nether realm, Long Yu directly entered the inner space of the 9 nether prison monument as he had done before, and once again came to be surrounded by the rich Revelation level 9 nether divine texts. Long Yu has already been inside the 9 nether prison monument once, so there will certainly be no problem if he comes in again now. The internal space of the 9 nether prison monument is still filled with extremely rich 9 nether divine inscriptions, which surrounds Long Yu. As long as he breathes casually, he can breathe the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions into his body. Let people understand it. Senior Concubine Yu, get ready. Long Yu took a deep breath, then activated the Joyo mark and used the power of the world to gradually send Concubine Yu out of the Joyo realm. The main concern of Long Yu is that the ethereal fairy energy in Concubine Yu may conflict with the 9 nether prison monument. If she only understood the 9 nether divine inscriptions, Long Yu would not be so worried. However, it turns out that Long Yu's worries are completely unnecessary. Just like the situation in Concubine Yu's small world, the ethereal fairy energy and the power of Joyo divine text interact with each other and get along perfectly without any conflict at all. Now when Concubine Yu came to the inside of the 9 nether prison monument, the situation was almost exactly the same. Even though Concubine Yu's immortal energy was vague, she was not conflicted by the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions. Instead, the two parties got along perfectly. Seeing this situation, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing your concubine Yu, it seems that there is no problem. Then you can practice here. Your talent will not be worse than mine. In 1 month, you will be able to comprehend at least 10% of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions, and improve your level. Times the strength of the divine power. Long Yu smiled and said to concubine Yu. Well, thank you very much, Long Yu. I'll see you in a month. Concubine Yu had bright eyes and a gentle smile, and then began to comprehend the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine inscriptions. Time was tight, and she did not waste any time. Of course, Long Yu would not disturb her. He also had his own things to do. Seeing that concubine Yu had begun to enter a state of cultivation, he quietly left the inner space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. The Battlefield Legion is an organization jointly created by the demon race and the human race. It is the strongest combat power of the two races united to fight against the alien race. To put it simply, there is only one sentence. If the battlefield army suddenly disappears, then the human race and the demon race will be completely annihilated by the surrounding alien races in no more than a year, just like the previous bone race survivors. It can be seen how important the Battlefield Legion is to the two races. However, whether it is within the territory of the demon clan or the human race, the Battlefield Legion almost does not take care of things. Occasionally, people from the Battlefield Legion will appear in the territory of the two races. Most of the time, the practitioners of the Battlefield Legion are all in the outer domain. In the galaxy or on the alien battlefield, they are fighting to the death with the tyrannical aliens. Therefore, Long Yu never saw what the Battlefield Legion's base looked like all the way from White Feather Star to the third outer domain galaxy. That is, after arriving at Tianya City, he followed Shuelua to handle his own Legion order. At that time went to the Battlefield Legion's base on Bloodfall Star. Generally speaking, it is magnificent, domineering and chilling. The Battlefield Legion's base on the Bloodfall Star is located outside Tianya City, at the bottom of a canyon. When you step into it, you will feel a chilling and cold atmosphere coming to your face, making you feel like you are coming from a distant alien battlefield. Atmosphere. After coming out of Concubine Yu's little world, Long Yu and Hong Ying finally came to the majestic and chilling base of the Battlefield Legion again. Who is coming? At the gate of the Battlefield Legion base, there are more than 10 strong masters of the secret realm guarding at all times. 2 of them are the masters of the demon clan. They are extremely tall, and it is unknown which race they are from. Seeing Long Yu and Hong Ying approaching, the guards immediately shouted and asked. Bloodfall Star Battlefield Mercenary, Hong Ying. Bloodfall Star Battlefield Mercenary, Long Yu. Long Yu and Hong Ying each reported their identities and took out their respective legion orders to show their identities. Battlefield mercenaries are informal members of the Battlefield Legion. If there are cultivators in the Demon Clan territory, if you come to the outer galaxy and want to experience it, your status will be that of a Battlefield mercenary, the same status as Long Yu and Hong Ying now. When the Blood Demon Prince Hongjun came here, he was also a Battlefield mercenary. To put it simply, a mercenary member is just a temporary warrior. If you want to truly join the alien Battlefield Legion, you must adhere to the Legion rules and at least serve in the Battlefield Legion. 10 years. If you are not a particularly powerful being, it is very difficult to persist in the Battlefield Legion for 10 years. Because there are many wars on the alien battlefield, too many strong men die on the battlefield every year, shedding sweat and blood to protect the territory of the two races. Of course, if you want to calculate the mortality rate of battlefield mercenaries is definitely higher than that of regular battlefield legionnaires. The main reason is that there is no formal battlefield command for battlefield mercenary operations. When facing an accident, it is difficult to organize effective resistance and escape actions. Go in. The 10 masters of the secret realm who were guarding the demon cultivators stepped aside to make way for Long Yu and Hong Ying. Although there was only such a battlefield legion in the entire Bloodfall Star, in fact, if you wanted to accept the mission of the Battlefield Legion, you had no choice. It is necessary to come here. In every city in Bloodfall Star, there is an office of the Battlefield Legion, which is specially designed for people to receive missions from the Battlefield Legion. Only those who want to accept the mission of the Battlefield Legion of the Great Master level will come to the base headquarters of the Battlefield Legion. As for Hong Ying's name, these powerful demon cultivators who guard the Master's secret realm have certainly heard of it. After all, the current owner of the Xuanhuan Star is Xuanhuan, who is Hong Ying's cousin. Therefore, although they did not know what Hong Ying and Long Yu were doing, they were still very respectful to them. In fact, even if a random battlefield mercenary came to the Battlefield Legion base, the attitude of these guards would not be too bad. After all, they are all contributing their part to guarding the territory of the Demon Clan, and everyone here is worthy of respect. Here you can accept Grand Master level Battlefield Legion missions. The difficulty is of course terrifyingly high, but as long as you complete it, you can definitely get a lot of Battlefield Legion meritorious service. Hong Ying explained to Long Yu. Anyway, I'm relying on you now. If a battle really breaks out, I won't be able to participate. At most, I can only detect the situation for you and help you run away at the critical moment. Long Yu chuckled. As long as you can guarantee that you won't die. Hong Ying doesn't have high requirements for Long Yu, and she knows that Long Yu doesn't have the 9 nether prison monument on his body now. If he encounters any danger, the mortality rate is still quite high. Although Long Yu has many methods, in the alien battlefield, top alien geniuses may appear at any time. Almost no one in the same realm can be his opponent, not to mention that Hong Ying and Long Yu are now ready to accept the realm of great masters. Level Battlefield Legion missions. In order to get more Battlefield Legion meritorious service, and then exchange it for enough creations and training resources as soon as possible, the two decided to take the risk and go directly to the Battlefield Legion mission in the realm of domination. Of course, for Hong Ying, if she accepts the mission of a Battlefield Legion at the upper-level master level, it seems that she is overqualified and overqualified. The two quickly walked into the main hall of the Battlefield Legion base, and then walked straight to the Battlefield Legion mission release area. Here, there are already many strong men, all of whom are in the realm of great masters. There are more than 10 of them. These strong men should be waiting for something. Seeing Long Yu and Hong Ying approaching, the eyes of these powerful masters lit up, and then they saw clearly the cultivation of the two people, and then looked away in disappointment. These strong men are all demon cultivators in the Great Overlord realm. Are they waiting for enough manpower to start a Battlefield Legion mission at the Great Overlord level? Long Yu thought in his heart, but didn't say anything more. He just walked with Hong Ying to the Legion mission release area. Are there any Great Master level Battlefield Legion missions now? Walking to the counter, Hong Ying asked directly to the staff inside. There is only one Grand Overlord level Battlefield Legion mission open to the public, and it is waiting for the personnel to be gathered. The staff member glanced at Hong Ying and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that a high-ranking master would dare to ask about the Battlefield Legion mission at the high-ranking master level. Grand Master level? Aren't you funny? This girl has just become the master. She wants to do the Legion mission of the master? It's really nonsense. There are only a limited number of people in this Legion's mission. If the higher-ups can participate, wouldn't it be holding us back? Yes, but they probably don't dare to take on this mission. After all, the danger is too great. Even our great master can't guarantee his own life, let alone this superior master. Wait a minute, this girl looks familiar to me. By the way, isn't this the cousin of Commander Xuanhuan? She's the princess of the Blood Demon clan. Soon someone recognized the Red Warbler, and all of them exclaimed in surprise. If it's the Blood Demon princess, then that's no problem, but what's going on with the boy next to her? Someone else paid attention to Long Yu and frowned. Long Yu is only at the 5-star Emperor level now. He is not even a great master. He does not have his own small world. In the eyes of these powerful demon cultivators in the Great Master realm, he is really like an ant-like existence. However, when she heard someone questioning Long Yu, Hong Ying immediately hugged one of Long Yu's arms and said coldly, "He is my man, be careful what you say." This sentence immediately caused a storm in the field. What? The Blood Demon Princess actually has a man? And he turned out to be a human boy at the 5-star Emperor level. This is too unbelievable, right? It's just the ultimate joke. Long Yu was also quite puzzled that Hong Ying's words caused shock to the 11 powerful masters around him. As a result, his plan to keep a low profile was ruined. The top novel. However, with the cultivation level of a 5-star emperor, it is impossible for him to keep a low profile when participating in Battlefield Legion missions at the level of a great master. Even if Hong Ying does not say that he is her man, these 11 powerful men in the realm of great masters will pay special attention to Long Royal. Of course, now, Long Yu has become the focus of these 11 people's eyes. Hello you too. A handsome young demon cultivator, with pointed ears, was gentle and elegant. He walked up to Hong Ying and Long Yu, then looked at Hong Ying, smiled handsomely and stretched out his hand. "Your Royal Highness, I am from the Shenmu Demon clan. My name is Han Hen. I have admired Her Royal Highness the Princess for a long time, and I finally get to meet you today. I am so happy to meet you." The Shenmu Demon clan can be considered a good race within the Monster clan, at least on the same level as the White Feather Demon clan. This handsome young man from the Shenmu Demon clan, named Han Hen, probably has a high status among the Shenmu Demon clan. But this was not able to attract the Red Warbler's attention. Seeing that Han Hen seemed to want to shake hands with her, Hong Ying pretended not to see it and said with a smile, "Well, I haven't had much contact with the Shenmu Demon clan before. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation this time." Hong Ying naturally didn't want to shake hands with the strange man, which made Han Hen's eyes seem a little unhappy, but it didn't show on the surface. "It's a pleasure to cooperate. So, Her Royal Highness is sure to participate in this master mission?" Han Hen chuckled lightly, and then looked at Long Yu next to Hong Ying. "Is this person also going to participate in the Great Master mission together? If so, it would really surprise me. Her Royal Highness's man, he is indeed a talent." These words were sarcastic. They were obviously mocking Long Yu. He was a bit of a freeloader, and he actually came to rely on Hong Ying to dominate the task. You must know that although this level of task is difficult, you will get the most merit after completing it. With Long Yu's 5-star Emperor's cultivation, it is almost impossible to complete the task of being a master. Even in large-scale joint missions, it is of no use at all, which naturally makes Han Hen and others dislike it. As soon as Han Hen said these sarcastic words, the other 10 powerful masters next to him also laughed. Although the number of people participating in the mission did not affect the merits they received in the end, they felt that Long Yu must have been a little bit weak during the mission. It's useless. Letting him participate is really a waste of this spot. If it were replaced by another big master, the possibility of completing the task would be even higher, and they would be able to have an easier time. I want to participate. Please tell me the details of this Grand Overlord level mission. Hong Ying ignored those guys, but directly asked the mission release personnel of the Battlefield Legion, wanting to know the specific information about this mission. Okay, Your Highness Princess. The mission release officer nodded and began to explain, this mission is an escort mission. Now on the front line of the alien battlefield, the Ice God clan is attacking fiercely, so we urgently mobilized the weapon refiners in the territory to refine a large amount of the Talisman of Fierce Fire. Using the Talisman of Fierce Fire will have miraculous effects on dealing with the alien races of the Ice God clan, so it is a very important batch of materials for the front lines of the alien battlefield. and can even determine the direction of the entire battle. Escort route: you will start from the third outer galaxy, and then go to the alien battlefield. Outside the alien battlefield, you may encounter threats from the Ice God clan at any time, because there are some powerful prophets in the Ice God clan, who can predicting some disasters. Maybe the transportation of this batch of fire talismans has been learned by the Ice God tribe's strange beasts, so they will recruit 15 powerful masters to transport them together. In this way, even if someone from the other side comes quietly behind us and wants to sneak attack you, they probably won't be your opponent. If this escort mission is completed, each surviving participant will receive 100,000 battlefield merit points. If it is a sacrificed person, a relative or friend can be designated in advance, and that relative or friend will receive the same 100,000 points. Battlefield exploits. Having said this, the task release officer frowned slightly and said, "Of course, the recruitment period for this event is 3 days, and it is already the 3rd day. The departure is imminent. After all, this kind of thing cannot be delayed, so if people are not recruited when there are 15 people, you have to set off." Can the Higher Lord, the 5-star Emperor, also participate? Red Warbler started asking key questions. Of course you can, but the condition is that there are not enough people in the end. The man nodded and said, "If there are less than 15 people participating in the end, you can also join, but the final reward will change. If you are a big master, you can get 100,000 battlefield merit points. If you are a high-ranking master, you can only get 100,000 battlefield merit points. The reward of 70,000 points of battlefield merit, as for the 5-star Emperor." Having said this, the man glanced at Long Yu, smiled and said, "If he is still alive after completing the mission, he can get 5,000 points of battlefield legion merit." "Your Royal Highness, I am sorry, this is a rigid rule from above, and we also can't make the decision." "It doesn't matter. With 5,000 points of battlefield merit, the reward is already much greater than the rewards for Emperor-level missions." Long Yu didn't care much and shrugged. "But the difficulty and danger are too much." Hong Ying frowned slightly. "It's okay. Trust me, as long as it's not too unlucky, my life will not be in danger." Long Yu smiled and whispered to Hong Ying. Hong Ying relaxed her brows when she heard this and nodded. Now that Long Yu has made a decision, there is no point in her objecting. The key is that now Hong Ying absolutely believes in Long Yu. Long Yu says yes, that's okay. If Long Yu says there is no danger, then he will definitely not die. This kind of confidence is not blind, because this is the deep impression Hong Ying has on Long Yu after experiencing many life and death crises. This kind of trust, others may think it is ridiculous, but the powerful master who dominates the world can actually trust a 5-star emperor so much. But that is because the other party has never had such an experience with Hong Ying. There's still an hour left, and we should set off. I really hope that 4 more powerful masters from the realm of masters will come immediately. In that case, we will be more confident in completing this escort mission. A burly and unshaven demon cultivator said with a frown. This man was one of the few people among the 11 powerful masters present who were not surprised by the relationship between Long Yu and Hong Ying. In other words, this burly man with an unshaven beard was not interested in the relationship between Long Yu and Hong Ying. All he wanted in his mind was to complete this mission as soon as possible. There's still an hour left. I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for the 4 great masters. If these 2 boys really join us. Another middle-aged man with sword eyebrows and starry eyes glanced at Hong Ying and Long Yu, then shook his head and said, I hope they won't hold us back. Don't worry blindly. As far as I know, although the Blood Demon Princess is only a high-level master, her true strength has definitely reached the level of an ordinary great master, and there is no way she can hold us back. Another person next to him said with a smile, as for the 5-star Emperor Long Yu of the human race. I just got the news that he was besieged by thousands of masters in the secret realm of Qiming Galaxy, but he did not die. Moreover, when he was only a 5-star emperor, he was alone. We have killed 3 mid-level masters and 7 lower-level masters. Even if this guy can't help us at the level of the great master, he can't hold us back. As soon as these words came out, Long Yu and Hong Ying looked at the man in surprise. I saw that the person's heroic appearance turned out to be a woman, wearing an aqua blue gown, with short aqua blue hair, which was really uncommon among the demon clan. Among the demon clan, there are many aqua blue-haired people, but there are too few women with short hair. The person in front of me is a short-haired woman. She does not have the gentleness of an ordinary woman, but has a heroic appearance, which makes people fall in love with her at first sight. This woman with short aqua hair is close to the burly man with unshaven beard and the middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. The relationship between the 3 of them is obviously relatively close, at least much closer than with other people. Sky wings, blade wings, sea wings. Hong Ying looked the 3 people up and down, then squinted her eyes and introduced her to Long Yu quietly. The burly man with an unshaven beard is from the Blade Wing tribe, the middle-aged man with sword-browed eyebrows and starry eyes is from the Sky Wing tribe, and as for that the woman with short aqua hair is from the Sea Wing tribe. The Sky Wing tribe, the Blade Wing tribe, and the Sea Wing tribe are all in charge of the Giant Wing Galaxy together, and strangely, the relationship between the 3 races has always been very close, far better than the other major races that developed in the same galaxy. Race. After listening to Hong Ying's words, Long Yu had a slight impression of the 3 races and the 3 powerful masters in front of him. He remembered that when he killed King Xing, the 3rd prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan was killed by him, but the king-killing demon clan was indifferent to this, and even acquiesced to Long Yu killing the 3rd prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan. It can be seen that in the Iron Wall Galaxy, the Golden Dragon Demon clan, the Killing King Demon clan, etc., are secretly competing. But the Sky Wings, Blade Wings, and Sea Wings, who are in charge of the Giant Wing Galaxy together, there is no barrier between these 3 races. They share the same hatred in the outside world at all times, as if the 3 are actually the same race. This also resulted in the overall strength of the Giant Wing Galaxy in the entire Monster Clan territory, being far superior to other galaxies that were not united enough. That Sea Wing woman seems to know us quite well. Long Yu squinted his eyes and glanced at the short-haired woman with aqua blue hair who just spoke, and became a little curious about her. This woman did not directly despise him and Hong Ying like other great masters. She obviously had some eyesight, or maybe, she has more channels for obtaining information than others. The 3 races of the Sky Wings, Blade Wings, and Sea Wings jointly control a giant-winged galaxy. They are one of the few demon cultivator races in the same galaxy that are absolutely united in the Demon Clan territory. Therefore, for this Grand Overlord level mission of escorting the Battlefield Legion of the Fierce Talisman, 3 powerful overlords from these 3 races should have come together to participate. If these 3 people withdraw together, the escort mission may be suspended, because the overall combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened, but now that they are here, there is no such thing as withdrawing from the mission. The first is because if you quit the mission midway, your Battlefield Legion merit will be deducted. The second is because these Battlefield Legion missions are relatively important. They know very well that once the mission fails, because of their withdrawal, they will become the entire Demon Clan and the entire Battlefield Legion are sinners. A total of 11 powerful masters participated in this escort mission. The Talisman of Fierce Fire will set off in an hour, and they will be sent to the front line of the alien battlefield. However, it is still unknown whether Long Yu and Hong Ying can actually participate in this mission. No one can guarantee that in the last hour, there will not be 4 other great masters coming to participate in the mission. The upper limit of the number of people sent in this mission is 15, but if the number of people in the Great Master is insufficient, it will be somewhat useful for Long Yu and Han Ying to participate in the mission. This escort mission may be intercepted by a small group of strong men from the Ice God clan, so before the official departure, I think we should elect a leader. How about everyone obeying the command when taking action? Han Hen, a handsome young man from the Shenmu Demon clan, stood in the middle of the crowd and spoke. He looked around and saw that everyone around him nodded, obviously agreeing with what he said. Han Hen then looked at Han Ying. What do you think, Your Highness the Princess? Can? Han Ying nodded. Although her first impression of Han Hen was not very good, what the other party said was true. There must be an action leader. Otherwise, if they all fight alone when danger comes, the mission will fail. The possibility is too high. Alien races are definitely not someone to be underestimated, especially in some aspects. Some alien races are even much stronger than the demon race and human race. The Ice God clan's crisis awareness is very strong, and its ability to foresee certain dangers is much stronger than that of the Monster clan and the human race. Therefore, the Monster clan has never gained any great advantage in its strategy against the Ice God clan. Because, even if they finally come up with a strategy against the Ice Gods that can cause heavy losses to the Ice Gods, the other party will basically be able to detect the danger in advance, so they can make corresponding strategic arrangements and decipher the targeted strategies they have come up with. Therefore, this escort mission of the Fierce Talisman is definitely equally dangerous. The possibility of being intercepted by a strong Ice God clan midway is almost 100%. It is just that we are not sure how much force the other party will use to deal with this group. Materials are intercepted. The configuration of 15 strong masters is relatively safe, because it is not that easy for the strong men of the Ice God clan to pass through many obstacles and reach the side of the alien battlefield close to the territory of the Demon clan. It is impossible to do it if there are too many people. Considering all factors, if 15 powerful masters act together, there may be some losses by then, but the overall mission should have a relatively high success rate. Of course, there is still an hour before departure, but only 11 great masters have gathered. Of course, these great masters are not in a good mood. After all, this kind of mission is too dangerous, and it is really scary to have so few people. They could only turn their attention to Long Yu and Han Ying. After all, after listening to the words of the short-haired woman from the Sea Wing tribe, these people still had some confidence in Han Ying, but for Long Yu. To be honest, none of them expected Long Yu to do anything. It would be great if they really don't hold back when the time comes. The gap in martial arts cultivation is really too big. When these powerful masters were still 5-star emperors, which one was not at that time decades ago? Even hundreds of years have passed. Among the 11 powerful masters, 4 are relatively old and look like they have lived for at least 300 to 500 years. Their 5-star emperor may have been alive for 200 to 300 years. How far away was that time? Therefore, there are so many powerful masters in the realm of domination present, and they really don't dare to think too much about the role that Long Yu can play in the mission. And this also led to the fact that Han Hen, a handsome young man from the Shenmu Demon clan, did not ask Long Yu for his opinion at all. Regarding the opinions and reference of the leader of the mission operation, Long Yu's participation was not required at all. Han Ying was able to participate, but when the big masters were voting, Han Ying made a request: since everyone is carrying out this escort mission together, no one can be ignored. Unity is the best. What's important, my man, I also need to have a vote. Otherwise, I won't participate in this mission this time. Anyway, I haven't officially joined the ranks yet, and even if I regret it, my merit will not be deducted. When Han Ying said these words, the 11 powerful masters were immediately embarrassed. As for Han Hen, the handsome young man from the Shenmu Demon clan who proposed to vote for the leader, he hated Long Yu even more. Of course, he didn't show it on the surface, but deep down he was extremely jealous of Long Yu. Then just wait. Maybe others will come over. Anyway, there is still the last hour. There was a middle-aged demon cultivator who was as thin as a bamboo pole. He said angrily that even if Hong Ying insisted, he still didn't want to give Long Yu any face. In the outer world, especially in the third outer galaxy near the alien battlefield, strength is the supreme rule. Long Yu's strength is low. Even if Hong Ying supports him, not everyone will buy Hong Ying's blame. After all, these are all powerful men in the realm of great masters. Every one of them can stand alone, and they even represent a certain tyrannical demon cultivator race behind them. So even when facing Hong Ying, although these people were quite respectful, they didn't take her seriously. Since the other party chose to wait, Hong Ying naturally couldn't force the other party, so she had to wait on the side. Brother Long, if we don't participate in this escort mission, we will look for a Battlefield Legion mission at the upper-level master level. Anyway, our first time does not necessarily require such a difficult mission. Hong Ying held Long Yu's arm affectionately, and then whispered. Actually, you don't need to talk to these people. Who the leader is has no impact on me. Long Yu was quite helpless towards Hong Ying's actions. In fact, he really didn't care who the leader of the other party was, as long as it wasn't Han Hen, the handsome young man from the Shenmu demon clan, who was the leader. Otherwise, the other party might be more targeting him during the mission. However, Hong Ying's behavior of defending Long Yu no matter what when facing others moved Long Yu a little. This girl has now become his woman, and she actually defended him in this way, which was something he never expected at the beginning. Seeing Long Yu and Hong Ying being so intimate together, Han Hen, a handsome young man from the Shenmu demon clan, felt even more unhappy. He had never seen Hong Ying before, and he didn't like Hong Ying now. It was purely because of Long Yu. Feeling jealous and unhappy about the relationship. Although he had no friendship with Hong Ying was a beautiful girl no matter what, and he had a good impression of her. Now that Hong Ying was so close to a human kid at the level of a 5-star emperor, Han Hen felt extremely resentful. But on the surface, he won't show it. After all, everyone is completing the task of escorting the Fire Talisman for the Battlefield Legion. At least on the surface, it is impossible for him to fall out with Hong Ying and Long Yu. An hour passed quickly. During this hour, no other great master came here. Even though the Battlefield Legion had issued a notice saying that there were 4 great masters missing here, no one else came. You must know that strong men in the realm of great masters are very rare. This important task that requires 15 people to carry out has not appeared for a long time. Within the territory of the demon clan, in a galaxy, there are only 30 or 40 strong men in the realm of great masters in total. Even though there are definitely more great masters in the third outer realm galaxy than in the galaxy in the demon clan's territory, it is still very difficult to gather 15 powerful masters in a short time. It seems that you are the only one who will complete this escort mission with us. From now on, the 13 of us are a whole and indivisible. The ultimate goal of everything is to complete the mission. Seeing that the time was running out, the burly man from the Bladewing tribe glanced at Hong Ying and Long Yu, then nodded to them and said. This attitude surprised Long Yu. It seemed that after the mission officially started, the attitude of the bearded man from the Bladewing tribe immediately became serious, and he no longer had any intention of looking down upon him. This actually made Long Yu have a good impression of him. Although Long Yu knew that it was natural for the other party to despise him in this situation, the bearded man from the Bladewing tribe did not do so, which still moved Long Yu. The 5-star emperor is really not of any help to our operation, and may even hinder us. I think it is better for him not to participate. Of course, Her Highness the Princess can include him in her own little world. Han Hen, a handsome young man from the Shenmu demon clan, was still very unhappy with Long Yu. Now seeing that Long Yu was about to join the mission team, he immediately spoke up. Don't waste time. Hearing this, the bearded man from the Bladewing tribe immediately reprimanded, it's now mission time. We only have one stick of incense time to make arrangements, and we're about to set off. Now vote to choose who will be the mission leader this time. The leader of the mission operation. Being scolded by the bearded man from the Bladewing clan, Han Hen from the Shenmu Demon clan immediately stopped talking. Of course he understood the truth of what the other party said. He just couldn't stand that a 5-star emperor like Long Yu would follow him. Now that the bearded burly men had spoken, no one wasted time discussing other matters and began to vote for a more reliable person to be the leader of this mission. However, the result of such a voting choice is obvious. The Blade Wings, Sky Wings, and Sea Wings all come from the giant wing galaxy and share the same brotherhood. The votes of the 3 great masters all went to the bearded man from the Blade Wings. Also voting for the bearded burly man were Long Yu and Hong Ying, because this man seemed more fair and decisive. He might be able to lead the team out of trouble at a critical moment, better than the Shenmu demon. Han Hen, a handsome young man from the clan, is doing much better. In this way, a total of 5 votes were received among the 13 people. In addition, there were 3 more people. I guess they saw that the bearded man was more courageous, so they voted for him directly, bringing his total votes to 8. In this way, it didn't matter who others voted for, because the bearded man had already received more than half of the votes, and he was definitely the well-deserved leader of this mission. In this case, please follow my command during this mission. I come from the Giant Wing Galaxy and the Blade Wing clan. My name is Dao Qing. Some brothers may recognize me, but now is not the time to reminisce about old times. Let's go. After the bearded man Dao Qing became the leader, he didn't waste any time and took a storage ring directly from the Battlefield Legion mission staff. In this storage ring, there is stored the escort item for this mission, the Talisman of Fierce Fire. These Talisman of Fierce Fire are powerful tools used to deal with the Ice God clan's alien beasts. They are extremely precious and cost a lot of money within the monster clan's territory. Many weapon refining masters took half a year to refine it. Once the escort mission fails, it will definitely be a heavy loss for the demon clan. Everyone was ready to set off immediately. Without delaying time, Long Yu and Hong Ying followed the bearded man Dao Qing. There were a total of 13 cultivators. Under the guidance of the mission personnel, they walked towards the time and space-marked transmission array in the Battlefield Legion base. Your name is Long Yu, right? If you tell me what you are good at, you might be able to help me. Dao Qing asked aloud as he moved forward. Detection and concealment. Long Yu answered truthfully. Compared to his combat effectiveness, his detection and concealment capabilities are still good. At least his combat effectiveness is nothing in front of these powerful masters, but the level of detection and concealment is still not lower than most of them even surpass them. Everything is because of Long Yu's innate magical power, the Book of Shadows. This innate magical power is already an imperial magical power, which can make Long Yu transform into complete nothingness at any time. Okay. Where are you, Princess of the Blood Demon Tribe? Dao Qing continued to ask others. This is the main responsibility of the captain. He must know what everyone in the team is good at, and then when encountering danger, he can arrange responsibilities according to what everyone is good at, maximizing the combat effectiveness and efficiency of the entire team. Others also responded to Dao Qing's inquiries one by one. Most of these people are good at fighting and are extremely strong in combat. After all, they are strong men in the realm of the Great Overlord. They are known in almost the entire outer world. It is an existence that stands at the top. There is also a person who is proficient in spiritual divine power and has very profound spiritual attainments, but his frontal combat effectiveness is not very strong. Han Hen of the Shenmu Demon clan is better at restoring magical powers. The martial arts he has practiced are very good for healing people. With him around, he can save a lot of precious healing pills. There are a total of 13 people, except for Long Yu, all of them are demon cultivators, and except for Long Yu and Han Ying, all of them are strong men in the realm of Great Master. These people were already relatively familiar with the Battlefield Legion mission, so they did not ask too much about the details of this mission plan, such as where to send the Talisman of Fierce Fire, how many places it would pass through, etc. They all knew these things, but Long Yu and Han Ying didn't know. "Captain, where is the destination of our escort mission?" Han Ying asked the question to the bearded man, Dao Qing. When this question came up, several people in the team suddenly laughed secretly. This blood demon princess seemed to be a complete novice in this field. In this way, Long Yu is even more of a novice among novices. A few others were a little worried. It seemed that Han Ying and Long Yu were unreliable. What if something unexpected happened during the escort, and what if these two people were really held back? The destination is the front line. The specific location is not clear. You can only know it when you get to the front line, because in the alien battlefield, the battle lines of the major races are changing every moment. No one knows where the front line is when we arrive. Which location? Dao Qing, a bearded man, said in a deep voice, and the closer you are to the front line, the easier it is to encounter aliens. Everyone must be careful. Once encountered, they must deal with the opponent as quickly as possible and then move the location. Clear. The middle-aged man with sword-browed eyebrows and starry eyes from the Tiani tribe, and the woman with short aqua-blue hair from the Sea Wing tribe each nodded. The two of them had followed Dao Qing many times, and they were quite familiar with Dao Qing's character. Soon, the 13 people came together to a time and space mark teleportation array located inside the Battlefield Legion base. You will be teleported here to the edge of the third outer galaxy. Once there, you can only slowly fly to your destination. It will take about 3 days. After you officially set foot on the alien battlefield, there is no time and space mark teleportation array. You are asked to teleport because there are all kinds of aliens destroying the time and space marks on the alien battlefield every moment. After Dao Qing finished speaking, he took the lead in stepping onto the time and space mark teleportation array. Long Yu and others naturally followed. At this time, Long Yu was really a little nervous, because he was now participating in a Battlefield Legion mission at the level of a Great Master. His teammates are all strong masters of the Great Overlord. Once they are blocked by the Ice God clan, their opponents are likely to be all the Great Overlords. It is really difficult for Long Yu's current combat power to have any effect. The only thing he can do is to walk ahead of others and explore the path. However, if the Ice God clan appears, it will most likely be directly teleported to them through the Space Divine text, so the role of pathfinding is actually minimal. However, apart from exploring paths and escaping, Long Yu really doesn't know what use he can be used for, so he can only adapt to circumstances when the time comes. With the opening of the space-time marked teleportation array, everyone was bathed in the power of a burst of time-space divine inscriptions. Long Yu subconsciously glanced left and right, but happened to see the handsome young man Han Hen from the Shenmu demon clan, who was a little unkind. "Look at yourself kindly." Seeing Long Yu looking at him, Han Hen immediately withdrew his gaze, but Long Yu still noticed it. Does this guy want to do some tricks during the mission? Long Yu thought in his mind and became more wary of him. Originally, he thought that during the execution of such a crucial battlefield mission, there should be no internal strife. But when Long Yu saw Han Hen's looking at him, he really couldn't be sure what kind of thing this guy had done. "I'm really confused. I haven't messed with water all this time, so why are there always people against me wherever I go?" Long Yu felt a deep helplessness deep in his heart, but it was precisely because of this that his martial arts realm was able to improve so quickly, and his extremely talented fighting consciousness was enhanced. The more opponents there are, the faster the growth, but the corresponding dangers will be greater. Of course Long Yu understands this truth, But the key is that if you want to grow quickly, you must overcome dangers again and again. This time, in addition to being a strong man from the Ice God clan, the opponent also has Han Hen, a handsome young man from the Shenmu Demon clan, who is a great master. If he wants to do something to Long Yu secretly, it seems really easy to get him recruited. With the activation of the space-time marked teleportation array, 13 people were teleported away from Bloodfall Star. When Long Yu opened his eyes again, he found that he and 12 other people had arrived in a dark and silent void. Looking back, there is a dazzling galaxy, with several sources of divine text emitting faint light. It is obvious that the distance is quite far away. That is the third outer galaxy. All we have to do now is move forward, go to the front lines of the alien battlefield, and deliver supplies to the front lines. Dao Qing, the leader of the Bladewing clan, said calmly, and then waved his hand to signal everyone to follow him and set off. The direction he was heading towards was the vast expanse of deep, dark void ahead. No one knew what would appear in that void. As long as he moved forward for a moment, he would officially be on the alien battlefield. Danger existed anytime, anywhere. May come. Within the scope of the third outer domain galaxy, there are still some shielding formations and the like that can make it difficult for aliens to intrude on their deductions, budgets, attacks, etc. But on the foreign battlefield, the danger will increase at least 100 times. The alien battlefield is close to the Monster Clan territory. There are not many rampant alien races. At this stage, the Ice God clan is mainly showing off their power here. However, the battlefield legions have long sent many legions to clear it up. In a large area here, they will basically not appear. The large-scale Ice God clan is a foreign race. However, no one can guarantee that the other party will not use any powerful means to directly teleport a team of strong men here. Entering the alien battlefield, all 13 people in the team entered combat mode, always prepared to deal with possible dangers, including the handsome young man Han Hen from the Shenmu Demon clan. At this time, Han Hen was too lazy to pay attention to Long Yu, because he would die here if he was not careful. The first thing he has to ensure is of course his own life, and the second is the completion of the mission. As for dealing with Long Yu, even if he doesn't find a chance this time, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. 13 people flew into the alien battlefield. In the endless void, there was nothing in everyone's eyes, all was darkness. Long Yu followed Han Ying, but he was able to keep up with the others. Although time was tight, others did not move forward at full speed because they were worried about running too fast into the trap set by the ice gods. However, compared to Long Yu, they had to use all their strength to keep up. Others are out of speed. After all, Long Yu Tsai only has the martial arts realm and cultivation level of a 5-star emperor, and his basic strength is too different from others. Except for me, the rest of you disperse in groups of 2, spread around, and advance side by side. The leader Dao Qing said in a deep voice. The other 12 people followed what he said and spread out in all directions. Including Long Yu and Han Ying, they all arrived 100 miles away from Dao Qing. This distance is the farthest distance that they can see each other and immediately support each other. If it is further away, although they can feel each other, it will not be so easy to support each other. 13 people advanced in parallel at extremely fast speeds, and soon they were getting farther and farther away from the third outer space galaxy, which meant that they were getting deeper and deeper into the dangerous alien battlefield. Alien battlefield is the general name for a large star field. There are many galaxies in this star field. However, due to the perennial alien wars, the source of divine texts in these galaxies has been nearly exhausted and has become similar to the galaxy ancient ruins. The presence. Surrounding these ruined galaxies is a vast expanse of endless void. In this void, wars between countless races are constantly taking place. This is the junction of the territories of countless races. Danger can happen at any time and anywhere in this void. In the alien battlefield area close to the demon clan territory, there are usually many demon clans patrolling, but the patrols are relatively scattered. Because the void is too vast, no matter how many manpower is arranged to patrol, it is impossible to cover everything. In this void, there are several permanent patrol legions, totaling tens of thousands of powerful demon cultivators who are at least the Emperor level. But compared to this vast space, they are just a drop in the bucket. On average, there is only one patrolling demon cultivator every 10,000 miles, so Long Yu and others advanced for a long time without encountering any wave of patrolling demon cultivators. This is also extremely normal, and if they encounter any danger in the current escort mission, even if there are several patrol teams nearby, they will not be able to help at all. Something doesn't seem right. Just after everyone walked 1,000,000 miles together, Hong Ying and Long Yu walked together and suddenly whispered to Long Yu. "You feel it too?" Long Yu nodded and asked. Just now, through the martial arts secrets that he controlled through balance, he felt that there seemed to be some unusual space-divine fluctuations appearing around him. Although it only passed by briefly, this abnormal phenomenon also attracted Long Yu's attention. Good. Hong Ying nodded, her face became solemn. She also practiced balance control. Although she had only reached the 3rd level, her spiritual perception ability exceeded that of ordinary masters in the realm of masters. At this time, the other great master demon cultivators who were traveling with them had basically not noticed anything unusual, but Long Yu and Hong Ying were already alert. "Be careful, I feel a hidden space divine wave appearing." Hong Ying immediately spoke out to alert the other 11 powerful masters around her. Alert! Dao Qing, the operational leader from the Bladewing tribe, had a serious look on his face. He had no suspicion at all, and immediately ordered everyone to be on alert, because he knew very well that Hong Ying couldn't play any joke on them at this time. The secret space interrogation wave? I didn't even feel it. How could you, a superior master, feel it? But there is still someone who wants to go against Hong Ying, and that is Han Hen, a handsome young man from the Shenmu demon clan. He does not want to go against Hong Ying, but simply wants to attract Hong Ying's attention. But this time, he obviously had the wrong idea. Probably because, except for Han Hen, everyone else was already on guard, so Han Hen became the target of the first wave of attacks. Just as Han Hen said these words, before anyone else could react, 3 flawless white figures suddenly appeared beside him, and the ice energy exploded instantly. It's a guy from the Ice God clan. When the others saw this, they were immediately shocked and reacted immediately. Their defensive magical powers, martial arts, and combat weapons all appeared at the same time. Only Han Hen, who was still focused on attracting Hong Ying's attention, was suddenly caught off guard by the sneak attack of the 3-headed Ice God clan. The 3-headed Ice Gods were all tyrannical beings in the realm of great masters. At this moment, they suddenly took action without any mercy. The infinite ice-sealing magical power directly completely froze Han Hen's body, and then countless terrifying ice spikes stabbed towards his body. Go in and make him completely unable to move. Everything happened in an instant, and just because Han Hen said one more word, he became the target of attack by these ice gods. Fortunately, Dao Qing ordered 2 people to disperse in groups, so not far from Han Hen, there was another demon cultivator in the realm of Great Master. At this time, the Great Master demon cultivator who was with Han Hen instantly turned into a fire bird, burst out blazing flames, and crashed into the 3 ice gods like a meteorite. The ice gods' bodies were in the shape of hexagonal ice crystals, with a bright white color all over their bodies. Seeing that there was support, they immediately chose to retreat, and once again completely disappeared from everyone's eyes, leaving only Han Hen, who was frozen into an ice sculpture. At this time, Han Hen's whole body was covered with ice, and his body was pierced by countless ice thorns. He was bleeding and extremely miserable, but he should not die in such a short time. Burn in flames. The great master demon cultivator who was walking with him transformed into a fire bird, and the flame divine inscriptions came instantly. Finally, in one breath, he completely melted the ice sculptures around Han Hen's body and rescued him. He does have a healing elixir on him, so his life should be fine. The fire bird demon cultivator transformed into a human form in the next moment, found a pill bottle from Han Hen's sleeve, poured out 2 ancient level healing demon pills, and drank them directly. Logically speaking, a healing elixir should be enough, but for the firebird demon cultivator, the most important thing now is to ensure his own safety, so he must revive Han Hen as quickly as possible. What is wasted is Han Hen anyway. My own elixir. Everyone is on alert to prevent sneak attacks from the Ice God clan at any time. Use all your power to use your detection powers and find out their current location for me. The leader Dao Qing immediately shouted loudly. Every 2 groups gathered together, in groups of 4, to prepare for sneak attacks. Tianzong, Haishu, you go protect Hongying and Longyu. Their perception seems to be better than the rest of us. They all have to be stronger. Tianzong and Haishu are members of the Tiani tribe and the Siwing tribe. The former is the middle-aged man with sword-browed starry eyes and a member of the Tiani tribe. The latter is a woman with short aqua hair and is a member of the Siwing tribe. People. The 2 of them followed Dao Qingyan's advice and immediately came to protect Longyu and Hongying. As for Dao Qing himself, he was originally walking alone in the center of the team. At this moment, he also went to Han Hen and the Firebird Demon Cultivator and joined them. There were also 2 other great master demon cultivators gathered there. Together, they looked wary. Warbler, can you feel their presence? Longyu tried his best to activate the balance control, but he couldn't feel the position of the 3-headed ice gods. He frowned tightly and felt very nervous inside. No, I can't feel it. Let me try to deduce it. Hongying shook her head, and then immediately activated the Blood Demon clan's inherited martial arts secrets, which enhanced the power of deduction several times on herself, and directly connected the power of deduction to Han Hen. Because the 3-headed Ice God clan made a sneak attack on Han Hen as soon as they appeared, and deducing from Han Hen was the fastest way to get news about the Ice God clan. How is it? Is there any movement? Tianzong and Haishu were also extremely vigilant beside Longyu and Hongying. They tried their best to activate their detection divine scripts and searched almost all the surrounding areas, but they could not find them. Any movement from the 3-headed ice gods. Either the 3-headed ice god clan has left here, or the 3-headed ice god clan's hiding methods are really too powerful. I can't deduce it. I only know that they must still be near us and have not left, because I did not feel any fluctuations in the space divine text. Hongying shook her head, feeling helpless. After all, the power of deduction is not omnipotent, and the other party's methods are too clever. It is really shocking that so many of them are detecting together, but they are not able to detect the location of the other party. If we don't find them and kill them, it would be too dangerous to hide them around. Since we can't find them, we can only let them come out on their own initiative. Longyu thought in his heart, but didn't say anything. His eyes flashed with determination. He only looked at Hongying and finally made up his mind. From this look, Hongying saw what Longyu meant, and suddenly became a little nervous, but she trusted Longyu very much, so she didn't stop him. Get everyone ready and prepare to use magical control powers around Longyu. The Red Warbler quickly conveyed what was to be done next to other major masters around her through balanced control. Use magical powers to control the surroundings of Longyu? What's the point? At this time everyone including the leader Dao Qing was a little confused, but they soon understood. The next moment, Longyu actually broke away from the protection of Tianzong and Haishu alone and walked directly towards the void. Alone. Seeing Longyu actually leaving the protection of Tianzong and Haishu, walking towards the void and becoming alone. Everyone around him was shocked. You must know that Long Yu is only at the level of a 5-star emperor. Being so alone and walking out of the crowd can basically be said to be a death wish. He wants to use his life as a bet to attract the three-headed ice gods. This decisiveness? I admire him. Dao Qing saw this and had some admiration for Long Yu. Although he felt that Long Yu's move was too reckless and might lead to the reduction of the 13 of them, but when he thought about it carefully, Long Yu could do other than this kind of thing. Besides, what other use does it have in their team? Immediately, Dao Qing immediately made preparations. Once the Ice God clan really showed up to attack Long Yu, he could immediately use control methods on the 3 Ice God clan. When the Ice God tribe attacked Han Hen in the first place, none of them could react, which allowed the 3 Ice God tribes to escape. But now that they were prepared, they could not let the Ice God tribe succeed again. The only thing we need to worry about now is whether the 3-headed ice gods will be fooled. After all, the Ice God clan are all intelligent beings and are definitely no stupider than the Demon clan and the Human clan. Now that Long Yu is walking out alone, it is inevitable that the opponent will see through such an obvious seduction method. If the other party sees it, will he still pay attention to a 5-star emperor like Long Yu? Even if you ignore it, such a boy does not pose any threat to those ice gods. Such doubts are not only the doubts in Dao Qing's heart, but also the same doubts in the hearts of other powerful masters. Including Han Ying. I don't know how Long Yu can be so sure that he can attract the 3-headed ice gods to appear. But this problem is not a problem at all for Long Yu. Because he possesses a sacred artifact from the Ice God clan. The sacred objects of these alien races, such as the Ice God clan, the Vulcan God clan, the Earth God clan, etc., were once taken away by the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor and sealed in the 9 Nether realm. In the past, many alien races often crossed extremely far distances and entered the realm. In the 9 Nether realm, we went to explore the whereabouts of the holy objects, but now, the location of the 9 Nether realm has been completely changed, and it is impossible for foreigners to enter the 9 Nether realm. After Long Yu controlled 80% of the Jiuyou mark, he had already obtained all the alien sacred objects buried and sealed in the Jiuyou world. Of course, he still placed them in the Jiuyou world, but it can be taken out at any time if necessary. The 9 Nether Dragon Emperor at that time was really arrogant. He broke into the core of so many alien territories on his own and snatched out all their sacred objects. Looking at the current human and demon territories, absolutely no one can do it. Got it, otherwise, the human race and the demon race would have joined forces and wiped out all these alien races long ago. Long Yu was thinking in his mind, and while he was thinking, he slowly took out the Ice God clan's holy object from the 9 Nether realm. It was a light blue 6-sided crystal statue that looked like a shrunken head. The version of the Ice God clan, which contains 6 kinds of ice-attributed divine power sources, is infinitely attractive to the Ice God clan. For the Ice God clan, the importance of this 6-sided ice crystal statue even far exceeds the fire talisman they escorted in this mission. Therefore, Long Yu can be sure that when he takes out the 6-sided ice crystal statue as a sacred object, will definitely attract all the surrounding ice gods to take action. If it weren't for the Ice God clan's sacred object, then even if the Ice God clan wanted to take action against a little 5-star emperor like Long Yu, it would be impossible for all 3 of them to take action at the same time. At most, only one of them would take action. That would still not solve the problems that everyone is facing now. But now, Long Yu has taken out the Ice God clan's sacred object. This is his biggest reliance to stand up and seduce the Ice God clan. As soon as the aura of the Ice God clan's sacred object appeared, Long Yu activated the shocking power of the 9 Nether True Spirit without hesitation, and then he used the magical power of the Book of Shadows to directly turn into nothingness. He did not hesitate because he was sure that the aura of the Ice God clan's sacred object would definitely lure the opponent out, and once the opponent appeared, there would be absolutely no chance of survival based on Long Yu's current martial arts realm. Therefore, he just slightly revealed the aura of the Ice God clan's sacred object, and immediately activated the magical power of the Book of Shadows to turn himself into nothingness, just to ensure his safety to the maximum extent. Sure enough, when Long Yu had just turned into nothingness, countless ice crystals appeared from the void, instantly piercing the place where he was originally, and the six-headed ice gods became extremely crazy and flew towards the direction of Long Yu. When the Ice God clan's holy object appeared, all the Ice God clan around them went crazy. There were as many as 6 in total, and they were all powerful beings in the Great Overlord realm. These six-headed ice gods appeared from different directions and rushed towards where Long Yu was. Various ice attribute gods were used as terrifying weapons to shatter the void and smash Long Yu into pieces. However, Long Yu had already turned into nothingness before that, and no matter what kind of attack it was impossible to affect Long Yu. Of course, the attack intensity of these six-headed ice gods was too strong, and maybe Long Yu couldn't last long in the form of nothingness. After transforming into nothingness, Long Yu is actually in a solid void space. If the opponent's attack intensity is too strong, the void space will be broken, and Long Yu will return to his usual state from the void state. Of course, it is easy for the void space to withstand the attack of the six-headed Ice God clan, and it cannot be crushed so easily. Therefore, the six-headed Ice God clan's dispatch is destined to be in vain. Not only is it impossible to get the Ice God clan's holy objects they want, but they can't even touch the corners of Long Yu's clothes, which will make them fall into a trap. The six-headed Ice God tribe, when they saw the Ice God clan's holy object, they rushed out without thinking much, because in their opinion, Long Yu was just a 5-star emperor-level kid. If they were to go out, they would definitely be able to kill the holy object in an instant. He grabbed it, but he didn't expect that Long Yu had been prepared and had such a heaven-defying move as turning into nothingness. The six-headed Ice God clan, who were in the realm of great masters, took action at the same time, but all fell into the air. At this moment, Dao Qing and other people around him were suddenly overwhelmed by their magical control powers. The 8 attributes of divine inscriptions, various innate magical powers, combat weapons, and martial arts were all displayed one after another. Except for Long Yu himself and Han Hen, who was frozen and unconscious, the remaining 11 people took action to kill all the six-headed ice gods. Got it under control. Tangled by vines, frozen by cold, imprisoned by darkness, and blocked by light. A series of control methods completely enveloped the six-headed ice gods, and each one instantly became unable to move. Go ahead and kill him. Without any hesitation, Dao Qing directly ordered everyone to use their attack methods. All kinds of violent and vast divine power poured out instantly. 10 powerful masters, plus Han Ying, who was in the upper realm of masters, took action together, with a momentum that frightened the world. The void trembled. The six-headed ice gods, under such an intense divine offensive, only lasted for a short time, before being completely reduced to ashes. None of the six-headed ice gods could persist. Although their bodies were powerful, their numbers would eventually outnumber them. They are ready to deal with them. Attracted by the holy artifacts of the Ice God clan, these 6 Ice God clan acted recklessly and were directly killed by Dao Qing and others. As the bodies of the six-headed ice gods shattered into nothingness in the void, everyone around them thought of Long Yu, and they all raised their hearts, thinking about Long Yu's current situation. Especially Han Ying. Although she has great confidence in Long Yu, what if something unexpected happens? Fortunately, soon, Long Yu's figure gradually appeared from the void and reappeared in front of everyone, and it was still intact. The sneak attack of the six-headed ice gods just now did not cause any damage to Long Yu. What a danger! If I hadn't transformed into nothingness in advance and used the 9 nether origin to shock me, I might have died without a burial place now. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Now he could be sure that there were no other Ice God clan around, so the Ice God clan's sacred objects were directly taken back to the Nine Nether Realm by him. He raised his head and looked around, and found that the 10 powerful master demon cultivators around him looked at him with something different in their eyes. Hong Ying was extremely lucky. Han Hen of the Shenmu demon clan was frozen in a coma and had not yet woken up. The remaining 10 people, including Dao Qing, Tianzong and Hai Shu, now looked at Long Yu with a look of admiration. After all, Long Yu showed up brazenly and used tricks to attract the Ice God clan to come out. Even if it were them, they might not dare to do it, and they might not be able to do it safely. Now, Long Yu, whom they originally looked down upon at all, has done it. There is no doubt that Long Yu has shown his value and strength among them. The most important thing is that this kid may be able to lead them at the critical moment. In trouble. You must know that in this situation just now, if Long Yu hadn't suddenly stepped forward and volunteered to serve as bait, I am afraid that the 6 ice gods would have been lurking aside for a long time, waiting for opportunities, and even waiting for more ice gods to arrive. Take action, by then, they may really not be able to resist. But now Long Yu's seduction operation has successfully wiped out the opponent's vanguard, the 6-headed Ice God clan, relieving the first crisis they encountered in this mission. Haha, boy, that's awesome, it seems we all saw it wrong. Tianzong, a middle-aged man from the Tiani tribe of Jianmei Xingmu, laughed heartily. His impression of Long Yu suddenly changed, and he had more confidence in the completion of this escort mission. Yes. If this escort mission is completed, I will definitely mention it to the battlefield army. If it is successful, only giving you a merit reward of 5,000 is too little. Another great master also said with a smile, looking at Long Yu with an expression filled with appreciation. Among the people present, except Han Hen, the handsome young man from the Shenmu demon clan who was the first to be attacked, the other 10 great masters all had a changed impression of Long Yu. Especially Dao Qing, Tianzong and Hai Shu, who had no prejudice against Long Yu in the first place, now they admire him even more. This guy can actually step forward at the critical moment and act as bait for them to kill the first wave. The incoming Ice God clan was wiped out in one fell swoop. Although I don't know how your son lured all 6 of them to appear together, but you did a good job. If the mission is successful this time, I can personally give you 10,000 Battlefield Legion merit. Dao Qing laughed, came over and patted Long Yu on the shoulder, but we can't relax now. Firebird, take Han Hen on the road at a high speed, we don't have time to delay, although we defeated the first wave of the Ice God clan that came, but they will soon organize a second wave of offensive, and it will not be easy to resist it then. The great master who rescued Han Hen, Firebird, raised his head and directly activated a group of fire cloud warriors, placed Han Hen on the fire cloud, and quickly continued to fly forward following Dao Qing and others. Long Yu didn't think much. He returned to Hong Ying. Hong Ying was quite worried and grabbed his arm directly. Don't be so reckless next time. By the way, how did you lure them all out? You're just a bastard of a 5-star emperor, I don't believe that all 6 ice gods will come out together. Are you looking down on me? Long Yu laughed. What's wrong with the 5-star emperors? They appear together because I am too much of a threat. If it were you, they would definitely not appear together. Still pretty. Hong Ying snorted lightly, but didn't ask any more questions. She knew that this was probably one of Long Yu's more important secrets. However, Long Yu didn't know much about the Ice God clan's sacred objects, and he didn't think it was such an important secret. Like the Bone Clan survivors, it would be very troublesome to spread the word, but it still didn't matter if he told Hong Ying. So Long Yu whispered the news about the Ice God clan's sacred objects to Hong Ying. Also, whether it is the Ice God clan, the Earth God clan, the Vulcan God clan, or the Wood God clan, the Desolate God clan, and the Wing God clan, there are a total of 6 foreign tribes. I have all the sacred objects of the gods. These were all snatched by the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor and placed in the Nine Nether realm. Of course, I don't you know what I need these things for? The sacred object of the 6 outer gods. Hong Ying was really shocked when she heard this. How incredible is this Nine Nether Dragon Emperor that he actually snatched all the sacred objects of the 6 outer gods into his own world. Of course, it is also possible that the overall strength of the outer gods hundreds of millions of years ago was not strong enough to compare with what it is now. However, it is enough to show the terrifying strength of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor. I have heard some rumors about the sacred objects of the outer gods. Hong Ying glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention to her, so she whispered to Long Yu, "Have you heard about the origin of the Outer God clan?" The origin of the Outer God clan seems to be related to a miracle, although now the Outer God clan are not friendly to each other, but in the beginning, the Outer God clan were all united together, just like the Monster clan now. It is rumored that at the beginning, some holy objects appeared in the origin miracles of the Outer Gods. The power possessed by the Outer Gods was derived from the holy objects. Of course, later on, the Outer Gods could also do without relying on these holy objects. I have realized some divine power, but these holy objects are spiritual symbols of the Outer Gods and represent their origins. After these words came out, Long Yu finally understood the use of this sacred object of the Outer Gods. It turned out to be just a spiritual symbol. The Outer Gods not only have these 6 races in total, but there are also some other races, but they have basically disappeared now, and only these 6 are left. Hong Ying continued to explain to Long Yu. The Ice God clan, the Vulcan God clan, the Wood God clan, the Desolate God clan, the Earth God clan, and the Winged God clan, a total of 6 races, are the more powerful alien races now, and they always pose a threat to the territory of the Monster clan and the human race. Fortunately, they fight on their own. Once their current strength is combined, the human race and the demon race will immediately fall into crisis. In that case, I have a possible guess. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and said to Hong Ying, "These holy objects all appeared from the miracle of origin. That is to say, they must have a certain connection with the miracle of origin. Jiuyo Dragon Emperor, I believe not. After eating and having nothing to do, go grab other people's holy objects. Since it has no real effect, then the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor probably snatched these holy objects just for the miracle of origin. This is just a rumor that has been circulated. Whether it is true or not remains to be investigated." Hong Ying nodded, then shook her head, first confirming Long Yu's guess, and then stating that the rumor could not be completely believed. "Well, anyway, I finally have some clues. Although it seems to be of no use for the time being, but..." When Long Yu came here, he still shook his head. "Forget it, let's complete this escort mission first." What he originally thought was that if these sacred objects of the Outer Gods could be linked to the origin miracles of the place where the Outer Gods originated, he might be able to get some news about the gods. However, this kind of thing is still too far away from the current Long Yu. Even if Long Yu steps into the realm of the Great Master, it is far from enough to consider such things, unless he can step into the realm of godlike things. Hong Ying didn't ask any further questions. In the eyes of ordinary people, the sacred objects of the Outer Gods were useless after all, and putting them on their bodies would cause some special dangers. Everyone continued to move forward. After the first wave of attacks from the 6-headed Ice God clan, everyone including Dao Qing became more cautious. Not long after, the handsome young man Han Hen, the great master of the Shenmu demon clan who was frozen and comatose after being attacked by the Ice God clan, finally slowly woke up and regained some consciousness. "What's wrong with me?" Han Hen was a little dazed when he woke up, but he quickly came to his senses because he recalled that the moment before he fell into coma, the 3-headed Ice God tribe launched a sneak attack on him, freezing him and breaking through with the ice crystal sword. Destroyed his physical defense. But now he looked at himself and found that all his injuries were healed, but at the same time, the 2 healing pills originally hidden in his sleeves were missing. Seeing that he was riding on a group of fire cloud soldiers, Han Hen knew immediately that it was the fire bird that saved him, but it was his healing elixir. Of course, Han Hen doesn't resent the firebird now, but it's a pity that those 2 ancient-level healing pills were just gone. I only need one, why don't you put both of them in for me? Han Hen thought in his heart. He looked around and saw that everyone was moving forward quickly. He probably knew something about the situation, so he smiled and said, "It seems that everyone has taken care of the 3-headed ice gods." Haha, you are so naive, you actually dare to sneak attack on me, Han Hen, the only outcome of the sneak attack is death. He said this as if everyone was able to defeat the Ice God clan because of him. First of all, the first wave of ice gods that attacked was not 3 heads, but 6 heads. The fire bird on the side said calmly, "Secondly, you couldn't hold on until the rest of us took action, and the 3-headed ice gods disappeared again." Later, it was Brother Long Yu who took the initiative to act as the bait, and finally lured the 6-headed ice gods again. "Come out." When Han Hen heard these words, he immediately felt like he was about to faint. After having sex for a long time, Han Hen was just a joke from beginning to end? The final credit was given to the son of the 5-star emperor? This is unscientific. But Han Hen glanced at the other people around him and found that everyone looked at Long Yu with a touch of admiration in their eyes, which showed that what Huan Yao said was definitely true. This gave Han Hen a heavy blow in his heart. Originally, he had always looked down on Long Yu and wanted to attract Han Ying's attention, but now it seems that he himself is the ugly one. How could Han Hen accept this? You must know that he is a strong man in the realm of Great Master, and Long Yu is only a 5-star emperor. If he, a great master of the Shenmu demon clan, can't even compare to a 5-star emperor of the human race, that would be too frustrating, right? Of course, now that the matter has come to this, Han Hen can no longer verbally attack Long Yu, because he knows that doing so will only make others look down on him even more. Therefore, Han Hen could only bow his head to Long Yu and said with a fake smile, "I see, Brother Long is not bad, I was wrong before. I, Han Hen, am here to apologize to you. I hope that we can work together to complete the project. This escort mission." This Han Hen can understand the situation very well. Although his character is not very good, he is much smarter than the previous 3 princes of the Golden Dragon Demon clan. After all, he is already a strong man at the level of a great master and has experienced enough. There are many things, and you know how to survive and cultivate better. Long Yu didn't react much after hearing this, because he didn't want to give face to the other party. Han Hen had humiliated and ridiculed him so much before, it would be weird if he gave face to the other party. This performance almost made Han Hen angry to death, and he hated Long Yu even more in his heart. However, he did not dare to show it on the surface, because he could see that the impressions of Long Yu among the people around him had changed. It seemed that what happened when he was frozen and unconscious was very detrimental to him. Han Hen was in trouble, but he didn't argue with Long Yu. He just decided to perform better than Long Yu in his subsequent actions. However, he never thought that he, a powerful master, would now be reduced to comparing with a 5-star emperor. If word spread, it would really make people laugh. Everyone continued to move forward, but the atmosphere among everyone now was completely different from before. At the beginning, everyone regarded Long Yu and Han Ying as mere facilitators, thinking that they would not play a big role in this escort mission. But now, their impressions of Han Ying and Long Yu have completely changed, especially Long Yu's initiative to jump out and attract the 6-headed ice gods, which made these people admire Long Yu very much. What they admired was not only Long Yu's courage, but also the fact that Long Yu was able to directly lure out all the 6-headed ice gods. If it had been them at that time, they probably would not have been able to bring out all the hidden ice gods. Elicited. What's more, Long Yu actually survived the joint attack of the six-headed ice gods with the strength of a five-star emperor. Not only did he survive, he was not even harmed by Ding. This is undoubtedly a miracle. Dao Qing, Tianzong, Haishu, and others can't even believe that this kind of thing will happen in front of them. You must know that Long Yuka is just a five-star emperor. But the opponent is the great master of the six-headed ice god clan. With such a huge gap in cultivation between the two sides, it is really not easy for Long Yu to be able to plot against the opponent until death. There are indeed some things in this world that cannot be compensated by the martial arts realm. Even Brother Long, who is only a five-star emperor, is much stronger than us in some aspects. Tianzong, a middle-aged man with sword-browed eyes and star-like eyes, said with a smile. Yes, I recall that when I was still a five-star emperor, I had never competed against an opponent at the level of a great master. Brother Long actually lured out the six-headed master of the ice god clan by himself, and easily avoided the opponent's surprise attack. Whatever means are used, they are all very remarkable. Hai Shu, a woman with short aqua hair from the Sea Wing tribe, also admires Long Yu very much. Both of these two people are considered to be powerful men in the realm of great masters, and they both have such views on Long Yu. It can be seen that Long Yu's performance just now is indeed shocking. Not only Tianzong and Hai Shu, but also several other great masters admired Long Yu very much, including the great Firebird master who saved Han Hen, a young man from the Shenmu demon clan. If Brother Long can continue to have such amazing performance, we can complete it. This mission will definitely not be a problem, haha. Firebird's evaluation of Long Yu was even higher than that of others, which made Han Hen on the side become more and more unhappy. However, he did not dare to refute anything. After all, the first battle of the Ice God tribe's attack was indeed with Dragon. Yuli made a great contribution, but he made no contribution at all. If I insist on making any contribution, I can only take the lead in attracting the three-headed Ice God clan and letting everyone know about the existence of the Ice God clan. Everyone continued to move forward and soon penetrated into the tens of thousands of miles of the alien battlefield. Princess, Brother Long, please pay attention to the fluctuations of the Space Divine script at all times. If there is any abnormality, report it immediately. Dao Qing was very vigilant at this moment and told Long Yu and Hong Ying, because he knew very well that it was Long Yu and Hong Ying who were the first to react and prepare for the first wave of Ice God clan attacks. He didn't know how Long Yu and Hong Ying knew it, but he just needed to know that it was enough for Long Yu and Hong Ying to have such detection capabilities that were stronger than them. Dao Qing is the leader, but he does not need to be better than others in everything. The so-called leader only needs to be able to discover the strengths of each team member and then make good use of these strengths. Long Yu and Hong Ying have strong detection capabilities, so letting them serve as guards is the most appropriate choice. I just noticed a very hidden Space Divine fluctuation, but it is far away from our current position, 1,000,000 miles away. Long Yu said in a deep voice. Another piece of not-so-good news is that this kind of fluctuation in Space Divine writing appeared 8 times at the same time, in different directions from us, millions of miles away. If every time the fluctuation in Space Divine writing had 6 heads like before, as for the Ice God clan, I think we are in big trouble. Hong Ying's face also darkened. Just now, she used the secret martial arts technique of balance control to capture the fluctuations of the surrounding space gods almost at the same time as Long Yu. Although it was very secretive, with the secret martial arts technique of balance control, it was still clear to them. I feel it. The fluctuations in the Space Divine writings were very weak, but if the Ice God clan had not appeared, there would never have been such fluctuations in the divine writings in space. What's more, the 8 fluctuations in the divine writings in space were centered on their team and occurred in Baidu. 8 directions thousands of miles away. It can be seen that they are probably surrounded by the Ice God clan now, and the number of the other party is likely to far exceed the number of the great masters on their side. Be prepared for a large-scale battle. It is very likely that more than 40 ice gods will appear on the other side and attack from all directions. If this is the case, we must all join forces and strive to break through from one direction. Dao Qing said in a deep voice, and then everyone felt that there was a faint cold air that began to linger around all of them, suddenly lowering the temperature of the void around them. The Ice God clan has not yet appeared, but the powerful ice aura has already swept in front of everyone, making everyone look solemn and ready to take action at any time. Once any trace of the Ice God clan appears within their field of vision, they will take action brazenly. However, as the boundless cold air came, Long Yu and others became tense. However, there was no trace of the Ice God clan. The surrounding void was still void, a piece of nothingness. As Long Yu and others continued to fly forward, only the cold air became it was getting thicker and thicker, and the other party seemed to be searching for something. Is it because I took out the Ice God clan's holy object before? This should not be possible. After all, the Ice God clan's holy object appears for a very short time, so short that its breath can only be felt by practitioners who are close at hand, and the six-headed Ice God clan have all been wiped out. Logically, there could not have been any other ice gods around at that time, and I believe that no ice gods could resist the temptation of the ice gods' holy objects. Long Yu kept thinking about possible situations in his mind, and finally came to the conclusion that the newly emerged ice gods on the other side must be using the cold air to set up some kind of formation. If they continue to fly forward indifferently like this, when the cold air formation actually appears, it will be the time for them all to die. Before long you could guess this, Dao Qing, the temporary leader of the crowd, took the lead and shouted, "Those who can dispel magical powers or martial arts, use them all to dispel the cold air around us. Don't let this cold air stay in us in the nearby area." Tianzong, Haishu, you two join forces and use the secret method of Sunluo wings. Good. Both Tianzong and Haishu's expressions changed. They didn't expect Dao Qing to let them use Sunluo wings so quickly. The wings of Sunluo is a martial arts secret technique, but it is a secret martial arts technique that can only be practiced by some demon cultivator races in the giant wing galaxy. Under certain circumstances, the effect of using the wings of Sunluo is definitely quite good, such as now. After hearing Dao Qing's instructions, the two of them directly performed this move without any hesitation. They had both cultivated to the 6th level of powerful martial arts secrets. In an instant, a strange and terrifying aura emanated from them, and it condensed into a pair of huge black wings. Two people used a martial arts secret technique, and what came out was a pair of wings instead of two pairs. Long Yu's eyes suddenly lit up as he watched Tianzong and Haishu perform the secret martial arts technique, Sunluo wings. This secret martial arts technique seemed to be able to combine the powers of Tianzong and Haishu. It seemed to be very powerful. What a look. Brother Long, you don't know. The red warbler on the side giggled and found the pride of being a strong demon cultivator. The wings of Sunluo are a powerful martial arts secret method jointly mastered by many wing tribes in the giant wing galaxy. The biggest feature of this secret method is that it can interact with each other. Fusion. The so-called mutual fusion means that every two demon cultivators who practice this secret method can choose to merge with each other when using the secret method of Sunluo wings martial arts, and then they can form a more powerful Sunluo wings, which can even be used by 3 people. Fusion, fusion of 4 people, or even fusion of hundreds or thousands of people. The power of the fused Sunluo wings is very terrifying, especially on the battlefield. The fused Sunluo wings of thousands of Emperor-level Wing Clan members can even force back the strong men in the godlike realm. It can be seen that this move the power of the martial arts secret method. The only shortcoming of this martial arts secret method is that its basic power is still too weak. If it is not able to be integrated with each other, the power of this martial arts secret method is not as powerful as other ordinary martial arts secret methods. With Hong Ying's explanation, Long Yu finally figured out the secret of martial arts. The special thing about Senluo's wings was that it was a secret of martial arts that could be integrated. It was really magical. In the field, as Tianzong and Haishu fused their own Senluo wings, Dao Qing joined them and also activated the divine power in his body to display the secret martial arts secrets of Senluo wings. The three people's secret techniques of the Senluo wings completely merged together in the void, forming a pair of extremely huge dark Senluo wings. This pair of huge jet black Senluo wings, as soon as they appeared, they waved directly, instantly dispersing the boundless cold air around them, and then flew out in a distant direction, carrying an extremely fierce momentum, and instantly the void that runs through that entire direction. In just an instant, the pair of huge jet-black Senluo wings appeared 1,000,000 miles away, and the void in between was instantly filled with Senluo's aura. In the void along the way, 4 or 5 Ice God clan corpses appeared, and they were instantly killed by the fused Senluo wings of these three people, without any ability to resist. The power of this Senluo wing really surprised everyone. Only a few people, who had seen the giant wings of the galaxy joining forces with the Senluo wing, were not shocked now. There is such a secret martial arts method in the world. In this case, if many races in the giant wing galaxy joined forces, wouldn't they be invincible? Long Yu couldn't help but be surprised. Actually not. Hong Ying shook her head and said, although the Senluo wing is powerful, and theoretically the more people are fused, the stronger the power, but in fact, the further back, the more people are fused, the more powerful it will be. Limited. There is a huge difference between the power exerted by one person and the power exerted by 10 people jointly. But compared with 10 people and 100 people, the difference is only 2 or 3 times. If compared with 100 people and 1,000 people, the power difference is only doubled. When there are more than 1,000 people, even if the power of more people is integrated, the increase in power will not be obvious, and it is basically dispensable. So, this Senluo wing can basically unite thousands of people. Long Yu suddenly realized what he said and nodded. When there are more than 1,000 people, no matter how many people are combined, the difference will not be too big. Although the martial arts secret technique of Senluo wings is powerful, it cannot be infinitely improved. And as Tianzong, Haishu, and Dao Qing jointly displayed the powerful Senluo wings, they swept forward instantly, and several Ice God clan corpses appeared directly in the void. These Ice Gods are also powerful beings in the realm of great masters, but they were unable to withstand the sweep of Senluo's wings, and were cut into pieces. What follows closely is the offensive from others. Through this move of Senluo wings, everyone already knew that there were already many powerful Ice God clan people around them, and they were still trying to ambush them. The only thing they can do is to strike first and launch a fatal blow to their opponent while they are still preparing something. Including Han Hen, the handsome young man of the Shenmu Demon clan, all the great masters and Hong Ying. At this time, they all used powerful killing moves and swept directly towards the distance. All kinds of divine power gathered together, instantly spanning a distance of tens of miles, and impacted on the powerful Ice God clan hidden in the void. But it is a pity that compared with the Senluo wings of Tianzong, Haishu, and Dao Qing just now, the various methods used by everyone now have not been able to cause a big blow to the Ice God clan. After all, the Ice God clan is still quite far away now. At a distance of tens of thousands of miles, it is difficult for everyone's offensive to have any effect. What's more, the wings of Senluo just now have made the strong Ice God clan some vigilance. Although this wave of offensive by everyone did not have much lethality, it still blasted many Ice Gods out of hiding, and each appeared in the void. Snow-white 6-sided ice crystal creatures appeared in the void. In front of everyone. All of them are big masters. In this direction alone, more than 10 of them appeared. It can be seen that everyone is now surrounded by strong men of the Ice God clan. With so many strong men from the Ice God clan dispatching at the same time, it can be seen how determined the Ice God clan is to obtain this talisman of fierce fire. Everyone be careful, prepare to break out. Dao Qing's face darkened. When he saw that there were so many Ice God clan around him, at least 30 or 40, he knew that the Ice God clan had spent a lot of money today, and no matter what, they had to use this batch of fierce talisman. It was intercepted. Because on the frontal battlefield of the alien battlefield, the Monster Clan and the Ice God Clan are fighting fiercely, and there even seems to be some key competition for resources, all depending on the victory of this battle between the two sides. The ownership of this batch of fiery talismans basically determines the winner of this battle. Even so, the Ice God Clan, which sent a total of nearly 50 great masters to deal with us, seems to think too highly of us. Tianzong from the Tiani tribe said in a deep voice. Everyone knows that it is impossible for them to wipe out all the invading ice gods now, because there are too many of them. Even though the 3 of them just joined forces to wipe out 4 or 5 of them with the wings of Sun Luo, the Sun Luo wings are still there. The consumption of Luo's wings is really high. In a short period of time, it is impossible for them to display the powerful Sun Luo wings again. Therefore, it is basically impossible to completely eliminate the opponent. All they can do now is to escape from the opponent's siege and finally send the fire talisman to the front line. Now, the talisman of fierce fire is in Dao Qing's hands, so the most important thing for everyone is to protect Dao Qing and let him send the talisman of fierce fire out. Let's go. Everyone had the consciousness to break out of the encirclement, and almost immediately displayed powerful body and martial arts, and their speeds increased to the extreme in an instant. Although this speed could not last long, now they had to use all means to break out of the encirclement. The endless ice-cold energy and divine power gathered from all around again. Although 4 or 5 ice gods had been killed, the remaining ones could still easily kill Long Yu and everyone else. Dao Qing and others each used powerful methods. All kinds of innate magical powers were displayed at this moment, mainly defensive magical powers. They all wanted to shield the power of the ice gods. For example, the Firebird Lord directly condensed a blast of sky fire, forcing all the cold air away, instantly turning the surroundings into a world of fire. Han Hen, a handsome young man from the Shenmu demon clan, naturally did not care to look at Long Yu at this time. His body had turned into the body of a Shenmu demon cultivator. A huge tree suddenly grew, with countless emerald green branches and leaves spreading. It opened up to form layers of sacred tree barriers, temporarily isolating the endless ice from the outside. The 10 powerful masters each used tyrannical methods, and most of them had transformed into their true bodies. Only then could they block the cold air from outside the circle. In the center of the inner circle were Dao Qing, who was holding the talisman of fierce fire, and Han Ying and Lan Yu, 2 people who were not great masters, and were moving forward quickly with everyone. But looking at it like this, if there is no other rescue, none of them may be able to escape from here. I'm going to help too. Han Ying said to Lan Yu, and then took out a blood-colored scimitar. The blood-colored scimitar was flashing with lightning and fire. It turned out to be a powerful warrior with the dual attributes of thunder and fire. It was the endless weapon that had been obtained not long ago. A super-grade combat soldier, named Thunder Fire Blood Sword by her. As a pair of scarlet wings stretched out from her back, a terrifying and forbidding aura spread instantly, and at this moment it actually overshadowed many other powerful men at the great dominator level around her. Kill. Han Ying didn't hesitate and charged directly to the surroundings. The blood-red sword light burst out accompanied by thunder, lightning and flames, like a meteor, instantly shattering the void and slashing at the 2 Ice God clan masters closest to her. The power of the endless-level super-grade combat weapon when used in Han Ying's hands is far greater than Lan Yu's imagination. This is much more powerful than him activating the Dragon Blood Sacred Diagram and the Sky-breaking Sacred Spring. In an instant, the two great masters of the Ice God clan were instantly killed by the blood-colored sword light. The body in the form of six-sided ice crystal was directly cut into several sections, and was corroded by the power of lightning and fire. The blood spread and stained the cracked body. Several pieces of ice crystal body. Sharp. Hong Ying's display of this hand directly made the powerful masters around her look at her with admiration. She was truly worthy of being the princess of the Blood Demon clan, and now she finally showed her strong side. Although she has only reached the realm of masters, she can already kill two of the great masters of the Ice God clan with one move, which is something that is difficult for other powerful demon cultivators in the realm of masters to do. Not to mention killing both of them in an instant, it is difficult for others to even kill one, because those Ice God clan masters respond in pairs, and attacking one will provoke the joint defense of the other. It is difficult to kill them all at the same time. Kill, unless like the Red Warbler, defeat them with sheer force. But immediately afterwards, Hong Ying's move seemed to anger the other great masters of the Ice God clan. Under the gathering of dozens of great masters of the Ice God clan, the cold air around them continued to drop. The cold air gathered more and more, and gradually threatened to cover the entire place. The trend of the void being frozen. It's the Ice God clan's absolute ice formation. That's terrible. Most of the people saw what method the other party was using, and were immediately shocked. The absolute freezing magic circle was a very powerful magic circle within the Ice God clan. Once it was used, it wouldn't be a problem to defeat more with less, let alone said that the opponent's number now far exceeds theirs. It seems that they don't want to suffer too many losses when dealing with us. Mainly because of the first wave of 6 Ice God clan masters, a total of 13 Ice God clan masters have died in this operation. It seems that they couldn't hold it back any longer, and they used the absolute ice formation. Although it would cost them some cultivation, it would still be able to kill us all without making any more sacrifices. Dao Qing's face became even more gloomy. At this moment, they faced the 40-headed lord of the Ice God clan, and there was no possibility of escaping. Let alone them, even if the number doubled, they would not be able to escape. It is difficult to escape from such an encirclement. The Ice God clan's absolute ice formation came very quickly. Once the other party made up its mind, it would definitely not give Lan Yu and others too much time to think about it. From outside the encirclement, the cold air spreads rapidly. Wherever the ice power of the absolute freezing circle reaches, even the void is completely frozen, and everything in it is completely frozen. The first one to bear the brunt was the Fire Bird Lord, who used the flame attribute Divine Text. What the opponent hated the most was the flame attribute Divine Text. At this moment, the attack was first concentrated on the Fire Bird Lord. The absolute ice formation was the first to spread to in front of him. For the Ice God clan, the flame attribute divine words are the most disgusting to them, because ice and fire repel each other, and the fire attribute divine words will also restrain the Ice God clan to a certain extent. Therefore, the great Firebird Master became the first target of attack by these ice gods. The absolute ice formation instantly spread in front of the Firebird Master, completely engulfing his entire Firebird demonic body. The cold is pressing, and the ice wave is coming. It is absolutely impossible for the Firebird Lord to withstand the absolute ice formation formed by so many people on the other side with the power of one person. So seeing the great Firebird Master being attacked, the other 3 great Master Demon cultivators around him took action almost at the same time. For them, the top priority was of course to save the Firebird Master, or else wait for the Firebird Master to die. It's their turn. Now that they join forces, there is still a glimmer of hope to break through the absolute ice formation, but once the Firebird Master dies, their hope will be even slimmer. Take action, Violent Underworld Bell. one of the demon cultivator masters transformed into a black iron tiger, opened his mouth and spit out a violent bell. It turned out to be a powerful martial arts that combined the shadow attribute divine script and the mad war attribute divine script. Although it was not an endless level martial skill, it was already reaching the level of the best ancient level. It is the strongest method besides the endless level martial arts. The violent hell clock buzzed and erupted, and the auras of the mad war divine inscriptions and the shadow divine inscriptions spread out in all directions, dispelling half of the cold air around the body of the Firebird Lord in an instant. Of course, the Firebird Master himself would not sit still and wait for death. At the same time that the absolute ice formation was attacking, his whole body burst into flames. The endless flame divine power was like a volcanic eruption. From a pair of the Firebird Master's flames spurted out from the wings, completely dispelling the cold air surrounding the absolutely freezing magic circle. With the combined efforts of the two of them, they were able to withstand the first wave of attacks from the absolute ice formation formed by the other party, but this did not mean victory. Because the current wave of offensive is just the first wave of the absolute freezing array. Once the absolute freezing array is formed, its offensive will be endless and never-ending until everything within the range is completely destroyed. Freeze it. Thunder fire blood sword, explode. On the other side, Hongyin was also attacked by the absolute frozen array. However, with the help of the endless superclass warrior Thunder Fire Blood Sword in her hand and the bloody divine power she had comprehended, she was able to forcefully freeze the absolute frozen array. The attacks were repelled one after another. Others are in a similar situation. Tianzong from the Tianyi clan and Hai Shu from the Si Wing clan joined forces back to fight against the absolute ice array. However, as the absolute ice array became more and more powerful, one wave after another overtook them. The increasingly strong extreme ice currents were coming, making it increasingly difficult for them to hold on. Although the absolute ice formation had only launched about 5 waves of attacks, everyone, including Dao Qing, could hardly hold on. Only Long Yu stood in their protective circle and was not in any danger for the time being. But with his current level of martial arts and cultivation, he couldn't be of much help. The absolutely frozen magic circle is getting stronger with each wave. If this continues, we will definitely die. Hai Shu, a Sea Wing woman with short aqua hair, gritted her teeth, frowned, and roared. What she said was completely true, and everyone present also realized it. However, even if they realize this, they will not have any other way to solve this dilemma. The absolute freezing circle is originally one of the Ice God clan's killing moves. On the alien battlefield, this move cannot kill ice. How many opponents of the Ice God clan have been sealed, and the bones of countless people have been buried in the alien battlefield. What's more, the opponent's number is now more than 3 times greater than that of Long Yu and the others. From any aspect, there is no possibility for Long Yu and the others to survive. Who has any means? If you don't use it now, you will never have the chance to use it in the future. Dao Qing was calm and roared out. After all, they are all strong men in the realm of great masters. Everyone will have several ways to suppress the bottom of the box. There is no need to use it now. Most of them are waiting for others to use it first, so they try to keep it for themselves. However, Dao Qing's roar also made everyone around him realize this. Even if there is any trump card that will be exposed after being used, it is still possible to fight. If you don't fight now, you will never have a chance in the future. All of them will be buried in the absolute ice formation condensed by these great masters of the Ice God clan. For a moment, everyone's aura surged, including Hongyin, who no longer dared to hide their secrets at this time. The first thing that caught Long Yu's eyes was the as many as 4 divine items of Taichu. The light aura of the 4 divine items of Taichu instantly enveloped the entire audience. The great master of Firebird first took out a divine item from the beginning, which was a golden sun. As soon as it appeared, it shone in the void and completely dispelled the extreme ice and cold currents around it. Immediately afterwards, with the golden sun as the center, the Firebird Lord spread out his wings and condensed dozens of golden fireballs. Each of these golden fireballs was accompanied by extremely terrifying destructive power, which was different from his original performance. Compared with the strength that came out, it is at least 10 times greater. Each golden fireball flies out and then explodes in one part of the absolute ice formation. It can blow up a huge gap in that part of the absolute ice formation, and golden flames continue to shoot towards it. It spreads around, eating away at more components of the absolute ice formation. Sharp. Long Yu watched this scene in the center of the crowd, and was immediately frightened by its power. Even though he was still some distance away from the Firebird Master, through balanced control, he still felt the terrifying power that the other party burst out at this moment. Not to mention anything else, in terms of destructive power alone, each golden fireball is at least 1,000 times more powerful than Long Yu's current imperial power of 9 nether dragon breath. This is the true strength of the Great Overlord, the tyrannical overlord. They rarely display such a trump card until they are in a life and death crisis. But now, if they don't display their trump card, they may all die here. Moreover, the Firebird Master and others also know very well that even if they use their trump card now, can they really break through the absolute ice formation formed by the 40-odd ice gods of the other party? Not necessarily. And the possibility of breaking it open is very small. It is precisely because of this that everyone else immediately took advantage of this moment to display their own trump cards. If they wanted to fight, they would fight together. If they didn't fight now, they would all be killed by the absolute frozen array in a while. Now, if we work together to use our trump card, we can delay the time when the absolute ice formation engulfs everyone. Moreover, if we attack together, we are most likely to break through this formation. Although there is little hope, they all want to try. In addition to the Great Lord of Firebird, there were 3 other people in the field who also sacrificed the Taichu divine grade, including Dao Qing, Tianzong, and Hai Shu. The combat prowess of the 3 powerful masters who came from the giant wing galaxy is definitely at the forefront among everyone. This can be seen from the fact that all 3 of them used the divine art of Taichu. The burly and strong man, Dao Qing, took out an Taichu green sword, which turned into a green flying wind-winged bird. He let the Taichu green sword surround his monster body, and soon a terrifying wind and tornado formed. This tornado is filled with endless blast blades. Each blast blade can cut a powerful body like Long Yu into pieces in an instant. You must know that although Long Yu is only at the level of a 5-star emperor now, his physical strength has definitely reached the level of a lower-level master or even a mid-level master. Dao Qing was able to instantly kill trillions of beings like Long Yu with just this one move, which shows how terrifying the power of this move he used with his Taichu divine item was. As expected, it is indeed a divine product from the beginning. Long Yu thought in his heart, and he had another deep impression of the strong man in the realm of the great master. He didn't feel that there was such an insurmountable gap between the great master and him before, but now, he knew that there was a huge gap between him and him. There is still a big gap in dominance. If he were to fight against the great master, even if he used his half-baked 4-phase killing ancient god-forbidden technique, he would not be able to harm the opponent even a hair. However, the opponent only needed one move to defeat Long Yu. The body is reduced to ashes. Of course, the only thing Long Yu can do in front of the great masters is the Book of Shadows in the form of nothingness. When it turns into nothingness, no attack can affect Long Yu unless the opponent first turns the shadow into nothingness. The void space formed by the book was shattered. The void space created by the Book of Shadows is 10 times stronger than Long Yu's physical body. If you want to destroy this void space in an instant, you can only use a wind blade like Taichu Qingdao now. The tornado can be done, and ordinary master methods cannot break the void space of Lan Yu with one move. This is why Lan Yu was able to survive the attack of the six-headed Ice God clan master before. The Sword Seal of Taichu. On the other side, Tianzong, a middle-aged man with sword eyebrows and starry eyes from the Tiani tribe, raised his hand and summoned an Taichu sword seal. It was also a Taichu divine item, and he had awakened it to many levels, much higher than before. The third prince of the Golden Dragon Demon clan that Lan Yu dealt with was much more powerful. The Taichu sword seal appeared, and countless sword energy appeared from the side of Tianzong, the winged swordsman, and instantly rolled towards the surrounding absolutely frozen magic circle, completely dispersing the nearby extreme ice-cold current. The ring of dividing the sea at the beginning. Hai Shu, a woman from the Sea Wing tribe on the other side, took out a Taichu sea dividing ring, which was also her innate Taichu divine item. As soon as it appeared, it condensed into a surging wave, completely freezing the surrounding area. The ice divine inscriptions of the magic circle were swept away. The great master of the Firebird, Dao Qing, Tianzong and Hai Shu each took out the supreme beginning divine item, and with the help of the supreme beginning divine item, they unleashed unprecedented terrifying power. Various methods for awakening the supreme beginning divine item were used in turn, killing 40 heads. The absolute ice formation formed by the great masters of the Ice God clan has opened several large holes. However, compared to the absolute ice formation formed by the opponent, the holes they have broken now only occupy less than 1/10 of the area. The power of the absolute ice formation in more areas is already moving towards them. As all of them come closer, I am afraid that after a while, they will all be submerged. Such a powerful explosion of 4 Taichu divine artifacts failed to break the opponent's absolute ice array. This absolute ice array is indeed one of the powerful arrays of the Ice God clan, and it is invincible on the alien battlefield, not without reason. Han Hen, a handsome young man from the Shenmu Demon clan, was clenching his teeth at this moment. In this situation, his strength could not help at all, because he did not possess the Taichu divine grade like Dao Qing and the others. He is just an ordinary Great Lord Demon cultivator, otherwise he would not have been attacked and frozen by the three-headed Ice God clan at the beginning, and had the Fire Bird Lord rescue him. Han Hen knew that there was nothing he could do now, and could only watch others perform. However, he still tried his best to exert the power of the sacred tree and divine inscriptions. The lush greenery continued to spread and spread, resisting the absolute freezing magic circle and moving in his direction. Spread. Although his resistance effect was minimal, he was still able to slow down the expansion of the absolute frozen array slightly and buy time for others to perform. It seems there is really no other way. There were 2 other big masters in the field, and their faces darkened at this time. They originally wanted to hide their secrets, but now it seems that they will only die if they continue to hide their secrets. By then, hiding their secrets, well, what's the point of holding on to your trump card? So the next moment, these 2 people each used their own methods. One of them turned out to be a black dragon demon cultivator, instantly transformed into his true form, and the power of the Black Thunder divine text rolled out and exploded in the direction of the absolute ice formation. Black Thunder is the divine power, he comprehended. It is an extremely rare dual attribute divine power. It is a combination of shadow attributes and light attributes, which is enough to explode several times the power of ordinary divine words. Thunder is a divine text with a light attribute, and the black part of the divine text is a shadow attribute. When the 2 are combined, although it is still only an origin-level divine text, its power is only 2 or 3 times lower than that of a revelation-level divine text. Just times. It can be seen that this Black Thunder divine text is the trump card of this Black Dragon Demon cultivator. It is used instantly and takes effect instantly. The terrifying and destructive power suddenly spreads to the whole place. The Black Thunder covers the entire absolute ice formation, and even the absolute ice formation has been weakened by 30%. In this way, although he cannot completely eliminate the absolute freezing circle, he can create better conditions for others to break through the absolute freezing circle. The Divine Formation, Tiansha. Another demon cultivator in the realm of the Great Master turned into a purple demon wolf. He sprayed out countless purple lightnings from his mouth and unleashed a powerful first-level divine formation, Tiansha. Divine writings, divine chains, and divine formations are all more powerful with each level, not to mention the first-grade divine formation displayed by this person. Long Yu's third-level divine formation, Jiuyuan, allows him to fight across levels and challenge ordinary opponents who are 2 or 3 levels higher than him, not to mention the first-level divine formation that this person has displayed. Not everyone can comprehend the first-grade divine formation, Tiansha, and not everyone has the opportunity to comprehend it. If this person can cultivate it, he also has a great opportunity. The cultivation methods of the first-grade divine formation are said to contain heavenly secrets. Even if one person learns it, he cannot teach it to others, because the first-grade divine formation seems to contain a trace of the power of the gods. For many powerful masters, the first-level divine formation is one of the ways that allows them to enter the godlike realm. If you want to achieve the godlike realm, many conditions are indispensable, and understanding a move the first-rank divine formation is one of them, which can at least allow practitioners to perceive some power from the gods. This purple demon wolf demon cultivator understood this move of the divine formation, Tiansha. As a first-grade divine formation, in conjunction with the martial arts realm of its great master, countless purple thunders spewed out from his mouth, and its destructive power was simply astonishing. Trembling from the bottom of my heart. Any ray of purple lightning that touches the power of the absolute ice formation, which was weakened by 30% before, can directly destroy all the extremely cold ice energy without leaving any traces. As the purple lightning continues to move towards the surroundings, the fluctuations spread, and the entire absolute frozen array is in danger of collapse. Well done. It's working, amazing. Tianzong, Haishu, and others were suddenly pleasantly surprised. They did not expect that there was such a powerful person lurking in their team, who could comprehend the first-level divine formation. This purple serious demon cultivator was stronger than anyone present. Don't be too happy too early. Dao Qing's face was solemn. The opponent's Ice God clan sent 30 or 40 powerful masters. They formed the absolute ice formation just to destroy us as quickly as possible. If this trick fails, there will definitely be someone else. Other methods, even if these 40 Ice God clan masters swarm forward, we will definitely not be able to resist it. At most, we can eliminate a few of them, but our escort mission will ultimately fail. Dao Qing's words directly caused everyone's mood to get better and fall to the bottom again. Speaking of which, it is indeed the case. Even if the absolute frozen realm is broken, they may not be able to escape from the encirclement of so many powerful masters. All in all, the chances of winning are still too slim. Especially, when the next scene appeared, everyone seemed to have been hit in the head. I saw that when the purple wolf demon cultivator took action and attacked with the terrifying purple lightning of the first-grade god formation Tiansha, and was about to break the absolute ice sealing magic circle, suddenly a big master ice god jumped out from the opponent's camp. This great master of the Ice God clan is different from the other Ice God clan. The other Ice God clan all have 6-edged ice crystal bodies, but this Ice God clan's body only has 5 edges left, and there are still traces of the original 6th edge. It was a sword wound that would never heal. However, although this Ice God clan lacked an edge, its aura suddenly surpassed that of other Ice God clan great masters. When the purple serious demon cultivator took action, this Ice God clan great master also jumped out, the endless cold air condensed into an ice crescent in midair. The appearance of this ice crescent moon immediately turned the surrounding void into an ice purgatory. The terrifying ice aura pulled all the demon cultivators and dragon masters in the room into a terrifying extremely cold illusion. Even though Long Yu has cultivated the world-purifying body to the 6th level, he is completely unable to resist the pull of the opponent's illusion at this moment, because the opponent's strength is too strong. In addition to the existence of the godlike realm, I am afraid there is no way. No one can deal with the Ice God clan's great master, who only has 5 edges and corners left. The extremely cold illusion came in an instant, including the purple wolf demon cultivator. He was also trapped in it for a while. He didn't know how long it would take to wake up. Even if it was just a moment, it would be enough for the other party to use enough means to kill him. Killed. There are countless strong men on the battlefield of foreign races. Even though the purple wolf demon cultivator has comprehended the 1st level divine formation, Tian Sha, there are still terrifying and strong men of this level among the foreign race of the Ice God clan. As soon as the 5-sided ice crystal Ice God clan's great master appeared, the situation in the entire field was reversed again, and it was reversed instantly. A crescent moon of ice directly turned the void into an extremely cold illusion, and everyone fell into it. The outcome of the battle seemed to be decided at this moment. Facing the opponent's 5-sided ice crystal, the powerful master of the Ice God clan, the dozen or so people here had almost no power to resist, and were about to be completely frozen by the opponent's ice divine inscriptions that followed closely. But the more critical the situation, the more potential the cultivator can be stimulated. This sentence has been true since ancient times. Just when the extreme cold fantasy came and pulled everyone in, the aura on Hong Ying's body was instantly forced to surge, and there was a sign that it was about to break through. Originally, Hong Ying was already a powerful demon cultivator in the realm of upper dominators, and was only one step away from the realm of great dominators. Now that she has experienced so many battles of life and death, and faced so many things with Long Yu, she has no idea about the great dominator. A level of understanding finally allowed her to overcome that bottleneck. The momentum skyrocketed, and the level of martial arts improved. The gap between the upper master and the great master was not even a little bit. Blood Realm Illusion World, fight. At this time, although the innate magical power of the Blood Realm Illusion World in the small world was damaged and had not yet recovered, Hong Ying resolutely used this move. The Blood Realm Illusion World was a powerful innate magical power used by Hong Ying to trap opponents into the illusion, but few people knew its greatest effect. The Blood Illusion World is itself an illusion, but its greatest effect is to break the illusion and use illusions to deal with illusions. This is the strongest effect of the Blood Illusion World. At this moment, the 5-sided Ice Crystal Master Ice God clan cast a powerful illusion, summoned the Ice Crescent Moon, and pulled everyone into the extremely cold illusion. However, Hong Ying was forced by the other party to finally step into the realm of the Master, and as soon as he broke through, he displayed the Blood Realm Illusion Realm. The two moves of fantasy magical powers clashed, and a burst of terrifying spiritual power instantly broke out, and the waves swept away in all directions. Long Yu, Dao Qing and others, when Hong Ying and the Ice God clan strongman were fighting, finally escaped from the extremely cold illusion, but they were already covered in cold sweat, and they were all terrified. The conflict between the extreme cold fantasy realm and the blood realm fantasy realm broke out, causing Long Yu and others to break free from the extreme cold fantasy realm. Only then did they realize that it was Hong Ying who broke through at this time and helped them out. If it weren't for Hong Ying, I'm afraid that once the opponent's powerful Ice God clan master takes action, everyone will be trapped in the extremely cold illusion. Even if it's just a breath of trance, the absolute ice formation can be gathered again. Catch them all in one go. Finally a breakthrough, great. Long Yu watched Hong Ying break through, and the aura on his body rose from the upper master to the realm of the great master, and his basic strength suddenly became at least 5 times stronger than before. This is a qualitative breakthrough. As for the specific internal changes after Hong Ying's breakthrough, Long Yu didn't know. After all, he was just a 5-star emperor now, not even a master. His own little world hadn't even been born yet. As for the big master, he didn't know. It's even less possible to know. Some things are difficult to understand until you reach that level. Even if others tell you, it is difficult for you to fully understand them. Therefore, generally speaking, practitioners with relatively low martial arts realm will not deliberately to understand what changes will happen in a realm that is too high. Now Long Yu only needs to know that once he breaks through to the lower level master, he will be able to condense his own small world. It is enough to have the power of the world that he has understood. Higher level things are useless now. Fortunately, I brought her with me this time. She is indeed a princess of the Blood Demon clan. She is amazing. Dao Qing was extremely frightened after breaking free from the extremely cold illusion, even if he was trapped in it for only a moment, because he knew that if Han Ying was a little late, everyone present would be completely ruined. After all, the opponent was a total of 4 people. If the 10-headed ice god tribe masters fell into an extremely cold illusion and lost the ability to resist, it would only take an instant for the opponent to wipe them out. At this time, Han Hen, a handsome young man from the Shenmu demon clan, was so frightened that tears and snot flowed from his eyes. Originally, he really didn't think much of Han Ying, but now he realized that he had really made a mistake. This Blood, the demon princess, really saved them all. And next, what kind of terrifying combat power can Han Ying, who has truly broken through to the realm of Great Master, possess? Can you suppress the opponent's 40-headed ice god tribe masters? This is a question, but everyone has such an expectation in their hearts. As long as the only real strong person in the opponent's camp is the ice god clan strongman with a 5-sided ice crystal, then Han Ying can suppress the opponent's total of 40 giants. It's still possible. You must know that when Han Ying was just a master, she was able to compete with the strong masters at the level of the big master, and even defeated her opponents. But now that she has broken through to the realm of the big master, ordinary big masters cannot be her opponent at all. Except for the powerful ice god beast with a 5-sided ice crystal layer, no matter how many other ordinary ice god clan masters come, they are just food for the current Han Ying. Whether we can fight against the ice god tribe's strong men in the 3rd stage of the Great Domination realm depends on the cooperation of the few of us. The leader of the team, Dao Qing, said in a deep voice, "Among us, I, Firebird, Tianzong, Haishu, Black Dragon, and Purple Wolf are all 2nd-level masters, plus the fighting power of the Blood Demon Princess. It's definitely comparable to the 2nd-level master, and even a bit better. It's not impossible for us to deal with that powerful ice god clan person. I'm just afraid that there are other strong people lurking in the opponent's camp." Han Ying also said in a deep voice at this time, with an extremely solemn expression. After hearing the words of the 2 people, Long Yu started to think about it. The 3rd-level Great Master and the 2nd-level Great Master sounded like they were in the same realm of Great Masters. There was also a gap in cultivation. The 3rd-level Great Master was obviously better than the 2nd-level Master. The Great Overlord is stronger, but as for how much stronger it is, and how many stages the Great Overlord's realm is divided into, Long Yu cannot ask now. In such a tense situation, Long Yu was also constantly thinking about whether he had any way to solve the deadlock. The direction he was thinking about was of course the direction of the Book of Shadows. Turning into nothingness is the only possible way for him to rely on in front of the powerful master. The other dragon skeleton ancient towers, even the best endless level warriors, which have been completely repaired, are of no use at all. After all, the cultivation levels of both parties the gap is really too big. Even if he takes out the ancient dragon skeleton tower, the opponent can still kill Long Yu in one confrontation. The only thing that may be useful is the Book of Shadows. Fortunately, everyone's situation is pretty good now, at least they are not facing a fatal crisis. With the tyrannical strength of Han Ying, who has broken through to the realm of the Great Master, he finally blocked the offensive of the powerful ice god tribe in the form of 5-sided ice crystals. Down. Okay, the Blood Demon Clan Princess's strength surprised us. The situation has stabilized for the time being. One of the great master demon cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. Overall, it's not optimistic. Let's see how the Ice God Clan's great masters react next. Dao Qing said in a deep voice, carefully observing the movements of the 40 Ice God tribe masters around him. Just after he finished speaking, 2 other tyrannical beings immediately appeared from the group of 40 Ice God tribe masters. There was an ice crystal horn hanging on one of the ice crystal corners of the Ice God clan leader in front, which looked like a bull horn. From the ice crystal horn, a burst of chilling air suddenly burst out. The great master of the long-horned Ice God clan takes action, and the target is obviously Han Ying, who has just broken through to the realm of the great master. The powerful master of the Ice God clan who stood out on the other side seemed to have no characteristics on the surface, but his body was extremely huge, almost 1.5 times the size of other Ice God clan. The giant lord of the Ice God clan appeared, and the cold air swept into the field again, covering the entire void in a fierce cold current. Together with the previous great master of the 5-sided Ice God clan, 3 super powerful men from the Ice God clan joined forces. Through the aura they exuded, they turned out to be powerful beings in the realm of 3-headed and 3-stage great masters. Too bad, such a strong man from the Ice God clan actually has 3 heads. The expressions of Dao Qing, Tianzong, Hai Shu, and others suddenly changed. No one expected that the 3-headed ice gods were all at the martial arts level of the 3rd level master. This undoubtedly showed that today the difficulty of escaping from so many ice gods has increased more than 10 times again. Long Yu's expression also changed, but he had more confidence in Han Ying than others, because he knew that Han Ying had now entered the realm of a great master, and his combat power was definitely much higher than that of an ordinary great master. Moreover, Han Ying must have a stronger trump card that has not yet been used. The most likely one is the Taichu Divine Grade. Now the relationship between Long Yu and Han Ying is extraordinary. Of course, Han Ying knows that Han Ying has the Taichu Divine Grade, but I have never seen her use the Supreme Beginning Divine Product, so I don't know what the Supreme Beginning Divine Product is. Now if the situation is really that bad, I believe that Han Ying will definitely display all the Taichu Divine items. By then, the Ice God clan with 3 heads and 3 levels of great dominance will seem to be nothing. However, Long Yu did not relax, because judging from the series of fierce battles just now, the Ice God clan was extremely well prepared for dispatching this time, and there was absolutely no chance for them to escape from here and send the Fire Talisman to the front line. Sex. So, even if Han Ying possesses the Taichu Divine Grade, what about the other party? The divine art of Taichu is not only exclusive to the demon and human races. The power of the 5 elements of Taichu is the most basic power between the heaven, earth, and universe. The divine art of Taichu that is born from this will appear in any corner of the universe. As for the human race and monster race, there are a total of 13 people including Long Yu, and 6 or 7 of them have already taken out the Taichu divine artifact. So on the Ice God race side, there are a total of 40 great masters, and among them there are how many people will have the divine grade of Taichu. Just as Long Yu had expected, Han Ying would face 3 strong men from the Ice God tribe at the 3rd level of Grand Master at the same time. It would have been absolutely impossible if she did not rely on the Taichu divine grade. The great master of the long-horned Ice God clan roared, and the power of the extreme cold divine text came in an instant, like a burst of frozen sword energy, slashing towards the void where the red warbler was. The ice divine text actually completely froze the entire void, among which, except for the ice divine text, all other powers and materials were completely annihilated in this moment. The giant Ice God clan's great lord grew in stature, and his entire body turned into the size of a small mountain. He forcefully suppressed Han Ying, who was frozen by the long-horned Ice God clan's great lord. He wanted to use his physical body to defeat Han Ying. Crush it to pieces. 6 Wings of Demon Blood. The void around Hong Ying was frozen by the great lord of the Horned Ice God clan, but she did not sit still and wait for death. The next moment, 8 wings stretched out from behind her. 2 of the blood-colored wings are a pair of wings that comes with her as a member of the Blood Demon clan, and the other 3 pairs of wings, totaling 6 wings, are the Taichu divine grade that she was born with. The 6 wings of demon blood brought with it a strong killing aura as soon as they appeared, spreading towards the surroundings. In an instant, they condensed 3 waves of blood. The bloody divine words were like the rolling waves of the giant sea, sweeping away the great master of the long-horned ice god clan. The freezing method was completely broken. The giant ice god clan master who was crushed above his head was blocked by a frightening bloodlight barrier condensed by the 6 wings of demon blood. His huge figure stopped directly several feet away from Hong Ying's head, and could no longer drop even half a point. This princess of the blood demon tribe is so powerful. She has just stepped into the realm of the Great Overlord, and is only one stage of the Great Overlord. However, using all her strength, she can actually fight against the powerful Ice God tribe who has 3 heads and 3 levels of the Great Overlord. Everyone present was shocked when they saw this scene. Even if it was because they finally used the supreme beginning divine art, the ability to fight at such a level was definitely not something ordinary people could possess, even if they had the absolute beginning divine art. I'm afraid she has already awakened to a very high level with her absolute beginning divine grade. Everyone in the field, including the ice gods on the other side, were all guessing at what level Hong Ying had awakened her Taichu divine grade. Including Long Yu didn't know exactly what level Hong Ying could achieve. He had heard before that the awakening of the Taichu divine grade can reach up to 12 levels. As long as the 5th level of awakening is reached, the power of the Taichu divine grade can reach the point where the endless supergrade explodes. And Hong Ying also possesses an endless level supergrade combat weapon, that is, the Thunder Fire Blood Knife. However, what she actually uses in battle is the Taichu divine item, the 6 Wings of Demon Blood, instead of the endless level supergrade combat weapon Thunder Fire Blood Knife. Therefore, for Hong Ying, the 6 Wings of Demon Blood must be more powerful than the Thunder Fire Blood Sword, otherwise it would not have sacrificed this divine item of Taichu at the last moment. Hong Ying must have awakened her Taichu divine grade to the 5th level or above. As for the specific level, I don't know. I hope she can withstand the joint offensive of the 3-headed Ice God clan's 3-stage master. Everyone is praying in their hearts. The bloody murderous aura of the 6 Wings of Demon Blood instantly flew away the long-horned Ice God clan master. Even though Hong Ying only had the cultivation level of 1 stage of the Great Master, she still relied on the Taichu divine art to reach the level of 3 stages of the Great Master. The long-horned Ice Gods fought back. But then, the long-horned Ice God clan master finally became angry. This Ice God clan strongman had just casually tried to suppress Hong Ying, but he did not expect that Hong Ying would defeat the attack. So it became angry at this time, and the extremely cold divine power in its body exploded instantly. The long ice crystal horn on its ice crystal edge instantly erupted into a terrifying wave of ice. It penetrated the infinite void in one moment, and the next moment it was on the red warbler's body. Freeze next to it. The divine grade of the absolute beginning. Everyone present, including Long Yu, Dao Qing and others, were all surprised at this time. Sure enough, even though they had many divine items from the beginning, there must still be some powerful ones among the 40 great masters of the Ice God clan. More divine products from Taichu. Just by displaying the terrifying power of the long-horned Ice God clan master, it completely suppressed Hong Ying's momentum on the surface. Without any suspense, the 6 Wings of Demon Blood behind Hong Ying were instantly frozen. This long-horned Ice God tribe's great master's primordial divine product is the ice crystal horns on the corners of its ice crystals, and it has definitely awakened it to the 5th level or above. In terms of power, it suppressed Hong Ying at this time. Demon Blood 6 Wings. On the other side, when Hong Ying's Demon Blood 6 Wings were frozen, the giant ice god clan master that was originally blocked by the blood-colored barrier instantly lost its hindrance and continued to crush the ice-sealed Hong Ying directly. Careful! Dao Qing and others couldn't help but exclaimed. This situation was really critical. Unexpectedly, Hong Ying, who originally had a slight advantage, suddenly couldn't hold on just because the opponent burst out with the power of Taichu Divine Grade. But Long Yu was the only one standing there, not worried about anything, because he was sure that Hong Ying still had the strength to fight again, and there was no need to worry about Hong Ying. Sure enough, as Long Yu expected, when the giant ice god clan master crushed her down, the 6 wings of demon blood behind Hong Ying instantly bloomed with a burst of blood-red light. When the burst of light appeared, the breath of bloody killing swept all around. The surrounding ice was instantly lifted. The 6 wings of demon blood, the divine product of Tai Chu, the 6th level of awakening explodes. The blood light instantly filled the entire void, and at this moment it turned into an extremely sharp sword light, taking advantage of the situation and slashing upward towards the giant ice god clan master. This scene was completely unexpected by the giant ice god clan master. Originally, it thought that the red warbler had been frozen by its companions, and it could easily completely crush the red warbler. But it didn't expect that the red warbler had taken the initiative and deliberately been frozen in the ice just now in order to attract him, and it was attracted when it was least vigilant. The blood bloomed and the sword light surged. The entire body of the giant ice god clan master was shrouded in the blood-colored sword light. The scarlet color stained its whole body, with murderous intent. At this moment of decisive murderous intention, the giant ice god clan master reacted extremely quickly, and an ice talisman appeared directly from behind it. It turned out to be its Taichu divine product. When this ice talisman appeared, the power of the ice divine words swept out and condensed into waves of extremely cold storms, confronting the offensive of Hong Ying's 6-winged Taichu divine grade of demonic blood. However, this giant ice god clan master still underestimated Hong Ying after all. The level of awakening of Hong Ying's absolute beginning divine art, demonic blood 6 wings at this moment is not only at the 6th level. Deep in the layers of blood-colored sword light, there is an invisible line of blood hidden. This line of blood is the real killing move hidden in the dark. With the flickering of blood, it suddenly invades the giant ice god clan. The master's divine item from the beginning is among the ice talisman tablets. The next moment, the terrifying power contained in the bloodline completely exploded, and the endless killing and destructive power eroded into the giant body of the giant ice god clan master, destroying the surface of his body with cracks one after another. One move severely damaged, and this was what Hong Ying had displayed. The terrifying method belonging to the 7th level of awakening of her 6-winged demon blood of the Taichu divine grade. It was hidden in the blood-colored blooming sword light of the 6th level of awakening, making it difficult for people to guard against it. In an instant, the extremely vigilant giant of the Ice God clan was struck by the attack. At this time, he was also hit instantly. All the gaps in his ice body were cracked, and gurgling ice-cold liquid flowed out from it. These icy liquids carry part of the power of this giant Ice God clan master, which is similar to the blood in the bodies of humans and monsters. For the Ice God clan, these icy cold liquids are necessary to maintain their lives. If they are lost, too much, and you will undoubtedly die. With one move, he was severely injured and his reputation was greatly boosted, making Dao Qing and others look happy on their faces. But at the next moment, the great master of the Ice God clan, who was in the form of 5-sided ice crystal, suddenly took action at this time. A round ice crescent moon fell from the sky, just like the round ice crescent moon that had pulled everyone into the extremely cold Fantasyland before. Likewise, an unparalleled Arctic aura erupted and eroded into the Red Warbler's body. Hong Ying was about to kill the giant Ice God clan master in one go, but the opponent was outnumbered. Just as she was about to take action, she was attacked by the Ice God Clan Master in the form of five-sided ice crystals. Her whole body was shrouded in ice divine inscriptions. I almost fell into an illusion. Explode, break. The red warbler screamed, and the 4 pairs of blood-colored wings and 6 demon blood wings behind her, a total of 4 pairs of wings, suddenly stretched to the maximum extent. The 2 blood-colored wings turned into 2 bloodlines, and they continued to cut around with infinite sharpness. And your primordial divine product, the 6 wings of demonic blood, turned into 6 blood-colored whips at this moment, with bloody shadows, and it was difficult to detect their existence with the naked eye and spiritual perception, because the speed of these 6 blood-colored whips was so real it's too fast. 6 wings of demon blood, 8th level, explosive kill. Hong Ying's eyes were red. She had to fight hard at this time. She didn't want to die here just after stepping into the realm of the Great Master. No matter what, she had to ensure that she and Long Yu could survive. As she completely unleashed her now awakened Taichu divine art, the power of the 6 wings of demonic blood surged out, and 6 blood-colored long whips whose shapes were hard to discern suddenly entangled around the giant Ice God Clan Master who had already appeared scars. Body, and then 6 bloody long whips exerted force at the same time, cutting the huge body of the giant Ice God Clan into countless ice fragments. Under the bloodlight, the body of the giant Ice God Clan Master exploded into pieces, and the ice crystals were the same color as the bloodlight, becoming the last swan song of the giant Ice God Clan Master. A super strong man who had reached the 3rd stage of the Great Domination Realm, and was also the great overlord of the Ice God Clan who possessed the Taichu Divine Artifact and the Ice Talisman Monument, was unexpectedly killed by Hong Ying in a battle. However, at this moment, Hong Ying had to withstand the attack of the 5-sided Ice Crystal Ice God Clan Lord before she could kill this giant Ice God Clan Lord. However, Hong Ying's whole body had been covered by the cold current, causing the 4 pairs of wings behind her to freeze, becoming gradually frozen. Although she exploded with the 8th level awakened Taichu divine product and killed the giant Ice God Clan Master, she was succeeded by the opponent and was tightly sealed in layers of cold current by the opponent. Is the 8th level of awakening already her limit? Dao Qing, Tianzong, Hai Shu, and others all felt a little thump in their hearts. Their expectations for Hong Ying couldn't be any higher. Because of the awakening of the Taichu divine grade, they knew that it would be difficult. The horror of the 8th level awakening had already been witnessed, allowing Hong Ying to cross 2 realms and leapfrog to kill a strong Ice God Clan Master of the 3rd level. However, it is very rare to achieve the 8th level awakening of Taichu divine products. It is simply impossible to reach the 9th level awakening at Hong Ying's current age. Dao Qing, the eldest and burly man, has only awakened his Taichu divine grade to the 6th level. It is already far away to reach the 8th level, let alone the 9th level. Therefore, no one expected that Hong Ying would be able to awaken to the 9th level. Although her absolute beginning divine art, the 6 wings of demon blood, was powerful, after all, she had just stepped into the realm of a great master and achieved a great mastership, and the gap between the opponent's Ice God Clan powerhouses is quite large. It is already very difficult to kill one of them with the high-level awakened Taichu divine art. It is unrealistic to expect anything else. It was at this time that Long Yu knew he had to do something. Captain, take out the mission items. There is no way to pay attention to the escort mission now. We must save ourselves, and the only way is the fire talismans we escorted. Long Yu came directly to Dao Qing's side and said solemnly to Dao Qing and others. As soon as Long Yu said these words, the expressions of other people in the field suddenly changed. Use the item they escorted this time, the talisman of fierce fire? If you think about it carefully, this is indeed the last resort. The talisman of fierce fire naturally has a strong restraint effect on the Ice God clan. It is equivalent to a fire attribute warrior. Anyone can use it, but it is consistent with the flame attribute divine text. The higher the level of cultivators, the more they can exert the power of the fierce talisman. If the Fire Bird Master uses the Fire Talisman, his threat to the Ice God clan will definitely be much greater than the current Red Warbler. In addition, there are so many powerful masters in the field. If they all use the Fire Talisman, the overall strength of everyone will definitely increase by a big level. To put it simply, if they use the Talisman of Fierce Fire, it is really possible for them to fight against the 40-headed Ice God Tribe Master. As long as the opponent's team doesn't have too many strong men like the Great Lord of the Horned Ice Gods and the Great Lord of the Five-Sided Ice Crystal, there won't be any problem. But the problem is, I also want us to use the Talisman of Fierce Fire. After all, our lives are at stake now. If we all die, the Talisman of Fierce Fire will fall into the hands of the Ice God clan anyway. It would be better to use it directly to kill the enemy. Dao Qing smiled bitterly. It's just that for the Battlefield Legion's escort mission, we escorts can't take out the escorted things, let alone use them to deal with the enemy. This has always been a rigid rule, and no one can there is a way to break it. I already checked it when I set out. The storage ring containing the Talisman of Fierce has a powerful seal on it, and I can't break it. Yes, if we could use escort items, we would have used these fire talismans long ago, but it's a pity that we can't. The Firebird Lord on the side also smiled helplessly. They were not relaxed now, because the Red Warbler was fighting against the three-headed Ice God Clan Lord, and the other Ice God Clan strongmen were still trying to form an absolute ice formation. The current Firebird Great Master, together with Dao Qing, Tianzong, and Hai Shu, are all relying on the Taichu divine art to resist the spread of the absolute ice formation. They can resist it for the time being, but after another stick of incense, it will be unbearable. In addition, the Purple Sirius Demon Cultivator is also constantly using the first-level divine formation, Tiansha, and the Black Dragon Demon Cultivator is constantly using the Black Thunder Mixed Divine Inscriptions. The two of them also play a decisive role in fighting against the spread of the absolute ice formation. Effect. As for the other people present, they are not that powerful. Including Han Hen, the handsome young man from the Shenmu Demon clan, they have all become side characters. Although Han Hen and others are also great masters, compared to Dao Qing, Han Ying, there is still a lot of difference in strength, especially in the current situation against the 40 powerful masters of the Ice God clan, which further shows the gap between Han Hen and other major masters. There are relatively powerful beings like Dao Qing, Tianzong, Hai Shu, Purple Sirius, and the Fire Bird Overlord. They alone can deal with 3 or 5 ordinary Ice God clan overlords, without any problem. For someone like Han Hen, it's enough to deal with 2 at the same time. Moreover, he can barely hold on and cannot defeat his opponent. This is the gap between the first-level Great Master and the second-level Great Master. Of course, there are other differences such as the Taichu God products, divine formations, divine texts, etc. However, even if their role is small, they still have to do their best to resist the spread of the absolute ice formation. Only Long Yu is on the scene, appearing to be doing nothing and quite leisurely. Senior Dao Qing, why don't you try again and see if you can open that storage ring? When Long Yu heard what Dao Qing said, he raised his eyebrows and continued. He had a conjecture in his mind. This batch of fiery talismans was the key to the battle against the Ice God clan. It was impossible for the people in the Battlefield Legion to predict the Ice God clan's reaction. Therefore, if the people in the Battlefield Legion knew that 40 Ice God clan masters would come out to intercept this batch of fierce fire talismans, how could they only send a small number of them to escort them? There must be something wrong with this. It stands to reason that such important strategic materials cannot be escorted by outsiders. The most likely possibility is that the powerful members of the Battlefield Legion will provide collective escort, and it is impossible for more than a dozen people to travel long distances to transport the Talisman of Fire. Sent to the front line. Such a guess is extremely reasonable. If this is the case, then Long Yu has reason to believe that for the Battlefield Legion, these more than 10 people are definitely just bait arranged to attract the attention of the Ice God clan. Since we are just bait, the real large quantities of fierce talisman cannot be carried by Dao Qing, but have been quietly sent to the front lines of the alien battlefield through other channels. Long Yu thought in his mind, the most important key is that if the Battlefield Legion really handed over the fire talisman to them for escort, then it is absolutely impossible that the battle has been going on here for so long and no one has come to support it. Although all communications in the void are now blocked by the powerful Ice God clan, under such circumstances, the Battlefield Legions must have guessed that something went wrong. After Long Yu came to such a guess, it was obvious what they should do next. After listening to Long Yu's words, Dao Qing was doubtful and took out the storage ring given to him by the Battlefield Legion before setting off. He was sure that the storage ring had a seal at that time, preventing them from opening it. However, now he will. After taking out the storage ring, I was surprised to find that the seal on the storage ring had disappeared without even realizing it. How is this going? Dao Qing is not stupid. There is absolutely no stupid person who can cultivate to this level, so he was just a little surprised and immediately thought of so many things that Long Yu had thought of before. Obviously, the Battlefield Legion used their small team as a bait to attract the strong men of the Ice God clan, and the real large quantities of fierce fire talismans may have been transported to the front lines of the alien battlefield through other channels. Dao Qing probed his mind into the storage ring and found that there were 15 fierce fire talismans in it. He was overjoyed and at the same time fully understood the thoughts of the Battlefield Legion. Obviously, although the Battlefield Legions regard them as bait, they absolutely do not want their sacrifices to be in vain, so they still prepared 15 fiery talismans for them, so that they can have the strength to fight against the strong men of the Ice God clan. The previous seal on the storage ring must have been a time seal. As time passed, the seal gradually weakened until it completely disappeared, allowing them to take out the talisman of fierce fire. There are only 15 fierce fire talismans in total, specially prepared for people like Dao Qing. As soon as he saw the 15 fierce fire talismans in the storage ring, Dao Qing immediately figured out all the key points. A truly large scale, the talisman of fierce fire must have been sent to other places long ago. In this case, we don't need to be afraid. Brothers, let's get rid of all these ice lumps. Dao Qing did not waste any time and directly distributed the fiery talismans in the storage ring, firstly one to each person, and secondly to the Fire Bird Lord who was proficient in the Flame Attribute Divine Text, and to another person who understood the Flame Attribute Divine Text. The Great Master Demon Cultivator issued an extra card. Anyway, there are only 13 of them in total, and the Fierce Talisman originally prepared 15, and the 2 extra ones can be used by demon cultivators who are proficient in Flame Attribute Divine spells to greatly enhance their strength. As expected, Long Yu also got a talisman of fierce fire. Although it was of no use, it was better than nothing. If there was a critical and dangerous moment, he would have another way to resist the great master of the Ice God clan. Although his martial arts cultivation level is relatively low, the fierce fire talisman itself has very strong fire attribute divine power. Even if there is no power bonus when activated by the dragon control, its own power is not bad, and it can withstand a few attacks from the Ice God tribe. The Juggernaut's offensive is definitely not a problem. And this also verified Long Yu's inner guess. This group of people was indeed just a bait arranged by the Battlefield Legion to attract the strong men of the Ice God clan. However, he would not blame the Battlefield Legion, because if he were the senior leader of the Battlefield Legion, he would be the same. I would like to make such a decision to let some people attract firepower, so that a real large number of fierce talisman can be successfully sent to the front line. Break it for me. After the Firebird Master obtained 2 fiery talismans, he rushed directly towards the Red Warbler without any pause at all, and unleashed a terrifying flame divine offensive towards the icy crescent moon above her head. The talisman of fierce fire was grasped by the claws of his firebird body, and the endless power of the flame divine text burst out from it. In conjunction with the 8th level of the Firebird Master and the Flame Attribute Divine Text, its power was once again amplified a lot. Originally, it was a little difficult for the Firebird Lord to deal with the 5-sided Ice Crystal Lord, but now that he has obtained 2 fierce fire talismans, he can directly confront the opponent, and even easily destroy the opponent's ice. Crescent Moon was defeated and suppressed the opponent. The same goes for everyone else. Everyone got a talisman of fierce fire and launched a fierce attack on the surrounding ice god tribe lords. The void in the field was suddenly completely enveloped by the flame divine talisman, and the ice aura became weaker and weaker. And the flame divine aura is getting stronger and stronger. The area within the absolute ice array was constantly being dispersed, and the damage became more and more serious. As 2 or 3 more Ice God clan masters were killed by the crowd with the power of the fire talisman, the entire absolute ice array was completely destroyed. The magic circle finally collapsed completely. The 3 strongest masters of the Ice God clan were stopped by Huan Yao, Dao Qing, Tianzong, and Hai Shu. Hong Ying also quickly escaped from the ice. Although she was a little injured, it was not serious. He obtained a talisman of fierce fire and joined the counterattack against the Ice God clan non-stop. For Hong Ying, although she has not reached a very high level with the flame attribute divine text, she has at least reached the 5th level, which is similar to Dragon Yu. In addition, she has already entered the martial arts realm of the Great Master, and her basic strength is strong, so the power of the fiery talisman is quite powerful. Before the talisman of fierce fire, Hong Ying could face the 3 third-level masters of the Ice God clan alone, and even try to kill one of them. Now that she has the talisman of fierce fire, Hong Ying is simply incompetent in front of those Ice God tribes. Like a god blocking a killing god. Since the 5-sided Ice Crystal Master and the Longhorned Master were being besieged by Dao Qing and 4 other people, Hong Ying did not join their battle group, but flew to other places, constantly activating the power in the fierce fire talisman. Against the other great masters of the Ice God clan took action. What surprised everyone was that, in addition to the 3-headed and 3rd-level masters, there were also many powerful 2nd-level masters in this group of 40-headed ice gods, although they were not as good as those 3-headed and 3rd-level masters. Dominate, but the victory lies in too many. Although Hong Ying and others attacked the city first and killed the opponent's 4 great masters, the overall number of opponents was still very large. On average, Hong Ying and others had to deal with 3 or 4 Ice God clan masters on average. There is no pressure on Hong Ying, but it is different for others. Even with the help of the fierce talisman, most people can barely resist the opponent's offensive, but cannot expand any advantage in battle results. So the key lies in the strongest combat power of Hong Ying. It depends on whether they can defeat the opponent's strong men as quickly as possible, and then they can start to assist others. Before that, others can only if you can barely protect yourself. You don't seek merit, but you seek to save your life. However, the battle did not last as long as everyone thought. Obviously, when everyone got the talisman of fierce fire, the overall battle situation began to reverse, and the great masters of the Ice God clan were not fools, so they naturally guessed something from it. It was easy for them to see that this small group of monsters was just a bait to attract them here. In fact, the real large quantities of the fire talisman were not on these people at all. In this case, how much more time do they need to spend on Long Yu and others? It makes no sense at all. Like Long Yu and others, Dao Qing, as the leader, led everyone to accept the Legion mission of the Battlefield Legion. After completing it, he will receive generous rewards. The same is true for these great masters of the Ice God clan. They also received orders from the top of the Ice God clan before dispatching. The content is naturally to intercept the fierce talisman, not to kill Long Yu and others. Now these ice gods have understood that they have found the wrong target this time, and it is impossible to complete the mission no matter what. In this case, why do they still stay and risk their lives? After having this idea, there is no need to continue this battle. The five-sided Ice Crystal Master and the long-horned Ice God Clan Master, two of the strongest ice gods with 3 levels of master cultivation, were the first to retreat. They actually wanted to take away the body of the giant ice god clan. After all, there was a piece of Taichu on him. Divine item Ice Talisman Tablet, but how can others let them get their wish? Dao Qing, Tianzong and Hai Shu joined forces, and the power of the flame divine language in the fierce fire talisman erupted like a volcano, directly blocking the two guys. If they are delayed for too long, these Ice God clan will not be able to leave. You must know that this is relatively close to the territory of the Demon Clan. The opponent would have taken a lot of risks by coming here to launch an attack. Now it seems that it is impossible to do anything, and it is impossible to waste it here. Seeing that they could not take away the body of the giant Ice God Clan Lord, the five-sided Ice Crystal Lord and the long-horned Ice God Clan Lord immediately turned around and retreated without any trace of nostalgia or reluctance. At the same time, the other Ice God Clan Lords also directly pursued them. He got on board with the 2 strongest men, lifted the closed space field they had built, and then activated the Space Divine script to leave the void. Anyone would like to beat up a drowned dog, and Han Hen of the Shenmu Demon Clan stood out the most. When the other parties united to retreat, Han Hen held the talisman of fierce fire and kept moving towards the Ice God Clan's great master, who turned away from one of them. He exploded into a tongue of fire bombardment, trying to kill the Ice God. It's a pity that the great master of the Ice God Clan is like a tortoise, with a thick shield of ice appearing behind him. Although it continues to melt under the bombardment of the fierce fire talisman, it is not penetrated by the flame divine attack. Soon, a large group of Ice God Clan Great Masters completely disappeared from everyone's eyes, and when the opponent wanted to retreat, Dao Qing, Han Ying and others could not expand their results and kill more Ice God Clan Great Masters. He actually ran away. If he didn't run away, I would let you know how powerful your grandpa is. Han Hen was still angry and snorted coldly. He heard that he had been attacked by the 3-headed Ice God Clan Master before and was frozen in a coma. Instead, Long Yu made a contribution. He was full of hatred for these Ice God Clan, and he originally hated the Ice Clan. The gods don't have any good impressions. Long Yu glanced at this kid. Han Hen didn't do anything decent during the whole battle. Of course, Long Yu didn't feel that he had contributed anything to this battle. The only thing he did was to remind Dao Qing and check the escort's storage ring, hoping to confirm his guess. In fact, even if Long Yu hadn't reminded him, Dao Qing would have checked it himself after a while. After all, if the situation reached a point of despair, no one would give up even if there was only a glimmer of hope. But at that time, Han Ying killed the giant Ice God Clan Master, but was frozen by the 5-sided Ice Crystal Master. If Long Yu didn't ask everyone to use the fire talisman, Han Ying would still be in danger. Although the 8th level awakening of the divine grade of the absolute beginning, the 6 wings of demon blood, is shocking, after all, Han Ying has just stepped into the great master, and is only the most basic level of master. There is really no way to fight against so many strong men of the Ice God Clan at the same time. The most important thing is that the strong men of the Ice God Clan also have very strong means, even the Taichu divine grade. Even in the end, no one was able to kill any of the remaining Ice God Clan Masters, which shows that the Ice God Clan Masters are extremely powerful. Just when they got the talisman of fierce fire, they were caught off guard and killed 3 of them. In addition, Han Ying desperately killed a giant Ice God Clan Master. If they really continue to fight with each other, without external factors, it is really hard to say the outcome. After all, the difference in the number of people between the two sides is more than twice. This is a gap that cannot be bridged by the talisman of fierce fire. Fortunately, now that the enemies of the Ice God clan have been defeated, Long Yu, Dao Qing and others can take a moment to breathe proudly and think about their next actions. How's it going? It's nothing serious, right? After the other party withdrew, Long Yu directly found Hong Ying, came to Hong Ying and asked with concern. Do you think something's wrong with me? Hong Ying held up Long Yu's face and kissed her. Don't worry, eldest sister, I just stepped into the realm of the great master. The situation is very good. I just used the innate magical power of the blood realm illusion to make this innate. The situation with the fruit of magical power has gotten a little worse. Before you fully recover, don't use the blood realm illusion world in the future if you can. Long Yu shook his head and said helplessly. I couldn't care so much about the situation at that time. If I didn't use the blood realm illusion realm, all of you would fall into each other's extreme cold fantasy realm. By then, the consequences would be unpredictable. If 1 or 2 people died, it would be really troublesome. Red Oriole sighed. This is true. For Hong Ying, she has no other choice. The extremely cold illusion cast by the 5-sided ice crystal master is an extremely powerful illusion method. She has no confidence in breaking it with other methods. The only option is to use the blood realm illusion realm. If 1 or 2 people had died here at that time, the situation would have been completely different. The initial confrontation would have been at a huge disadvantage and passivity, and even everyone would have died here. After all, not long after the battle started until the end, everyone was fighting against the spread of the absolute freezing circle. If 1 or 2 people were missing, it might be impossible to stop it, and the situation would definitely become a nightmare for everyone. Fortunately, it's okay now. This mission should be considered completed. Although we used the 15 fire talismans, we are just bait. If no one dies, it is considered a success. Long Yu nodded, said to Hong Ying, and then asked her to have a good rest. Immediately afterwards, everyone gathered together and began to discuss the next action. Dao Qing thought for a while and said, First of all, since the Ice God tribe has retreated, they will not come to trouble us again. They also know that we are just a batch of bait deliberately released by the monster tribe. It is impossible for them to have any thoughts about the bait. Secondly, our mission should be considered completed. Remember that the mission goal is to ensure that a large number of fierce talismans safely reach the front lines of the alien battlefield. Although we are just bait, we also play a diversionary role. In other aspects, we should have already brought the fierce talismans to the front line. The talisman has been delivered to its destination. Since the enemies here have been defeated, let's rush to the front line of the battlefield as soon as possible to confirm. Dao Qing's words were unanimously agreed by everyone. There is nothing to say about what happens next. The most important thing is to rush to the battlefield Legion base to report the situation and confirm the results of the mission. Of course, everyone hopes for the batch of fierce fire talismans. If you can reach the front line of the battlefield as soon as possible, you can repel the invading Ice God clan army as soon as possible. But none of us died in this operation. I have to thank one person. When Dao Qing said this, he glanced at Long Yu on the side, smiled and said, At the critical moment, little brother Long Yu reminded me to check the storage ring. It seems that little brother Long Yu thought better than us. Be quick. You are all fighting, and I am alone. Of course, I can only use my brain more. Long Yu smiled, what he said made sense and was not considered modest. All in all, the first wave of crises encountered by Long Yu, Hong Ying and others has passed, and according to speculation, the Ice God clan will not launch a second offensive against them, so it can be said that more than half of their mission has been completed. All that needs to be done now is to find the base of the battlefield Legion on the front line. Although the base position of the battlefield legion on the front line is not fixed, but moves everywhere, it is not very difficult to find it. After all, the base position of the battlefield legion is not fixed. The base on the front line is too conspicuous. This kind of mobile base is called a battlefield fortress. Not only is it extremely huge, it must also be surrounded by many other small buildings, forming a mobile building complex that covers an extremely wide area. On the foreign battlefield, it is too difficult to hold on to a fixed fortress, because if a fortress is fixed in one place, the opponent can come directly to attack, and they may launch an attack at any time, which is extremely dangerous. But it's different if it's a mobile battlefield fortress. If you encounter a sneak attack from the opponent and you really can't withstand it, you can maneuver it to retreat and recuperate in some hidden place or in the rear area close to the demon clan's territory. Preserve combat effectiveness to the maximum extent. When launching an attack, it can also save a lot of time, and allow the strong monsters to have a logistics base and fortress, which will have a great advantage when fighting on the front line. Not only the demon race, but also other races such as the human race, the ice god race, the fire god race, etc., also have similar buildings like this type of mobile battlefield fortress. On the alien battlefield, the battlefield fortress is the basic building. A battlefield fortress and the surrounding guard buildings form a unit. Now, the entire monster clan has 3 outland galaxies adjacent to the alien battlefield. There are more than 30 battlefield fortresses in total, guarding different lines of defense. Each battlefield fortress is an extremely terrifying combat power. Simply put, the overall combat capabilities of a battlefield fortress and its surrounding defense buildings can even rival a superpower in the godlike realm. Moreover, this kind of movable battlefield fortress can also be united at critical moments. The combination of 2 battlefield fortresses basically represents an indestructible line of defense. On the current alien battlefield close to the demon clan, there are mainly 4 battlefield fortresses. 2 of them joined forces to defend themselves outside the territory of the demon clan. 2 of the battlefield fortresses are fighting against the invasion of the Ice God clan, and on the other side of the third outer galaxy, the other 2 battlefield fortresses are resisting the attack of the Vulcan clan. In recent years, the conflicts in the third outer galaxy have mainly been with the Ice God clan and the Vulcan God clan. Fortunately, the Ice God clan and the Vulcan God clan are enemies of each other, so the other side did not join forces to attack the monster clan. Otherwise, the situation may become worse, and it will take too many losses to defend the opponent's attack. In normal times, 2 battlefield fortresses can block frontal attacks from the Ice God clan or Vulcan clan, while other battlefield fortresses are scattered in various corners near the third outer domain galaxy, guarding the safety of the monster clan's territory in all directions. It is guaranteed that no strong foreigners will mix into the territory of the demon clan. Occasionally, if a foreign race with extremely strong concealment ability sneaks into the territory of the demon clan, it will not pose a big threat, but it will only be detected by the other party and get some information. Now the goal of Long Yu and others is to find the 2 battlefield fortresses that are united to block the Ice God clan from the front, so as to see whether a large number of fierce fire talismans have been transported to the front line. If this is indeed the case, then their mission it was successfully completed, and the good days of the large number of ice gods who invaded at the same time were over. After everyone rested for a while, they decided to move on. Because the power aura of the battlefield fortress is very powerful, an ordinary powerful master can feel it slightly from 100 million miles away. This will of course expose the aura of the battlefield fortress, but if you specifically want to hide it, the battlefield fortress it is possible to set up a hidden aura magic circle, but there is no need to open such a hidden magic circle during normal combat, because it will waste a lot of extra unnecessary energy. The alien battlefield was full of crises. Although it was speculated that the Ice God clan would not launch a second attack on them, Dao Qing and the others were still very cautious when moving forward. Long Yu and Hong Ying were together and noticed that Han Hen, a handsome young man from the Shenmu demon clan, was still observing him. I don't know where I offended this kid. His character is really bad. Long Yu couldn't do anything about this guy. He shook his head and whispered to Hong Ying that the opponent was his current teammate after all, so Long Yu wouldn't go too far. Then Han Hen really wants to do something to Long Yu, and if it threatens Long Yu's safety, Hong Ying will definitely not sit idly by. The current Hong Ying is not the same as before. In other words, even if the Hong Ying did not break through before, she will face Han Han directly. Even if you hate confrontation, you don't necessarily fear the other party. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Han Hen still poses no threat to Long Yu, so Long Yu doesn't bother to pay more attention to it. However, in some special and dangerous situations, Han Hen is still a time bomb. Long Yu has encountered many situations in the past where his former teammates turned against him when danger came. Han Hen, a villain like him, had seen so many people that he would not be afraid or take it seriously. After about 2 hours, Hong Ying was the first to feel a strange aura in front of her. After all, she was at the martial arts level of the Great Master, and she also practiced the 3rd level of martial arts secrets. Her spiritual perception ability was better than that of other Great Masters. Both are much stronger. The battlefield fortress should be arriving soon. The 2 battlefield fortresses are gathered together, and the aura can be transmitted 1 billion miles away. However, I have now used a secret martial arts method to enhance my spiritual perception several times, so the real location of the battlefield fortress is probably billions of miles away. This distance is very close. Hong Ying explained her findings to everyone. The others also nodded. The distance was billions of miles away. If they used the Space Divine script to teleport, they would only need a stick of incense to get there, but that would not be safe. The main reason is that there are dangers everywhere on the alien battlefield. It would be tragic if you teleported out with the Space Divine script and were surrounded by a bunch of aliens when you appeared. So the safest way is to fly there directly. Although it will take a lot of time, the safety is guaranteed to the greatest extent, not to mention that flying will not be very slow. The distance is billions of miles, and a few time can fly. The most important thing is that everyone has entered the perception range of the battlefield fortress, so in this area, there is basically no need to worry about safety. They can feel the breath of the battlefield fortress, so the battlefield fortress will definitely have their whereabouts earlier. If there are any strong foreigners here, the battlefield fortress will be able to send strong people to support them as soon as possible. Within a range of 100 million miles near the battlefield fortress, any strong man in the battlefield fortress can be teleported to any place within the range. This powerful support method is the infrastructure for the defense of the battlefield fortress. With this kind of rapid support means, as long as a particularly large number of enemies do not appear, it is almost impossible for the battlefield fortress to fall. Therefore, within the sensing range of the battlefield fortress, the safety of Long Yu and others has been guaranteed to the greatest extent. When everyone continued to move forward until they actually entered the defensive range of the battlefield fortress, a group of demon cultivators appeared in front of them. They were all at the Emperor level. There were about 10 people in total. However, the aura of each of these demon cultivators was, they are all extremely bloody, and they have obviously experienced extremely brutal killings. This is a strong man who has experienced iron blood on the alien battlefield. Although he was only at the Emperor level, Long Yu subconsciously felt that if he and the opponent were to fight one-on-one, even he might be in danger of life, because the opponent had strong killing intent, and the only purpose of fighting was to kill. He kills his enemies, fights with complete recklessness, and has extremely rich combat experience. It is not easy to cultivate such true members of the battlefield legion, but once they grow up, as long as they step into the ranks of the Emperor level, they can become the ace of the battlefield legion. Soon, a group of about 10 Emperor-level demon cultivators came to Long Yu and others, and then saluted Long Yu and others, which was quite respectful to everyone. "Welcome to the Battle Patrol Fortress. Tell us your name, identity, and purpose of coming here." Even when facing powerful masters such as Dao Qing, these emperors and demon cultivators were not very afraid. Instead, they were doing business. Although they were respectful, they still asked some basic things. Obviously, the other party didn't know that their team would arrive. It seemed that the mission of the Fierce Talisman was kept strictly confidential. The mercenary of the Battlefield Legion, Dao Qing, is from the Bladewing clan. This time he accepted the escort mission and came to the Battle Patrol Fortress to submit it. Dao Qing directly negotiated with the opponent as the leader. Battle Patrol Fortress is the name of the battlefield fortress in front of you. However, no one has seen the battlefield fortress yet. After all, it is still 100 million miles away. Moreover, the battlefield fortress does not emit light, so it is naturally impossible to use it with the naked eye. Seeing that everyone could only rely on their spiritual detection abilities to detect the existence of the War Patrol Fortress. "Give me the mission number," the captain of the Imperial Demon Cultivator Patrol Team said immediately. Dao Qing said the mission number as he said, and then the team leader recorded it, "Come in with us. This mission has not been marked as completed yet, and there are new changes. Let's go to the mission hall in the fortress first. I will talk about it later. There are specialized personnel to handle it for you. The annotation has not been completed. Are there any new changes?" The other party's words made Long Yu and others feel a little bad. They thought they could just come over and complete the task directly. Who would have thought that there would be new changes? When the Battle Patrol Fortress appeared in front of Long Yu couldn't help being shocked. Although the Battle Patrol Fortress was just a battlefield fortress, its shape was several times larger than the entire Blood Falling Star. It is the size of a large cultivation planet. There is no doubt that building such a battlefield fortress requires countless resources. Although it can be constructed first in the small world and then taken out from the small world, there is a key issue. The buildings created in the small world, etc. Wait, once you leave the small world and go to the outside world, it will become unstable. Therefore, a giant battlefield fortress like the Battle Patrol Fortress must be built using precious materials from the outer world, so that it can withstand battle after battle within the alien battlefield. If it were just made of ordinary materials, this battlefield fortress would have been destroyed countless times. However, this battlefield fortress named Battle Patrol Fortress has existed for 72 years. Among the fortresses, they are considered relatively old. Ordinary battlefield fortresses usually gradually become damaged after 50 years. After all, they have experienced too many battles and were severely damaged by aliens in the battles. Many irreparable scars accumulate over time. It was completely scrapped in about 50 years. Therefore, this Battle Patrol Fortress is one of the oldest among the more than 10 battlefield fortresses governed by the Third Outer Domain Galaxy. It has existed for 72 years and has repelled countless alien invaders. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the spiritual pillar of cultivators throughout the Third Outer Galaxy. The name of the Battle Patrol Fortress is well deserved. Although I have been in the Third Outer Galaxy for half a year, this is the first time I have seen the rumored Battle Patrol Fortress. Not only Long Yu, but also the other great master demon cultivators had expressions of emotion when they saw the magnificent Battle Patrol Fortress. Although they are all powerful masters at the Great Overlord cultivation level, in their respective small worlds, they must have more magnificent buildings than the Battle Patrol Fortress, but in the big world outside the world, it is difficult to build such a behemoth as the Battle Patrol Fortress. It's trillions of times larger than if it were built in a small world. Because of this, there are currently only more than 30 battlefield fortresses in the entire Monster Clan territory. If the construction of battlefield fortresses were simple, the monster clan's territory would have expanded more than 10 times. Of course, it is not easy for any race to build a battlefield fortress. This is not just about using some ordinary materials to build a fortress. There are countless various magic formations in the battlefield fortress. The formation is not only the basis for the daily operation of the battlefield fortress, but also the core when fighting aliens. On the Battle Patrol Fortress, which is several times larger than the Bloodfall Star, there are tens of millions of large and small arrays with various functions, including detection, concealment, attack, etc. There are everything from defense to space teleportation. If a foreign race wants to breach a battlefield fortress, they must pay 10 times the number of people defending the battlefield fortress. Only then can a battlefield fortress be breached. Furthermore, even if the battlefield fortress is breached by a foreign race, there is no need to worry about the battlefield fortress being captured by the other party to deal with you, because once the battlefield fortress is determined to be completely breached, it will initiate self-destruction at the last moment. Long Yu believed that if the Battle Patrol Fortress self-destructed, its power would be countless times more powerful than the 9 Nether Divine inscriptions erupting from the 9 Nether Hell Monument. By then, none of the aliens who had captured the Battle Patrol Fortress would be able to escape, and they would all be transformed into dust in the void of the universe. Following Dao Qing and others, Long Yu and Han Ying also entered the interior of the Battle Patrol Fortress, and through a teleportation array on the surface of the Battle Patrol Fortress, they were teleported to the largest mission hall inside the fortress, preparing to inquire about the status of the mission. Arriving inside the Battle Patrol Fortress, Long Yu looked around and found that most of the people in this fortress were filled with the aura of blood and killing. Almost every person in the fortress had killed countless foreigners. Of course, here, during the process, Long Yu believed that there were more cultivators who died on the alien battlefield and could not be seen by them. After arriving at the largest mission hall, Long Yu and others found that there were quite a few people here. Most of them were demon cultivators, and there were also a few human martial cultivators. After all, the demon clan and the human clan had formed an alliance for a long time, and now both sides they are all working hard to maintain this alliance, so there will be various measures to compensate and increase rewards for the strong ones from the other clan who come to their territory. As the leader of the group, Dao Qing went to inquire about the mission. Long Yu, Han Ying and others were waiting for news in the hall behind. Soon Dao Qing came over with a sullen expression. The situation is not good. The Battlefield Legion originally sent a total of 5 waves of decoys, and we were just one of them to attract the attention of the ice gods. Dao Qing glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice to them, "Our 5 waves of bait have successfully attracted the ice god clan's large troops, but except for our group, the other 4 teams have been completely wiped out." What? When everyone heard the news, they were all shocked. Although they were grateful that they were still alive, they never thought that this would be the case. It turned out that a total of 5 waves of decoys were sent out to attract firepower, and the survivors they were the only ones who came down, and all 13 members of their team were still alive. This was almost unbelievable, and everyone couldn't help but turn their attention to Han Ying and Long Yu. There is no doubt that everyone encountered 2 attacks from the Ice God clan on the way here. The first time was that the 6 powerful Ice God clan had been hiding around. If the Dragon Queen hadn't used some special method to lure them out, I'm afraid they would have been attacked. At that time, some people in their team will be killed, causing casualties. What's even more frightening is that if the 6-headed Ice God clan masters had not been killed in advance, but had been allowed to hide until they joined the 40-headed Ice God clan masters later, then I am afraid that none of them would have come alive now. This is a battle patrol fortress. From the fact that the other 4 decoy teams were all wiped out, we can know that the overall strength of the Ice God clan's dispatch this time is very terrifying. If there are nearly 50 Ice God clan masters on each side, then for this operation, the Ice God clan will in total more than 200 powerful masters were dispatched. This is already equivalent to the total number of powerful masters in 3 or 4 galaxies. You must know that these are all powerful masters, not ordinary secret realms of masters. Among the 4 major demon cultivation races such as the White Feather Demon Clan and the Black Lin Demon Clan that Long Yu, Han Ying and others fought against before, even if all 4 major races were added together, there would not be as many as 200 great masters among them. On average, there are only 30 or 40 cultivators. From this point of view, in order to prevent the large number of fierce fire talismans from being sent to the front line, the Ice God clan actually dispatched all the high-end forces of more than 5 or 6 demon cultivator races to venture deep into the direction of the alien battlefield close to the demon clan's territory. In the end, 4 out of 5 decoys sent by the monster clan to attract firepower were wiped out. However, if those 4 teams fought so fiercely, the Ice God clan would probably suffer a lot of losses. Of course, the amount of losses suffered by the Ice God clan has nothing to do with Long Yu. In that case, where is the talisman of fierce fire? Hasn't it been transported to the front line yet? Tianzong, a middle-aged man with sword eyebrows and star eyes from the Tiani tribe, frowned and asked Dao Qing. It's not here yet. This is related to another task. Let me explain in detail. Dao Qing shook his head, and then continued to talk to everyone. Soon, after Dao Qing's explanation, everyone finally understood what was going on. It turned out that except for their 5 decoy teams, the ones who were actually transporting large quantities of fire talismans were not the Battlefield Legion mercenaries, but ascetics. Alliance. The Ascetic Alliance is a well-known organization in the territory of the human race and the demon race. It spans the territories of the human race and the demon race. It has a strong influence in both the human race and the demon race. It is the main force in the major galaxies in the 2 races. On the cultivation planet, there are organizational branches, and so on. And this was not the first time Long Yu heard this word. Ascetic Alliance. Suffering Alliance. Long Yu couldn't help but think of these 2 organizations with similar names. Among them, the Alliance of Sufferers was called the Pill Sect, and it seemed that it was not an organization limited to the 2 races of human race and demon race, but spanned the entire outer world. There are branches among many races. This is an extremely mysterious organization. Most of the current human and demon cultivators only know that the elixirs produced by the Suffering Alliance are second to none in the world, but they have not seen many members of the Suffering Alliance, and the Suffering Alliance, once the elixirs refined by the Alliance members are spread to the market, they will definitely sell for incredibly high prices. Long Yu, on the other hand, got the elixir left by a member of the Sufferer Alliance from the 9 Nether Realm, and he has not finished taking it yet. Almost all of the healing elixirs on him were obtained from the remains of the Sufferer's small world. It must be thanks to the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. After all, it was the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor who captured a member of the Suffering Alliance and forced him to refine elixirs for the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor in the 9 Nether Realm. The Ascetic Alliance is different. The Ascetic Alliance is mainly found in the demon and human races. Long Yu has seen one of their members before, that is, the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor whom he met in the world of Shenwu. At that time, when they were at the imperial level in the secret realm of kings, Long Yu fought against the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, and found that the other party was very familiar with the power of the 5 elements of Tai Chu, and his physical strength was extremely terrifying, much stronger than Long Yu at that time. However, after the competition at the strongest emperor level, the Prison Thunder Emperor disappeared that day, which made Long Yu very confused. After all, he still wanted to find out information about his father from the other party. After Long Yu heard the name of the organization Ascetic Alliance from Dao Qing's mouth, he subconsciously thought of the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor and his father Long Zitian, who he had never found, and his mood suddenly palpitated. Of course, he may not be too excited about this, because the Ascetic Alliance is really a big organization. Even if he joins up with the members of the Ascetic Alliance who participated in the task of escorting the Talisman of Fire this time, he can see the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor. The possibility is too low. Now the people of the Ascetic Alliance have just been stopped by more than 200 Ice God clan masters. The situation is quite dangerous. All the large battlefield legions are held back by the Ice God clan on the front line and cannot return for reinforcements. Therefore, the Battle Patrol Fortress and other nearby battlefield fortress has now issued reinforcement missions. Dao Qing continued to say to everyone, "Our previous mission is considered completed. If you don't want to continue, you can go directly to receive 100,000 points of Battlefield Legion merit. The mission is over. If you want to continue, go to reinforce the people of the Ascetic Alliance. When the Talisman of Fierce Fire is transported to the front line, the reward of 100,000 Battlefield Legion merit points will be doubled." Hearing what Dao Qing said, everyone looked happy. The choice given to them by the Battlefield Legion was really good. If they were afraid of danger, they could directly receive the rewards from the previous mission, but if they were willing to continue escorting the Talisman of Fierce Fire, let those large numbers of fire talismans reach the front line where the Battle Patrol Fortress is located, and their rewards will be doubled. Doubling the reward is really a very tempting condition. 100,000 battlefield merit points can be exchanged for a lot of training resources. If it is doubled, many people's martial arts realm and cultivation level may be broken through. But for Long Yu, it's a bit confusing. He is only a 5-star emperor. He said when he accepted the task that if he completes the task, he can only get 5,000 points of Battlefield Legion merit. Doubling that will only get 10,000 points. It's really too little. The key point is that although Long Yu's martial arts level is relatively low, his demand for training resources, especially created things, is no lower than others. How about it, want to go? Long Yu turned his head and asked Hong Ying. Hong Ying chuckled softly, "Wouldn't it be too sorry for myself not to go? This is a double reward of 100,000 meritorious services. I don't want to give up. Moreover, our follow-up mission this time is to reinforce the Ascetic Alliance, which is more dangerous. It is much smaller than before, and if you don't go, it will be in vain." That's right. I plan to continue to participate. Now let's vote with a show of hands. If you want to continue to participate, you can stay here. If you don't want to continue, you can go and collect the rewards. Let's say goodbye. The burly man, Dao Qing, looked around and said solemnly to everyone, "I attended." Tianzong and Haishu are of course on the same side as Dao Qing. If Dao Qing participates, these two people have no reason not to participate. The three of them are from the Giant Wing Galaxy, and the various races in the Giant Wing Galaxy are famous with their unity, especially now that the rewards are relatively good. It is impossible for them to retreat alone. I'll join in, too. The Great Master of Firebird also nodded and quickly made a decision. For him, he has now entered the bottleneck of the martial arts realm. If he wants to improve his cultivation, the easiest way is to experience life and death in battle. Try to break through. Therefore, the Firebird Master did not participate in this mission for the 100,000 points of battlefield merit, but mainly to break through his own cultivation bottleneck and step into a higher martial arts realm. And us. On the other side, two demon cultivators, the Purple Wolf and the Black Dragon, also stood up and stated that they would continue to participate in the next reinforcement mission. These two demon cultivators were quite strong, at least much stronger than other great masters. Among them, the Black Dragon masters the dual attribute divine power of Black Thunder. Its power is not much worse than the revelation level divine power. Moreover, it has complete mastery of it. With magical powers and martial arts, it can exert extremely terrifying power. When Dao Qing's team encountered the second wave of attacks from the Ice God Tribe's Great Master, the Black Dragon Demon Cultivator also made a great contribution to the team. In addition, Purple Sirius has mastered the first grade Divine Formation, Tian Sha, to summon countless purple thunder and lightning to bombard the opponent. The first grade Divine Formation is rumored to be the key to the godlike realm, which shows how powerful it is. Although not every cultivator who understands the first grade Divine Formation can step into the godlike realm, if you want to step into the godlike realm, it is essential to cultivate the first grade Divine Formation, because the Divine Formation is actually a comparison of divine texts. After mastering the first level Divine Formation, the cultivator can master the divine text of this attribute to the peak, and it will naturally be easy to enter the godlike realm. Seeing that all the strong men in the team chose to continue the mission, Han Hen, a handsome young man from the Shenmu Demon clan, also stood up. I will also participate in this follow-up reinforcement operation. After all, it is to reinforce the ascetic alliance. Maybe we don't need to go out. No matter how hard you work, you can get double the reward, casually, why not? The other great masters also nodded, and none of the 13 people, including Long Yu and Hong Ying, chose to quit. Okay, in that case, we will set off directly as a team. We have cooperated before, and if we encounter opponents again, we will be more comfortable in dealing with them. When Dao Qing saw that no one had withdrawn, he immediately showed a rough smile. He was really worried that too many people had withdrawn, which would make the reinforcement mission more difficult, but now it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Of course, it is easier to do things with more people. Although there are already more than 200 great masters from the ascetic alliance escorting this large number of fierce fire talismans, it is certain that the more reinforcements there are, the more confident they will be. This time when we go for reinforcements, we are likely to encounter the previous great masters of the Ice God clan, including the great master of the long-horned Ice God clan and the great master of the five-sided ice crystal. It is impossible for them to leave the area directly after retreating. They should have received a message to let them when to deal with the ascetic alliance. Hong Ying thought for a moment and guessed. Yes, the 13 of us are relatively familiar with those two great masters of the Ice God clan. If we encounter them again, the possibility of being able to kill them is not low. It mainly depends on you. One of the great masters nodded and said, focusing mainly on the great masters Hong Ying, Dao Qing, and Firebird. This feeling of being ignored seemed to make Han Hen of the Shenmu Demon clan very uncomfortable, but the handsome young man didn't say much. After all, it was an indisputable fact that Hong Ying and others were stronger than him. It was useless and impossible for him to refute. To change other people's perspectives. You must know that even Han Hen himself is such a person. He is very respectful to Hong Ying now and does not dare to have any dissatisfaction, but towards Long Yu he is still the same as before and has not changed at all, just because he looks down on the weak. In the final analysis, it was the same reason that Han Hen was looked down upon by others. However, this made Han Hen secretly make up his mind. As long as he had a chance, he would definitely show his strength and let these people see Han Hen's methods. The most important thing is that after the previous battle against the great master of the Ice God clan, Han Hen and his soldiers seemed to be able to reach a higher level and reach the highest unparalleled state. In that case, the soldiers would have their own spiritual consciousness. The power can be increased by at least 10 times when activated. Unparalleled compatibility is the highest level of compatibility between a cultivator and a warrior. It can bring out all the power of a warrior, and even exceed it. When combined with the use of endless level martial arts, the burst of power is absolutely astonishing. Even Dragon Yu, except for the Void Nether Dragon Blade, has not reached the unparalleled level with other soldiers, and the quality of the Void Nether Dragon Blade is too low after all. If there is no way to improve it, she will not be able to deal with the dragon in the future. I am afraid that the role of Imperial Guards will become increasingly negligible. Long Yu has always kept this in mind, but unfortunately it is not that easy to improve the level of soldiers. Otherwise, there would be no low-quality soldiers in the world. According to what Hong Ying and Yu Fei both said, there are two main points to improve the quality of the Void Dragon Blade. The first is to find a precious material called the Source of the Beginning, and the second, it is necessary to have the help of a reliable weapon refiner. Weapon refiner Long Yu is not worried. With the wretched old man Wei Yuyan here, it shouldn't be difficult to improve the quality of the Void Dragon Blade. The key lies in the collection of the precious material of the origin of the beginning, which is really too difficult. If you are lucky, the source of Taichu can be seen anywhere in the world, because this is the origin of the power of the 5 elements of Taichu in this world. Simply put, it is the power before the power of the 5 elements of Taichu was born. However, the source of absolute beginning exists for a very short time. Even if it is conceived somewhere, it will soon be transformed into the purest 5 elements of absolute beginning power. Because of this, it is really difficult to obtain the source of absolute beginning. Too high. It can be said that almost all cultivators in the world want to improve the quality of their most commonly used soldiers, but the amount of source of absolute beginning that everyone can obtain is really very small. In the entire monster clan territory, not many can be seen in a year. Secondly, it is not so much about strength that it is possible to obtain it by luck. This is the most difficult part. Even for a strong man in the godlike realm, it is not that simple to obtain the source of the beginning. After everyone decided to continue the reinforcement mission, they quickly started preparing to set off. Before setting off, they replenished some fire talismans in the trading market of the Battle Patrol Fortress. The talisman of fierce fire is not something exclusive to battlefield legions. As long as they know how to refine it, any weapon refiner with some level of skill can refine it and use it in battle. However, the effects of the fierce fire talismans refined by different people can be said to be completely different. The quality and power of the fierce fire talismans that people now buy in the trading market are far worse than those prepared by the battlefield legions before. Although the talisman of fierce fire is a consumable prop, its fundamental nature is still similar to that of a combat soldier. It is a tool refined by a weapon refiner for use in combat. However, the energy stored in it is limited and cannot be used like a combat soldier. Constantly regenerate strength to continue fighting. However, compared with warriors, the advantages of expendable props such as the Talisman of Fire are also very obvious, that is, the refining cost is quite economical. The materials required to refine an ancient-level warrior can definitely be refined. At least 10 high-quality fire talismans. The power of a fiery talisman that bursts out in an instant is definitely no less powerful than when a cultivator and an ancient-level warrior reach the highest unparalleled level. It is conceivable that this kind of thing can definitely turn the tide of the battle at a critical moment. It's a pity that only the battlefield legions of humans and monsters have mastered the essence of the refining method of expendable props such as the fire talisman, so they can refine high-quality fire talisman. Although other private weapon refiners can also refine the fierce talisman, the grade of the fierce talisman they refine is much lower, and the power is not as powerful as 1/10 of the one officially refined by the battlefield legions. Of course, it is better than nothing. These fire talismans are not expensive anyway, so Dao Qing paid for the treat himself and purchased a total of 39 fire talismans. Everyone in the team can get 3, which can at least enhance everyone's ability to face the enemy. The combat power is more than doubled when facing the Ice God tribe's opponents. The 15 fire talismans that Dao Qing had taken out from the mission item storage ring that he had escorted before had all been consumed when everyone repelled the second batch of Ice God clan masters, so now that they are on their way, naturally, you need to prepare some more things. In addition, Hai Shu, a woman with short aqua hair, even paid for a flame shield wall talisman in the trading area of the Battle Patrol Fortress. The quality is quite high, and she can even face the powerful Ice God clan, who is the third-level master. Resist the opponent for a long time, thus ensuring the safety of everyone on this trip to the greatest extent. After getting ready, everyone set off under the leadership of Dao Qing and took on the follow-up mission of reinforcing the ascetic alliance. Through the teleportation array in the Battle Patrol Fortress, they were soon able to teleport to the vicinity of the battle location of the ascetic alliance. Be careful over there in the past. Even though they are in our demon clan's home court now, since the other party dares to come, they must have some hidden trump cards. Once danger arises, everyone has to pay attention to their own safety. I don't want this to happen. There will be casualties after this mission. Dao Qing said to everyone with a solemn expression. I just inquired about the situation in the Battle Patrol Fortress. It turns out that there are countless powerful ice god tribes on the front line attacking one after another, and they don't give the two battlefield fortresses any chance to breathe. Tianzong returned to everyone from a short distance away, and then said in a deep voice, although the two battlefield fortresses here are united, 3 battlefield fortresses from the Ice God clan have arrived nearby, and the main forces of our 2 battlefield fortresses have been destroyed. The fighting power has been delayed, and there is no way to reinforce the ascetic alliance, so we can only rely on us battlefield legion mercenaries. No matter what, the ambitions of the Ice God clan are not small now, and we absolutely cannot let them succeed in any step of their plan. Dao Qing nodded, and after saying this, he activated the teleportation array and teleported out with everyone. After a burst of white light, Long Yu opened his eyes and found that he, Hong Ying, Dao Qing and others appeared again in an endless pitch-black void. But what was different from before was that this time, as soon as Long Yu came to this void, he felt the murderous and bloody atmosphere in this area. From a certain direction in the distance, waves of tyrannical power continued to disperse. Kai Lai was clearly felt by Long Yu and others. The battlefield with a total of more than 400 powerful masters from the Ascetic Alliance and the Ice God clan should be right in front. Everyone, our team will try to move together as much as possible to ensure our own safety to the maximum extent. Do you understand? Dao Qing ordered with a solemn expression. This kind of thing is a matter of life and death. Of course, others did not dare to say anything. They all nodded in agreement. If more than 400 great masters did not fight in a chaotic battlefield, they would have died without knowing how they would die. Even Hong Ying, leader Dao Qing and others who have reached the level of third-level master, if they do not have a team together, they will only die when entering the battlefield. You know, there are more than 400 powerful masters, which are already 10 times the peak strength of demon cultivators like the White Feather Demon Clan. The Ice God clan rarely launches battles and offensive invasions of this scale. It must be that the Ice God clan is very determined this time and wants to gain some advantages on the battlefield against the Monster clan. It is definitely impossible to conquer the territory of the Demon clan with this, but even a small advantage will be a great encouragement to the entire Ice God clan. Let's go. Following Dao Qing's order, everyone flew towards the battlefield together. This mission is not only available to the team that previously accepted the mission of escorting the Talisman of Fiery Fire. If that were the case, no one else on the entire battlefield would come to help. As long as they are battlefield mercenaries, they are eligible to participate in this mission to reinforce the Ascetic Alliance. After all, this is related to the final outcome of this battle against the Ice Gods. So when Long Yu followed Dao Qing and others, and a group of 13 people flew towards the battlefield, he also saw some powerful monsters appearing in the void all around, and they also came to the battlefield through the teleportation array. Rushing towards the direction of the fierce fighting between the Ascetic Alliance people as quickly as possible. Each of these powerful monsters is at least the one who dominates the secret realm, and most of them are great masters. What Long Yu saw with his naked eyes alone was more than 30 great masters, heading back and forth towards the battlefield. Rush everywhere. It seems that there are quite a few mercenaries from the nearby battlefield legion. The regular legion is blocking the large Ice God clan troops on the front line, and the pressure is too great. Let the mercenaries from the battlefield legion protect the rear. This is indeed a good idea. Long Yu thought in his heart, and soon a group of them had arrived at the edge of the battlefield of the powerful master. From a distance, they saw that the ice attribute divine words had basically enveloped the entire void in front of them, and the cold air was moving towards the surrounding areas. The surrounding void continues to spread, and it is an absolutely frozen magic circle that has been fully displayed. In this absolutely frozen magic circle, the figure of the powerful master of the Ice God clan and the strong man of the ascetic alliance fighting against each other is vaguely visible, but due to the boundless cold air, it is not possible to see clearly, and even the spiritual perception ability cannot be seen clearly. It has been weakened or even blocked to a certain extent. What should I do? If we rashly enter that absolutely frozen realm, I'm afraid the situation will be very bad. Dao Qing and others did not expect to see such a situation when they came over. The great master of the Ice God clan had actually constructed the absolute ice ceiling magic circle. In this case, it will be at least 100 times more difficult for their reinforcements to exert their strength, because the absolute ice formation is a range attack and control formation. As long as they enter that area, all cultivating life forms that do not belong to the Ice God clan will be destroyed. They will all be eroded by the power of the absolute frozen magic circle. The erosion of the absolute ice formation mainly causes speed slowdown and freezing control effects, and its terrifying cold energy can cause permanent trauma to the meridians in the practitioner's body. I am afraid that except for martial arts secrets such as immortal purple blood and Long Yu's demon dust heart, there is no other way to completely ignore the erosion of the ice power in this absolute ice ceiling magic circle. In addition, within the shielding of the absolute ice array, no one knows what the fighting situation between the ice gods and the ascetic alliance will be like. If the people of the ascetic alliance are at an absolute disadvantage, then others will break into the absolute ice array. It can only be said that they are delivering food. I don't want to rush in and take risks. The Firebird Lord said in a deep voice, and this was also the common thought of most other people. Except for Long Yu and the 13 others, the other battlefield legion mercenaries who came to support also came to the absolute ice array at this moment. From the periphery, looking at the entire extremely cold array that occupies a huge area, he was helpless. The key is that when they are outside this absolute freezing magic circle, they cannot feel the divine power other than the ice divine writings in the field. Although this absolute freezing magic circle will have a shielding effect, it is impossible to wear the auras of other divine powers blocked. There was no other divine aura inside, and it was hard not to wonder if something unexpected had happened. It was even possible that the great masters of the ascetic alliance had been completely wiped out. How about we join forces with others to break in? Han Hen, a handsome young man from the Shenmu demon clan, tentatively put forward his opinion. Impossible. The Black Dragon demon cultivator took a look around. Although there were many battlefield legion mercenaries who came to support the ascetic alliance, they obviously had their own circles and factions. If you want to unite so many people, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. The big conflict is, among other things, who should be the leader and give orders. Therefore, the possibility of uniting other mercenaries is not high. Even if someone wants to unite, the effect will definitely not be much better. Moreover, even if they are absolutely freezing all the mercenaries outside the magic circle, the Great Master, there are no more than 50 strong men. With such a small number of people, even if they sprint into the interior of the absolute ice formation, the only possibility is that the whole army will be annihilated if they encounter an ambush. Damn it, the battlefield fortress asked us to come over for reinforcements, but it turned out to be like this. With the absolute ice formation, how dare we easily reinforce it? In the distance, many battlefield legion mercenaries began to curse. They usually went through life and death just to improve their martial arts realm. Now that they received such a particularly difficult task, it was really hard for them to calm down.